Chapter 1. Where am I? King's mind was in disarray as he surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings. The blinding sunlight was difficult for him to endure. What the hell is this, some kind of joke? Who would do this? I merely took a nap, and now I'm dumped in this godforsaken place. What kind of grudge must one bear to go to such lengths? Qingze gazed around bewilderedly, his frustration manifesting in a torrent of exclamations steeped in cultural essence. He found himself on an island, lying on the sandy shores of the sea. As a landlocked northerner from the Huaxia ethnic group, this was his first encounter with the grandeur of the ocean. On Earth is happening. Qingze muttered, staring at the seemingly endless expanse of water before him, where the sea and sky merged in the distance, and the occasional seagull glided low overhead. While the sun blazed down with unrestrained intensity, he slowly approached the ocean, bending down as the waves splashed against his trousers, and felt the ocean's unique allure, realizing that this surreal experience was indeed real. My goodness, did I really just travel from the northern inland to the coast overnight? What kind of absurdity is this? It must be at least 2,000 kilometers away. Who has the audacity to do this? Qingze was utterly speechless. Such a situation was beyond comprehension. The last time he encountered something similar, he had been whisked away by aliens. Were these extraterrestrial beings of the same ilk? If they had the time to run a travel agency, they would certainly be raking in profits ultimately. Qingze had to accept this bizarre reality, which was absurd beyond belief. Well, since I'm here, I might as well figure out where this is. Suddenly, he recalled something and patted his pockets. Wait a minute, that alien must have stolen my phone. Where is my phone? As a proud member of the 21st century smartphone generation, the absence of his device was akin to a cat scratching and a dog gnawing at him, leaving him with an inexplicable sense of anxiety. Seriously? Even survivalists carry a phone to document their adventures, and I, the unfortunate one, have been left without one? How am I supposed to navigate this situation? Qingze was exasperated. This alien doesn't even provide me with a phone, and here I am, stranded in the wilderness with nothing to show for it. He looked at his two turned-out pockets and his bare attire. It seems I'm left with nothing but the clothes on my back. How am I supposed to manage? It was evident that he was on a deserted island despite the scenic beauty. There were no signs of life to be found. Was the beach truly so devoid of allure? Qingze scanned his surroundings, hoping to discover something identifiable. Yet, unsurprisingly, he found nothing aside from sand and stones. There were a few small crabs scuttling about. Leaving Qingze in a quandary, have I stumbled upon an uncharted island in the South China Sea? What astonishes Qingze even more is the complete absence of any litter during his time here. Could it be that our nation's environmental efforts have achieved such remarkable success? The cleanliness is truly astounding, he mused. This left Qingze feeling increasingly disheartened. He had initially thought to locate some flammable materials and employ his impressive intellect, boasting an IQ of 180, to orchestrate a makeshift survival scenario. However, it now appeared he would need to devise an entirely new plan. Come on, is it not merely survival on a deserted island? I am a devoted fan of the outdoor adventures showcased on social media platforms. This challenge should be a mere 6. Oh well, let's consider it a 6. He conceded. Though Qingze had never personally experienced survival on a deserted island, he had always held a keen interest in such matters and had diligently watched every episode of the outdoor survival videos. Even without first-hand experience, he believed he could endure for several days, yet his confidence wavered. After all, one moment he was comfortably indulging in hot pot and singing at Homeo. How absurd, then suddenly whisked away by extraterrestrial beings. And to top it off, he was a landlubber who had never set foot in water, now stranded on what appeared to be a deserted island. If the roles were reversed, one could hardly blame him for feeling overwhelmed. At least his mental fortitude deserved commendation. Locate a water source, construct a shelter, ignite a fire. Qingze silently counted off the essentials on his fingers. The sun had begun its descent towards the west, and time was of the essence. Otherwise, the drastic temperature fluctuations between day and night might prove too taxing for him to endure. With this thought, he quickened his pace, striving to recall the survival videos he had watched, seeking a clue to alleviate his predicament. The island was modest in size, with a small stretch of beach bordered by steep cliffs rising over 10 meters high. The beach, shaped by the relentless waves over time, led to a dense thicket behind the mountains. The entire island spanned roughly 20 kilometers in circumference. With no other options, Qingze ventured into the jungle, hoping for a stroke of luck. As the sun dipped lower, darkness enveloped the landscape, and the oppressive forest seemed to open its jaws, ready to engulf the world in endless blackness. Qingze was on the verge of exhaustion. It appeared straightforward in theory, yet the reality was far more challenging. He gazed at the blisters forming on his hands, a testament to his toil, feeling utterly drained. At least he had managed to spark a fire this night, will be spent huddled beside it. An entire afternoon had been devoted to igniting this flame, and Qingze felt he had endured considerable tribulation. In the videos, the fire seemed to ignite effortlessly, yet here he was, having labored through the hours, expecting to fashion a simple shelter and perhaps even procure some wild game to commemorate his inaugural outdoor survival expedition. Instead, his efforts had been extinguished by a mere flicker of flame. Unsure of the time, Qingze retrieved a charred branch from the fire, carving a horizontal line on a nearby tree with a casual motion. Alas, this was his first experience of survival on a deserted island, and it was met with disapproval before long. Exhausted in body and famished in spirit, Qingze leaned against a tree and gradually closed his eyelids. A howl echoed in the distance. What was that sound? Qingze jolted awake, his senses heightened as he peered into the shadows cast by the flickering flames. The distant cries of a beast pricked his nerves. Could it be wolves? He pressed himself tightly against the trunk, his gaze fixated on the surrounding movements. The howling persisted, accompanied by unrecognizable growls from creatures unknown. Damn it. Where on earth is this place? Qingze gripped the branch in his hand, his nerves taut, unwilling to let down his guard. Perhaps it was the campfire or the fact that he had not ventured deeper into the woods. But no signs of wild animals were present nearby. Gradually, as time passed, the howls receded, allowing Qingze to relax his mind. After enduring for what felt like an eternity, Qingze sank onto the ground, his back drenched from the cold dew. A gust of wind swept by, causing the flames to flicker. He shivered and quickly inched closer to the fire. After a considerable time, Qingze regained some strength, yet the absence of warmth within him could not stave off the overwhelming drowsiness that crept in once more. Slowly, the glow of the fire before him began to double, then blurred into an indistinct haze. A night of silence passed, and morning arrived. Drip, drip the dew fell upon Qingze's face. His eyelids fluttered, and he whimpered softly, "Not now. Let me sleep a little longer." He turned over, only to be jolted awake by pain. Rousing himself, Qingze surveyed his surroundings. "Ah, damn it, still in this cursed place," he lamented as he rose, brushing off the dirt from his clothes. He stretched, easing the stiffness from a night spent curled beneath the tree, and immediately felt a sense of relief. Approaching the fire pit, he pondered aloud, "What now? An unfamiliar territory. Wait. This forsaken place is devoid of any inhabitants. With my lack of strength and ability, how on earth am I to survive? Curse it all. If I ever find out who played this cruel joke on me, I shall wield my knife against them and leave them here to experience this hell, perhaps even set up a live stream of their plight." Qingze thought darkly, grasping the branch at his side as he strode toward the beach he had visited the previous day. The morning sun cast its golden rays upon the sea, turning the waves into a shimmering spectacle. Qingze wandered aimlessly along the shore, yearning for some weary fish or shrimp to come ashore and converse with him. After a thorough search, he found nothing, not even a hermit crab. "Oh, come on, must it be this harsh? There's nothing here. I want to go home," Qingze lamented, collapsing onto the sand. What to do? What to do? This wretched place is devoid of life, and the jungle harbors unknown beasts. This is hell on earth. But a mere child, how am I to survive? How? Qingze engaged in a futile mental storm, contemplating his fate, pondering who might inherit the few thousand credits in his account. No, it cannot end like this. I must survive. Once I escape, I shall ensure that wretched scoundrel suffers. Qingze gritted his teeth, rising to gather several dry branches and leaves from the forest, constructing a rudimentary bonfire on the beach to prolong the fire's burn. He dug a sand pit, watching the smoky fire pit with a grimy smile, hoping that a passing vessel would rescue him. After completing this task, Qingze returned to the campsite from the previous night, where the firewood was nearly consumed. The scattered embers and feeble flames demonstrated a resilient vitality. Qingze scoured the surroundings for more dry twigs, reigniting the bonfire as lifeline, one he had labored hard to kindle, and he could not allow it to extinguish. Next, water. "Oh, I'm so hungry, I long for food," Qingze murmured, weakly imagining the tasks ahead as he walked. "This won't do. I must venture deeper into the jungle. Otherwise, I won't last long." Succumbing to thirst or starvation, he recalled the terrifying and mournful howls from the previous night, causing his body to shudder. He thought for a moment, tearing strips from his t-shirt to wrap around his hands, having developed blisters while starting the fire. He needed to prevent infection. He would clean the wounds properly once he found a water source. He felt a peculiar unease since yesterday, an inexplicable oddity, as if he had shrunk. He once stood at 18 meters tall, yet now felt like a child of merely a decade. Though small, he still possessed considerable strength. Shaking his head, he forced himself to calm down. Never mind, survival is the priority. He grasped a nearby branch and moved forward. Under the blazing sun, Qingze leaned weakly against a large tree, Pondering the bizarre nature of this place, after walking several kilometers without encountering even a small snake, he felt a growing sense of dread. Finding no water source would spell disaster. A sudden realization struck him. It was the sound of flowing water. Qingze felt a surge of excitement, hastening toward the source of the sound moments later. "Ha ha ha! The heavens have not forsaken me," he exclaimed, gazing at the gently flowing stream. He stumbled forward and plunged his head into the water. Ah, how refreshing! Qingze scooped up the stream water. Gulping down a couple of mouthfuls, she was revived. Submerged in the water, he thought, "Gurgle, I am so hungry, I crave fried chicken." Rising, he surveyed the surroundings. The stream was crystal clear, but he wondered if there were any fish emerging from the water. He gathered some firewood nearby. With yesterday's experience in firemaking, he worked much quicker this time, swiftly setting up a temporary camp before exploring the stream's vicinity. It appeared safe for the moment. Qingze advanced upstream, when suddenly a series of tracks caught his attention. Although he could not identify the animal that made them, he was certain they belonged to a small creature, one he could likely handle. Qingze promptly excavated several traps in the vicinity, hoping to ensnare an unsuspecting creature to replenish his energy. After completing this task, he intended to return to his temporary campsite. Thudum! Goodness, that was quick. Qingze hurried over, exclaiming, "What a plump rabbit!" In the pit lay a rabbit, its hind legs flailing desperately. Whether in pain or attempting to right itself was uncertain. Several sharpened branches were embedded in its body, and soon enough, the rabbit ceased its struggles. Wow, such fortune! What shall I prepare for dinner? Spicy rabbit head or charcoal grilled rabbit? This little one is so. Qingze quickly shook his head, dispelling the peculiar images forming in his mind. Grasping the rabbit by its ears, he returned to the campsite, picked up a sharpened stone, and proceeded to gut and skin it with deft motions. Before long, a delightful outdoor barbecue commenced. As the sun descended, casting a golden hue, Qingze gazed at the rabbit roasting over the fire, saliva pooling in his mouth. This rabbit was indeed succulent, golden fat dripping onto the grill, sizzling harmoniously. Tearing off a rabbit leg, his face radiated satisfaction, squinting his eyes into mere slits. Delicious, truly savory. Even without the seasoning of cumin, it was an exquisite treat. In no time, half the rabbit had vanished in Qingze's stomach. Taking a sip of freshly boiled water, Qingze felt tears of joy welling in his eyes. Such blissful days of nourishment were a true blessing. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from the nearby thicket, jolting Qingze into alertness. He swiftly grasped a nearby branch, fixating his gaze on the direction of the sound. "Whoa!" Qingze gasped, his voice trembling, as a wild boar materialized before him. Where on earth did this boar come from? Confusion washed over him. He recalled no signs of wild boars in the vicinity. Tightening his grip on his makeshift weapon, he swallowed hard, unwaveringly staring at the imposing creature. The boar emerged from the underbrush, illuminated by the dimming light and flickering flames. Qingze caught sight of its glistening tusks, sharp and menacing, advancing towards him. Its snout stained with blood. Panic surged within Qingze. "Oh no, this is bad. I forgot to clean up the remnants after preparing the rabbit. The scent has attracted this beast. What should I do?" As the wild boar inched closer, Qingze assessed the disparity in strength between them. He concluded that running was futile, and confronting it head-on was out of the question. Fear enveloped him, cold sweat soaking his clothes, his mind racing with thoughts of escape. With the crisis looming closer, Qingze felt his mind teetering on the edge of despair. Ding! Anomalous mental fluctuations detected in the host. Crisis alert. Crisis alert initiating system. Loading. Anomalies detected in host mental fluctuations. Crisis alert. Crisis alert. System loading. What? A surge of exuberance flooded Qingze's heart. A system? My heavens, what a boon! System loading. 1035. As Qingze listened to the mechanical voice resonating in his mind, the looming crisis seemed less significant. Oh my, this is indeed a system. Could it be that my years of toil have finally caught the attention of the heavens? I'm about to strike it rich, haha. At this moment, Qingze yearned to throw his head back and roar. I, Qin Han-san, have returned. The wild boar, observing this animated humanoid creature before him, felt an overwhelming displeasure. Was this a display of disregard for my presence? Did my two formidable tusks lack any semblance of intimidation? Enraged, the wild boar charged forward, its tusks gleaming ominously. During the assessment, he astonishingly overcame 3 formidable challenges, leaving the onlookers in a state of disbelief. Additionally, there was a remarkably beautiful young maiden, whose prowess was exceedingly formidable among her peers. At merely 17 years of age, she had already attained the pinnacle of the 2nd layer of the nascent soul stage, and in due course, she would ascend to the 3rd layer. After a considerable passage of time, it was finally the turn of the previously mentioned young man clad in gray. as he approached the first examination stage. An elder was stationed there to record the details of the participants. Name? Lu Xuanhe. Extend your hand for an age assessment. Upon hearing this, Lu Xuanhe respectfully extended his right hand onto the wooden table before the elder. The elder placed his hand upon Lu Xuanhe's arm, invoking a secret technique, and closed his eyes to meticulously gauge the boy's skeletal age. 18 years old. The elder opened his eyes and proceeded to jot down Lu Xuanhe's information. You may proceed to the first examination. Thank you, elder. Lu Xuanhe bowed deeply and then made his way towards the examination area. As he entered, a whirlwind of sensations engulfed him, compelling him to shut his eyes. When he dared to open them again, he found himself amidst a dense fog. His vision limited to a mere 10 feet around him. The surroundings were an indistinct expanse, leaving him to ponder the nature of this mental assessment. Just as Lu Xuanhe was deep in thought, the scene before him abruptly transformed. Chapter 3. Taking a disciple, Lu Xuanhe found himself confronted by an inferno. An endless sea of flames engulfed a mansion, where a group of individuals clad in black ruthlessly perpetrated a massacre. Countless bodies lay strewn across the ground, each meeting their demise in various gruesome ways. Some bore sword wounds, others bore gashes from blades, and there were even those whose heads had been completely severed from their bodies. In the courtyard of the estate, a young boy, no more than 8 years old, cried out, "Father!" A strikingly beautiful woman in her 30s shielded him protectively. Not far off, a formidable middle-aged man wielded a long sword, leading several guards in a desperate struggle against the assailants in black. However, as time wore on, more guards fell beside the middle-aged man, who himself bore an increasing number of wounds. "You beasts! You burn my Lu family's estate and slaughter my kin." Witnessing this horrific scene, Lu Xuanhe clenched his teeth, his expression twisted with rage, his body trembling uncontrollably, and his eyes glowing with a fiery intensity. The scene shifted once more. The young boy was enveloped in a faint azure spiritual energy. The beautiful woman beside him joined the distant battlefield, confronting the enemy alongside the middle-aged man. The couple, along with the few remaining guards, ignited their own spiritual energy, emanating a dazzling brilliance as they endeavored to self-destruct. They turned to gaze deeply at the child, their eyes filled with profound reluctance, affection, and concern for the little one. The child seemed to grasp the gravity of the moment, flailing his limbs while calling out for his parents. Ultimately, a thunderous sound reverberated as the child was enveloped in spiritual energy, traversing the fabric of space toward the horizon. The scene faded away. "Beasts! You wretched beasts! I shall undoubtedly find the one behind you and rend him into pieces." Witnessing this, Lu Xian's expression twisted into a terrifying snarl. Resembling a demon from the depths of hell, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his internal energy in disarray, as his spiritual power began to surge chaotically. His realm unexpectedly shattered, plummeting downwards, leaving him in an utterly despondent state, ultimately causing him to faint, his mind lost to madness. This was evidently a consequence of a shattered state of mind, leading to a fit of rage. Boom. Lu Xuanhe failed the assessment and was expelled from the examination grounds. This is not good. The elder from earlier hurried to support Lu Xuanhe. With one hand, he took out a clear heart pill and brought it to Lu Xuanhe's lips, while with the other hand, he pressed against his back, channeling spiritual energy into Lu Xuanhe's body to assist him in refining the pill. Before long, Lu Xuanhe gradually regained consciousness, opening his eyes to find himself before the very elder who had aided him. He immediately comprehended everything, rising weakly to his feet. And with both hands clasped in a gesture of respect towards the elder, he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your healing. It is of no consequence. Merely a trifling matter," the elder replied, yet he seemed more concerned about Lu Xuanhe's performance. Upon hearing this, Lu Xuanhe revealed a bittersweet smile, his countenance shadowed by melancholy. He recognized that he had become utterly useless, unless he were to encounter extraordinary treasures that could mend the damaged meridians within his body. He would never be able to cultivate again. Yet, who would be willing to squander such precious resources on a discarded individual? It is worth noting that even with the use of these rare treasures, there is no guarantee of successfully restoring one's physique. Rather than waste them on a failed practitioner, it would be far wiser to invest in the enhancement of his disciple's abilities. What a pity, for I had intended to take him as my apprentice. Humph, old Dao Yuan. You are indeed harboring ill intentions, seeking to snatch my disciple away. I had previously used a secret technique to investigate, discovering that he possessed the cultivation of the second level of the primordial spirit. I had thought he would easily pass through the 3 trials, but he faltered at the very first. Such is the irony of fate. Dao Huangzi, who do you think is plotting? I see that you have been opposing me all along. During the last disciple selection ceremony, you took one of my apprentices, and I have not forgotten that. Humph. Humph. In the void above, divine consciousness intertwined. Nearby, Daoji Sect and the others wore expressions of helplessness, seemingly accustomed to the spectacle. Enough. Is it not time to cease this quarrel? Have you not argued for hundreds of years? The central figure, the sect master of Daoji, could no longer endure and admonished them with his divine consciousness. Upon hearing this, the two finally fell silent, though their eyes continued to glare at each other like roosters preparing for battle, as if they could slay one another with mere glances. Sigh. My little master uncle likely will not attend the disciple selection ceremony. As Daoji Sect observed the event nearing its conclusion, he scanned the surroundings with his divine sense, finding no trace of Qin Tianyang. Suddenly, the five individuals raised their heads, looking towards Daoyang Peak. A figure was approaching, clad in white, with sharp brows and bright eyes, strikingly handsome and exuding an air of gallantry. System, where is my esteemed disciple? Qin Tianyang inquired, surveying the crowd below. Ding. Response to the host. The information is as follows. Name, Lu Xuanhe. Cultivation, none. Formerly at the second level of the primordial spirit. Aptitude, purple. Possesses a forbidden sword body. Background, family annihilated, now alone. The system provided comprehensive details, accompanied by an image. What does cultivation, none mean? Qin Tianyang pondered, while simultaneously using the image provided by the system to scan the crowd with his Imperial Divine Consciousness. The Imperial Divine Consciousness proved formidable, and in a fleeting moment, he located Lu Xuanhe. Qin Tianyang furrowed his brow slightly. What had transpired to cause such severe injuries? Upon further scanning with his Imperial Divine Consciousness, he confirmed that Lu Xuanhe's meridians were nearly entirely shattered, and he was devoid of any cultivation. What has happened? He approached the elder and inquired aloud. Upon recognizing Qin Tianyang, the elder hurriedly responded, Greetings, Master of Daoyang Peak. It is as follows. Although Qin Tianyang often remained inactive, residing at Daoyang Peak for extended periods, the sect elders were well acquainted with this esteemed figure. After a thorough explanation from the elder, Qin Tianyang began to understand the circumstances and suspected that Lu Xuanhe's traumatic childhood, stemming from his family's destruction, was the cause. During his trial of the heart state, he was confronted with the painful experiences of his childhood, which momentarily overwhelmed him with emotions, leading to a state of madness and rendering him devoid of any cultivation. However, had it been someone else in such a predicament, they might have relinquished their pursuit of Lu Xuanhe. After all, rare treasures of heaven and earth are not as common as cabbages. It is improbable for them to be bestowed upon a person deemed worthless. Yet, Qin Tianyang was different. 2 decades of diligent attendance had bestowed upon him countless techniques, divine weapons, medicinal herbs, and elixirs. He recalled that 5 years ago, upon signing in, the system rewarded him with a rare herb known as the celestial vein stargrass, specifically designed to mend meridians. Coupled with his own formidable cultivation as an emperor, it was certain that Lu Xuanhe would be restored to his former self. However, it would be prudent to first accept him as a disciple. Qin Tianyang turned to Lu Xuanhe and spoke, I am the master of Daoyang Peak. Do you wish to take me as your mentor? You shall be my foremost disciple. Senior, no, that is not feasible. My meridians are completely severed. I am but a cripple now. Accepting me as a disciple would only waste your efforts. I implore you to seek a more worthy student. Lu Xuanhe quickly interjected, waving his hands in refusal. Although he was unsure why this esteemed elder wished to take him as a pupil, he felt it was imperative not to accept, given his current state. Such high innate talent and exemplary character, truly a rare gem, Qin Tianyang mused, realizing the importance of the system's task. I must have him as my disciple. He reiterated, You need not worry about your meridians. I possess a method to restore you to your original state and even enhance your aptitude. I ask you once more. Will you become my disciple? Master, I beseech you to accept my 3 bows. Upon hearing Qin Tianyang's inquiry again, Lu Xuanhe, not wishing to be overly coy, immediately knelt and bowed 3 times with great reverence. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully accepting your first disciple. Rewards, cultivation technique, true interpretation of the sword Dao. Weapon, Emperor's Dao weapon, the Celestial Slayer sword, cultivation level, late stage Emperor. Qin Tianyang's mind was inundated with voices as the system continued to outline the rewards following the completion of the task. Ah, truly worthy of the system. It bestows unparalleled techniques and an Emperor's Dao weapon. He stood there, awestruck by the generous rewards. The true interpretation of the sword Dao. This technique originated from an era lost to time, attributed to an unparalleled sword master. Legend has it that this individual was invincible in swordplay, vanquishing all foes on the path to enlightenment and ultimately claiming dominion over the myriad realms. As for the Celestial Slayer's sword, the mere designation of Emperor's Dao weapon speaks to its extraordinary nature. What constitutes an Emperor's Dao weapon? It is a weapon wielded solely by an emperor, necessitating the use of the great Dao for its manipulation, thus earning the title of Dao weapon. Below the emperor rank, only a transcendent sage could continuously wield it, tapping into a fragment of its power as they begin to comprehend the great Dao of heaven and earth. Those beneath a transcendent sage could only regard the emperor's Dao weapon as an enhanced artifact, far sturdier than any sacred weapon. Such a weapon can unleash cataclysmic power only in the hands of those at emperor level and above. This task was truly worthwhile. Qin Tianyang stood rooted in place, a smile gracing his lips. Master? Lu Shuanga, noticing Qin Tianyang's peculiar demeanor, gently called out. Snapping back to reality, Qin Tianyang chuckled awkwardly. Ahem, it's nothing. I am simply overwhelmed with joy. We pay our respects to our revered uncle. At that moment, 5 figures descended from the heavens, gracefully landing before Qin Tianyang, and spoke in respectful tones. Daoji Sect stepped forward and stated, since our esteemed master has chosen to accept this individual as a disciple, he shall henceforth be regarded as our junior brother. He paused for a moment, casting a glance at Lu Shuanga before continuing. Within the sect, there still remain some rare treasures capable of mending meridians. The sect can offer one to restore your meridians, junior brother Lu. Qin Tianyang regarded Daoji Sect, pondering. This disciple of the sect master is quite commendable. However, with the rewards bestowed upon him by the system over the years, he finds himself not in need of the sect's assistance, only requiring a justification to procure such items. A spark of inspiration ignited in Qin Tianyang's mind as he spoke. There's no need for that. My granduncle left me some valuable items before his departure, including a treasure that can repair meridians. Very well. Since you have made your decision, I shall not insist further, Daoji Sect replied, yielding to his words. Shuanga, let us depart. With that, Qin Tianyang lifted Lu Shuanga with his spiritual power and strode away, hands clasped behind his back. Chapter 4. The Forbidden Sword Body. Daoji Sect is situated upon a colossal mountain range in the eastern domain, which is thus named the Daoji Mountain Range. This mountain range stretches for thousands of miles, resembling a sinuous, spiraling dragon resting upon the vast expanse of the eastern domain. As they journeyed forth, Lu Shuanga became wholly immersed in the breathtaking scenery surrounding them. Among the sights, 6 towering peaks stood out prominently. These were the mountains representing the 6 lineages of Daoji Sect, imposing and magnificent. The 6 principal peaks soared into the clouds like 6 unparalleled divine swords, emanating a fierce sword aura, seemingly poised to pierce the boundless sky at any moment. Beyond these 6 summits, a scattering of lesser peaks was harmoniously arranged, housing various sect departments such as alchemy, weaponry, and training grounds. Before long, Qin Tianyang led Lu Shuanga to a mist-shrouded peak. This mountain rose abruptly, reaching thousands of zhang into the clouds, standing majestically with an ineffable aura enveloping it. Master, is this the Daoang peak of our Daoang lineage? Indeed, Qin Tianyang confirmed, guiding Lu Shuanga to a grand hall atop Daoang Peak. Viewed from the outside, the hall exuded an air of grandeur and mystery, known as the Daoang Hall. Upon entering the hall, one was greeted by intricately carved beams and painted rafters, with the floor laid with smooth azure bricks. The walls and the 4 supporting pillars were adorned with dragons and phoenixes, depicting various exotic beasts with lifelike precision. From the ceiling hung a colossal luminous pearl, illuminating the entire hall. Seated in the main position, Qin Tianyang regarded Lu Shuanga below and said solemnly, Shuanga, I shall first assist you in mending your damaged meridians. The process will be excruciating, something beyond the endurance of ordinary individuals. Are you prepared? In response to the master, I fear no hardship, Lu Shuanga declared boldly. Excellent. Truly. You are a disciple worthy of my esteem. Qin Tianyang retrieved a bronze cauldron capable of accommodating an adult and subsequently placed an oddly shaped herb within it. This herb, known as the Tianchen grass, could easily be described as a singular leaf. Its verdant leaves shimmer with a mysterious glow along the veins, flickering like the stars in the night sky, hence its name. Following this, Qin Tianyang procured some exquisite spiritual liquid from his system space and poured it into the bronze cauldron, complementing it with various other herbs. He then summoned the spiritual energy and ignited the spiritual fire. Gradually, an enchanting aroma of medicine wafted from the cauldron, permeating the entire hall. At that moment, he urged, "Jump in quickly." With a flash, Lu Xuanhe leaped into the cauldron. As soon as he entered the bronze vessel, the scalding medicinal liquid enveloped his body. As if thousands of steel needles were simultaneously piercing through him, an excruciating pain surged forth, catching him off guard, and he let out a cry of agony. He gritted his teeth, striving to suppress any sound that might escape his lips. Observing this, Qin Tianyang promptly raised his hand, unleashing a stream of Dao rhythm that flowed into Lu Xian's body. This essence would aid in the absorption of the medicinal power, akin to a gentle spring, as it traversed the once agonizing meridians, which began to mend slowly. Yet, the pain did not abate. Rather, it intensified. Large beads of sweat cascaded down Lu Xian's forehead. His complexion turned as pale as parchment, and his lips were bitten through, oozing droplets of crimson. After an hour had passed, Lu Xian sensed a diminishment of his internal torment. Gradually, a soothing warmth began to blossom throughout his body, leaving him feeling refreshed and invigorated. He endeavored to cultivate his abilities, absorbing the spiritual energy from the air and guiding it to circulate throughout his body. Success. Master, I have recovered. Thank you, Master. Lu Xuanhe leaped from the great cauldron and approached Qin Tianyang, bowing deeply 3 times, overcome with emotion. Heaven had not forsaken him. No, nonsense about heaven. If there truly were a celestial force, how could it stand idly by while his entire clan was annihilated? It was his master who saved him. Were it not for his master, he would still be a mere wastrel, likely awaiting death in some desolate corner. He would have no opportunity to avenge his clan, to slay his enemies, and to bring solace to the spirits of his parents and the 50 or so members of his clan, including guards and servants. This was merely the beginning. Not only can I heal your body, but I also have further surprises in store for you, Qin Tianyang remarked with a smile. With that, he extended his hands, concentrating the power of the emperor at his fingertips, and gently tapped various acupoints on Lu Xuanhe's body. Such formidable strength. In that instant, Lu Xuanhe sensed that Qin Tianyang's power seemed even more terrifying than that of the previous Daoji Sect master and others. Before he could ponder further, an immense force surged into his body, as if something within him had been awakened. Master, what is this? I feel a powerful force awakening within me. Lu Xuanhe exclaimed in joyous astonishment as he felt the changes in his body. Do not speak. Close your eyes and truly experience it, Qin Tianyang instructed earnestly. Suddenly, a tremendous sword aura erupted into the sky, and an array of sword path rules began to manifest in the void, interwoven in a dense tapestry. The runes on the pillars of the Daoyang Hall flickered, and the formation of the main hall activated automatically, attempting to suppress this anomaly. Unfortunately, this sword aura was terrifyingly powerful, causing the hall to tremble, and the formation appeared on the verge of collapse. Seeing this, Qin Tianyang's gaze sharpened. He uttered a soft command, and his aura surged explosively as he pointed decisively, confining the anomaly within a 3-inch radius of Lu Xuanhe. He had just suppressed this strange phenomenon when he discovered that Lu Xuanhe's entire being subtly emanated the essence of swordsmanship, albeit not the complete force of the sword. It is essential to understand that if a genuine sword emperor were to unleash a strike, the power of that blow would be sufficient to rend the very fabric of the void, sever the rivers of stars, and cause the heavens and the earth to change their hues. Where the sword's momentum reached, it seemed as though space itself would be torn asunder, enveloping the world in an overwhelming pressure. Although Lu Xuanhe's grasp of sword principles paled in comparison, akin to a mere child. If the entirety of swordsmanship could be likened to a towering tree, then the fragment he comprehended could be considered but a seedling. This would require him to diligently cultivate and nurture this seed through his future battles and training. In doing so, he would undoubtedly achieve mastery over the sword in due time. Observing this scene, Qin Tianyang could not help but inwardly marvel. Others needed to methodically cultivate to the realm of transcendence before they could begin to approach the grand principles of the universe, and if their comprehension faltered, they might remain stuck in the transcendence realm for a lifetime. He is fortunate to possess this sword Dao seed, which can be likened to a ticket granting direct access to the realm of the Great Emperor. As long as he does not falter, he is destined to attain the Great Emperor's path in the future. No wonder the system mentioned that those with purple qualifications view the Great Emperor as merely the minimum achievement. Boom. Just as Lu Xuanhe was about to speak, his aura suddenly surged, and his cultivation began to ascend. Body refinement realm. First layer of body refinement. 9th layer of body refinement. Meridian opening realm. First layer of meridian opening. 9th layer of meridian opening. Spiritual platform realm. First layer of spiritual platform. Eighth layer of spiritual platform. Ninth layer of spiritual platform. Just as he was on the verge of breaking through to the nascent soul realm, he hastily exclaimed, "Please, Master, assist me in suppressing my cultivation." Qin Tianyang extended his right hand and placed it on Lu Xuanhe's shoulder, unleashing a trace of the great emperor's pressure to help Lu Xuanhe stabilize the turbulent spiritual energy within him. Ultimately, Lu Xuanhe's cultivation settled at the ninth layer of the spiritual platform. He bowed deeply to Qin Tianyang, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Master, for your assistance." Seeing this, Qin Tianyang nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "Well done. You did not lose your wits during your return to strength. Remember this, if the foundation is not solid, even the mightiest vessel cannot bear the weight of the ocean. Should you neglect to establish a strong foundation, hidden dangers will remain, and no matter how high your cultivation, there will come a day of collapse. Thank you for your teachings, Master." "I understand," Lu Xuanhe replied respectfully. After a moment of introspection, he continued, "Master, this feels like a unique constitution, possibly related to the sword Dao. I sense as if I have transformed into a sword, and there is an indescribable connection to the sword, as if I am the sword itself. Your constitution is known as the Forbidden Sword Body. It is among the most elite of constitutions, coveted by countless sword cultivators," Qin Tianyang explained. "Pray tell, Master, why is it called the Forbidden Sword Body?" Lu Xuanhe inquired, raising his gaze to Qin Tianyang. "As the name suggests, this constitution is exceedingly formidable, intolerable by the Heavenly Dao. Hence it is veiled in secrecy and referred to as forbidden. Your previous mental turmoil was partially due to the nature of your forbidden sword body. This body possesses a flaw. One's mental state is more susceptible to shattering compared to others, a consequence dictated by the Heavenly Dao. Although you had not activated your constitution prior, the stimulation during the mental assessment still affected you, leading to your descent into madness. Now I understand. Master is truly remarkable. Knowledgeable about all things and the laws of the universe, Lu Xuanhe gazed at his master with admiration. Hearing Lu Xuanhe's praise, Qin Tianyang's face flushed with embarrassment. Feeling somewhat shy, this knowledge was merely imparted to him by the system in his mind moments ago. It was not his own understanding. He cleared his throat and swiftly shifted the conversation, stating, "However, one must not become complacent. Although you possess the forbidden sword body, without diligent cultivation, it would be challenging to achieve greatness." Lu Xuanhe nodded earnestly and replied, "Disciple understands and shall strive diligently in cultivation, so as not to disappoint the expectations of the esteemed master." Chapter 5. The bestowal of rewards. Qin Tianyang nodded in satisfaction and subsequently retrieved the rewards he had previously obtained from the system's space. In his left hand, he held a jade tablet, while his right hand grasped a long sword. The surface of the jade tablet was inscribed with the 4 characters, the true interpretation of swordsmanship. As Lu Xuanhe gazed intently at these characters, he felt as though his very spirit was ensnared by their allure. Suddenly, the scene before him transformed. He found himself seemingly adrift in the cosmos, where countless stars twinkled in the depths of the starry expanse, and the Milky Way shimmered, adorning the serene and profound universe. In an instant, the 4 grand characters of the true interpretation of swordsmanship emerged before his eyes. Gradually, Lu Xuanhe perceived that each stroke and line of these characters had morphed into exceptionally sharp swords, soaring and swirling through the celestial realm as if adhering to an intricate path of the Tao, mysterious and unfathomable, imbued with an enigmatic essence. Just as he prepared to scrutinize them closely, these swords began to arrange and combine like agile dancers, eventually coalescing into 4 colossal swords. Ancient, mysterious. This was Lu Xuanhe's initial impression of these 4 swords. They appeared as if they were divine blades that had existed since the dawn of creation, emanating an awe-inspiring majesty that sent shivers down his spine. He observed with an almost intoxicating fascination, akin to a famished ghost in search of sustenance who beheld 4 unparalleled beauties, ensnared by the allure of these 4 divine swords. Beyond this, nothing in the world could capture his attention. The passage of time unfurled in the starlit expanse, an eternal silence enveloping all. A year, a century, a million years, an illusion of endless time passed, and the 4 divine swords began to undergo a transformation. Boom. Drawn by an unseen force, the 4 swords gradually converged, initiating a fusion. The resonance was earth-shattering, stirring the cosmic rivers and unsettling the universe. Eventually, tranquility returned. What materialized before Lu Xuanhe's eyes was an utterly ordinary iron sword, starkly contrasting with the previous 4 divine blades. Should one compare this sword, forged by an earthly blacksmith, with the former, they would discern no difference. Yet, This was merely the fade. Upon closer inspection, one would perceive an enigmatic flow of mystical principles coursing along the blade. A divine artifact by nature, its radiance subdued. A return to simplicity. Just as Lu Xuanhe was poised to delve deeper into this mystery, a resounding sword cry reverberated through the starry sky. The iron sword quivered, as though grasped by an unseen hand. It cleaved through the depths of the cosmos. Boom! In the depths of the starry expanse, the galaxy shattered. Countless stars disintegrating into dust. A cataclysmic scene unfolded before Lu Xuanhe, rendering him as if struck by lightning. His body stiffened like a statue, frozen in place. Still reeling from the shock, the iron sword sliced through the air once more with the swiftness of lightning. The spectacle before him transcended mere descriptions of cataclysm. It was akin to the advent of an apocalypse, revealing a breathtaking vision he had never witnessed in his lifetime. The boundless universe was cleaved apart by this seemingly mundane iron sword. The chaotic energies from beyond the cosmos surged into the fissure, transforming everything in its wake into chaos. As if this universe were on the brink of reverting to its primordial state. Just as Lu Xuanhe stood in awe of this spectacle, the iron sword unexpectedly swung towards him, a beam of sword light erupting forth with an unstoppable momentum, hurtling directly towards him. He instinctively attempted to resist, only to find himself utterly immobilized, despairingly closing his eyes as he awaited the arrival of death. Yet, after a prolonged moment, the anticipated demise did not materialize. Lu Xuanhe opened his eyes to discover that he was still alive. At this moment, he found himself within the Grand Hall, where his master, Qin Tianyang, was gazing at him with a cheerful smile as if nothing had transpired. The jade slip lay quietly in Qin Tianyang's hand. The word sword Dao Truth inscribed upon it in an unremarkable manner. The experiences he had just endured felt like a vivid dream, too real to dismiss. Could it be that I have lost my mind? Qin Tianyang gently patted his shoulder. Master, it seems I have just undergone an illusion. Within this realm, I traversed the starry skies and witnessed terrifying scenes. The rivers of stars shattered, the cosmos obliterated. In the end, I believed I was to perish, unable to struggle. I could only close my eyes and await death. To my astonishment, upon reopening them, I found myself still in the Grand Hall, and you were watching me. Everything remained unchanged. Lu Xuanhe's heart brimmed with confusion. May I inquire, Master, what is the meaning of this? Because you possess the forbidden sword body, upon fully activating your physique, you have gained an extraordinary sensitivity to all things related to the sword in this world. The Sword Dao Truth is a revered scripture of swordsmanship. The first half chronicles the practices of a legendary swordsman from an era long past. The latter half contains this legendary figure's supreme understanding of the sword path. It encompasses not only his lifelong insights but also the interpretations of swordsmanship from countless other formidable swordsmen throughout the ages. The 4 characters of the Sword Dao Truth were inscribed by his own hand. Qin Tianyang bestowed the jade slip upon him. Lu Xuanhe gazed at the Sword Dao Truth in his hands, as if he were holding a sword. Thus, upon first encountering the Sword Dao Truth, he was captivated by the inherent sword intent contained within those 4 characters, entering a state of enlightenment long coveted by countless prodigies. It was indeed the legendary state of comprehension. No wonder he had seemingly spent endless years in the illusion while only a fleeting moment had passed in reality. Lu Xuanhe suddenly realized that he had entered the state of enlightenment. Qin Tianyang also extended the sword in his right hand to Lu Xuanhe, who put away the jade slip and received it with both hands. Thank you, Master, for granting me this weapon. A fervent light shone in Lu Xuanhe's eyes. This was a black longsword, measuring approximately 2 feet 4 inches in blade length, with a grip of about 9 inches, totaling around 3 feet 3 inches in length. The blade was inscribed with the characters Slay Immortals, which served as its name. Furthermore, intricate patterns adorned the blade, while a brilliant gem was embedded in the grip. Observing Lu Xuanhe's delighted expression, Qin Tianyang maintained a calm demeanor, stating, "This sword is a weapon of the great emperor." What? Master, you cannot be deceiving me. This truly is a weapon of the great emperor? Lu Xuanhe suddenly lifted his head, casting a gaze towards his master. In this era, where the great emperors remain absent and the carefree saints do not reveal themselves, the Tongtian realm stands as the pinnacle of power across the continent. A mere primary sacred weapon suffices to meet the demands of the Tongtian realm. The Dao weapons of the great emperors can only be forged by those of imperial stature. For the crafting of such weapons requires an exceedingly rare material known as the Dao rhythm. Only formidable great emperors possess the ability to refine this essence. Consequently, each Dao weapon of a great emperor is a treasure of immense rarity, sufficient to serve as the foundational essence of a sacred land. At this moment, however, Qin Tianyang unexpectedly bestowed upon Lu Xuanhe a Dao weapon of a great emperor. Why would I deceive you? Moreover, to prevent you from becoming overly reliant on this weapon for victory, thus hindering your own cultivation, I have sealed this sword to match your current strength. It shall gradually be unsealed as your cultivation advances. Qin Tianyang shot him a glare, irritated that the impudent boy still doubted him. If you dislike it, I shall reclaim it. Please, master, I was merely jesting, Lu Xuanhe replied with a face full of flattery, accepting the sword as though it were a precious treasure. At the same time, he recognized the good intentions behind Qin Tianyang's actions. He understood that an excessive reliance on external forces would only narrow the path of his cultivation. It is solely through his own strength that he could journey further. Very well, you have already experienced enough for today. It is time to descend and rest well. Once you have recuperated, remember to meticulously digest the insights gained today. Qin Tianyang waved his hand, indicating that the disciples of Daoji Peak resided on the left side of the back mountain. You may freely choose a cave dwelling that appeals to you, all of which are inscribed with gathering spirit formations, greatly beneficial for your cultivation. Simultaneously, a token flew into Lu Xuanhe's hands. This token, square in shape, wore the characters Daoji on its face, with the emblem of the Daoji Sect depicted in the background. The reverse side was inscribed with the name Lu Xuanhe, signifying that this token belonged to him. Lu Xuanhe carefully stored the token and deeply bowed to Qin Tianyang, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, master. I shall take my leave. Though his voice was soft, it resonated with sincerity within the tranquil hall. Having spoken, he straightened up, turned, and departed with a joyous spring in his step. Chapter 6. The True Understanding of the Sword Path. As Lu Xuanhe left, the hall fell into silence. System. Qin Tianyang softly called out to the system in his mind. Ding. Response to the host. I am here, a voice echoed in Qin Tianyang's consciousness. Open the system panel. Yes, host. A virtual system panel, visible only to Qin Tianyang, unfolded before him. Host name, Qin Tianyang Realm. Early Emperor, Initial Enlightenment. Unclaimed Rewards, Late Emperor Cultivation Disciple. Lu Xuanhe, Forbidden Sword Body. Claim Cultivation. Boom. Mid-Emperor. Late Emperor. Qin Tianyang's aura erupted, and his realm surged abruptly to Late Emperor. The immense power within him stirred, and a terrifying pressure radiated from his being. Should anyone witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be astounded, exclaiming that it was impossible. After reaching the Emperor stage, every minor advancement typically requires hundreds of years of seclusion and refinement, unless one encounters significant fortuitous opportunities or possesses extraordinary innate talent. Even so, breaking through a small realm in a few decades is considered remarkably swift. Qin Tianyang was immensely pleased within. Merely accepting a disciple had allowed him to ascend 2 minor realms. If he were to gather a multitude of disciples, would his cultivation not continue to rise? Could he then achieve immortality, becoming invincible against the passage of time? System, when will the second task be issued? Where is my second disciple? Ding. Response to the host. When the time is right, this system will issue the task of accepting disciples. The system's voice resonated in Qin Tianyang's mind. Then, sensing his thoughts, the system continued, a reminder for the host. If you forcibly establish a master-disciple relationship with a certain prodigy, you will not receive any rewards. Very well. Qin Tianyang sighed helplessly. Since he could not impose his will, he would have to let things unfold naturally. He resolved to temporarily devote himself to the instruction of Lu Xuanhe, for this disciple was a genius endowed with the forbidden sword body. Ding. A system task has been issued. Assist Lu Xuanhe in uncovering the truth behind the annihilation of his clan and seek vengeance. May I inquire whether the host accepts this task? Yes, I accept the task. Qin Tianyang felt a surge of joy in his heart and promptly accepted the mission. He believed that the system was solely responsible for the task of receiving disciples, unaware that it also encompassed subsequent duties pertaining to each disciple. Regarding this task, his understanding was limited. From the information previously provided by the system, he learned that Lu Xuanhe's family had been annihilated, leaving him utterly alone. This child is truly pitiable. His family destroyed, he stands solitary, unaware of the identity of his enemies. Had he not encountered me, he might have lost all hope of avenging his grievances in this lifetime. Contemplating this, Qin Tianyang could not help but feel a surge of compassion. As night descended, he resolved to wait until Lu Xuanhe emerged from his seclusion to inquire about this matter. At this moment, Lu Xuanhe had arrived at the back mountain of Daoji Peak. The scenery here was breathtaking, with verdant trees, overlapping peaks, and mist swirling around. Under the illumination of the moonlight, everything appeared so tranquil and mysterious. Lu Xuanhe stood quietly on the cliff of the back mountain, gazing into the distance. His gaze exuded a profound sense of determination and resolve, as if he had discovered an inner strength amidst the breathtaking scenery. Father, Mother, your child has successfully entered the Daoji Sect, and has been accepted as the foremost disciple by a master of unfathomable power. In the days to come, I shall avenge you. Lu Xuanhe turned and walked towards the disciples' quarters, casually selecting a cave dwelling to reside in. The interior of the cave was modestly furnished, with luminous pearls embedded in the walls providing illumination. Looking deeper inside, he found a wooden bed adorned with bedding. However, this bed appeared somewhat larger than a standard single bed, ample enough to accommodate two. Diagonally opposite the bed stood a wooden table, upon which lay a book. Lu Xuanhe approached and picked it up, discovering it was inscribed with the words Disciples' Manual of the Sect, which succinctly introduced the regulations of the Daoji Sect and other pertinent matters. Naturally, the most crucial aspect was the hand seal required to activate the spirit-gathering formation within the cave. Lu Xuanhe attempted to perform the hand seal, initiating the formation. Boom! The formation began to operate. He distinctly sensed that the spiritual energy within the cave was gradually intensifying, with the concentration of this ethereal essence on the rise. Lu Xuanhe stood in stunned silence, utterly bewildered. He faintly recalled that in his childhood, there existed a spiritual gathering formation within his home, which, when activated, could indeed gather spiritual energy. However, when compared to the grand formations of the Daoji Sect, it appeared as mere child's play. The disparity between the two was as vast as the heavens and the earth. The spiritual energy within the cave abode had almost transformed into a liquid state, and it was no wonder that the disciples of the Holy Land cultivated at a pace significantly swifter than their peers. This phenomenon was not solely attributable to innate talent. External factors played a considerable role as well. Lu Xuanhe, having recovered from his astonishment, settled into a meditative position on his bed. He then placed the jade slip in the palm of his hand, closed his eyes, and regulated his breathing, entering a state of cultivation. As his mind gradually calmed, the information contained within the jade slip flowed into his consciousness like a crystalline spring. He possessed an extraordinary talent for swordsmanship, grasping the essence of the techniques in his mind with but a single glance. Following the guidance, he directed the spiritual energy within him to traverse specific meridians. After circulating this energy through several cycles, countless swordsmanship principles manifested around him. These principles intertwined with his aura, transforming him into a living blade. The previously soaring realm began to solidify and strengthen as the spiritual energy within him continuously compressed and refined. Yet, the transformation did not cease there. Perhaps it was the first collision between his unparalleled physique, the forbidden sword body, and the supreme swordsmanship truths of the ultimate technique. After Lu Xuanhe devoted himself to the cultivation of the swordsmanship truths for 3 days and nights, strange phenomena erupted within his cave. Images began to emerge. Should any onlooker witness these visions, they would undoubtedly be left aghast, their minds unsettled. Among these images was a blade of grass ascending into the air, cleaving the heavens with a sword strike that obliterated a star. An elderly man was surrounded by multitudes, each exuding a terrifying aura, rivaling that of an emperor. The elder pointed his finger as if it were a sword, unleashing a sword chi that caused all who stood in its path to explode into crimson mist. One image was particularly harrowing. In the starry sky, calamity clouds stretched for billions of miles, incessantly unleashing dreadful tribulations. The light of these tribulations ravaged the heavens and earth, transforming celestial bodies into ash, as if the world were approaching its apocalypse. Countless souls were paralyzed with fear, shrieking and fleeing in panic. Amidst this chaos, a man clad in black, unremarkable in appearance, wielding a wooden sword, boldly charged into the heart of the calamity clouds. There, the clash of sword light and tribulation light intertwined, accompanied by continuous, thunderous sounds. Ultimately, the outcome remained unknown. The fate of this swordsman lay in uncertainty. Breakthrough. Lu Xuanhe furrowed his brow and shouted, exerting all his strength in a bid to shatter the obstacles before him. The previously tenuous realm, after 3 days and nights of tempering, had long since become as steadfast as a mountain. He sought to seize this opportunity to ascend to the realm of the primordial spirit. Bang! Within Lucien's body, his spiritual energy broke through its constraints. An endless flow of power coursing through his veins, as he absorbed all the spiritual energy present in the cave. His breath suddenly changed. The spiritual platform shattered and reassembled, transforming into a diminutive figure that bore an uncanny resemblance to Lu Xuanhe himself. This was the hallmark of the primordial spirit realm. Primordial spirit. Those who transcend to this realm can wield the power of their primordial spirit, that is, the strength of their soul, in combat. Practitioners below the primordial spirit realm are doomed to perish when facing a formidable adversary of this level. With a sigh, Lu Shuanga slowly opened his eyes. A glimmer of brilliance shooting forth from them, he had finally returned to the primordial spirit realm. As he delved into the intricacies of his internal condition, he simultaneously attuned himself to the essence of his own power. His spiritual energy had become more refined and robust than before. Lu Xuanhe was astonished by his current prowess, which surpassed his former self by several magnitudes. The profound swordsmanship scripture he possessed contained a technique known as the Great Celestial Sword Cannon, the rank of which remained unknown to him. Yet, due to the enlightenment bestowed by his forbidden sword body, he found himself unable to grasp its essence overnight. It was only through the aid of the sword seed that he managed to barely cultivate the first layer of the Great Celestial Sword Cannon, thus establishing a firm foundation. The results were evidently remarkable, with the first layer of the Great Celestial Sword Cannon complemented by his forbidden sword body. He felt capable of vanquishing his former self with a single strike. Xuanhe, come to the back mountain, a sudden voice pierced through his contemplation. Chapter 7. The Hatred of Annihilation. My master is seeking me. He hastily rose, leaping from his bed and exiting the cave. It was only then that he realized 3 days had passed. The dawn was gently breaking as the sun ascended in the east, casting brilliant rays across the sky. The fiery orb dispelled the thin veil of mist, showering the world with a dazzling cascade of light. Lu Xuanhe summoned his spiritual energy, and an invisible force lifted him, transforming him into a streak of light as he sped towards the back mountain. There, Qin Tianyang remained as ever, reclining on his bamboo chair, eyes closed in serene contemplation. Disciple pays respect to master. Lu Xuanhe approached Qin Tianyang's side, speaking with reverence. Qin Tianyang opened his eyes, which seemed to hold the flow of galaxies, embodying the cycle of creation and destruction. He turned to Lu Xuanhe and said, "The reason I summoned you here is for your sake." "For my sake?" Lu Xuanhe replied, his expression one of confusion. He felt quite well at the moment. Not only had his cultivation been restored, but his strength had also advanced significantly. Furthermore, he had received the supreme martial arts and the imperial weapons bestowed by his master. Just as he was about to inquire further with Qin Tianyang, a sudden thought struck him. He shuddered as his pupils constricted, and with an incredulous tone, he asked, "Master, did you summon me here for the sake of avenging my clan?" He was not the least bit astonished that his master was aware of his affairs, for he understood that his master possessed unfathomable strength and profound knowledge of both heaven and earth. He was simply astonished that his master would personally inquire about this matter and show concern for him. How could this not touch his heart? "Master, I am quite well, and I appreciate your concern." A glimmer of tears sparkled in Lu Xuanhe's eyes, yet he was reluctant to burden his master further. "Humph, my dear disciple. You have gravely misunderstood. Once a master, forever a father. Having learned of your past, how could I remain a mere bystander? If I were to do so, would I still be deemed a competent teacher? Should others learn of this, though they might not dare to speak openly, would they not secretly condemn me? Furthermore, I am inherently a warm-hearted person, and it is my nature to assist those in need. It is but a daily occurrence for me. Moreover, if I do not help you avenge your grievances, your peace of mind will remain unfulfilled, inevitably hindering your cultivation. I have already informed you about the forbidden sword body. When you find yourself struggling on the path of cultivation, your heart will grow increasingly anxious. This, in turn, heightens the risk of you falling into madness. Do you wish to repeat the mistakes of the past?" Qin Tianyang rose and approached the edge of the cliff. Gazing into the distance, Lu Xuanhe felt a warm current surge within him and thus ceased his resistance. He bowed deeply and said, "Disciple understands. May I ask, Master, when shall we set forth?" "Huh? Set forth? Where to?" Qin Tianyang shuddered, and the profound image he had painstakingly maintained shattered in an instant. A hint of embarrassment flickered in his eyes as he replied, "Do you truly perceive me as a deity? While I may glimpse the workings of fate, knowing your name and the vague outlines of your past is my limit." Lu Xuanhe's expression turned peculiar as he scratched his head and awkwardly remarked, "So, even Master has things he does not know." Qin Tianyang's face flushed, and he cleared his throat. "Of course, I am not omniscient. Speak of your matters quickly. We must not squander time." At these words, Lu Xuanhe's countenance grew somber, his eyes filled with guilt as he stated, "In truth, I do not know much either." "Then speak." "I hail from a nation in the northern region of the eastern domain known as the Wei Kingdom. Within Wei, there exists a formidable clan called the Lu family. I am the son of the head of the Lu family. One fateful night a decade ago, A group of masked men stormed into our estate, first setting fire to our home and then attacking indiscriminately. My father led the household guards to confront these assailants, while my mother stayed by my side to protect me. However, the assailants were overwhelmingly powerful, and soon the guards suffered heavy casualties, leaving only a few formidable ones alive. Consequently, my parents made a swift decision. My mother would protect my escape, while my father, along with the remaining guards, would confront the attackers, buying us time to flee safely. Upon hearing this, Qin Tianyang furrowed his brow slightly, sensing an anomaly. If the situation were as effortless as it seemed, why had your mother not managed to escape? The words of my master rang true. At that time, a group of men clad in black had unexpectedly stormed into our residence, catching my parents completely off guard. In the ensuing chaos, as they hastily prepared to fight back, numerous guards fell around them, and the situation grew increasingly dire, leaving my father in a state of disarray. The residence of the Liu family was situated in the most bustling area of the Wei Kingdom's capital, surrounded by the estates of the kingdom's nobility and officials. Logically, such a commotion should have alarmed others long before, yet no one arrived to assist us. It was only when my mother and I were obstructed by a formation that my parents realized the enemy had come well prepared. They had laid out a formation in advance, sealing off our home, muffling all sound, and preventing any member of the Liu family from fleeing. My mother fought desperately against the formation, but it was extraordinarily sturdy. Her efforts yielded no visible damage. I was terrified, believing that our entire family was doomed. Suddenly, my mother retrieved a talisman from her spatial ring, inscribed with symbols I could not comprehend. It was only after my own cultivation that I learned it was a void escape talisman, capable of transporting an individual thousands of miles away upon activation. My mother infused her spiritual power into the talisman and handed it to me, urging me to escape. At this point, Lu Xuana's voice caught in his throat, overwhelmed by sorrow. My parents sacrificed their own spiritual energy in a self-destructive explosion to shatter the Great Formation, creating an opportunity for me. The Void Escape Talisman was soon activated, enveloping me in a protective shield of spiritual energy. With a deafening roar, I was transformed into a streak of light, fleeing into the distance. When I awoke again, I found myself in a mountainous forest. It was later revealed to me that I was at the border of the eastern regions west and north, over 10,000 miles away from Wei Kingdom. Subsequently, I trained diligently while gathering information about Wei. Naturally, I could not probe too deeply. I often frequented taverns and inns, listening to the conversations of travelers. One day, I finally heard news concerning Wei Kingdom. It was said that in the year following the destruction of the Liu family, Wei suddenly mobilized troops to attack the neighboring Qi kingdom. The motive was revealed to be that Wei had discovered Qi's involvement in the assassination of my family. In a bid for vengeance, Wei had thus launched an assault on Qi. As for Qi's reasoning, it was attributed to a peculiar explanation. They held a grudge against my father for annihilating 200,000 Qi soldiers in a war over a contested iron mine near the border 15 years prior. This was the entirety of the information I had gathered. Lu Xuana concluded, "So, do you believe the perpetrator was indeed the Emperor of Qi?" Qin Tianyang turned around and gazed at Lu Xuanga. Lu Xuanga pondered, "Master, I believe it is more prudent to suspect the Emperor of Wei than the Emperor of Qi." "Oh, pray, elaborate," Qin Tianyang replied, his eyes glimmering with appreciation. "Firstly, the rationale behind Qi's assassination attempt on our Liu family seems rather flimsy. After all, wars inevitably incur casualties, and moreover, from my investigations, it was Qi that instigated the conflict. Is it not absurd to wage war over iron ore, only to suffer defeat and excessive losses, then blame the general of Wei? Secondly, I recall certain matters. The current emperor of Wei had a rival prior to his ascension, the very candidate our Liu family supported, the former crown prince of Wei. After ascending the throne, he harbored resentment and continually oppressed our Liu family. This was something I gleaned from the casual conversations of my parents. Considering these 2 points, I find the likelihood of the Emperor of Wei being the culprit to be greater. Alas, my knowledge is limited, hindering further deductions, Lu Xuanga lamented. I too perceive a higher probability regarding Wei, Qin Tianyang concurred, patting his shoulder. However, whether it is Qi or Wei, we shall investigate both. Xuanga, remember this. Once I uncover the true mastermind, no one shall impede your vengeance. In that moment, Qin Tianyang turned to gaze into the distance, his eyes blazing like 2 bolts of lightning that pierced the heavens, exuding an aura of authority as if he were the sovereign of the universe, commanding all beings. "Master, you are formidable. Master, you are invincible." Lu Xuanga beheld his master, perceiving him as a living deity, filled with admiration and an overwhelming sense of reverence. Impudent child. Maintain a low profile. Qin Tianyang swiftly subdued his aura, returning to an ordinary demeanor as he retrieved a map. Master, look here, this is Qi. Into its north lies Wei. Lu Shuanga unfolded the map for Qin Tianyang. Given that, let us proceed to Qi without delay. We must set forth at once. Chapter 8. The quest for vengeance begins. Journey to Qi 7 days later. Qin Tianyang and Lu Shuanga arrived at the capital of Qi. The duration of their journey was extended intentionally, as Qin Tianyang sought to temper Lu Shuanga's abilities. Otherwise, for a formidable emperor, traversing such a distance would be merely a fleeting thought. Throughout these 7 days, Qin Tianyang captured various spirit beasts ranging from the 1st to 3rd tier and compelled Lu Shuanga to engage in life-and-death combat with them. Victory would grant them the opportunity to savor the flesh of demon beasts, absorbing the essence of their blood and meat. In the event of defeat, it was certain that Qin Tianyang would not passively watch as Lu Shuanga met his demise. However, he would not readily intervene unless the situation became dire. Throughout these 7 days, Lu Shuanga indeed faced life and death crises, though these were of his own volition. Generally, the bodies of demon beasts surpassed those of humans of the same realm, yet Lu Shuanga possessed the capability to confront foes beyond his level. When facing demon beasts of equal rank, he felt no pressure and could even effortlessly suppress them. Hence, he took the initiative to challenge multiple demon beasts simultaneously. The benefits of such rigorous training were evident. Amidst the brutal struggles for survival, Lu Shuanga ascended 2 levels, attaining the 3rd tier of the nascent soul realm, fully recovering his previous prowess and even progressing further. Before the gates of the capital city of Qi, Qin Tianyang and Lu Shuanga stood in line, awaiting entry. To gain access, each individual was required to pay 1 medium-grade spirit stone. At the entrance, 2 guards of the 3rd tier of the Meridian realm stood watch, one responsible for collecting the spirit stones, while the other remained vigilant to prevent any disturbances. After both master and disciple paid their dues, they finally entered the capital. Inside the city, a bustling spectacle unfolded, vehicles and throngs of people surged forth. A continuous stream of life. Shops lined the streets, their myriad wares dazzling to the eye. Occasionally, flying artifacts whizzed overhead, occupied by powerful cultivators, eliciting murmurs of astonishment from passers-by. In the distance, a cacophony of sounds arose from a marketplace, where vendors, all practitioners of the body refinement realm, peddled various artifacts and techniques, their authenticity uncertain. Come one, come all. Witness the ancient techniques and weapons aplenty. The 9-sun sword technique. The unparalleled art of the ancient sage, the 9 suns sword saint, promised the ability to obliterate mountains and seas when mastered to perfection. If 9 swords were unleashed simultaneously, the devastation could be cataclysmic, all for the price of 998 medium-grade spirit stones. The Jiaoguang sword, excavated from the abode of an ancient practitioner, was a supreme artifact. Albeit severely damaged by the ravages of time, yet, once restored, it would surely shine brilliantly. A flat price of 888 medium-grade spirit stones would secure this extraordinary weapon. Qin Tianyang was left speechless. The audacity of these merchants was astounding. He scrutinized the 9-sun sword technique with his divine sense and discerned its true nature. It was merely a fire-attributed profound-level technique, yet the vendor had the audacity to claim it as a saint-level skill. As for the Jiaoguang sword, Qin Tianyang could assure with his own Dao heart that it was nothing more than an ordinary profound-level weapon. Moreover, the seller had intentionally damaged it to enhance its appearance of authenticity. Should an unsuspecting fool purchase it, they would be fortunate if it could unleash the power of a yellow-grade exquisite weapon. Master, shall we storm the palace now? Not in haste. We have traveled all day, and I can see that you are quite famished. Let us first indulge in a meal at an inn. Qin Tianyang beheld a restaurant named Meiwailu ahead and, without a hint of embarrassment, remarked casually. Lu Xian was momentarily speechless, pondering who exactly was eager for a meal. As they entered the establishment, a young attendant clad in gray approached them with enthusiasm. What would you gentlemen like to order? Qin Tianyang glanced at the attendant and requested, please recite your signature dishes. Certainly, esteemed guest, the attendant replied before retreating. The master and disciple ascended to a window-side table on the 2nd floor. Before long, an array of various beast meats was served. Among them was a dish named braised rabbit, crafted from a creature known as the sky-kicking soft-boned rabbit. This rabbit frequently leaps high, resulting in particularly tender leg meat and exceptionally crisp bones, making it a favorite among many cultivators. Additionally, There were steamed ribs made from the demon arrow boar, steamed giant crab from the giant claw crab, chicken casserole from the spirit treasure chicken, braised bear paw from the barbarian bear, and spicy grilled fish from the moonlight spirit fish. Let us indulge, Qin Tianyang urged eagerly. Lu Xian's mouth watered at the sight. Although he initially felt little hunger, his stomach soon grumbled as he picked up a piece of bear paw to savor. Half an hour later, the two leaned back in their chairs, satiated and burping. Waiter, the bill, please. Esteemed guest, that will be 50 medium-grade spirit stones. Qin Tianyang produced a pouch containing exactly 50 medium-grade spirit stones and tossed it to the attendant. Thank you, esteemed guest. The attendant counted the stones, bowed, and respectfully departed. Let us be on our way. Qin Tianyang waved his hand nonchalantly, and the two vanished from sight. Nearby patrons gasped in astonishment, relieved that they had refrained from mocking the two gluttons earlier. In the Qi Kingdom's imperial palace, a sprawling complex of palatial structures sprawled over 100 acres. These palaces were artfully arranged, interconnected by broad avenues and exquisite bridges. Among them, one palace stood out like a dazzling gem, remarkably prominent. This grand edifice exuded an imposing aura, reminiscent of a towering mountain, occupying the very heart of the palace grounds. At that moment, two individuals were engaged in conversation within the palace. One, a middle-aged man clad in an ornate dragon robe, occupied the higher seat, emanating an extraordinary presence. A subtle yet palpable authority radiating from him. He was none other than Emperor Qi Wu of the Qi Kingdom. Your Majesty, the Wei Kingdom approaches with great force. We must remain vigilant, the other middle-aged man said, clasping his hands in salute. The emperor furrowed his brow slightly. The Wei Emperor, Wei Lingkong, inexplicably went mad a decade ago, launching an assault on our Qi Kingdom. He claims we dispatched individuals to the Wei capital to annihilate the entire Lu family. He alleges that our actions were taken to avenge the soldiers who perished in the war 15 years ago, yet it is utterly ludicrous. I perceive that Wei Lingkong harbors treacherous ambitions, seeking to seize the territories of my Qi Kingdom in pursuit of greater resources. In this regard, Qi Wu's eyes glinted with a fierce resolve as he remarked, 2 border cities of Qi have fallen into his hands, leading to the slaughter of my citizens. I had intended to dispatch troops to reclaim those cities next year, yet he has taken the initiative to attack. Does he truly believe Qi to be weak and ineffectual? Qi Wu turned his gaze toward the middle-aged man below, commanding, order the border forces to march out tomorrow to confront the army of Wei. The middle-aged man acknowledged the command and was about to depart when a voice resonated throughout the grand hall. You claim that Qi did not annihilate the Lu family. Is this truly the case? Suddenly, Qin Tianyang and Lu Xian materialized within the hall. Who are you? And why have you intruded upon my court? Qi Wu exclaimed, his heart racing as the formidable aura characteristic of the realm of laws began to manifest, hinting at an impending rupture of the void. Concurrently, the middle-aged man swiftly positioned himself as a shield before Qi Wu, revealing his own potent energy, albeit slightly inferior, as he was merely at the celestial realm. Without hesitation, the middle-aged man launched an attack, striking with a powerful fist. The hall trembled with the surge of spiritual energy, coalescing into a massive fist aimed at Qin Tianyang. In response, Qin Tianyang remained impassive, raising a hand and effortlessly waving it, causing the enormous spiritual fist to dissipate into nothingness, as if it had been but a wisp of smoke. There was no cataclysmic sound. With a mere gesture, Qin Tianyang had deflected the middle-aged man's strike. The two adversaries recognized the ominous intent of the newcomers, and a terrifying aura erupted, radiating outward from the hall, shaking the entire palace. Countless onlookers raised their heads toward the hall, shouting, "Quickly, protect the emperor." The surrounding guards were the first to react, beads of sweat trickling down their foreheads. Assassins had infiltrated the palace, and they were completely oblivious to it. As the guards attempted to rush into the hall, they found themselves halted by an invisible barrier. They unleashed their full might against this barrier, which stood as resilient as an iron wall, unwavering as Mount Tai. Kill. Qi Wu and the middle-aged man attacked in unison, unleashing lethal moves as they approached Qin Tianyang, wielding their weapons with deadly intent. Xianfeng cleaves the earth. 7 stars converge sword. An overwhelming pressure bore down upon Qin Tianyang and Lu Xian as blades of light surged toward them. Yet, Qin Tianyang's expression remained serene as he raised a hand and waved it once more. The sword and blade lights shattered, and the oppressive force dissipated. With a thunderous impact, the two were sent flying, crashing through pillars and collapsing to the ground. Do you wish to strike again? Qin Tianyang inquired, lifting a hand from which a formidable attraction emanated, drawing the two toward him. Qi Wu and his companion found themselves in disarray, their pupils constricting in terror as they regarded Qin Tianyang, who appeared as an invincible deity before them. Upon hearing this, Qi Wu hastily shook his head and respectfully declared, "Senior, your strength is formidable. We have overstepped our bounds." "Oh, you no longer consider us as assassins?" Qin Tianyang spoke, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Senior, you jest. If you truly wished to harm us, you would not have revealed yourself. Furthermore, you did not strike us down just now. Coupled with your earlier words upon your appearance, it leads me to believe that you have pressing matters to discuss with me." Qi Wu replied with great respect. If he were to entertain the notion of making another move, he would indeed be of unsound mind. After all, he has encountered his great-grandfather, the most formidable ancestor of the Qi nation, the one of the highest lineage, the steadfast anchor of their realm. In his view, the pressure exerted by his great-grandfather pales in comparison to even a fraction of what Qin Tianyang imposes upon him now. Such an individual would only provoke trouble if his wits were truly compromised. Moreover, it appears that no malice is intended on the part of the other. Allow me to inquire once more. Did you, a decade ago, genuinely refrain from dispatching assassins to annihilate the Lu family of the Wei nation? Elder, I must admit, I find this perplexing. The Lu family of Wei has been eradicated, yet the Emperor Wei Lingkong of Wei claims that it was our Qin nation that orchestrated their demise. He subsequently used this as a pretext to invade and seize 2 cities from our Qi. Are you truly not deceiving me? Qin Tianyang's gaze pierced with an intensity that seemed to delve into the very depths of Qi Wu's soul. An abrupt shift in his aura emanated a terrifying presence, directed solely at Qi Wu, overwhelming him with such force that his mind reeled and he could scarcely draw a breath. He appeared to witness the descent of a grand emperor, exuding unparalleled majesty, his figure towering as if to pierce the heavens. "No, esteemed elder. My kingdom of Qi has certainly not annihilated the Lu family. I can swear this upon my Dao heart." Qi Wu, enduring immense pressure, spoke with great difficulty. He invoked a solemn vow, declaring that should he truly send men to destroy the Lu family, he would face the ruin of his nation and the extinction of his people. Observing Qi Wu's sincere demeanor, which suggested he spoke the truth, and noting his oath sworn upon his Dao heart, Qin Tianyang retracted his imposing aura and ceased his inquiries. Qi Wu, feeling as though a great weight had been lifted, relaxed and collapsed onto the ground. "Your Majesty." The middle-aged man hurriedly assisted Qi Wu to his feet. "If the Qi kingdom is in no peril, then only the Wei kingdom remains. Let us proceed." Qin Tianyang turned his gaze towards Lu Xuanhe, and the two transcended space. Yet before departing, Qin Tianyang cast a fleeting glance towards a certain direction beyond the palace. "Your Majesty, we, the guards, are powerless. We humbly beseech your punishment." As the barriers of the palace dissipated with Qin Tianyang's departure, a contingent of armored guards rushed into the hall, kneeling in unison. The leader, a robust man, spoke. "This matter does not concern your circumstances. That esteemed elder possesses extraordinary power, fearsome beyond compare, and is not someone you can contend with. You should all withdraw." Qi Wu glanced at the middle-aged man and commanded, "You should also take your leave and rest." "Yes." As the crowd retreated, an aged figure materialized, clad in dark garments and frail in stature, with hair and beard as white as snow. It was none other than Qi Wu's great-grandfather, the venerable ancestor of the Qi kingdom. "I pay my respects, great-grandfather," Qi Wu said, bowing respectfully. "Wooer, who is this esteemed elder, and how have we, the Qi kingdom, drawn his ire?" the ancestor inquired, raising Qi Wu while a flicker of fear crossed his eyes. "This esteemed elder is exceedingly terrifying. While I was concealed in the void, his gaze upon me felt as though I were being scrutinized by a primordial beast, sending chills down my spine." Qi Wu recounted the events to his ancestor. Moments later, the ancestor's expression eased. "As long as our Qi kingdom did not provoke him, all is well." Chapter 9, The Great Competition of Wei Kingdom. This time, Qin Tianyang directly accompanied Lu Xuanhe as they traversed space, reappearing within the capital of Wei Kingdom. The city was abuzz with excitement, its streets teeming with people, all hastening towards an arena for martial contests. Hurry, hurry. Today is the final day, and it promises to be the most spectacular of all. If we arrive late, we shall miss the best seats. Who do you think will seize the championship in this national genius competition? Need you ask? It must be the young master of the Jin family, Jin Feng. His ancestral technique, the Jin Yang Yao Tianju, has reached the 4th tier under his mastery, and his cultivation has already attained the 6th tier of the Xuanchen realm. I have greater faith in the heir of the Rongwa family, Li Yintian. At the tender age of 15, this young master ventured alone into the depths of the mountains, pursuing a band of horse bandits for 3 days and nights, ultimately annihilating them all. The leader of the bandits was at the pinnacle of the 7th layer of the spirit platform, while the young master had only just entered the 6th layer. Miss Huang Linger, the sole female contestant in this grand competition, is a paragon of strength, rivaling her male counterparts. I have high hopes for Huang Linger. If I could wed such a remarkable woman, I would gladly accept the great emperor as my mentor. Have you all forgotten about the third prince? At the age of 12, he joined the Divine Mist Sect, a top-tier force second only to the sacred grounds. It is said that he has recently broken through to the 7th layer of the primordial spirit, making him the most formidable contender in this competition. As Qin Tianyang and Lu Xuangu walked along the path, the sounds of conversation among passers-by filled the air. What? Do you wish to participate as well? Qin Tianyang asked, noticing the eager expression on Lu Xuangu's face. Master, I indeed harbor such thoughts. With you by my side, my enemies cannot escape. Lu Xuangu replied, his eyes ablaze with martial fervor. Until now, I have only battled mindless beasts, but the experience pales in comparison to contesting against fellow humans. Hearing that the strongest among the 4 was at the 7th layer of the primordial spirit, Lu Xuangu felt it was a fitting challenge for his own 3rd layer. After all, he had bested opponents of the same realm with ease. Good lad, you possess ambition. I shall take you to meet these so-called 4 prodigies. The two made their way to an expansive plaza, where a grand arena stood at its center. At that moment, the plaza was teeming with spectators, completely surrounding the arena. Above, a group of individuals occupied the VIP seats, with the Emperor of Wei Lingkong, seated prominently in the center. He appeared dignified and upright, yet a flicker of ruthlessness occasionally shone in his eyes. Wei Lingkong rose and proclaimed, the grand competition officially begins today. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 figures soared into the arena, Li Yuntian and Jin Feng. Li Yuntian wielded a sharp, long knife, clad in armor, exuding an extraordinary valor. Jin Feng, adorned in resplendent robes, bore an air of arrogance, hands clasped behind his back. Humph. Li Yuntian, 3 years ago, I lost to you due to a moment's oversight. This time, I shall redeem my honor. Jin Feng glared fiercely at Li Yuntian. Huh. My target today is certainly not a defeated foe like you. You were bested by me 3 years ago, and today, you remain beneath my heel. Li Yuntian smirked, his expression dripping with scorn. Arrogant. Enough with the pleasantries. The two unleashed their formidable auras, revealing their prowess at the 7th layer of the primordial spirit. What? It turns out young Master Jin Feng has advanced to the 7th layer. How handsome young Master Jin Feng is. I wish to bear your children. Humph. Have you not seen young Masterly? He is also at the 7th layer of the primordial spirit and can easily handle young Master Jin Feng. Princely, press on. You are indeed the strongest. The sudden eruption of the 2 contestants instantly ignited a fervor among the audience, causing a tumultuous uproar. Moreover, some women were so enthralled that they appeared to be dazzled, shrieking in excitement, and even instinctively clasping their delicate legs, as if struck by a sudden realization. Their cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Ah, what a delightful commotion! Why not allow me, as your disciple, to join in the fray? A voice resonated throughout the square, interrupting the imminent clash between the 2 contenders. All eyes turned upward, where the figures of Qin Tianyang and Lu Xian materialized in the air. Who might you be? What brings you to intrude upon our grand competition in the Wei Kingdom? Wei Lingkong rose to his feet, his gaze fixed intently upon the 2 masters. He was unperturbed by the sudden appearance of the 2 individuals. Among them, the younger one, merely a trifling spirit realm 3rd layer, was even inferior to the 4 prodigies of the Wei Kingdom. As for Qin Tianyang, though he could not discern the depths of his cultivation, he did not believe it to be particularly formidable, with the emperor in seclusion and the sages absent. Even the most powerful among the Holy Lands had only reached the celestial realm. Furthermore, the Wei Kingdom boasted an ancestor of the 9th layer of the Laws, whose reputation instilled fear across the surrounding regions. Who would dare to disrupt the peace here? It was merely a passing visit to our esteemed nation, my disciple. Eager for a challenge, wish to spar with the prodigies of your realm. Qin Tianyang cast a glance at the so-called 4 prodigies of the Wei Kingdom, each at the spirit realm 7th layer. In a one-on-one confrontation, Lu Xuangu's prowess would easily prevail. Even against all 4, he believed it would suffice, promising an intriguing spectacle. Wei Lingkong turned his gaze towards Lu Xuangu, his eyes gleaming with interest as he scrutinized him. Lu Xuangu maintained an air of calm, his demeanor neither servile nor arrogant. In the presence of a formidable opponent at the Law's realm, His aura remained steady, betraying no hint of trepidation. This young friend possesses admirable poise, though his strength is somewhat lacking. To challenge the prodigies of my Wei Kingdom, who are at the Spirit Realm's 7th layer, with merely a 3rd layer Spirit Realm? Wei Lingkong withdrew his gaze, directing it back to Qin Tianyang, his expression rife with disdain and mockery. He initially believed that a formidable dragon had crossed the river, only to discover that Lu Xuanhe was merely at the 3rd level of the Xuanchen realm. Judging by his demeanor, he hardly resembled a person of great influence. It seems these two are nothing more than frogs at the bottom of a well. Ha ha ha. I thought they were exceptionally powerful, but it turns out they are merely at the 3rd level of the Xuanchen realm. Indeed. How could one at the 3rd level of the Xuanchen realm triumph over someone at the 7th level? If he were capable of such a feat, I would willingly consume this arena on the spot. In the face of the crowd's ridicule, Lu Xuanhe remained calm, his mind unperturbed. Viewing them simply as a group of short-sighted individuals, he gently floated onto the arena, casting a sweeping glance at the 4 contenders, and calmly declared, "Who dares to fight me? Such arrogance!" Just as Lu Xuanhe's words faded, a haughty voice emerged. Jin Feng slightly raised his head, looking down with disdain, and said, "Let me entertain you. Do you really think so highly of yourself?" Li Yuntian was about to speak, but since Jin Feng had already taken the lead, he decided to let him have his fun, considering it a warm-up before their battle. 3 moves. 3 moves? You expect me to grant you 3 moves? Very well. Given my superior cultivation, even granting you 30 moves would pose no challenge. Jin Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of arrogance, utterly disregarding Lu Xuanhe. Very well. With that, Lu Xuanhe ceased his words, raised his hand, and unleashed a sword strike. Boom. A streak of sword light sliced through the void, and the spectators barely caught a glimpse before witnessing a figure being sent flying, landing precariously at the edge of the arena. Had Jin Feng not steadied himself in time, he would have surely been thrown off the platform. Once Jin Feng regained his footing, his expression darkened considerably. He had not anticipated being repelled by Lu Xuanhe in a single move. What a profound humiliation. You are quite the talented one. Jin Feng gritted his teeth. However, that was merely a moment of carelessness on my part. I wasn't prepared. I am magnanimous enough to allow you the remaining 2 moves. Humph, despicable scoundrel. You took advantage of young Master Jin's unpreparedness to launch a sneak attack. This fellow must have secretly gathered strength, waiting for young Master Jin to lower his guard before striking unexpectedly. Fortunately, young Master Jin is generous and will not hold it against him, still honoring his promise. Ignoring the spectators below, Lu Xuanhe raised his hand once more and executed another sword strike, this time with a measure of seriousness, channeling 40% of his power. Having realized that Jin Feng possessed some skill. Not good. This person is not to be underestimated. Jin Yang Burning Heaven Sword. Jin Feng shouted, sensing the impending danger, and, against his promise, took the initiative to strike, employing his family's secret technique. As the 2 sword lights collided, dust erupted from the arena, obscuring the view of the audience. When the dust settled, the figures of the 2 combatants gradually came into focus. Lu Xuanhe remained in his original position, unscathed and holding his sword with a composed demeanor. On the other side, Jin Feng had blood at the corner of his mouth, his chest heaving, and several wounds marred his body. Chapter 10, Lu Xuanhe defeats the proud hero of Wei. How is this possible? Jin Feng gazed at Lu Xuanhe with a face full of disbelief. Initially, he regarded it with disdain, but as the sword light drew nearer, he sensed something amiss. This beam of sword light was exceedingly potent. His defenses might not withstand it. Thus, he contravened the agreement and took the initiative to strike. However, to his astonishment, even while taking the offensive, he found himself at a disadvantage. You must possess cultivation at the 7th layer of the nascent soul, yet you deliberately conceal your strength with treasures, intending to catch me off guard. Jin Feng could not fathom that he, a mere cultivator of the 3rd layer of the nascent soul, could not contend with this individual, leading him to believe that this person was indeed hiding their true prowess, which he found utterly despicable. The spectators below seethed with indignation upon hearing his words. Particularly, several female cultivators with formidable presence vocally expressed their outrage. To think that one of equal cultivation with our esteemed young Master Jin would resort to hiding their strength, deceiving him into granting 3 strikes, how brazenly shameless. They deemed him mediocre, with such despicable tactics ensuring his stagnation at the nascent soul stage. Unfazed by the crowd's vitriol, Qin Tianyang maintained a stoic demeanor, perceiving them as a group lacking discernment. He was an emperor, unworthy of anger. Meanwhile, those seated in the VIP section, including Wei Lingkong, furrowed their brows slightly but chose not to comment. Those who resorted to petty tricks would achieve little. As long as Jin Feng approached the contest earnestly, defeating this opponent would be effortless. Only the head of the Jin family appeared grim, his expression dark enough to conjure rain, his gaze fierce. This young man dared to employ underhanded tactics against his son. It seemed his master's cultivation was not as profound as claimed. The concealment of strength was likely an attempt to feign superiority and deceive others. Once the competition concluded, he intended to personally eliminate this master and disciple duo. On the arena, Jin Feng unleashed the Swallowing Heaven Sword. Convinced that Lu Xuanhe was hiding his true cultivation, he disregarded their prior agreement and launched an offensive. With his first move, he executed his most formidable technique, a wave of scorching energy rising from the arena, manifesting as a majestic golden divine bird. Charging directly at Lu Xuanhe, Jin Feng was furious, employing his ultimate move, evidently seeking to overpower this individual and restore his honor. This young man was in for a misfortune. Boredom, it seemed, was finally drawing to a close. Below the arena, the other three prodigies recognized that Jin Feng had unleashed a lethal move and understood that the contest was effectively over. With a decisive swing, Lu Xuanhe remained composed. Facing the oncoming spiritual bird without the slightest hint of panic, he merely wielded his sword once more, though this time the strike bore greater strength. Infused with more spiritual energy, embodying 70% of his power. Boom. In the instant their techniques collided, a tremendous sound erupted, stirring up clouds of dust. In the VIP section, astonishment reigned. What? Wei Lingkong and his companions sprang to their feet as if electrified, their eyes wide as saucers, fixed intently on the arena. Their formidable powers allowed them to pierce through the dust. However, the majority of the crowd, possessing lower cultivation levels, remained unaware of what had transpired. As the dust settled, gasps of astonishment erupted from the onlookers. On the stage, Jin Feng lay sprawled on the ground, unconscious. The young Master Jin had actually lost. Impossible, utterly inconceivable. Yet, if this were a deception, how could the scene before them be explained? Amidst the crowd, the women stood in a daze, their faces painted with disbelief, some even breaking into tears. Feng, the head of the Jin family, rushed to Jin Feng's side, supporting him and administering a pill. He then lifted Jin Feng and returned directly to the Jin residence. There was no longer any need for Jin Feng to remain in this grand competition. The family's patriarch's eyes glinted with a ruthless determination. He was resolved to avenge his son. Upon returning to the clan, he would gather his forces and lie in wait outside the capital. The moment Qin Tianyang and his disciple appeared, he would strike with lethal intent, leaving no trace behind. 3 moves signify 3 swift resolutions. Lu Xuanhe's soft voice resonated throughout the arena. Though it was not loud, it commanded attention. Who shall be next? Lu Xuanhe directed his gaze towards the remaining 3, who were still in shock. Finding the moment lacking, he proposed, "Why not join forces and come at me together?" Arrogance. Are you belittling us? The third prince and his companions, incensed by Lu Xuanhe's brazen words, spoke in unison. Defeating a single Jin Feng has inflated your ego beyond reason. No, 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 I speak in earnest. I swear, should I lose against the 3 of you, I will concede that I am outmatched and will not blame you for your victory. What say you? Upon hearing this, the third prince and the others exchanged glances. Seemingly reaching a consensus, they leaped onto the stage, forming a triangular formation to encircle Lu Xuanhe. Today, let this prince test your might. The third prince was the first to strike, thrusting his spear forward, which conjured countless spear shadows that surged toward Lu Xuanhe. In response, Lu Xuanhe raised his hand, effortlessly blocking with his sword. The two collided instantaneously, engaging in a rapid exchange, their figures shifting so swiftly that it became difficult to discern who was who. For a time, it appeared that neither could gain the upper hand, their combat a fierce back and forth. Huang Linger, the young lady of the Huang family, witnessing this, brandished a crimson whip and joined the fray, experienced the 6 absolute blades of the young master. Li Yuntian followed closely behind, wielding a long knife. Since Lu Xuanhe had invited them to join forces, they had no reason to be concerned about their pride. Being defeated one by one would be far more humiliating. As Huang Linger and Li Yuntian entered the battlefield, they combined their efforts with the third prince to assail Lu Xuanhe. Gradually, Lu Xuanhe found himself at a disadvantage. His breath became unsteady, and wounds began to appear across his body. Suddenly, his clothing was torn, revealing a gaping, bloodied gash on his right arm, blood oozing forth. At this moment, he bore injuries on his chest, back, and legs, seemingly on the verge of defeat. Soul-devouring whip, ninefold mountain-splitting palm, bloodthirsty slash. The three, witnessing this, were filled with elation and ceased to conceal their true capabilities. They unleashed their full power, their momentum surging as they executed their ultimate techniques. Eager to conclude the battle swiftly. Instantly, the arena was engulfed in a tempest of spiritual energy, the atmosphere charged with tension. Yet, Lu Xuan's gaze remained tranquil. A hint of regret flickering across his countenance as he remarked, "It appears this is all there is to it." Thus, he no longer withheld his strength. Channeling the full extent of his abilities, the power of the third level of the Xuanchen, erupting with a ferocity that eclipsed even the combined might of the three princes. A sword to cleave mountains and seas, Lu Xuan had declared softly. Yet his voice resonated like a dragon's roar, echoing through the heavens. Boundless spiritual energy surged into his sword as if countless rivers converged into the sea. The forces of heaven and earth, tamed like a fierce beast, were drawn forth by his will. With a single stroke, he unleashed an onslaught that was as unstoppable as thunder. Not good. The three princes were struck with horror before this sword. They felt as if the apocalypse had descended upon them, an overwhelming dread surging within them like a tidal wave. Thud, thud, thud. Three resounding thumps reverberated throughout the arena, akin to heavy hammers striking the hearts of all present. The three figures were sent hurtling backward like kites severed from their strings, landing clumsily outside the ring. Their consciousness fading. "You may take your leave," Lu Xuan said with a slight smile, his tone nonchalant as he strolled back to Qin Tianyang's side. "Well done, young man," Qin Tianyang remarked, casting an appreciative glance at Lu Xuan and patting him on the shoulder. "Hee, all thanks to my master's guidance." Below the stage, the crowd was left in stunned silence, murmurs of speculation rising after a long pause. Just who is this individual? His power is astonishing. Some wondered if a promise would be fulfilled to consume the arena. Is this truly the third level of the Xuanchen? Impossible. This is absolutely implausible. He must be at the 9th level of the Xuanchen, or perhaps even the 1st level of the heart-seeking stage. At this moment, Wei Lingkong and others, taken aback, rushed to the three fallen figures to administer healing. Discovering their injuries were not severe, they heaved a sigh of relief. However, Wei Lingkong's expression darkened like water. Glaring fiercely at Qin Tianyang and his disciple, he demanded, "Who are you, exactly? Why do you conceal your true cultivation and pretend to be at the 3rd level of the Xuanchen, injuring our nation's 4 greatest talents and disrupting the grand competition of Wei? If you do not provide an explanation, you shall not leave the capital of Wei unscathed today." He erupted with an overwhelming aura, revealing the terrifying cultivation of the 3rd heaven of the Law Realm. Beside him, several presences of the Cave Heaven Realm emerged, belonging to the Duke of Ronghua, the head of the Li family, and others. In the void, a squad of Imperial Guards appeared, surrounding Qin Tianyang and his disciple, all possessing peak cultivation in the Heart Inquiry Realm, with their leader bearing a striking resemblance to the Duke of Ronghua, being of the Cave Heaven cultivation level. In an instant, the atmosphere grew tense as powerful figures showcased their prowess, their formidable presence suffocating the entire scene, all directed towards Qin Tianyang and his disciple. "Ha! I told you, this individual is certainly not of the 3rd heaven of the Yuan spirit. His Majesty has already declared that he is concealing his true cultivation. Shouldn't you flee quickly? Are you courting death?" The crowd retreated in haste, the oppressive aura making it difficult for them to breathe. "Wait, who are you? How do you resemble Lu Yuan so closely?" The Duke of Ronghua, standing beside Wei Lingkong, stared at Lu Xuan for a moment before exclaiming in astonishment. "Lu Yuan?" Wei Lingkong abruptly turned his head, his eyes fixated on Lu Xuan, an overwhelming killing intent surging forth like an unstoppable tide. The palpable intensity of this murderous aura rendered the surrounding air heavy with tension. Chapter 11. Avenging successfully, completing the mission. That's impossible. Lu Yuan could not possibly be as youthful as you. Wei Lingkong's brow furrowed deeply, his face etched with skepticism as his gaze swept over Lu Xuan, seemingly attempting to see through his exterior to discern his true identity. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, his expression shifted dramatically, and he exclaimed, "Could it be that you are indeed Lu Yuan's son, Lu Xuan? But you should have perished long ago. How did you manage to escape?" Upon hearing these words, Lu Xuan felt a jolt in his heart. He fixed his gaze firmly on Wei Lingkong, noticing not only the murderous intent in his eyes, but also a glimmer of incredulity. In that moment, everything became clear to him. He had discovered the true culprit responsible for the annihilation of his entire family. He knew that the so-called retaliation from the state of Qi was merely a ruse, concocted to mask his own transgressions, and it also provided a pretext for him to mobilize troops against Qi. This very individual had slaughtered his own kin in the past. Lu Xuanhe felt an intense surge of rage coursing through him, his blood boiling, and in his eyes, a fierce glint of determination suddenly burst forth. Wei Lingkong, why did you seek to annihilate my Lu family? We have always been law-abiding citizens, never overstepping our bounds. Such excessive prattle. Yet, considering your willingness to court death, I shall grant you a clear demise. In the past, your Lu family was a staunch supporter of my deceased imperial brother. How could I, as the victor, tolerate the existence of such remnants? Moreover, your father has persistently refused to relinquish military power. How could I then rest easy? Thus, I was compelled to harden my heart, strike ruthlessly, and attribute all blame to the state of Qi. In this manner, I acquired a legitimate excuse for military action. Was it not a plan that achieved two objectives with one stroke? Wei Lingkong's expression darkened, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Yet, what perplexes me is why you did not perish back then, and instead managed to escape. Even more unfathomable is your decision to come here today, willingly courting death. You do not truly believe that by seeking your conscience you can exact revenge, do you? Even with your master included. It would merely be akin to a moth flying into the flame, courting its own destruction. Strike now. Leave no one alive. Wei Lingkong suddenly commanded the Imperial Guards to act immediately. The 300 elite soldiers of Wei brandished their weapons, forming a formidable array, collectively unleashing their lethal strike towards Qin Tianyang and his apprentice. Seeing them motionless, seemingly paralyzed by fear, Wei Lingkong chuckled inwardly, deeming them nothing more than two ignorant fools. However, Qin Tianyang made his move. With a mere wave of his hand, he did not even provoke the slightest ripple in the air. Yet, astonishingly, all 300 elite soldiers, including the leader of the Dongdian realm, erupted in a violent explosion, creating a mist of crimson in the void. In an instant, it began to rain blood in the air, a scene most gruesome. Such a shocking spectacle left everyone stunned, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. What? Wei Lingkong stood frozen in place, dumbfounded. He could hardly believe that his elite guard had been entirely obliterated, including the commander of the fifth layer of the cave heavens. The entire force had been annihilated. To forge such an extravagant guard required incalculable resources, with countless spiritual materials and stones consumed annually. Wei Lingkong was utterly enraged, his eyes ablaze with fury, lamenting the loss of the elite guard he had invested so much in. Everyone, join me in attacking this man, Wei Lingkong declared, taking matters into his own hands, with the Duke of Ronghua and others following closely behind to besiege Qin Tianyang. As for Lu Xuanhe, he regarded the mere question of a hard-ass intent as insignificant. The main concern was his master, who was capable of effortlessly eradicating his elite guard. This individual was at least a being of the realm of laws, possessing strength comparable to his own. With the support of the Duke of Ronghua and others, he believed capturing Qin Tianyang would be a trivial matter. On the other hand, as Wei Lingkong approached, Qin Tianyang prepared to strike, ready to eliminate him. However, Lu Xuanhe suddenly interjected, "Master, I beseech you to spare his life. I wish to personally avenge my parents and the 50 guards and servants of the Lu family who have perished." Upon hearing this, Qin Tianyang nodded in agreement to Lu Xuanhe's request, and then snapped his fingers. With a resounding clap, everyone but Wei Lingkong erupted into a mist of blood, cascading down from the heavens. Wei Lingkong, however, found himself ensnared in midair like a moth caught in spider silk, utterly immobilized despite the explosive power of a third-layer realm of laws. What? Even the Duke of Ronghua and the others are no match for a single strike? Lu Xuanhe is indeed fortunate. He has unwittingly joined a top-tier force, with a formidable master to boot. Yet, the royal lineage is deeply rooted. Their ancestors will undoubtedly intervene, and this master-disciple duo may soon find themselves in dire straits. The onlookers erupted into a cacophony of astonishment, gasping and murmuring among themselves. Families of lesser standing quickly distanced themselves, fearful of repercussions. How dare you flee, you worthless wretches, a pack of ungrateful dogs. Without me, would you have attained your current status? In the void, Wei Lingkong was frantic, his temper flaring. Over the past decade, under his tacit approval, these individuals had amassed countless cultivation resources, Without his support, could their families have flourished to this day? Yet now, sensing the shift in circumstances, not a single one had come forth to assist him. Silence. Speak another word, and I shall ensure your soul is shattered. Qin Tianyang admonished sharply, then pointed decisively. The laws of the third layer, the ninth layer of the cave heavens, the ninth layer of humanity, the ninth layer of heart-s intent, the first layer of heart-s intent, the ninth layer of the primordial spirit. Before long, Wei Lingkong's aura began to falter, his realm diminishing until he plummeted to the ninth layer of the primordial spirit. What have you done? Why has my realm fallen to the ninth layer of the primordial spirit? Wei Lingkong shouted in terror. Qin Tianyang disregarded him and turned to Lu Xuanga, saying, Xuanga, considering his realm at the third level of the law, you are currently incapable of defeating him. However, I have already diminished his cultivation to the ninth level of the primordial spirit, which should be just right for you. Not too strong, yet not too weak. Let this serve as your final trial for this outing. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. Lu Xuanga bowed deeply to Qin Tianyang, then turned his gaze to Wei Lingkong, coldly stating, Old dog Wei, step forward and meet your demise. At this moment, Wei Lingkong regained his composure, a glimmer of contemplation flashing in his eyes. Given the tumultuous commotion, the ancestor in seclusion must have sensed it. If he could just delay until the ancestor arrived, these two would undoubtedly perish. Humph. Let not the little beast rejoice too soon. Prepare to die. Lu Xuanga's aura erupted, his internal spiritual energy surging rapidly. With a single swing of the immortal slaying sword, a beam of sword light surged forth, aimed directly at Wei Lingkong. However, Wei Lingkong remained indifferent, unleashing a punch that manifested a colossal fist in the void, effortlessly dissipating the sword light. Ha! If this is the extent of your power, then avenging yourself is merely a delusion, he sneered. His eyes filled with malice as he contemplated how he would torment the young man when the ancestor arrived. And his master, to think he had annihilated numerous subordinates, leaving him utterly humiliated. Once the ancestor captured this man, he vowed to make him wish for death yet be unable to attain it. Lu Xuanga's expression remained serene, unfazed. Yet his eyes were still brimming with murderous intent. He continuously formed seals with his hands, causing the immortal slaying sword to radiate brilliant light as he unleashed several waves of sword beams while swiftly charging towards Wei Lingkong. Wei Lingkong felt a surge of dread. He had not anticipated that this youth possessed such formidable combat strength. Nevertheless, he was originally a formidable master at the third level of the law and a ruler of a nation, wielding countless secret techniques and weapons. With a flourish of his hands, a black shield materialized before him, blocking Lu Xuanga's assault. Yet, before he could finish, Lu Xuanga's onslaught intensified, causing the black shield to crack. Wei Lingkong hurriedly cast several seals to reinforce the shield, but it proved futile. Waves of light flickered in the void as Lu Xuanga's sword beams struck relentlessly upon the shield, multiplying the cracks. Crack! The shield shattered completely, scattering into debris. Taken by surprise, Wei Lingkong was sent flying several dozen feet away, his figure disheveled and hair disarrayed. How is this possible? How could you possess such strength? Wei Lingkong went completely mad, his eyes filled with madness as he struggled to comprehend how someone who had no cultivation a mere decade ago could now wield such power. He felt an overwhelming urge to fight desperately, for otherwise, he might not endure until the arrival of the ancestral figure. The 9 dragons devouring the heavens. Wei Lingkong took the initiative, activating a secret technique that consumed his own vitality. A 9-headed, 100-foot-long dragon emerged, its visage fierce, charging directly at Lu Xuanga. With a mighty roar, Lu Xuanga unleashed his power, his hair billowing as if moved by an unseen wind. Once again, he employed the same technique, conjuring a colossal sword of 100 feet in size that sliced through the air towards Wei Lingkong. Boom! At the moment of collision, the 9 dragons shattered instantaneously, while the giant sword, like a relentless force of nature, surged forth, aiming straight for Wei Lingkong. The immense shadow of the sword, infused with boundless might, struck Wei Lingkong, propelling him away with tremendous force. Wei Lingkong coughed up a mouthful of blood, his eyes reflecting despair and reluctance. With great difficulty, he lifted his head to gaze at Lu Xuanga before him, an overwhelming fear consuming him. Yet, it was already too late. Lu Xuanga approached Wei Lingkong step by step, raising the celestial slaying sword to deliver the final blow. Just as the sword was about to descend, Wei Lingkong's expression shifted suddenly. Sensing something, he cried out, "Ancestral figure, save me." At that critical moment, As Lu Xuange's sword was poised to strike, an ancient voice resounded, "Halt!" Simultaneously, a massive hand, imbued with the might of the nine heavens, surged towards Lu Xuanga with lethal intent. Lu Xuanga disregarded the giant hand and brought his sword down. Bang! Wei Lingkong erupted into a cloud of blood mist, which dispersed into the air. Ding! Congratulations to the host for assisting the disciple in avenging grievances and completing the mission. Rewards are as follows. Host skill, origin, Dao resolution. Host physique, origin Dao body. Host cultivation, early emperor realm. Host puppet, one puppet of the nine heavens of the celestial realm. Does the host wish to claim these rewards immediately? A voice echoed in Qin Tianyang's mind as he gazed at the bountiful rewards displayed on the system panel, his heart jolting with excitement at their generosity. However, this was not the time for claiming rewards. A bothersome elder had just appeared, intent on eliminating his precious disciple. First, he would deal with this threat, then return to the sect to tally the rewards at leisure. Chapter 12. Obtaining rewards and accepting new tasks in the void, a figure slowly emerged. The newcomer, with hair white as snow yet a youthful visage, exuded an ethereal presence and an invisible aura of dominance. This individual was none other than the ancestral figure of the Wei nation. His brow furrowed, and astonishment flickered in his eyes, for he had not anticipated that his attack would be intercepted without his knowledge. However, fury soon followed, for it was this very intervention that had led to the beheading of Wei Lingkong. Meanwhile, Lu Xuanga erupted into laughter, his voice ringing out in triumph. The laughter echoed throughout the capital of the Wei Kingdom, resonating with boundless delight and liberation. Years of enmity had been avenged in a single moment. The harrowing calamities that the Wei family had inflicted upon his own family lingered vividly in his memory, the tragic demise of his parents repeatedly flashing before his mind's eye. Now, having slain his adversary, though his heart surged with tumultuous emotions, a profound tranquility enveloped him. Suddenly, Lu Xuan's aura surged dramatically, his realm beginning to ascend. He reached the pinnacle of the fourth heavenly layer of the Yuan spirit. With vengeance fulfilled, his inner demons vanquished, and his sword heart awakened through countless battles. His realm effortlessly broke through to new heights. At that moment, disregarding the joy of his elevation, Lu Xuan swiftly appeared before Qin Tianyang, kneeling on the ground and bowing deeply 3 times. "Thank you, Master, for your guidance, which has allowed me to avenge my great grievance. Henceforth, I shall forever remain by your side to repay your immense kindness." Upon hearing these words, Qin Tianyang felt a surge of warmth in his heart, deeply touched. With a strong sense of loyalty and gratitude, he knew he had not chosen the wrong disciple. He then extended his hands to help Lu Xuan rise, saying, "I have already told you that I am your master, and I will not remain indifferent to your affairs." However, he abruptly shifted his tone, casting a glance at the venerable ancestor of the Wei Kingdom, and spoke. "This individual must be dealt with. You may observe from the sidelines." The ancestor of the Wei Kingdom, filled with fury, could hardly contain his wrath at being so brazenly disregarded by the 2 men. He glared menacingly at Lu Xuan, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. How audacious this man was! To dare assassinate the Emperor of Wei within the very capital of the kingdom was akin to trampling upon the dignity of the Wei royal family, regardless of the circumstances. As the esteemed ancestor of Wei, he was resolute in his intention to execute this man. Then, he turned his gaze towards Qin Tianyang, furrowing his brow slightly. This individual appeared to be an ordinary person, devoid of any discernible aura. He surmised that this person must have employed some artifact to conceal his true cultivation. Although his previous strike was merely a casual blow, it was unexpectedly neutralized silently by this individual, likely employing some form of esoteric technique, thus posing no significant threat. The absolute spirit palm. Suddenly, the ancestral figure of the Wei nation made his move, revealing a cultivation level that reached the 9th heaven of the laws. A terrifying surge of power emanated from his being, overwhelming the surroundings. A colossal palm, far more formidable than before, materialized and descended upon Master Qin Tianyang and his disciples. Although he believed that Qin Tianyang's strength was inferior to his own, he approached the confrontation with the utmost seriousness, unleashing his most formidable technique. It was the ancestor of the Wei Kingdom, a truly terrifying power. The spectators were engulfed in an overwhelming sense of dread, their bodies trembling as if they were about to bow beneath the weight of that single strike. At this moment, the previously unconscious third prince and his companions had regained their senses. Upon realizing the fate of their kin, fury surged within them, and they spat blood, nearly losing consciousness once more. Yet, The terror emanating from Qin Tianyang rendered any thoughts of revenge utterly futile. Fortunately, the ancestor of the Wei Kingdom arrived just in time. He was a being of the ninth layer of the laws, perilously close to the legendary status of a revered master. Annihilating Qin Tianyang and his disciples was well within his capabilities. The expressions of the three were twisted with malice, their eyes brimming with anger and vindictiveness. As they witnessed the ancestor of the Wei Kingdom unleash his might, visions of Qin Tianyang and his disciples' demise danced in their minds, igniting a thrill within them. However, in the next moment, they were rendered speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief. There stood Qin Tianyang, unperturbed by the apocalyptic strike aimed at him. His expression tranquil and devoid of emotion, even stifling a yawn. Snap! He raised his hand and snapped his fingers, unleashing an invisible force that caused the colossal hand, which had been infused with the might of heaven and earth, to vanish without a trace. What? This is impossible. Who are you? What sorcery have you employed? The ancestral elder of the Wei Kingdom was engulfed by shock and panic. Could it be that you have reached the esteemed realm? How can one so youthful attain such status? I see it now. You have disguised your appearance. What a cunning strategy. Altering your visage, concealing your true power. Just who are you? Bang! Before the ancestral elder of the Wei Kingdom could finish his words, he was transformed into a mist of blood, which rained down from the heavens. Noise! What nonsense are you babbling? Qin Tianyang disregarded the ancestral elder, pointing at him midair. The ancestral elder of the Wei Kingdom met his end. Warm droplets of blood fell upon his face, gradually turning cold. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, unable to articulate their disbelief. This is inconceivable. The ancestral elder of the Wei Kingdom was immensely powerful. How could he have perished so inexplicably? This must be an illusion, right? The third prince, witnessing the unfolding events, appeared as if driven mad, teetering on the brink of insanity. Beside him, Huang Linger and Li Yuntian were equally unable to accept such an outcome, their eyes vacant as they stood frozen in place. I still possess a hidden card. I shall summon my master to slay this individual and avenge my father. The third prince suddenly recalled something, hastily retrieving a token from his spatial ring. A gift from his master, containing a fragment of his master's consciousness. His master is the second elder of the outer sect of the esteemed Xuanchen Sect, possessing the formidable strength of a third-tier sage, with even his avatar holding the might of the sage realm, making the annihilation of Qin Tianyang a trivial matter. Without the slightest hesitation, the third prince shattered the token, just as Qin Tianyang was preparing to return to the Daoji Sect with Lu Xuanha. He suddenly turned to gaze in the direction of the third prince. In an instant, a blinding light flashed, revealing a graceful figure. This individual donned a purple palace dress, exuding an enchanting allure, with a beauty mark beneath her left eye, and her long, snowy legs exposed to the air, eliciting desire. Her beauty was but one aspect. The more formidable quality was the immense aura of the sage realm that enveloped her, radiating an overwhelming authority that filled the air with an indescribable pressure. Everyone present bowed their heads, prostrating themselves on the ground. Who dares to harm my disciple? A voice resonated through the heavens with boundless majesty, only to be abruptly cut off mid-sentence. Truly, it seemed endless. What a plethora of troubles. Qin Tianyang pointed, and the recently appeared figure vanished without a trace, the pressure dissipating in an instant. He then took the initiative, his divine consciousness extending for thousands of miles, pinpointing the location of the Xuanchen Sect. With a sweep of his hands through the void, he opened a spatial passage leading to an opulently adorned council hall. Moments earlier, within the Xuanchen Sect's council hall, the sect leader and a dozen elders from both the inner and outer sects were convening. Suddenly, a middle-aged beauty seated among them coughed up blood, her breath unsteady. The nearby elders were alarmed, fearing an invasion of the Xuanchen Sect. After a cautious moment, they realized it was only Elder Lan who was injured, suggesting a personal mishap in her cultivation. Is Elder Lan all right? Should you take a moment to rest? The sect leader inquired with concern. I am fine. I just sensed that my disciple, Wei Wuxin, summoned my avatar, indicating she may be in grave peril. However, my avatar has been slain. Elder Lan replied, her teeth gritting in anger as she continued. Sect leader, I implore you to allow me to rescue my disciple. I, Lan Lingo, am the second elder of the outer sect and a third-tier sage. To think that someone would dare to harm my disciple and annihilate my avatar is an affront that cannot go unpunished. Go forth. The sect leader nodded in agreement. The dignity of the Xuanchen Sect is inviolable. Elder Lan, locating the site of the incident within the Wei Kingdom, prepared to open a spatial passage. For those of Sage Realm can create and utilize such channels. As she was about to open the passage to the Wei Kingdom, a portal slowly materialized within the council hall, revealing Qin Tianyang on the other side. Who are you? Such audacity to intrude upon my Xingxia sect. The Grand Master of the Xingxia sect, revered as the Master of Nine Heavens, unleashed an overwhelming aura, fixating his gaze upon Qin Tianyang and issuing a stern warning. However, Qin Tianyang paid him no heed, instead directing his attention towards Lan Linger, poised to speak. It was you, wasn't it? You destroyed my avatar. Lan Ling, utilizing her spiritual awareness, detected the severely injured third prince, Wei Wuxin, on the other side of the spatial passage. Realizing that he was the one who had harmed her disciple and obliterated her avatar. Such audacity. Not only did you bully my disciple and destroy my avatar, but you also dared to seek me out, disregarding the dignity of the Xingxia sect. With fearless resolve, Lan Linger traversed the spatial passage, confronting Qin Tianyang from a position of superiority. Speak, how do you wish to meet your demise? With her arms crossed, her ample bosom heaving with indignation, she displayed the fury of its owner. Unbeknownst to others, while Wei Wuxin appeared merely as her disciple, in truth, he was also a source of amusement for her. The prospect of his untimely death left her incensed, for where could she find another who met her standards? Huh. Qin Tianyang chuckled in disdain. Brash and foolish. Since you seek death, allow me to oblige. With a swift motion of his finger, Lan Linger erupted into a mist of crimson. He then disregarded the shock and fury emanating from those on the opposite side of the passage, obliterating the spatial connection before delivering a powerful punch into the void. Let us depart, Xuanhe. With that, Qin Tianyang and Lu Xuanhe vanished, leaving behind a crowd rendered speechless by the events that had transpired. Once they regained their composure, they discovered that the third prince, Wei Wuxin, had already drawn his last breath. Chapter 13. The Xingxia Sect Under Siege. Origins of the Dao unraveled, and the Dao body emerges in a remote northeastern area of the eastern wilderness. The Xingxia sect found itself in a state of shock within its grand hall. The gathered members were utterly astonished that someone would dare to brazenly slay an elder of their sect before their very eyes. The most infuriating aspect was that this audacious individual had closed the spatial passage, denying them any chance to retaliate. It was akin to a quarrel in the mundane world where one party hurls insults at the other and then flees, leaving no opportunity for a counterattack, an utterly exasperating scenario. The audacity of this individual is intolerable. They have humiliated the Xingxia sect beyond measure. We must locate them and ensure they are ground to dust. Indeed, Master, if we do not vanquish this person, how can we restore the reputation of the Xingxia sect? I implore you, Master, allow me to lead the charge and personally capture this individual for the Xingxia sect. The elders in the hall expressed their outrage, their voices rising in indignation. For this was the first time in the sect's history that they had suffered such a profound disgrace. The sect leader, seated at the head of the assembly, bore a grim expression. He understood the gravity of the situation. This individual was far too arrogant. Yet, even he, a revered figure at the height of the nine heavens, could not effortlessly dispatch Elder Lan, who was only at the third heaven. Just how formidable was this adversary? Thus, he conveyed the circumstances to the assembled elders. Silence enveloped the room. They were confronted with an overwhelming power beyond their capacity to challenge. Would they simply allow this affront to go unaddressed? As the crowd fell into silence, the master of the Divine Radiance sect suddenly raised his head, gazing towards the entrance of the grand hall. In an instant, he vanished, followed closely by the other elders. They materialized in the air above the hall, witnessing a spectacle rarely seen in their lifetimes. A colossal fist, immense beyond measure, was hurtling towards the Divine Radiance sect. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of formidable elders appeared beside them, all possessing the cultivation of the celestial realm. With the foremost elder having attained the 7th level of the celestial realm. All members of the Divine Radiance sect, heed my command, stand together to resist. The leading elder was the last surviving ancestor of the Divine Radiance sect, who had been in seclusion within a forbidden area, but was suddenly stirred by an unsettling sensation. Channeling the full force of his 7th level celestial realm power, he activated the sect's protective formation, the Divine Radiance Aurora Array, a legacy from the sect's founding ancestor, capable of withstanding the full might of several 9th level celestial realm cultivators. Yet, despite the formation being fully unleashed and the collective efforts of the elders summoning their treasured artifacts and executing unparalleled attacks, all was rendered futile in the face of the terrifying fist. The array shattered in an instant, and their assaults seemed as inconsequential as mayflies attempting to shake a tree, leaving no impact on the colossal fist. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions echoed continuously from within the Divine Radiance sect. Moments later, smoke billowed above the sect. The mountain gate lay in ruins, countless palaces collapsed, and numerous peaks crumbled. Remarkably, all the individuals survived, with only a few left unconscious. Strangely, the disciples of the Divine Radiance sect were largely unharmed, with the injured predominantly comprising the ancestors, the venerable elders, the sect leader, and the administrative elders. Simultaneously, a voice resonant with infinite authority reverberated across the skies of the Divine Radiance sect. This is merely a warning. Should anyone dare to provoke me again, the Divine Radiance sect shall cease to exist. Who is this person? Who has offended such a terrifying figure? Step forward and confess. Indeed. Does one have the audacity to cause trouble, yet lack the courage to admit it? Woe is me, this is too frightening. The Divine Radiance sect is perilous. I must return home. In an instant, the hearts of all within the Divine Radiance sect were filled with trepidation, and the disciples exchanged anxious whispers among themselves. Above the Divine Radiance sect, Lin Kong exclaimed, "What on earth is happening? Why have we attracted such a fearsome individual? This person is at least a sage of the carefree realm, the ancestor of the Divine Radiance sect at the 7th level of the celestial realm." Turned to the sect leader, his voice sharp. Lin Kong had no choice but to recount the events in their entirety. Upon hearing this, the ancestor of the Divine Radiance sect breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that the troublemaker was already deceased, that senior ought not to harbor resentment towards the sect. After seeing off the ancestor and the venerable elder, a flicker of resolve appeared in Lin Kong's eyes. He recalled that the trouble had initially been stirred by Lan Linger's disciple, and this matter could not be left unaddressed. Thus, Lin Kong ordered a march towards the Wei Kingdom, intent on uprooting the Wei family and exterminating their lineage. At the Dao Extreme sect, atop Daojiang Peak, he finally returned, relishing the rich spiritual energy within the sect. As Qin Tianyang and his master entered the Grand Hall of Daojiang Peak, they were enveloped by a concentration of spiritual energy far exceeding that of the outside world. Lu Xuanhe could not help but exclaim, during this period, "You have first endured 7 days of wilderness trials, followed by confrontations with the 4 prodigies of the Wei Kingdom and Wei Lingkong. It is not prudent to remain perpetually tense in your cultivation. Upon returning to the sect, you must retreat for a few days to thoroughly assimilate the gains of these recent days and stabilize your realm. Remember, the foundation is of utmost importance. Each stage must be solidified to construct a towering edifice." "Yes, master." The disciple takes his leave, Lu Xuanhe replied respectfully, bowing before departing to his cave abode to begin his seclusion. He activated the system panel. Understood, host. Name, Qin Tianyang. Realm, late Emperor stage. Rewards detected that have yet to be claimed. Will the host choose to receive them? I shall first claim the cultivation rewards. Upon hearing this, Qin Tianyang formed a series of hand seals, invoking a spell. The Grand Hall of Daojiang was enveloped by a formation known as the Sky Concealment Formation. As its name suggests, this formation could obscure heavenly secrets and silence any disturbances. Subsequently, Qin Tianyang's aura surged dramatically, and his cultivation advanced at an astonishing pace. Moments later, tranquility returned to the hall. He had reached the initial stage of the Emperor realm. His long black hair cascaded down his shoulders, and his eyes seemed to encapsulate the cycles of reincarnation and the birth and demise of countless realms, as if a divine emperor had descended upon the mortal world. Is this what it means to reach the realm of the sovereign? Qin Tianyang murmured to himself, feeling as if he had become exponentially stronger than just a moment ago. It was not merely his strength. His comprehension of the Tao had ascended to a new pinnacle, embarking on the path of integration and advancing towards the mastery of the Tao. Next, the system will bestow upon the host the origin Tao body. Please prepare yourself. A profound and enigmatic aura emanated from within him, as if he had transformed into a primordial chaos, embodying the very essence of origin itself, within which myriad paths began to evolve. At that moment, Qin Tianyang appeared as a crucible of myriad paths, ceaselessly evolving and merging, ultimately returning to a singular essence, the origin Tao. This path is the genesis of all other paths. Every Tao springs forth from it. Cultivating the origin Tao is tantamount to mastering all paths, as the origin Tao possesses the potential to evolve into any Tao known to the world. Within the hall, the extraordinary phenomena gradually faded. Taking a deep breath, Qin Tianyang opened his eyes, exhaling a cloud of turbid air. His gaze pierced through the void, revealing a myriad of paths swirling within, the origins of all heavens and the obliteration of all realms evolving within his sight. The Origin Dao Body. A single path manifesting myriad paths, ultimately converging into one. Subsequently, Qin Tianyang retrieved a scroll of cultivation techniques from the system S space. Enveloped in the essence of myriad paths, its Dao rhythm flowing atop it, manifesting a myriad of extraordinary phenomena within the Grand Hall. The Origin Dao Revelation. This technique is the accompanying cultivation method of the Origin Dao Body, specifically designed for it. Only one who possesses the Origin Dao Body can cultivate the Origin Dao Revelation. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Tianyang immersed his consciousness into the scroll, meticulously comprehending this technique and grasping its profound intricacies. Chapter 14. The Puppeteer's Dark Majesty. New task unveiled. A quarter of an hour later, he opened his eyes, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. Such a formidable technique. Such a remarkable constitution. Having merely practiced for a single hour, he felt his cultivation advance significantly and his comprehension of the Tao reached new heights, truly deserving of the term origin. Suddenly, a towering figure materialized within the Daoyang Great Hall. I have seen the master. The figure promptly knelt before Qin Tianyang, bowing respectfully. This individual was tall and robust, with a gaze as cold as ice and an expression devoid of emotion, emanating the oppressive aura of the ninth heaven of the celestial realm. Upon setting eyes on Qin Tianyang, his cold demeanor transformed into fervor, a blend of zeal and reverence. Is this the puppet rewarded by the system? It appears quite formidable. Qin Tianyang regarded the puppet before him with curiosity, feeling not the slightest hint of the oppressive aura, for he was at the early stage of the emperor's realm. Indeed, this being was a puppet, not a living member of the human race. According to the information provided by the system, Qin Tianyang learned that this puppet was crafted using the profoundly intricate art of celestial puppet creation. Externally, it bore no distinction from an ordinary human, yet internally, it was composed of a lifelike metallic substance strikingly similar to flesh and blood. Furthermore, this puppet possessed a level of intelligence akin to sentient beings, capable of independent thought. However, it was utterly loyal to its master, and Qin Tianyang harbored no concerns regarding betrayal. After all, a creation of the system is undoubtedly of exquisite quality. You may rise. I need to ponder a name for you. Ah, I have it. From now on, you shall be called Heido, observing the puppet's dark, ink-like exterior. A spark of inspiration ignited in Qin Tianyang's mind, leading to the name Heido. Thank you, master, for bestowing a name upon me. You may withdraw now. Yes, master. Heido retreated. Before long, seemingly unable to endure the silence of the hall, Qin Tianyang also exited the Daoyang Hall, making his way to the beloved back mountain of Daoyang Peak. In a flash, he found himself reclining on a bamboo lounge chair. He retrieved a quilt made of Tianshan's snow spirit silkworm silk to cover himself and closed his eyes, appearing to drift into slumber. However, the Origin Dao was operating autonomously, filling Qin Tianyang with the essence of the Dao, merging seamlessly with his body as if he were one with the great Dao. Should a sage of the blissful realm or an entity of comparable Taoist standing witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be left speechless. They could scarcely conceive of someone so perverse, capable of effortlessly entering a state of enlightenment. Such a phenomenon is unprecedented and exceedingly rare. Ding! A talent of purple aptitude has been detected. The host is instructed to proceed to the city of Tianfeng in the eastern domain to recruit disciples. Warning! Should you fail to arrive promptly, your future disciple may be in grave danger. Will the host accept this mission? Bang! Qin Tianyang, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them, two beams of light shooting forth like swords from his gaze, piercing through the void and stirring a ripple in space. How audacious! Who dares to pursue my disciple? Although Qin Tianyang had yet to formally accept this future disciple, he had already regarded this individual as his own in his heart. System, I accept the mission. Ding! Congratulations to the host on successfully accepting the mission. Heido. A streak of light cut across the sky as Heitai rushed to Qin Tianyang's side at the call of his master. What is your command, master? I entrust you with a task. Bring my second disciple back unharmed. Remember, should anyone dare to threaten his life, eliminate them all, without exception. I have transmitted his image and information into your mind. Heido vowed to return young Master Zhao. Heido transformed into a black streak of light and departed. Observing the direction in which Heido had vanished, Qin Tianyang appeared contemplative, a glimmer of thought passing through his eyes. With Heida's strength at the 9th level of the heavenly realm and a physique as formidable as that of a demonic beast, he should be able to slay gods and Buddhas alike, as long as the current emperor remains absent and the sages remain hidden. Moreover, he had also imbued Heida with a fragment of his divine consciousness. Should Heida falter, he could swiftly seize control of Heida's body to repel any foes. In the eastern domain, at the Zhao family estate in Tianfeng City, within a room steeped in antiquity, numerous extraordinary figures gathered around a bed. On the bed lay a youth, approximately 15 years old. His complexion was pale, seemingly in a state of unconsciousness, occasionally contorted by pain, with his hands and feet bound by chains forged from black iron, rendering him immobile. "Uncle San, how much longer until we begin? I can almost envision Kong's future brilliance," spoke a middle-aged woman in imperial attire, standing not far from the bed. She possessed a certain beauty, yet her features were sharp and harsh. Her gaze filled with malice and selfishness. Absurd. Such a significant matter requires utmost caution. How can one be so impatient? If carelessly mishandled, the divine eye could be destroyed, and that would be a tremendous loss. An elder, positioned before the bed, cast a sidelong glance at the woman. He then formed hand seals and began to cast a spell upon the youth on the bed. "Humph, a woman with a narrow vision," remarked a middle-aged man beside her, the current head of the Zhao family in Tianfeng City. "Madam, do not disturb Uncle San. This boy cannot escape. One cannot rush a hot meal. What my uncle and husband have taught me is that I have been too impatient." The woman forced a smile, yet her eyes flickered with indignation. "Once my son ascends to become the unparalleled prodigy, let us see if you dare to treat me this way again." "Ah." The youth, awakening from his torment, suddenly opened his eyes, attempting to rise, only to discover himself shackled by chains. As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized that the third elder of the family was casting spells, inscribing marks upon his body. It was these very marks, embedded within him, that perpetuated his suffering. "I have brought countless benefits to the Zhao family, yet in the end, this is how you repay me? I vow that even in death, I shall not let you escape my wrath." He lifted his gaze toward the woman not far from the foot of the bed. His expression twisted with malice as he spoke. "Ha, do you truly consider yourself a person? You are merely a useless branch of the family." The head of the Zhao family and his wife remained silent, but beside them, a young man clad in splendid attire interjected. "Humph. Had it not been for the serendipitous discovery of your extraordinary divine eyes, who would have paid any heed to you, Zhao Fan? A pitiful wretch who lost his parents at a tender age and hails from a collateral lineage of outsiders?" Zhao Kong cast a disdainful sidelong glance at Zhao Fan, a slight smirk playing on his lips, revealing a hint of contempt. He paused momentarily before continuing. "Allow me to speak candidly. The reason our Zhao family has expended considerable resources and effort to nurture you is solely to await the maturation of your divine eyes. Only then, once they are transplanted into my own being, can I obtain a flawless, perfect pair of divine eyes." At this juncture, Zhao Kong's gaze grew sinister as he seethed. "For all these years, you have basked in glory, lauded as the foremost genius of the family, your name echoing throughout Tianfeng City. But do you realize? All this honor and prestige were rightfully mine. If not for your wretched divine eyes, what merit would you possess to achieve your current status?" With a triumphant laugh that reverberated through the air, Zhao Kong's eyes glimmered with insatiable greed and desire. Zhao Fan remained silent, his eyes fixed intently on Zhao Kong, a wave of desolation washing over him. He could scarcely believe that all of this was a fade, orphaned at a tender age. He found himself utterly alone and relegated to the status of an inconspicuous distant relative, a fate that seemingly offered no escape. Yet, when he turned 10, the family patriarch sought him out, proclaiming him a prodigy of cultivation destined for grand development within the clan. From that moment on, an abundance of resources was directed toward him, and he did not disappoint, ascending rapidly in prowess. However, it has all culminated in deception, a mere fade crafted for the sake of his unique constitution. "Now lie down on the bed, Kong. Your third granduncle is prepared to bestow upon you this extraordinary divine eye." The elder in question was the third elder of the Zhao family, a relative of the current patriarch and Zhao Kong's great uncle. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kong promptly approached and reclined on the bed. The third elder of the Zhao family began to execute a peculiar technique, his fingers weaving an enigmatic array of energy that shot forth like serpents' tongues, casting a dense web of light towards Zhao Fan's eyes. "Ah, as the strange luminescence enveloped his eyes, Zhao Fan was beset by waves of searing pain, akin to being relentlessly gnawed upon by countless ants. He clenched his teeth, suppressing the urge to cry out, his eyes glaring at the crowd like those of a venomous wolf. As time passed, the eerie light grew increasingly sinister, and a frigid wind surged within the room, enveloping everyone in an unsettling atmosphere, as if they had descended into the very depths of hell. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, the Nine Suns Divine Eye was activated, and a wave of searing heat erupted from Zhao Fan's body. His eyes appeared to harbor two blazing suns, radiating an infinite brilliance, piercing through the void with their fervent gaze. "Quick, assist me," he implored, as the malevolent creature's divine eyes activated autonomously, putting up a fierce resistance. The third elder of the Zhao family, struck by the intensity of that gaze, hastily summoned the others to join in suppressing the divine eye. As they united their efforts, the Nine Suns Divine Eye gradually succumbed, its struggles ceasing. Zhao Fan found himself powerless, for he had never truly wielded the Nine Suns Divine Eye before, nor had he practiced the corresponding techniques. Boldness! How dare you harm my master's disciple? Just as the Nine Suns Divine Eye was on the verge of being extracted, a terrifying voice resonated above the Zhao family, echoing throughout the entirety of Tianfeng City. The heads of several prominent families within the city looked towards the Zhao family, their expressions filled with confusion, unaware of the unfolding events. Chapter 15. Heida arrives and rescues Zhao Fan. A figure, resembling a towering black demon, descended into the room. It was none other than Heida, who had come to search for Qin Tianyang's disciple. Upon arriving in Tianfeng City, he was nearly horrified by what he witnessed through his vast divine consciousness, honed by the nine heavens. Should his master discover that his disciple had encountered misfortune, he would surely be met with dire consequences and face a complete reconstruction. Thankfully, he had arrived just in time. Heida approached the bed, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Thanks to Heida's timely intervention, the third elder's malevolent technique was interrupted, preventing the Nine Suns Divine Eye from being drawn back into Zhao Fan's body, who had merely succumbed to weakness and fainted. Heida flicked his finger, infusing a surge of vital energy into Zhao Fan's body. Before long, Zhao Fan stirred awake, albeit with a pallid complexion. He could only recall a near-death experience, followed by the sound of a furious roar. Upon awakening, he discovered a rugged giant standing beside him, exuding a fearsome presence, yet instilling a profound sense of security. The Zhao family members who had intended him harm were nowhere to be seen. It seemed that this elder had come to his rescue. Just as he was about to speak, a voice filled with exasperation broke through the silence. "Who dares to intrude upon the Zhao family estate? Do you not know that the Zhao family is the foremost clan in Tianfeng City?" Zhao Kong, still shaken by the earlier events, finally spoke up. His eyes were ablaze with fury, nearly igniting with rage. He was so close, just a breath away from obtaining that unparalleled divine eye. Yet, unexpectedly, at the pivotal moment, his plans were thwarted by this intruder. "I advise you to surrender now, otherwise I shall ensure your demise." Bang! Before Zhao Kong could finish his threat, he was reduced to a mist of blood. Heida retracted his hand and turned to Zhao Fan, inquiring, "Has this man always been so audacious?" Zhao Fan rose and bowed to Heida, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for saving my life. This individual is merely a wretched creature ensnared by desire." "Do you know why I came to your rescue?" "I do not. However, since you have saved me, my life now belongs to you. Yet, should you request me to engage in malevolent deeds, I must regrettably decline." Zhao Fan had never met this man, yet his willingness to assist him implied a deeper connection. Upon hearing this, Heida's eyes glimmered with admiration. "Indeed, gratefulness and principles, coupled with extraordinary talent, only my master is worthy of mentoring this individual." Just as Heida was about to explain his intentions, the Zhao family members, previously swept away by his imposing presence, charged back in. At that moment, Zhao Kong's mother burst into the room, scanning the surroundings and noticing only two figures, Zhao Fan and the assailant. Her gaze then fell upon the blood mist scattered on the floor, and comprehension dawned upon her. "Konger!" Suddenly, a heart-wrenching wail echoed throughout the Zhao family estate. Zhao Kong's mother, her eyes aflame with rage, revealed her cultivation at the 5th level of the Xuanchen realm, unleashing a tempestuous attack aimed at Zhao Fan. Zhao Kong's father swiftly followed. "I want you dead." Her son was gone. The one who would have become renowned throughout the world had been reduced to mere blood mist. If not for this wretch, her son would not have met such a tragic fate. He must have summoned this person. First, eliminate Zhao Fan. Then, slay the dark-clad giant. As Zhao Kong's mother approached with lethal intent, Heida unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! Zhao Kong's parents exploded into a mist of blood, scattering across the ground. You dare to slay the young master of the Zhao family and the family head. The third elder of the Zhao family declared, his expression as dark as stormy waters. Zhao family members, heed my command. Attack. Without waiting for Heida to speak, the third elder led the Zhao clan members in an assault against Heida, esteemed elder. Be cautious. The third elder possesses the formidable strength of the 9th level of the Wenxin realm. If you find yourself at a disadvantage, I implore you to retreat and save yourself from peril. Concerned for Heida's safety, Zhao Fan hastily cautioned him against the advancing Zhao family elder. Do not worry. They are but a swarm of ants. Heida replied, turning to Zhao Fan with a smile. With a mere wave of his hand, an invisible force surged forth. Bang! 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 Upon encountering this intangible force, the members of the Zhao family's third elder met their demise one after another. Zhao Fan, witnessing this, gaped in astonishment. As if he could swallow an egg whole. He never anticipated that this elder possessed such terrifying strength. May I inquire about your capabilities, esteemed elder? Zhao Fan could not quell his curiosity. If I so desire, it would be trivial to raise the entire Tianfeng city to the ground. Such audacious claims. To level an entire city. Do you consider yourself a celestial being? Before the words had fully escaped his lips, a sinister voice echoed. Suddenly, an elderly man clad in a black robe, with shadowy eyes, materialized. Alongside him, numerous well-trained guards of the Zhao family encircled the two figures. You possess great audacity. You dare invade my Zhao family, slay our family head and his spouse, and eliminate the future prodigy of the Zhao clan. Do you truly disregard the Zhao family of Tianfeng? In response, the black-clad elder remained impassive, coolly retorting, What is your Zhao family of Tianfeng to me? A vast family. Yet you treat a deserving outsider with such disdain. Humph. I have nurtured Zhao Fan for over a decade, expending countless resources on him. It is his honor to serve as a foundation for my grandson. I merely seek to claim his divine gaze, nothing more. Moreover, with the might of my Zhao family. Accommodating a mere wastrel is hardly a challenge. Now that my grandson has perished, you shall pay for his life. The shadowy elder's aura erupted, revealing the full extent of his mastery at the 6th level of the celestial realm, causing the very fabric of space to fracture under the pressure. He wielded a long blade, unleashing several waves of sword energy, its magnitude unparalleled. Observing this, the dark figure displayed a look of disdain, effortlessly dissipating the sword energy with a mere sweep of his hand. What? The shadowy elder's expression shifted continuously. This individual was indeed formidable. Yet the Zhao family was not to be trifled with. All members of the Zhao family, heed my command. Form the formation. The guards moved in perfect synchrony, gesturing with their hands as surges of spiritual energy rippled through the air, manifesting an enigmatic array. Boom. As the collective strength of the members was channeled into the shadowy elder, his aura surged, and his realm ascended, halting only at the 9th level of the celestial realm. Unless you are a master of the cave heaven realm, your demise is certain today. Prepare to meet your end. The shadowy elder laughed maniacally before executing his most powerful move. With this technique, he had once slain 3 formidable opponents of the same realm with a single strike. Now, with the array's enhancement and his realm elevated to the 9th level of the celestial realm, he felt capable of confronting even a master of the 1st level of the cave heaven realm. Embrace your doom. The colossal blade light sliced through the sky like a lightning bolt, carrying immense power as it descended upon the dark figure. In that instant, it seemed as though the heavens and earth shifted in hue. Meanwhile, Zhao Fan, standing off to the side, gazed anxiously at the unfolding scene. Despite the elder's previous assertions of easily obliterating the entire Tianfeng city with a single strike, the overwhelming power exhibited by the shadowy elder now stirred doubt and unease within Zhao Fan. After all, the aura radiating from the elder was terrifying, sending chills down one's spine. Still as weak as an ant. Boom. The dark figure unleashed a punch, the shadows of his fist causing blood mist to erupt. Furthermore, the entire Zhao family was reduced to rubble, with no survivors left. They have departed. The dark figure led the dazed Zhao Fan away from the Zhao family, heading back to the Daoji Sect. A quarter of an hour later, upon sensing the silence from the Zhao family, others in Tianfeng City gathered their courage to investigate. What they discovered was a scene they would never forget. The Zhao family lay in ruins, the entire clan annihilated. Surely, the Zhao family had provoked a force they should not have. Quickly, send out the orders. Instruct the younger generation to remain prudent and avoid unnecessary conflict. Otherwise, I shall personally expel them from the family. The heads of other families in Tianfeng City, witnessing this spectacle, were filled with dread, fearing they would be next. They hastily issued commands to restrain their younger members, particularly those who were typically arrogant and overbearing. Chapter 16. Zhao Fan becomes a disciple. Task completed, Elder. Who are you? Where are you taking me? In the void above, the now composed Zhao Fan noticed the dark figure was leading him onward. My master is well versed in the mysteries of the heavens and has recognized you as an unparalleled talent. Hence, I have been sent to escort you back to the Dao Extreme Sect to take you as my disciple. Dao Extreme Sect? Is this truly the Dao Extreme Sect? One of the 3 sacred lands of the eastern wilderness? Zhao Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, at the back mountain of the Dao Extreme Sect, Qin Tianyang lay in his bamboo recliner, sound asleep. Suddenly, 2 streaks of light pierced the sky, landing beside Qin Tianyang. Master, young Master Zhao has been brought here. You may leave now. After respectfully bowing, Heida turned and transformed into a flash of light, vanishing into the horizon. System, open the information panel. Ding. The panel has been opened for the host. Name, Zhao Fan Realm. 7th layer of the Spirit Platform Physique. 9 Sons Divine Eye background. Member of the Zhao family from Tianfeng City in the Eastern Wilderness. Previously persecuted by his kin, Heida has annihilated the Zhao family. The 9 Sons Divine Eye? Qin Tianyang sat up, gazing at Zhao Fan, who was observing him intently. No wonder the system classified Zhao Fan as possessing purple aptitude. He indeed possesses the 9 Sons Divine Eye. It is said that those who bear this divine eye fear no cold or dark entities, serving as the bane of all evil spirits. Wherever they gaze, they incinerate all and illuminate the cosmos. Do you wish to take me as your master? You might not yet know who I am. I am the master of the Daoyang lineage, one of the 6 veins of the Dao Extreme Sect in the Eastern Wilderness. Disciple pays respects to master. Hearing this, Zhao Fan unhesitatingly knelt and bowed 3 times. To have the opportunity to practice in a sacred land and to be accepted as a disciple by the master of one of its 6 veins, a fool would refuse such an opportunity. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward technique. 9 Suns Burning Heaven Art. Reward Imperial Dao Weapon. 9 Luminaries Divine Mirror. Reward for the host's cultivation. Mid-level Imperial Sovereign Cultivation. Qin Tianyang had long since grown accustomed to such bountiful rewards and was not overly astonished. Good, good, good. Rise. You shall henceforth be my second disciple. Prior to you, there is an elder brother named Lu Xuanha. Qin Tianyang helped Zhao Fan to his feet. Regarding him with a kind expression, he then spoke. Do you know why I wish to accept you as my disciple? Disciple does not know. Zhao Fan shook his head. All that had transpired today felt like a fantastical dream to him. First, his family sought to gouge out his eyes to implant them in the useless Zhao Kong. And then, fortunately, the dark-clad elder had rescued him in time and effortlessly annihilated the Zhao family. Following this, he was brought back to the Dao Extreme Sect and became the disciple of his master. I am aware of your previous circumstances. The Zhao family was filled with ignorant fools, narrow-minded individuals who only knew of your divine eye and foolishly sought to seize it for themselves. They failed to realize that this pair of eyes is the legendary 9 Sons Divine Eye, which only you can withstand due to its utmost yang properties. Should anyone else acquire your divine eye, they would be reduced to ashes by the supreme yang flames contained within. My divine eye is the 9 Sons Divine Eye? Zhao Fan lifted his head, gazing at Qin Tianyang with a look of bewilderment. His expression was one of confusion, and it was hardly surprising in today's world. Apart from a few ancient sages or those with extensive experience, few were aware of the legendary 9 Yang Divine Eyes. This rare physical trait, known as the 9 Yang Divine Eyes, was regarded by the Zhao family merely as a robust characteristic. It was said that those who possessed the 9 Yang Divine Eyes could incinerate the heavens with their gaze, fearlessly confronting malevolent entities, serving as natural nemesis to evil. Qin Tianyang presented Zhao Fan with a recently acquired martial arts reward, the 9 Yang Burning Heaven Technique, placing it into his hands. The 9 Yang Burning Heaven Technique? Zhao Fan's eyes widened, fixated on the scroll that radiated intense heat. The 5 characters inscribed on the cover, 9 Yang Burning Heaven Technique, seemed to shimmer with resplendent golden light as Zhao Fan's gaze lingered upon them, causing the surrounding space to ripple as if set ablaze, enveloping the entire atmosphere in an intense warmth, pure and supreme. Such was the initial impression this technique imparted upon Zhao Fan. The powerful and untainted yang energy made his body tremble involuntarily, not from fear, but from an indescribable thrill and excitement. Shortly thereafter, he felt a surge of heat emanating from his palm, radiating throughout his entire being. causing the inner energy within his meridians to churn like boiling water. Particularly in his eyes, he sensed a fierce flame igniting, as though his 9-yang divine eyes were responding to the 9-yang burning heaven technique, awakening instinctively. In that moment, Zhao Fan was struck by a wondrous thought. Perhaps he was destined to accompany the force of supreme yang throughout his life. This is the 9 celestial illumination mirror. Qin Tianyang unveiled an ancient mirror. Its frame was adorned with intricate flame patterns, exuding a subtle warmth, while the mirror's surface was crafted from a single piece of crimson sun mystical gold. Should anyone learn that this mirror was forged entirely from crimson sun mystical gold, they would be astounded, for this material is utilized in the crafting of imperial weapons, requiring the mastery of a great emperor to fully refine it and create formidable armaments. As Zhao Fan accepted the mirror from Qin Tianyang, he felt a powerful energy coursing through his arm and into his body, resonating harmoniously with the 9-yang burning heaven technique and the 9-yang divine eyes. This mirror will greatly aid your cultivation of the 9-yang burning heaven technique, as it can gather the pure yang energy of the heavens and earth for you to absorb, making your training remarkably efficient, Qin Tianyang elucidated. Thank you, Master, for bestowing these techniques and treasures upon me. Zhao Fan expressed his gratitude, solemnly kneeling and bowing his head to Qin Tianyang. Indeed, this mirror is an imperial weapon. An imperial weapon? Zhao Fan exclaimed in surprise, lifting his gaze in astonishment. Yet, he trusted that his master would not deceive him. Even if his master claimed to be an emperor, he would believe it. However, I have sealed it, rendering it imperceptible to others, and you will not be able to unleash its full power. Its might will gradually be unsealed as your strength ascends. Qin Tianyang reclined once more on the bamboo lounge chair and continued. This is your disciple token. The disciples' cave of Daoyang Peak is located on the left side of the rear mountain. You may choose any dwelling you desire. At present, the only disciples on Daoyang Peak are you and your senior brother, as previously mentioned. I take my leave. Zhao Fan received the token, bowed respectfully, and turned towards the disciples' cave area. System. Upon sensing Zhao Fan's departure, Qin Tianyang cast a concealment array, then summoned the system in his mind. Ding. Responding to the host, I am here. Collecting cultivation reward. Boom. Mid-stage Emperor Realm. Qin Tianyang's aura erupted suddenly, revealing his mid-stage Emperor Realm cultivation. Streams of rules and paths manifested from the void, intertwining to form an enigmatic and inscrutable pattern. Huff. Qin Tianyang exhaled a breath of turbid air, feeling the surging power within him, yet his heart remained tranquil. No other reason. He was simply accustomed to it. Qin Tianyang raised his gaze towards the horizon, where a figure descended from the sky. It was the leader of the Daoji Sect. Chapter 17. The Trial of the Primordial Beast. Secret Realm. Greetings, little martial uncle. The leader of the Daoji Sect first performed a bow and then spoke. In a little over half a month, the trial of the Primordial Beast Secret Realm will commence. I wonder if you, little martial uncle, would allow junior brother Lu to participate? The trial of the Primordial Beast Secret Realm? Ding. Mission issued. Please send a disciple to the Primordial Beast Secret Realm trial and aid the sect in claiming first place. Does the host accept? The voice of the system echoed in Qin Tianyang's mind. He had not anticipated that this could trigger a mission. System, I accept the mission. Qin Tianyang replied in his mind. Little martial uncle? Observing Qin Tianyang in a moment of distraction, the leader of the Daoji Sect called out in confusion. Prolonged seclusion is not feasible. Practical training is also necessary. Therefore, let us participate. Moreover, it will not be just one disciple. I have taken on another disciple today, who possesses commendable talent. Really? That is wonderful. Congratulations, little martial uncle, on acquiring another disciple. The leader of the Daoji Sect sincerely congratulated. As long as you are willing to take in disciples, everything can be discussed. We must not allow the Daoyang lineage to languish. I shall take my leave now. The leader of the Daoji Sect turned and departed, vanishing into the horizon. I almost forgot one thing. If you are going out recently, please exercise caution. Not long after leaving, the leader of the Daoji Sect returned to remind Qin Tianyang. I have heard that a top-tier force in the eastern wasteland, the Xinxia sect, was attacked a few days ago. Furthermore, I have learned that the assailant possesses immense strength, capable of destroying the protective formation of the Xinxia sect with a single punch, injuring several important elders. Having spoken, the master of the Dao departed. The Sacred Cloud Sect? Qin Tianyang's expression shifted. He recalled that the sect which had previously provoked him was indeed named the Sacred Cloud Sect. Could it be that the sect master's disciple was referring to them? Meanwhile, Zhao Fan had just arrived at the disciples' cave dwelling area, casually selecting one of the caves to reside in. The cave dwellings were quite similar, differing only in their simple decorations unless one chose to embellish them. However, most individuals were dedicated to the pursuit of strength, content with mere habitation. The cave Zhao Fan chose was akin to the one occupied by Lu Xian, its interior adorned with simplicity, luminous pearls hung on the surrounding walls, and within there was merely a wooden bed and a wooden table, upon which lay the sect's regulations for disciples. Zhao Fan opened the regulations, flipping through the pages until he located the section on the cave dwelling formations. Moments later, he formed a series of hand seals to activate the array. Silently and imperceptibly, the concentration of spiritual energy within the cave gradually intensified, truly as one of the 3 holy lands in the eastern wilderness. The spiritual energy concentration within this disciple's cave was more than a dozen times greater than that of the outside world. Zhao Fan retrieved the 9 suns burning heaven technique, clearing his mind as he gradually entered a state of cultivation. Subsequently, he allocated a fragment of his consciousness into the scroll of the technique, commencing his training. As he began to operate the technique, it was as if an unfathomable vortex formed within him, spinning with astonishing speed, generating an unparalleled suction force. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth seemed to respond to a summons, rushing towards Zhao Fan like a tide. They were continuously absorbed into that bottomless vortex, subsequently merging into Zhao Fan's meridians and acupoints. Simultaneously, countless fire elements began to converge within the cave. The temperature surged dramatically, and the air was infused with a searing essence, transforming the entire cave into an immense furnace in the blink of an eye. The rocks on the cave walls began to glow red-hot, and the dust on the ground was lifted by the oppressive heat. Yet, amidst this raging inferno, Zhao Fan remained as steadfast as a mountain, not a single hair out of place. The overwhelming sensation of heat, potent enough to cause fainting or even death in a mere mortal, felt to Zhao Fan as if he had returned to the warm embrace of his mother. He closed his eyes, his expression serene as still water, fully immersed in the enchanting realm of cultivation, greedily absorbing every strand of spiritual energy to continually enhance his power. 10 days elapsed. When the unparalleled physique of the 9 suns' divine eyes encountered the extraordinary technique of the 9 suns' burning heaven formula, Zhao Fan's speed of cultivation diverged completely from the past. The formidable spiritual energy coalescing from the spirit-gathering formation within the cave, combined with the 9 suns' divine eyes and the 9 suns' burning heaven formula, elevated Zhao Fan's realm to the pinnacle of the 9th heaven of the spiritual platform, mere steps away from the Yuan spirit realm. At this moment, he was poised to surge forth, directly entering the Yuan spirit realm. Zhao Fan directed the spiritual energy within his meridians as it violently assaulted the barriers of his realm, emanating a searing flame from his entire being, suffused with an essence of utmost rigidity and brilliance. Bang, bang, bang. He continued to strive towards the realm of the primordial spirit. Breakthrough, Zhao Fan exclaimed with fervor. Boom. The primordial spirit realm. A formidable pressure characteristic of the primordial spirit realm enveloped the entire cave dwelling. Zhao Fan abruptly opened his eyes. His Jiuyang divine eyes ignited like a blazing torch, flames roaring fiercely within his gaze. He rose to his feet, feeling the surging power within him, a wave of joy washing over his heart. In merely 10 days, he had leaped from the 7th level of the spirit platform realm to the realm of the primordial spirit, all thanks to the teachings bestowed by his master. The technique he had received harmonized perfectly with his 9 yang divine eyes, enabling him to unleash the true potency of his gaze. Moreover, the synergy between the two greatly enhanced his efficiency in converting the ethereal energies of the cosmos, accelerating the process to an astonishing degree, countless times faster than before. With a mere thought, Zhao Fan unleashed 2 beams of incandescent light from his eyes, akin to blazing fire dragons. Wherever the light traversed, the solid rock walls appeared as if molten iron had pierced through, instantly creating 2 unfathomable voids. Surrounding his eyes were wisps of ethereal flames, dancing like spirited sprites, while his pupils resembled 2 blazing suns, radiating a mesmerizing and unsettling brilliance. Utterly firm and radiant, in the direction of his gaze, all vile and nefarious entities were consumed. Is this truly the power of my 9 yang divine eyes? Zhao Fan murmured to himself. He had previously only known that his eyes seemed to differ from those of others. Whenever faced with a life-and-death crisis, a warm current would surge within him, coursing through his meridians and granting him a chance to turn the tide. It was only after fully awakening the Nine Suns' divine eyes that he realized he had squandered their potential in the past. Previously, the Nine Suns' divine eyes were merely passively activated in response to life's perils, with his mastery being less than 1% of what it could be. Now, having cultivated the unparalleled technique bestowed upon him by his master, the Nine Suns' burning heaven formula, he had completely mastered the Nine Suns' divine eyes. After stretching lazily, he realized he had been in seclusion for 10 days and decided to step outside to reacquaint himself with the surroundings of Daoji Peak. Zhao Fan quickly tidied up, deactivated the formation, and exited his cave. Upon stepping out, he noticed that the door of the adjacent cave had also swung open, revealing a young man with strikingly sharp features. A sword, an indomitable sword. This was the immediate impression he received, particularly from the piercing gaze of the young man, which was as sharp as a sword's aura, causing ordinary individuals to shy away from making direct eye contact. He sensed the formidable presence of the individual before him. Should he engage in a duel, the outcome would likely be unmistakable. Subsequently, Zhao Fan recalled his master's words regarding another senior brother, who, like him, was a disciple of Daoji Peak and had just emerged from his secluded abode. Thus, he approached and offered his greetings. "Greetings, senior brother," Zhao Fan said, clasping his hands in salute. At the very moment Lu Xuanhe stepped through the threshold, he discerned Zhao Fan's presence. He was also observing Zhao Fan. Realizing that although Zhao Fan was merely at the first level of the Xuanchen realm, his strength was not to be underestimated. Especially notable were his eyes, which, while appearing ordinary at first glance, upon closer inspection seemed to burn with an inner fire, exuding a scorching aura that appeared capable of incinerating the void itself. At that moment, seeing Zhao Fan emerge from the disciple's cave and respectfully clasp his fists in greeting, addressing him as senior brother, Lu Xuanhe understood everything and reciprocated the gesture, saying, "There is no need for such formality, junior brother." The two were delighted to meet and were eager to engage in conversation. Suddenly, a gentle voice resonated in their minds. "Now that both of you have exited your seclusion, please come to the back mountain." They exchanged glances, recognizing from each other's expressions that their master was summoning them, and thus they proceeded together. Chapter 18. Brotherhood ventures into the trial's secret realm at the back mountain of Daoji Peak. A serene and harmonious atmosphere enveloped the surroundings. Sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting dappled shadows on the ground, while a gentle breeze rustled the grass and branches, producing a soft rustling sound. Amidst this tranquil scenery, Qin Tianyang lay languidly in his familiar posture on an ancient recliner, draped in a blanket made from the silk of the Tianshan snow silkworm. He slightly narrowed his eyes, caught in a state that hovered between wakefulness and slumber, a faint smile gracing his lips as if he were lost in a delightful reverie. His long, ebony hair cascaded casually behind him, with a few strands lifted by the breeze, gently brushing against his sharply defined visage. Two streaks of light traversed the horizon, heralding the silent arrival of Qin Tianyang's eldest disciple, Lu Xuanhe, and his second disciple, Zhao Fan. As the two prepared to pay their respects, they keenly sensed an indescribable and peculiar aura emanating from Qin Tianyang. This aura, akin to ethereal mist, enveloped him, the rhythm of Dao slowly circulating, intertwining delicately with the surrounding void. As time progressed, this Dao rhythm began to merge with a mysterious power concealed within the emptiness, resonating and entangling with one another in an inseparable bond, as harmonious as water and milk. Positioned at the center of this wondrous spectacle, Qin Tianyang appeared even more transcendent, as if he were on the verge of embodying the Dao and merging completely with the vast expanse of the cosmos. However, when the two widened their eyes, eager to delve deeper into the mystery, they found Qin Tianyang tranquil and serene, resembling an utterly ordinary person in deep slumber, with all previous phenomena vanished. The stark contrast left them questioning whether what they had witnessed was merely an illusion. Their master's power had grown increasingly formidable, they thought. Aware that the recent spectacle was indeed real, their master's strength beyond comprehension. Disciples pay their respects to the master. Upon seeing Qin Tianyang open his eyes, the two bowed in unison. "Surely, you two must have met before. Yet, allow me to make a brief introduction," Qin Tianyang said, raising his gaze towards them. "This is your eldest brother, Lu Xuanhe." He indicated Lu Xuanhe while addressing Zhao Fan. "I've met my elder brother," Zhao Fan replied. "No need for formalities, junior brother." Xuanhe. This is your newly accepted second disciple, Zhao Fan. Greetings, junior brother. Thank you, elder brother. Qin Tianyang then rose and approached the precipice, gazing into the boundless sea of clouds, appreciating the beauty before him. In 5 days, there will be a trial in the secret realm of the primordial beasts. You too shall participate. Remaining in seclusion will not enhance your strength. Only through battle and tempering will you progress more rapidly. I have but one request. Assist the sect in securing first place in this grand competition. Qin Tianyang turned to his disciples, imparting these instructions. Disciples vowed to fulfill the task. Lu Xuanhe and Zhao Fan replied in unison, their voices imbued with determination and confidence. Very well. You may depart. Qin Tianyang nodded in satisfaction. The two withdrew. Elder brother, do you have any plans? Lu Xuanhe inquired as he walked alongside Zhao Fan. I intend to venture into the sect's secret realm, Zhao Fan replied. The junior disciple shares the same sentiment, having heard tales of the formidable secret realms within the sect. I have long desired to test my mettle there. Let us embark together. Moments later, they arrive at the trial peak of the Daoji Sect. This peak was crafted by the first sect master through immense power and cultivation, specifically designed for the disciples of the sect to undergo trials and adventures. The trial peak is most renowned for its Sword Tower, Nine Suns Cave, and Lingshao Tower, among others. The Sword Tower, as its name suggests, is a secret realm dedicated to sword cultivators, divided into 12 levels, each corresponding to the 4 major realms: spiritual platform, primordial spirit, heart-seeking, and celestial beings, encompassing 36 minor realms. This implies that the first level is suited for disciples at the 1st to 3rd tiers of the spiritual platform, while the second level accommodates those at the 4th to 6th tiers. Following this pattern, the 12th level corresponds to the 7th to 9th tiers of the celestial being realm. However, strength does not strictly align with these levels. The Sword Tower primarily assesses a disciple's comprehension of the sword. Throughout the long history of the Daoji Sect, there was once a disciple who had just entered the 7th tier of the heart-seeking realm, wielding a long sword, who managed to conquer the 9th level of the Sword Tower. This feat astonished all within the sect, and that individual is now the current sect master, possessing unparalleled strength at the 9th tier of the celestial being realm, revered across the eastern wilderness. At this moment, Lu Xuanhe strides toward the Sword Tower, encountering numerous disciples along the way. Most are at the spiritual platform realm, newly initiated during the recent disciple recruitment ceremony of the Daoji Sect. A small fraction of these new disciples have already reached the primordial spirit realm. They were at the 9th tier of the spiritual platform before joining the sect. But upon accessing advanced techniques and the significantly denser spiritual energy within the Daoji Sect, they swiftly advanced to the primordial spirit realm. This Sword Tower is truly extraordinary. I, with my strength at the 7th tier of the spiritual platform, nearly failed to surpass the 2nd level, exclaimed one disciple. Indeed, I, at the 8th tier of the spiritual platform, could scarcely withstand 10 moves against the puppet at the 3rd level. I, Long Aotian, once regarded as a top talent in the outside world, did not anticipate stumbling here in the Sword Tower. As soon as I entered the 2nd level and prepared myself, the puppet struck with its sword. In the blink of an eye, I was sent flying. Do you still consider yourself a genius? Perhaps in the outside world. That holds some merit. But if we speak of true genius, it must be Fang Jun, the newly accepted disciple of the sect master this year. With strength at the 3rd tier of the primordial spirit realm, he has already advanced through the 4th level of the Sword Tower and reportedly held his ground for a quarter of an hour at the 5th level before succumbing. Fang Jun is indeed formidable. Otherwise, he would not have caught the sect master's eye. Along the way, the disciples continue their discussions, while Lu Xuanhe walks toward the Sword Tower, listening intently. Fang Jun. He must be the remarkable individual who dazzled everyone during the recruitment ceremony. Lu Xuanhe had a vague understanding of who Fang Jun was. That individual had once broken through 3 barriers in succession and was directly accepted as a disciple by the sect master. Soon, a colossal sword tower came into view, aptly named, as it resembled a sword piercing the heavens, with countless sword intents emanating from it. Lu Xuanhe retrieved his disciple token and, after passing through the entrance inspection, strode directly into the sword tower. After a moment of disorientation, he opened his eyes to find himself in a secret chamber. The walls were forged from an unknown cold iron, and a massive luminous pearl illuminated the space from above. At the center of the chamber stood a puppet, poised with a long sword. The puppet was entirely black, radiating an inexplicable luster. Upon entering the sword tower, A stream of consciousness flowed into Lu Xuan's mind, and after assimilating this information, he grasped all the rules of the Sword Tower. First, each disciple is granted a preparation period upon entering the Sword Tower. Once ready, they need only perform the relevant seal to activate the puppet and commence the trial. Secondly, after defeating a puppet, the Sword Tower's formation would generate 2 additional puppets. With no further time for recovery, if one were to falter, activating the disciple token would allow for immediate teleportation out of the trial. Should the challenger successfully vanquish 2 puppets, 3 more would be summoned. Similarly, if one found themselves in peril, activating the disciple token would suffice. If 3 puppets were successfully defeated, the challenger would pass the trial of that level and be granted access to the next teleportation gate. Having comprehended all the rules, Lu Xuan executed the seal and activated the puppet. With a swift motion, the puppet drew its sword and struck towards Lu Xuan. However, Lu Xuan was swifter, countering with a strike that shattered the puppet. Before he could react, the Sword Tower's formation rapidly generated 2 more puppets that lunged at him. Lu Xuan raised his hand and struck once more, annihilating both puppets. Following this, 3 puppets emerged, meeting the same fate under Lu Xuan's blade. Subsequently, a teleportation gate appeared in the center of the chamber. The puppets at this level are far too weak. They are hardly a match for me. Even when 3 attacked simultaneously, Lu Xuan murmured to himself. He himself was at the pinnacle of the 4th layer of the Yuan spirit realm, effortlessly confronting puppets of the spirit platform realm. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Xuan approached the teleportation portal and entered the 2nd level of the Sword Tower. As before, the battle concluded in 3 swift strikes, clean and unimpeded. In the 3rd layer, it was still 3 strikes. In the 4th layer, the outcome remained unchanged. It was not until the 5th layer that Lu Xuan's speed began to wane. The puppets in this layer had reached the zenith of the 6th layer of the Yuan spirit realm, and although they were mere puppets, their formidable strength, crafted from unknown materials, was extraordinary. If confronted by peers of the same realm, they would surpass the so-called 4 prodigies of Wei that Lu Xuan had previously vanquished. Should the 3rd prince of Wei and his companions arrive, they would likely succumb within 20 exchanges. When he faced 3 puppets of the 6th layer of the Yuan spirit realm simultaneously, he exerted considerable effort, taking a quarter of an hour to defeat them, resulting in numerous sword wounds across his body. Lu Xuan consumed a healing pill and then sat down to recuperate. After 15 minutes, he rose without hesitation and proceeded to the next level. The 6th layer primarily served as a training ground for disciples of the 7th to 9th layers of the Yuan spirit realm. Logically, a disciple at the pinnacle of the 4th layer of the Yuan spirit realm would find surpassing the 5th layer to be their limit. However, Lu Xuan was not content. He recognized that he possessed the forbidden sword body and should not equate himself with ordinary cultivators. He should continuously explore the depths of his potential. He was eager to discover the boundaries of his capabilities. In the 6th layer, a puppet wielding a long sword stood resolutely in the center of the chamber. Upon facing it, Lu Xuan felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from the puppet, which was at the 9th layer of the Yuan spirit realm. Such immense pressure. Let me see if I can defeat you. Lu Xuan formed a seal and activated the puppet. Chapter 19. Breaking records in that instant. The puppet seemed infused with boundless power, suddenly springing to life. It raised the sword it gripped tightly and swung it fiercely, unleashing a resplendent beam of sword light that shot forth like lightning. In a split second, Lu Xuan, undeterred, brandished his own celestial slayer sword, and in that moment, another sharp beam of sword light streaked through the air. A thunderous clash resounded as the 2 beams collided violently, erupting in dazzling brilliance and a deafening explosion. Immediately, Lu Xuan seized the opportunity to unleash an even more potent sword energy, surging toward the puppet. However, the puppet nimbly dodged Lu Xuan's attack and swiftly charged toward his side with astonishing speed. Excellent. Only such a formidable adversary can compel me to unleash my full potential. Today, let me ascertain where my limits truly lie. Upon witnessing this scene, a flicker of excitement flashed in Lu Xuan's eyes as he bellowed. Before his voice had faded, he firmly grasped the hilt of his sword and boldly charged towards the puppet that was lunging at him. In an instant, the chamber resonated with a series of dense and muffled impacts. Bang, bang, bang. The intertwining sword lights of man and puppet clashed in a chaotic ballet, each collision akin to the explosion of stars, exuding a formidable might that seemed to threaten the very fabric of space itself with a sense of impending rupture. Their figures darted through the void with astonishing speed, leaving one in a daze. At this moment, Lu Xuanhe was utterly immersed in this fiercely intense battle, forgetting everything else. Despite the freshly healed wounds on his body tearing open anew due to the vigorous movements, his comprehension of the sword path deepened amidst the life-and-death struggle. Gradually, the long-dormant forbidden sword body within him was fully awakened, suffusing the air with a chilling and piercing sword intent, as well as intricate and profound sword path rules. Meanwhile, within the Jiuyang cave, Zhao Fan and Lu Xuanhe arrived at the trial peak, each proceeding to their respective training grounds. As a sword cultivator, Lu Xuanhe naturally headed for the sword tower, while Zhao Fan made his way directly to the illustrious Jiuyang cave. This cave was regarded as a sacred ground by all disciples practicing fire attribute techniques within the Daoji Sect. It harbored numerous profound and mysterious rules of the fire attribute, each containing endless secrets awaiting exploration and understanding. However, what was most commendable was the presence of an extraordinarily mysterious formation within Jiuyang Cave. This formation possessed miraculous power, capable of unleashing the potent fire attribute spiritual veins hidden beneath the cave. When activated, the immense energy from the veins would be ceaselessly summoned, subsequently conjuring fire spirit beasts formed from pure flame rules. These fire spirit beasts, akin to burning sprites, radiated a searing glow, though they did not speak. Their comprehension of fire attribute rules surpassed that of ordinary beings. Disciples entering Jiuyang Cave to battle with them would gain immense training benefits. Only a wealthy and influential entity like the Daoji Sect, a giant in the eastern wilderness, could afford to establish a trial secret realm using a fire attribute spiritual vein for its disciples. As Zhao Fan approached the entrance of Jiuyang Cave, he noticed several individuals conversing as they exited. Though this Jiuyang Cave is challenging to conquer, I feel my understanding of fire attribute rules has significantly advanced. The fire spirit beasts within are truly extraordinary. Every move they make embodies the essence of flame rules. Listening to their discussions, Zhao Fan's anticipation grew. Taking a deep breath, he stepped into the Jiuyang Cave. Upon entry, he found himself in a peculiar space, a wave of scorching heat rushing towards him as if it sought to engulf him. He beheld the surrounding walls adorned with an array of flickering, peculiar runes, which manifested the essence of fire attribute rules. A glimmer of flame danced in his eyes as the Nine Suns' divine eyes activated. The world before him transformed dramatically. He perceived intricate details that eluded others, witnessing the flowing trajectories of these fire attribute rules interweaving to forge even more potent laws. Undeterred, Zhao Fan pressed onward, and before long, a fire spirit beast lunged at him with a fearsome roar. Its form resembled that of a leopard, with flames flickering across its body, its claws slicing through the air, leaving trails of fire in their wake. Zhao Fan's gaze sharpened. He swiftly formed hand seals, uttering a low incantation, conjuring a crimson shield before him. The beast's claws struck the shield, sending sparks flying in all directions. Seizing the moment, Zhao Fan thrust forth a surge of fiery power, sweeping towards the fire spirit beast. Boom! The beast was struck by this torrent of flames, instantly vanishing into the void. The Daoji Sect truly lived up to its name as a holy ground. Even the weakest of the beasts within the trial's secret realm possessed the strength of the spirit platform realm. However, to me, it still lacked a certain thrill. There should be even more formidable fire spirit beasts ahead. Without pausing for breath, Zhao Fan continued into the depths of the Nine Suns Cave, ready to embrace greater challenges. A day later, the resounding chimes of 3 bells echoed throughout the Daoji Sect. What was happening? Why were their bells ringing? Had someone come to attack? Have you lost your mind during your seclusion? The Daoji Sect is the holy land of the eastern wilderness. Who would dare assault us? Suddenly, it dawned on me. It must be someone breaking a record in a certain secret realm of the Trial Peak. But who among us possesses such valor to shatter the Trial Peak's record? Countless disciples raised their heads towards the source of the bells, realizing the sound emanated from the Trial Peak. Concurrently, some elders within the sect engaged in conversation, their consciousnesses intertwining in the void. Indeed, someone had broken the record. It had been a long time since a disciple of our sect achieved such a feat. I wondered which master or esteemed elder's disciple had accomplished this. Before long, 3 more bells rang out from the Trial Peak, astonishing everyone once again. What? Another record has been broken? Heaven bless our Daoji Sect. Heaven bless us. Could it be that our sect has the opportunity to surpass the other 2 holy lands in this era? At this moment, Lu Xuanhe and Zhao Fan emerged simultaneously from their respective secret realms, only to find themselves surrounded by a throng of disciples engaged in spirited discussions about them. Bewildered by the sudden attention, they were at a loss as to what had transpired. Just as they stood in contemplation, several figures descended from the sky. At the forefront was the esteemed leader of the Daoji Sect, accompanied by several elders of the sect. The Daoji Sect leader gazed up at Lu Xuanhe and Zhao Fan, quickly realizing that they were the two disciples of his esteemed junior uncle who had shattered the long-standing record. His astonishment was palpable. He had not anticipated such extraordinary talent from his junior uncle's disciples, particularly Lu Xuanhe, who had previously suffered severe injuries to his meridians. Not only had his junior uncle restored his meridians, but he had also managed to cultivate him to such an impressive level. Truly, he was a disciple personally brought back by the previous master of the Daoyang lineage from the outside world. As for Zhao Fan, though the leader was less familiar with him, the fact that he had also broken the record at the trial peak was a testament to his exceptional aptitude. His junior uncle indeed possessed a discerning eye for talent. Reacting swiftly, the Daoji Sect leader warmly addressed them, saying, "Congratulations to both of you for breaking a record that has stood for centuries within our Daoji Sect." What? The leader's junior brothers? Could it be that these two were peculiar elders of our Daoji Sect? Upon hearing that they were the leader's junior brothers, the disciples of the Daoji Sect began to murmur amongst themselves once more. Observing their confusion, the Daoji Sect leader hastily clarified, "These two are not elders. They are both recent disciples of my esteemed junior uncle, the master of the Daoyang lineage, and they are both under 20 years of age. Come, pay your respects to your master." "Greetings, master." Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Daoji Sect understood and collectively bowed. The older disciples were aware that within their sect's 6 lineages, there existed one particularly remarkable lineage, the Daoyang lineage. Members of this lineage held a high status, with the current lineage master reportedly not yet 30 years old. At this moment, Lu Xuanhe comprehended the significance of the situation. It would be disingenuous to claim that he felt no stirring of emotions, as he himself was merely 18. However, they would not allow pride to take root in their hearts, each possessing extraordinary physiques such as the forbidden sword body and the 9 yang divine eyes. Coupled with the unparalleled techniques bestowed by Qin Tianyang and the Imperial Dao weapons, their aspirations and goals transcended mere accolades. "Brother Sect leader, we shall take our leave now," they announced. "Safe travels, junior brothers." After exchanging bows, the two made their way back to the Daoyang Peak. Chapter 20. Reputation resounds within the sect following the departure of Lu Xuanhe and Zhao Fan. The Daoji Sect leader proceeded to the Sword Tower to gather further information. He ascended to the Sword Tower, utilizing the sect master's token to observe the recorded visuals within. His expression remained composed as he witnessed Lu Xuanhe's performance across the first 4 floors, for there were disciples within the sect capable of such feats. However, when he beheld Lu Xuanhe at the 4th heavenly layer of the primordial spirit realm, engaging simultaneously with 3 puppets at the 6th heavenly layer without faltering, a change flickered across his countenance. The scene unfolded further, revealing Lu Xuanhe's remarkable comprehension and profound understanding of the principles of swordsmanship. Initially, as he faced the 3 6th heavenly layer puppets' combined assault, he appeared somewhat overwhelmed, teetering on the brink of disadvantage. Yet, as Lu Xuanhe continued to battle while simultaneously grasping the swordsmanship principles, he remarkably began to turn the tide, dominating the 3 puppets with relentless vigor. Ultimately, wielding his longsword, he unleashed 3 arcs of sword energy in an instant, shattering the 3 6th heavenly layer puppets into fragments. "Excellent!" exclaimed the Daoji Sect master, brimming with exhilaration, astonished to discover such a prodigious talent in swordsmanship among their disciples. "Ah, is it not yet concluded?" With the imagery still unfolding, the Daoji Sect master felt a surge of incredulous speculation. In the visuals, Lu Xuanhe, having gathered himself, boldly advanced toward the 6th floor of the Sword Tower. Indeed, as expected of the junior master's disciple, he exhibited remarkable courage. Yet, the Daoji Sect master pondered, could Lu Xuanhe truly overcome this challenge? An hour later, the imagery concluded. At this point, the Daoji Sect master was left speechless, for although Lu Xuanhe did not conquer the 6th floor, his performance had left him utterly astonished. He initially believed that Lu Xuanhe would falter at the first challenge of the 6th level of the Sword Tower. However, he was astounded to witness Lu Xuanhe, with his strength at the 4th level of the Yuan spirit realm, engaging in a fierce battle against a puppet of the 9th level. After an hour of combat, he seized the singular opportunity that presented itself, defeating the puppet before ultimately exiting the sword tower. Fortuitously, his junior disciple had taken Lu Xuanhe under his wing. Otherwise, the Daoji Sect would have incurred significant losses. The sect leader felt a wave of relief wash over him. Subsequently, he made his way to the Jiuyang cave, utilizing a token to observe the trial footage. The scene revealed Zhao Fan, who commenced his journey through the Jiuyang cave with unwavering momentum, advancing like a force of nature without the slightest pause. From the initial appearance of the fire spirit beast at the first level of the Ling Tai realm to the progressively stronger beasts of the second, third, and up to the ninth level, he dispatched them all with a single strike, exhibiting no signs of hesitation. These fire spirit beasts were utterly incapable of impeding his advance. It was only when the fire spirit beasts of the Yuan spirit realm emerged that his pace began to falter. However, these beasts could merely slow him down. They were unable to vanquish him. Moreover, the sect leader discerned the peculiar nature of Zhao Fan's eyes, which occasionally sparkled with flames. Seemingly impervious to the intense heat and scorching flames of the fire spirit beasts, Zhao Fan adeptly evaded the attacks of these beasts, exploiting their weaknesses and retaliating with precision. Although the fire spirit beasts from the first to the fourth levels of the Yuan spirit realm posed considerable challenges, Zhao Fan ultimately found opportunities to defeat them. It was only with the arrival of the fifth level Yuan spirit fire beast that he encountered significant difficulties. A fierce battle ensued between the two, resulting in a brutal clash. For a moment, it seemed as though the Jiuyang cave had been ignited, with a multitude of dazzling flames erupting forth. These flames were no ordinary fire. They embodied the profound and mysterious power of the fire attribute's rules. As the rules and mysteries of the fire attribute intertwined and manifested, the very fabric of the void began to tremble violently. The space appeared to fracture into countless shards, producing a cacophony of disconcerting roars. The powerful energy fluctuations distorted the surrounding air, as if it were on the verge of being consumed by this terrifying force. Soon, Zhao Fan bore numerous wounds, revealing stark white bones beneath. The fifth-level Yuan spirit fire beast, in a lamentable state, resembled a candle flickering in the wind, one eye brutally gouged out, its right hind leg resembling a broken twig, and its entire body marred by ghastly burn marks. Despite being only at the first level of the Yuan spirit realm, Zhao Fan exhibited formidable strength, managing to engage the fifth-level Yuan spirit fire beast without succumbing. His talent was undoubtedly on par with that of Lu Xuanhe. The sect leader nodded in satisfaction, his eyes filled with astonishment. In the footage, the brilliance of the Qin Tianyang illuminated the heavens. Zhao Fan employed the Nine Suns' divine eyes, his gaze akin to that of a celestial being, radiating an aura of formidable vitality. Behold, his eyes emitted two beams of divine light, hurtling toward the fire spirit beast. With a thunderous roar, the beast appeared to sense the impending peril, unleashing a torrent of flames that surged toward Zhao Fan. The clash of their assaults reverberated through the void, erupting into a brilliant explosion of light. As tranquility returned, Zhao Fan lay upon the ground, his chest heaving violently, drenched in blood. In stark contrast, the fire spirit beast had vanished, leaving behind only a residue of pure spiritual energy, which subsequently entered Zhao Fan's body to aid in his recovery. Astonishingly, a being of the first level of the primordial spirit had triumphed over a fire spirit beast of the fifth level. The leader of the Dao Extreme sect was once again left in awe. He initially believed that Zhao Fan would be fortunate to merely achieve a stalemate against the fire spirit beast, yet he was astonished to discover that victory was within reach. It is no wonder that Zhao Fan managed to provoke the chime of the trial bell at the trial peak. Subsequently, the master of Daoji Sect emerged to disseminate the remarkable feats of the two throughout the entire sect. In an instant, the entire sect was abuzz with excitement. What? A fourth-level Xuanchen triumphing over three sixth-level Xuanchen puppets? Are you jesting? Who would dare to jest? This was proclaimed by the master himself. This Uncle Lu is truly formidable. When I was at the third level of Xuanchen, I struggled immensely against three puppets of the same level. Yet he can confront adversaries of a higher realm and emerge victorious. A disciple who had just exited the sword tower remarked in admiration. Let us not forget that this Uncle Zhao, it is said, faced the fire spirit beast at the first level of Xuanchen and managed to remain undefeated, narrowly securing victory. We are in awe of these two uncles. If they cannot break the records, who else could? The disciples buzzed with discussion. Aside from the disciples, the elders who were not in seclusion were also engrossed in conversation about this event. Alas, Elder Wang, have you heard? Uncle Qin's two disciples have defied the odds and shattered the records at the Trial Peak Sword Tower and Zhuyang Cave. Huh, you need not tell me. I was equally astounded when I first received the news. Were it not for the source being the sect leader, I would have doubted it. With two extraordinary talents emerging, Daoji Sect stands a chance of surpassing the other two sacred lands in this era. Chapter 21. The system issues a task. New disciples emerge at this moment. Lu Xuanhe and his brother Zhao Fan had returned to the disciple quarters of Daoyang Peak. Brother, I feel that after a few days of seclusion, I shall break through to the second level of Xuanchen. Congratulations, junior brother, on your advancement. Please do not mock me, brother. The secret realms within the sect are indeed conducive to honing our skills. You must be nearing a breakthrough as well, correct? I am much like you, junior brother. I sense that my bottleneck is loosening. Perhaps I can achieve the 5th level of Xuanchen before the trials in the Xuanchen secret realm, as mentioned by our master. As they conversed, they made their way to their respective abodes. Since their quarters were adjacent, they only parted ways upon entering their individual dwellings. In the back mountains of Daoyang Peak, Qin Tianyang was well aware of all that transpired within Daoji Sect, the reason being, the Emperor's divine consciousness was exceedingly potent. The moment the bell of the Trial Peak resonated, he was already apprised of everything. Those two youngsters are quite impressive, Qin Tianyang mused as he withdrew his divine consciousness. After this round of trials, their bottlenecks should be loosened. A few more days of seclusion, and they should be able to break through before the Xuanchen secret realm trials. 5 days later, at Daoyang Peak, on the back mountain, Qin Tianyang sensed that the time had come. He called upon Lu Xuanhe and Zhao Fan, who had just emerged from their seclusion. Both had, as expected, achieved breakthroughs. Lu Xuanhe now stood at the 5th level of the primordial spirit realm, while Zhao Fan had reached the 2nd level. Impressive. Not only had their strengths advanced rapidly, but their foundations remained remarkably stable. With a sweep of his divine consciousness, Qin Tianyang discerned the situation of both individuals. Their foundations were solid, devoid of any signs of a shaky realm. Not only were they invincible among their peers, but they could also confront and even defeat adversaries of higher realms. Ding. Purple quality prodigy detected. The system issued a task. Please instruct the host to recruit disciples in the Eastern Wilderness mountain range. Would the host like to accept the task? Just as Qin Tianyang was preparing to lead Lu Xuanhe and Zhao Fan to meet the Daoji Sect leader and others at the Daoji main hall, a sudden voice from the system echoed in his mind. Another prodigy of purple quality? Qin Tianyang gazed at the panel visible only to him, a flicker of excitement gleaming in his eyes. He had only accepted Zhao Fan for half a month when the system presented him with another disciple. However, considering that he needed to accompany Lu Xuanhe and Zhao Fan to attend the Talents Conference in the Eastern Wilderness, he decided to send Heide along with his two disciples. Meanwhile, he would personally venture into the Eastern Wilderness mountains to take another disciple under his wing. It was also time for Heide to meet his two disciples, so with a flicker of thought, he summoned Heide. In an instant, a figure appeared before the three of them, Qin Tianyang, Lu Xuanhe, and Zhao Fan. I have seen the master, and I greet young Master Lu and young Master Zhao. Heide knelt on one knee, paying his respects to the trio. It is you, esteemed senior. Zhao Fan was the first to speak, recognizing Heide. It was Heide who had rescued him, and although it was under Qin Tianyang's orders, he felt a deep gratitude towards him. Heide replied respectfully, young Master Zhao. I do not deserve such honor. Please call me Heide. I am merely the master's puppet servant. You may refer to Heide as Uncle He from now on, for he cannot be entirely regarded as a mere puppet, Qin Tianyang interjected. Thank you, master. Heide was profoundly moved. Master, who is this Uncle He? Lu Xuanhe, who was still bewildered, inquired. He is one of my puppets, yet he is unlike others. He possesses his own intellect and appears no different from anyone else. This time, Heide will lead you to meet the sect master, and together you shall proceed to the Talents Conference in the Eastern Wilderness. I have other urgent matters to attend to in the Eastern Wilderness Mountains, where I will retrieve your future third junior brother. Should the sect master inquire about Heide, simply say he is a puppet left by my esteemed master. Understood, master. Heide accepted the command and led Lu Xuanhe and Zhao Fan to the Grand Hall of Dao Extreme. As he watched the three depart, Qin Tianyang's thoughts stirred, and his figure vanished silently. Eastern Wilderness Mountains. The Eastern Wilderness Mountains resembled a colossal dragon, winding and coiling majestically at the easternmost edge of the Eastern Wilderness. Its sprawling form extended for tens of thousands of miles, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. This vast and boundless mountain range was not only the largest in the eastern wilderness, but also a sanctuary for numerous monstrous beasts. It was truly a paradise for the demon clans of the eastern wilderness. Legend has it that within the depths of these mountains lie countless formidable demon beasts. The further one ventured inward from the periphery, the more terrifying the creatures encountered. In the heart of the mountains, there once existed a celestial realm, where traces of the revered demon clan could be found. Legends tell of a formidable great demon of transcendent power, howling towards the heavens, unleashing a force that instilled terror in all living beings within a radius of thousands of miles. Furthermore, it is whispered that this land harbors a superlative demon of the carefree realm. Deep within the eastern wild mountain range resides the terrifying Silver Moon Sky Wolf clan, renowned throughout history for their ferocity and brutality. Each member of this clan possesses extraordinary combat prowess and formidable strength. According to ancient lore, the Silver Moon Sky Wolf clan once birthed a demon emperor, whose renown spread across the continent, becoming an eternal symbol of fear in the hearts of many. In the realm of humanity, if a certain power gives rise to an emperor, that faction ascends to the pinnacle of strength, earning the revered title of sacred ground. By analogy, within the eastern wild mountain range exists a demon clan that rivals the sanctity of human realms. Thus, the likelihood of a demon saint of the carefree realm residing there is substantial. At this moment, a relentless pursuit unfolds at the periphery of the eastern wild mountain range. A young demon, disheveled and panicked, flees in desperation, with a group of cloaked figures in hot pursuit. This demon youth, bloodied at the corners of his mouth, pale in countenance, and clad in tattered garments that reveal numerous wounds, curses under his breath. Where did these people come from? I have never encountered them before. They appear out of nowhere, intent on my demise. I wonder how my father and the others are faring. Had it not been for the life-saving talisman bestowed upon me by my father, I doubt I would have made it this far. This young demon, known as Xuanchen, is the young patriarch of the Xuanjiao clan within the eastern wild mountain range. The strongest among them is his father, who wields the power of the seventh tier of laws. He should have been living a joyous life with his kin, but today, a group of uninvited guests invaded their territory. Instead of unleashing a massacre, these humans seemed to be searching for someone, wielding a peculiar round disc. Upon discovering him, they wasted no time in attempting to take him away. Naturally, the clan leader, his father, would not stand idly by while his son was abducted, leading to an explosive clash between the two parties. In a moment of desperation, his father sent him away, prompting the group to pursue him relentlessly. His father then activated the protective array of their clan, rallying the clansmen to obstruct the assailants. However, the adversaries were formidable, with enough strength to allocate some of their number to hunt him down. Perhaps due to the influence of that disc, they were able to locate him with uncanny precision, pursuing him all the way to the outskirts of the eastern wilderness mountains. Who are you? Why do you seek to capture me? Xuanchen resolved not to flee any longer. With only the strength of a first-tier primordial spirit, he would have been apprehended long ago were it not for a treasured artifact bestowed upon him by his father. Now, however, his spiritual energy was depleted, rendering him unable to activate the artifact for escape once more. The black-clad pursuers also halted, their garb dark and their faces concealed by masks adorned with peculiar patterns. Among them, one mask bore distinct designs edged in gold, marking him as the leader of this group. Little one, are you not going to flee? Weren't you quite the sprinter? A mere first-tier primordial spirit beast nearly evaded us. At that moment, this individual stepped forward, his voice raspy and haunting, akin to a wailing specter. I am weary of running and wish only to understand why you pursue me before my demise, Xuanchen retorted, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Rest assured, we shall not kill you. Your existence holds great value for us. The leader of the black-clad figures disregarded Xuanchen's inquiry, forming hand seals that conjured a cage of spiritual energy, ensnaring him tightly. Target apprehended successfully. The leader's expression radiated excitement as he prepared to drag Xuanchen back to their organization to report his capture. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, the energy cage imprisoning Xuanchen shattered. Who? The black-clad figures erupted with renewed vigor, their cultivation at the ninth tier of the law is now apparent. The remaining members also displayed their prowess, mostly ranging from the first to the third tier of the laws. Amidst the tranquil void beside Xuanchen, a subtle tremor emerged, akin to ripples spreading across a serene lake when a stone is cast into its depths. As this disturbance expanded, a figure gradually materialized from the abyss. This individual stood tall and proud, reminiscent of a resilient pine tree, exuding an aura of unique distinction. Draped in a flowing robe of deep ink hue, he exuded an ethereal grace, the fabric whispering gently in the breeze, embroidered with intricate patterns that accentuated his otherworldly presence. His eyes, profound and penetrating, seemed capable of discerning the very essence of the world. Long, ebony hair cascaded naturally over his shoulders, undisturbed by the wind. The figure before us was none other than Qin Tianyang, his gaze intently fixed upon Daoji. System, activate the panel. Qin Tianyang summoned the interface within his mind, directing his attention to the details of Daoji. Name, Daoji. Age, 16. Cultivation, first level of the primordial spirit realm. Physique, Golden Emperor Dragon Bloodline. Awakening pending. Background, a lineage of the Golden Emperor Dragon Clan. Lost to the annals of time, adopted by the patriarch of the Xuanchen clan in the eastern wilderness. Please, do not misjudge yourself. The world is rife with fools. And I hope you are not one of them. If you withdraw at once, we would be most grateful. The leader of the black-clad figures, uncertain of Qin Tianyang's strength and unable to gauge his cultivation, spoke cautiously, his tone laced with veiled threats. Despite their own formidable prowess, they were not to be underestimated. Should this man insist on interfering, they would have no choice but to eliminate him. Would you consider becoming my disciple? Qin Tianyang disregarded the black-clad figures entirely, his focus unwaveringly on Daoji. Daoji paused, taken aback. Although he did not recognize this individual and was baffled by the proposal to be accepted as a disciple, he could not discern the man's strength and did not believe him to surpass the black-clad figures. After all, his father was a being of the seventh heaven of the law, and even he required the support of the entire clan and the protective formation to contend with these men. How powerful could this young man truly be? Yet, unwilling to involve an innocent party, Daoji spoke. Senior, these individuals seek me. Accepting me as your disciple means standing against them. Their strength is unfathomable. You should flee while you can. He then turned to the black-clad figures, declaring, this person has nothing to do with me. You may take me away. Humph. It is too late. We will undoubtedly eliminate this man. The leader of the black-clad figures declared coldly, having witnessed Qin Tianyang's intervention and disregard for his authority. Attack. Eliminate him. He commanded, signaling his subordinates to engage Qin Tianyang. Suddenly, the once clear sky darkened ominously, shrouded by a heavy veil of clouds. A fierce wind howled, whipping through the air and nearly obscuring vision. In the midst of this tempestuous shift, the black-clad figures rapidly surrounded Qin Tianyang, their movements agile and swift. Weapons drawn and poised to strike mercilessly. Be careful. Daoji shouted anxiously, his concern palpable as he recognized the formidable nature of the black-clad figures. His heart racing with urgency. The residual spiritual energy within him had dwindled to a mere whisper, yet for the sake of Qin Tianyang's life, he resolutely summoned the last vestige of his power, preparing to activate his treasured artifact to fend off the fierce onslaught of their adversaries. No need, Qin Tianyang said, placing a hand upon Daoji's shoulder, halting his actions. Very well, allow me to demonstrate my strength before making any decisions. In the face of this overwhelming aura of malevolence, Qin Tianyang remained remarkably composed and unperturbed. A faint smile graced the corners of his mouth as he regarded Daoji with an air of indifference, not even casting a glance at the cloaked figure before him, seemingly unfazed by the unfolding scene. With a swift motion, his right hand formed a fist and he gestured forward. In an instant, an unparalleled force erupted from his fist, manifesting as a colossal shadow of his punch, hurtling towards the dark-clad individual with the ferocity of a tempest. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of thunderous explosions reverberated, deafening to the ears. At the moment the shadow of his punch made contact with the henchmen, they shattered like fragile porcelain, utterly defenseless, bursting apart in a spray of crimson, transforming into a swirling mist of vivid scarlet that filled the air. The entire scene was drenched in blood and brutality, evoking a chilling horror. So powerful? Daoji stood frozen, struck as if by lightning, completely immobilized, unable to move. Seeking death, the dark-clad leader, witnessing the annihilation of his subordinates, was consumed by a furious wrath, discarding all semblance of his previous calm demeanor. Bloodthirsty palm, he suddenly struck, and a colossal hand, spanning 100 zhang, appeared in the void, descending upon Qin Tianyang. What was peculiar, however, was the eerie aura emanating from this giant hand, imparting a chilling sensation. Qin Tianyang naturally sensed this anomaly and retaliated with a punch, shattering the colossal hand. What kind of technique is this? Why is it so strange and malevolent? Qin Tianyang inquired. The leader of the cloaked figures scoffed disdainfully. The dead need not know so much. He sensed that this individual possessed formidable strength and required serious consideration. Thus, he swiftly formed seals with his hands, and an overwhelming surge of blood energy enveloped him, as if to stain the very fabric of this space with crimson. Embrace death. Blood demon devours heaven. Suddenly, the leader of the cloaked figures bellowed, and a torrent of bloodlust erupted from his being, hurtling directly toward Qin Tianyang. It was over. Xuanchen felt a wave of despair wash over him. Confronted with such a powerful offensive, he believed neither he nor his companion could survive. In utter hopelessness, he closed his eyes. Boom. A tremendous noise resonated. Yet it seemed he was still alive. Xuanchen quickly opened his eyes, discovering a barrier had materialized before Qin Tianyang. This protective shield was as solid as a fortress, unwavering as Mount Tai, withstanding the onslaught of bloodthirsty power without flinching. The leader of the cloaked figures, witnessing this, became increasingly frenzied, igniting his own vitality to amplify his assault. Yet, the barrier remained steadfast, an insurmountable chasm. A faint smile graced Qin Tianyang's face. Is this all you are capable of? He murmured, and with a mere flick of his hand, the barrier erupted into a dazzling radiance, transforming into countless strands of light that swiftly coiled back toward the leader of the cloaked figures. The leader's face paled in terror. He sought to evade but found his body immobilized as if bound by an unseen force. The strands of light ensnared him completely, tightening like a noose. Who are you? The leader of the cloaked figures cried out in horror. Qin Tianyang disregarded him, considering him merely a malevolent practitioner, just as he intended to deliver a fatal blow. The situation took an unexpected turn. Chapter 23. The Mysterious Force Master, Save Me. The leader of the cloaked figures suddenly screamed, as if ensnared by a mysterious power. Subsequently, he stood rigid as a statue, yet his aura erupted like a volcano. Each anguished cry echoed as though from the depths of hell, sending chills down the spine. The leader's body writhed and trembled violently, akin to withered branches battered by a tempest. Veins bulged on his forehead, grotesque like a coiling dragon. His eyes burning crimson, bulging from their sockets as though striving to break free from their constraints. Xuanchen was struck with terror at this bizarre spectacle. What had happened to him? Could it be that he was possessed by a malevolent spirit? Before long, the man, whose body had been writhing violently, gradually ceased his movements and slowly regained his composure. At that moment, he gently reopened his eyes, revealing pupils that seemed to be concealed within an abyss of darkness, deep and foreboding, instilling a sense of dread. At first glance, they resembled the eyes of a vengeful spirit, exuding an aura of chilling malevolence, as if capable of ensnaring one's very soul, drawing one into an inescapable abyss. Concurrently, an exceedingly bizarre aura began to emanate from his entire being. This aura, akin to billowing black smoke, coiled around his form, forming an almost imperceptible shroud of shadowy mist. Within this darkness, one could faintly sense a chaotic amalgamation of murderous intent, a bloodthirsty yearning, and an atmosphere of chilling desolation. Such a confluence of negative emotions rendered the figure akin to a terrifying celestial demon descending from realms beyond. Even more alarming was the fact that the leader of the black-clad figures now exuded an aura magnitudes more formidable than before, his power having ascended to the heights of the third heavenly layer. The black-clad leader first surveyed his surroundings, discovering that apart from himself and Qin Tianyang, all others had perished. His brow furrowed in discontent, and he spoke. A pack of inept fools, leaving it to me, the protector, to intervene. His voice was raspy, reminiscent of a demon from the depths of hell. He then turned his gaze toward Xuanchen and Qin Tianyang. Xuanchen, possessing merely the cultivation of the first heavenly layer of the primordial spirit, was, according to the artifact bestowed by the sect leader, the very target of their organization. As for Qin Tianyang, he appeared to be an ordinary individual, devoid of any discernible aura. Yet, could a mere mortal truly stand suspended in the void? Thus, he concluded that it was Qin Tianyang who had thwarted their efforts and slain his subordinates. You are of the human race, while this individual belongs to the demon clan. This matter should bear no relation to you, correct? The black-clad leader's aura surged, an overwhelming pressure saturating the air. As he proclaimed, if you are willing to withdraw and cease your interference, I would be most grateful. He could not discern the true strength of this individual. Although he was merely a subordinate controlled by a fragment of a soul at that moment, he possessed the formidable power of the third tier of the celestial realm and was entirely unafraid of this person. He simply preferred to avoid unnecessary entanglements. I apologize, but this young demon possesses remarkable talent, and I have taken a liking to him. I wish to take him as my disciple. Upon hearing this, Qin Tianyang appeared unfazed, his expression tranquil and devoid of emotion, as he replied with a calm demeanor. To refuse a toast and instead demand a penalty drink if you seek death. Do not blame anyone else. The leader of the black-clad figure scoffed, and with a single palm strike, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Thunder rumbled as the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth coalesced into a massive hand, though merely several dozen feet in size. Its might was exponentially more terrifying than that of the original black-clad leader. The enormous hand glowed a crimson hue, tinged with black, and faintly echoed with wails as it rapidly surged toward Qin Tianyang. Again with this move, is there no ingenuity to be found? Qin Tianyang felt a sense of ennui. These individuals seemed to rely on the same few tactics repeatedly. He lifted his palm and thrust it forward, with a resounding impact. A palm imprint of ordinary size manifested in the void and collided with the blood-red giant hand. No wonder you dare to obstruct my subordinate. You indeed possess some strength. Observing his attack being deflected, the black-clad leader was not surprised. In this world, those without power dared not lend a helping hand, their graves long overgrown with grass. Let us see how you withstand my next move. Bloodfiend seal. With a low shout from the black-clad leader, a beam of bloodlight shot into the sky, transforming into a colossal blood seal, its surface shimmering with ominous runes that exuded a chilling malevolence. As this blood seal emerged, the surrounding space seemed to freeze, and an overwhelming sense of pressure surged toward Qin Tianyang. Witnessing Qin Tianyang's formidable prowess, Daoji felt a surge of courage and even cheered him on. Senior, go. Defeat this old wretch. There's no need to kill him, Qin Tianyang responded. He merely pointed a finger. With a crack, the once dominant blood seal, awash in fierce bloodlight and surrounded by boundless malevolence, was shattered by a single gesture. What? The black-clad leader's expression fluctuated, a tempest of emotions crossing his face. He never anticipated that this individual possessed such profound strength. Had his true form been present, perhaps he could have subdued this person. However, the vessel he currently inhabited was far too weak, barely capable of sustaining the power of the third level of the Heavenly Ascension realm, which was its utmost limit. The body was already exhibiting multiple signs of damage. Should he attempt to strike again, it might not withstand the force and could very well explode. Ultimately, without the attachment of his soul to a corporeal form, he would undoubtedly be no match for this individual. The leader of the cloaked figure's gaze flickered as he recalled Qin Tianyang's earlier words. After a brief moment of contemplation, he spoke. Since you have taken a liking to this young friend, I shall no longer insist. Until we meet again. With that, the leader of the cloaked figures prepared to depart, only to find himself seemingly ensnared, a mysterious force binding him and rendering him immobile. The leader's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily exclaimed, "What do you intend? I have already relinquished my claim to this young friend. I hope you do not bring harm upon yourself. Did you not state that you would not seek my life? With your strength, you cannot be one who breaks their word, can you?" He struggled to break free, yet it felt as though he had returned to his weaker days. The overwhelming sense of helplessness in the presence of the powerful enveloping him entirely. At that moment, he mentally cursed the ancestral lineage of the black-clad leader thoroughly. This fool sought his own demise and had the audacity to employ forbidden arts to activate his soul fragment. He had encountered many who would deceive, but none as treacherous as this. Qin Tianyang regarded the black-clad leader with the bemusement one might reserve for a fool, stating, "Firstly, who told you that strength necessitates keeping promises? Have you read too many tales from the mundane realm? Secondly, while I did say I would spare your life, I never mentioned allowing your departure. How might you allow me to escape?" The leader implored. "Simply answer one question." "What question?" "Ask away. I assure you I will speak freely." The black-clad leader's excitement was palpable. "Tell me," Qin Tianyang began, "why is it that one half of your soul's essence is of the human race, while the other half is so strangely sinister?" Observing the leader's soul fragment, he noted that one half radiated the essence of a normal human, while the other was shrouded in malevolence and bloodlust, appearing exceedingly bizarre. Upon hearing this, the black-clad leader fell silent. "What's this?" Qin Tianyang remarked coolly. "Weren't you just professing to speak without reservation? Very well, I shall delve into your soul myself." With that, He disregarded the black-clad leader's reaction and extended a thread of divine consciousness to commence his soul search. A piercing scream erupted from the black-clad leader, a sound so harrowing it sent chills down Ao Ju's spine, causing him to shudder involuntarily. The agony was palpable. Moments later, the black-clad leader lay on the ground like a mere puddle of mud, his breath faint, and his eyes devoid of life. Qin Tianyang furrowed his brow, realizing that the memories within this soul fragment contained no useful information, only trivialities that would not betray any secrets. With a flick of his right hand, the black-clad leader vanished in an instant, leaving no trace behind. Observing this, Ao Ju's heart raced wildly, his expression one of sheer exhilaration. This elder was so formidable, only a fool would refuse to become his disciple. It seemed that the organization to which this man belonged was exceedingly enigmatic. Perhaps he would leave further inquiries for another time. Qin Tianyang had little inclination to pursue the matter further. Wasn't it far more comfortable to recline in a chair and rest? He turned around and addressed Ao Ju Shun. Now, do you wish to take me as your master? O revered master, please accept your disciple's 3 bows. Upon witnessing Qin Tianyang's formidable strength, Ao Ju Shun did not hesitate for a moment and immediately knelt down, bowing to pay his respects to his master. Chapter 24. Completing the task, Ao Ju Shun's backgrounding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward, True Dragon Emperor Technique. Reward, True Dragon Pearl. Reward, Emperor's Dao Weapon, Emperor Dragon Halberd. Reward, Ancestral Artifact. Origin 10,000 Dao Tower. Even though Qin Tianyang had grown accustomed to the grandeur of the system rewards, he was still slightly taken aback this time. The True Dragon Emperor Technique and the True Dragon Pearl were the clan's foundational techniques and treasures of the Golden Emperor Dragon lineage. Furthermore, the Origin 10,000 Dao Tower could be considered a weapon meticulously crafted for those possessing the Origin Dao body. Regaining his composure, Qin Tianyang spoke to Ao Ju Shun. Rise, you shall henceforth be my 3rd disciple, with 2 elder brothers preceding you. Thank you, master. Suddenly recalling something, Qin Tianyang added, let us first resolve the troubles afflicting your clan. Almost forgetting, he realized that his father and kin were still in peril. Ao Ju Shun's expression shifted as he remembered his family in danger. I shall guide you, master. No need, Qin Tianyang replied, using his mid-stage emperor's divine consciousness to survey the entire East Wilderness mountain range, grasping the situation at a glance. He witnessed the Xuanjiao clan ensnared within a secluded valley, where they had activated a formidable defensive formation. Meanwhile, numerous figures clad in black relentlessly assaulted their defenses, striving to shatter the array. In the heart of the Xuanjiao territory, a middle-aged man was leading all capable warriors of his clan in a unified effort to maintain the protective formation, repelling the advancing foes. However, the situation appeared dire. The protective array of the Xuanjiao clan had already manifested numerous fissures, and it was unlikely to endure much longer. An elder beside the middle-aged man gazed at him and spoke. Clan leader, we cannot hold out much longer. This middle-aged man was none other than Ao Xian, the leader of the Xuanjiao clan. After a moment of silence, Ao Xian replied, Uncle, let the younger generation retreat. Once the formation falls, I will buy you some time. Even a moment's delay is valuable. The clan leader's uncle responded, I shall remain as well. My old bones have little time left. Just as Ao Xian was about to respond, a voice filled with authority reverberated across the skies above the Xuanjiao clan. How dare mere ants offend my disciple-less family? Qin Tianyang scoffed, his figure flickering into existence above the valley. Before the black-clad assailants could react, they were eradicated by an unseen force, vanishing without a trace, leaving no bloodshed behind. This spectacle left all members of the Xuanjiao clan in a state of shock. Regaining his composure, Ao Xian hurriedly bowed in gratitude towards Qin Tianyang. Thank you, esteemed elder, for saving my Xuanjiao clan from peril. We are eternally grateful. It was a trifling matter, merely a gesture. Qin Tianyang waved his hand dismissively. Father, I have returned. Ao Ju Shun, who had been standing behind Qin Tianyang, stepped forward with palpable excitement. Ju Shun, it is truly wonderful to see you unscathed. How did you come to be with this esteemed elder? Ao Xian exclaimed joyously, relieved that both the Xuanjiao clan was safe and his son unharmed. Yet, he could not shake off his curiosity regarding how Ao Ju Shun had arrived alongside Qin Tianyang, recalling the words spoken by Qin Tianyang upon his arrival. His expression shifted, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes as an incredulous thought emerged in his mind. Could it be? Indeed, just as you surmised. I have taken Jushin as my disciple. It seemed that Qin Tianyang had discerned the thoughts within Aoxian's heart, thus he took the initiative to speak. Jushin echoed. Father, it was my master who saved me, and it is my master who has accepted me as his disciple. Once again, I extend my deepest gratitude to the senior for rescuing my son. Please allow Aoxian to pay his respects. Qin Tianyang did not refuse, accepting the bow with equanimity before saying, there is no need for such formalities. Had it not been for a sudden whim and an inexplicable feeling that drew me to explore the outskirts of the East Wilderness Mountains, I would not have encountered Jushin. Qin Tianyang remained composed, attributing the system's task to his intuition. The system remarked, if it weren't for the fact that you are my host, I would have long since berated you. Upon hearing this, Aoxian could not help but exclaim, your strength is truly unfathomable, senior. May I ask your esteemed name? Jushin also looked at Qin Tianyang with curiosity, as he too was unaware of his master's name and lineage. Qin Tianyang, the master of the Daoyang lineage of the Daoji Sect, he replied casually, unaware of the profound impact this revelation would have on Aoxian and his son. Aoxian had presumed that Qin Tianyang hailed from a top-tier power, never imagining he belonged to one of the 3 sacred grounds of the East Wilderness domain, and was indeed a lineage master. The Daoji Sect was renowned throughout the East Wilderness, and he was aware that the 6 lineage masters were reputed to possess celestial realm strength. He was astonished that such a youthful elder before him was the master of the Daoyang lineage, suspecting that perhaps Qin Tianyang had mastered the art of retaining youth. By the way, Jushin, there has been a secret in my heart that I have yet to share with you, which may have led to the black-clad men attacking our Xianjiao clan in an attempt to abduct you, Aoxian suddenly recalled, addressing Jushin. Upon hearing this, Jushin understood what his father was about to say and replied, Father, I am aware of what you mean. You are saying that you are not my biological father, correct? You knew all along? I realized it when I was very young. However, since you never spoke of it, I chose not to bring it up. Nevertheless, in my heart, you are my true father, Jushin added. And Aoxian felt a profound sense of comfort in his heart as he recounted the events of that year. It transpired that during his trials in the depths of the East Wilderness mountain range, he inadvertently stumbled into a peculiar space. This realm appeared to be a miniature world, its environment entirely distinct from the outside. At the time, unable to locate an exit, he could only venture forth cautiously, exploring this enigmatic domain. Ultimately, he discovered the colossal corpse of a dragon, measuring several tens of thousands of zhang, its body marred by countless wounds. Even in death, the dragon's lingering majesty sent tremors through his bloodline, instilling an innate sense of dread. Furthermore, he suspected that this dragon had once possessed the cultivation of a great emperor, as it continuously emanated a faint aura of the Dao. It is well known that only those of imperial strength can comprehend the great Dao and wield it against foes, whether they be of the human or demon races. Just as he stood in awe of the sight before him, a dragon egg materialized from the void, gently descending before him. He attempted to grasp the dragon egg, and to his astonishment, it truly fell into his hands. Subsequently, he was transported out of that miniature world. At that moment, he seemed to comprehend something. It must have been the dragon's corpse that entrusted the egg to him. Aoxian brought this dragon egg back to the Xianjiao clan. Not long after, the egg began to crack, and a small dragon, radiating a golden glow, emerged from within. The narrative becomes clearer now. The dragon egg belonged to Jushin, and that dragon's corpse was likely a relative of Jushin. Although Jushin's bloodline was sealed, when Aoxian faced him, there was a faint sense of bloodline pressure. Thus, it is highly probable that Jushin possesses an exceedingly noble bloodline within the dragon clan. Are you implying that the reason these cloaked figures captured me is likely due to the bloodline within me? Indeed, when these figures appeared, heading directly for you, I realized they came with the intent to seize you. Aoxian nodded, then continued, stating that he decisively sent you away. As expected, these individuals rushed towards you, compelling me to activate the protective array to confine them. However, their power was overwhelming, and a portion managed to breach the array, pursuing Jushin. Fortunately, you encountered a senior. At this point, Aoxian felt a wave of apprehension. It was fortunate his son had met the senior. Once Aoxian finished recounting the tale, Qin Tianyang finally spoke. So, you have never re-entered that space? Correct, senior. Furthermore, I suspect that I did not accidentally wander in. Rather, The dragon's corpse pulled me in to entrust Zhu Xin to me. Tell me the specific location. I will accompany Zhu Xin to investigate further and see if we can locate that miniature world. The site is within the eastern Huang mountain range, in a perilous forbidden area known as the Falling Dragon Valley. I was being pursued during my training nearby and had no choice but to seek refuge there. Having clarified the location, Qin Tianyang promptly led Aoxin and his son to the treacherous forbidden land known as Falling Dragon Valley. Chapter 25. The response of the sinister forces. Arriving at the Yuan Beast Mountain Range in the depths of a little-known mountain range, countless palaces stood, teeming with people, and the entire area exuded an aura of malevolence, seemingly the stronghold of some nefarious faction. However, shrouded by a concealed grand formation. Only those with profound cultivation could discern the anomalies of this place. At that moment, within a lavish palace, an emaciated elder clad in a black robe sat cross-legged on a mat, meditating. Suddenly, his tightly closed eyes burst open, and two streams of crimson energy shot forth like lightning, causing his aura to become chaotic, as if he had suffered a severe injury. Subsequently, he spat out a mouthful of blood, which, alarmingly, was black. Moreover, this black blood emanated waves of demonic energy, exceedingly bizarre. Who dares to destroy my fragment of soul? A voice, hoarse and guttural like that of a famished spirit from the depths of hell, suddenly erupted, reverberating through the palace like thunder, causing it to tremble incessantly. In the elder's blood-red eyes, it seemed as though two blazing flames were fervently ignited. His terrifying cultivation, akin to the 6th level of the celestial realm, erupted suddenly like a volcano, unleashing an overwhelming pressure that surged forth from within him. It swept through the surroundings like a tempest, causing the palace to tremble violently, as if it were on the verge of being torn asunder by this immense force, rapidly spreading to other areas. Outside the palace, some individuals of lower cultivation succumbed to the unbearable pressure and perished. Fourth brother, what madness has overtaken you? Hurry and rein in your aura. Do you wish to obliterate the entire sect? Calm yourself, fourth brother. Two voices resonated, accompanied by the emergence of two figures. One was a middle-aged man, clad in a white robe and wielding a white fan, yet exuding a malevolent aura. The other was an enchanting woman, her graceful figure captivating. With alluring peach blossom eyes and sensuous red lips slightly parted, her curvaceous form accentuated despite her long robe, which revealed glimpses of her beauty. Upon their arrival, the elder finally subdued his overwhelming pressure. His expression was as gloomy as water, and in a deep voice he spoke, "My soul fragment is lost." Yet I remain unaware of what transpired. What exactly happened? Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's countenance shifted dramatically, and he hastily responded, "Surely, you have not offended someone from the sacred land? Indeed, with your prowess at the 6th level of the celestial realm, even if your soul fragment were to control another, it would still possess the strength of a 3rd-level celestial." The enchanting woman interjected, "Even if you cannot defeat them, you should be able to escape. How could your soul fragment be destroyed?" The old man in the black robe gritted his teeth in frustration. "A few days ago, Masters approached me, claiming that a person matching our target's description had been discovered in the East Wilderness mountain range. Consequently, I dispatched my subordinate, Blood 7, instructing him to apprehend the individual. To ensure absolute certainty, I placed a strand of my soul fragment within his consciousness. Should any situation arise, I would intervene." At this point, he was filled with regret, his eyes brimming with remorse. "However, now my soul fragment has self-destructed. I am left in ignorance, unable to comprehend why it detonated." The old man divulged all the information he possessed. After a lengthy pause, the middle-aged man pondered, "Could it be that our secret has been discovered? Impossible. The sect leader has stated that only a transcendent sage could discern our differences." The old man in the black robe contemplated, "In the East Wilderness, there are only 4 forces led by transcendent sages, the 3 major sacred lands, and the Silver Moon Sky Wolf clan of the East Wilderness mountain range. Typically, transcendent sages do not emerge unless their sect faces a grave crisis. This is because the transcendent realm is the stage of initial contact with the great Dao of heaven and earth. Upon reaching this realm, they generally retreat into seclusion within their sect's forbidden areas to comprehend the Dao, striving for the title of emperor. Therefore, he surmised that Blood 7 had acted recklessly, provoking a being of the celestial realm, resulting in the annihilation of both himself and his soul fragment. The old man spoke ominously. "Nonetheless, I must thoroughly investigate this matter. Firstly, for Masters was objective, and secondly, Though I erased crucial memories when I placed the soul fragment, it may still attract unwanted attention. Only by ensuring that no one discovers our secret can we remain hidden in the shadows. Otherwise, the old man seemed to recall something. A flicker of fear crossing his eyes. Should our secrets be leaked, jeopardizing the master's grand ambitions, we would be doomed. The middle-aged man and the enchanting woman nodded in unison. We shall also send people to assist you. Meanwhile, a colossal ancient ship, as grand as a leviathan, sailed through the void. Ancient, weathered, cold, and formidable. This is the initial impression that everyone has of the vessel. This ship is one of the ancient vessels of the Daoji Sect, towering several dozen zhang and extending over 300 zhang in length. Resembling a colossal creature from antiquity, embodying the majestic aura and profound heritage of the sacred land. On board, the four elders of the Daoji Sect and others occasionally cast their gazes towards Haida, their eyes shimmering with a blend of astonishment and envy. The light of wonder emanates from their astonishment at the fact that Haida is an intelligent puppet. After all, typically, puppets are merely tools manipulated by others. And possessing the ability to think is indeed a rarity. Yet, not only does Haida possess intelligence, but his strength is also astonishingly formidable, rivaling that of their sect leader. Standing at the pinnacle of the ninth heaven of the transcendental realm, just an hour earlier, when Haida led Lu Xuanhe and Zhao Fan into the grand hall of the Daoji Sect, everyone present erupted with formidable energy, revealing their cultivation levels. Had it not been for Lu Xuanhe and Zhao Fan hastily clarifying that Haida was a puppet belonging to their master, the sect leader would have undoubtedly commanded an immediate attack against them. After all, the sudden emergence of an individual with comparable strength within the sect, about whom they knew nothing, would naturally raise suspicions in anyone. Upon hearing this, everyone present was left astounded. It was one thing for a puppet to possess intelligence, but to have such immense power as well was truly remarkable. They could not help but feel a surge of envy, exclaiming that Haida was indeed worthy of being the most accomplished junior master of their time, possessing various rare treasures. At this moment, Lu Xuanhe, having nothing to occupy his time, stood by the edge of the ancient ship, admiring the beautiful scenery below. Zhao Fan, on the other hand, was fiddling with his mirror. Just then, a voice echoed in their ears, prompting both to look towards the newcomer. Leading the way was a young man in splendid attire and a maiden in a yellow dress, followed by disciples of the Daoji Sect participating in the event. The young man in splendid attire and the maiden in yellow were among the most outstanding performers from the recent disciple recruitment ceremony. The young man's name was Feng Jun, a newly accepted disciple of the sect leader. The maiden's name was Songjia, who had been taken as a disciple by the master of the Dao spirit vein during the recruitment ceremony. Is there something you wish to discuss, esteemed junior disciples? Lu Xuanhe turned around, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Zhao Fan, noticing this, approached and joined the conversation with the others. Although Lu Xuanhe and Zhao Fan held a higher status as the senior uncles of this group, they were merely teenagers themselves, devoid of any airs of superiority. The disciples had long admired the illustrious exploits of Lu Xuanhe and Zhao Fan, but had lamented their lack of opportunity to meet them. Seizing the occasion of the grand gathering, they summoned their courage to engage in dialogue with the two. Upon asking a question, they discovered that Lu Xuanhe and Zhao Fan possessed remarkably gentle temperaments, refraining from exhibiting any condescension due to their seniority. Instead, they willingly engaged in conversation, sharing their insights on cultivation with the eager audience. Standing nearby, the fourth elder of the Daoji Sect observed the entire scene with keen interest. He nodded slightly, a look of satisfaction gracing his features, his eyes filled with admiration. Chapter 26. The Secret Realm of Yuan Beasts. An hour later, a modest mountain range, encompassing merely a few hundred miles, came into view. Prior to their arrival, the fourth elder of the Daoji Sect had thoroughly briefed the disciples regarding the specifics of this trial. This small mountain range, known as Yuan Beast Mountain, was originally unremarkable, yet it gained its name and fame due to the discovery of the Yuan Beast secret realm in the eastern wasteland. The origins of this secret realm trace back to an ancient sanctum, shrouded in the mists of time. It is said that the Yuan Beast secret realm was established specifically for the disciples of the sect, serving as a trial ground solely for those at the Yuan spirit realm, given its intended purpose for Yuan spirit disciples. The level of danger within naturally does not exceed that realm. Furthermore, there is an age restriction. Entry into the Yuan Beast secret realm is permitted only for individuals under the age of 18. Consequently, to uphold the trial's integrity, various forces in the eastern wasteland established an unwritten rule Only Yuan spirit practitioners not exceeding 18 years of age may enter for training. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, he had just a few days left before reaching his 18th year. Within the Yuan Beast secret realm resides a peculiar creature known as the Yuan Beast, which, unlike other demonic beasts, does not possess a physique that vastly surpasses that of human practitioners at the same realm. Rather, this unusual creature wields an exceptionally potent Yuan spirit force. And should one engage in combat with it, a moment's inattention could lead to injury to the Yuan spirit. Additionally, upon defeat, Yuan beasts often leave behind a treasure known as the Yuan spirit pearl. If consumed by a Yuan spirit practitioner, it not only enhances the strength of their Yuan spirit, but also accelerates their cultivation speed within that realm, making it the quintessential treasure for practitioners at the Yuan spirit stage. To heighten competition among the three great sanctuaries and top-tier forces of the Eastern Wasteland, a mechanism was jointly established. Defeating Yuan beasts yields points. These points are recorded by special tokens, and they may be contested between different sections. The sect that accumulates the highest points within 2 days will be crowned the champion of this Yuan Beast Secret Realm trial. Moreover, to prevent unnecessary bloodshed, trial participants can activate their points tokens to forcibly transport themselves out of the Yuan Beast Secret Realm. At this moment, in a broad valley at the foot of the mountain, a throng of disciples from various sects, accompanied by their mentors, gathered to partake in the Yuan Beast Secret Realm trial. What kind of vessel is this? It's enormous. Have you been living under a rock? Do you not see the characters Dao Extreme on the ancient ship? This is the ancient vessel of the Dao Extreme sect. The Dao Extreme sect truly lives up to its reputation as a sanctuary. Judging by the intricate formations etched upon this ancient ship, it must be at least a sacred artifact. The flying ship in our sect pales in comparison to Dao Extremes. It's like a grandchild standing before its grandfather. Come now. Don't flatter yourself. Even a grandchild wouldn't be worthy. The arrival of the members of the Dao Extreme sect stirred murmurs of admiration among the crowd in the valley. Lu Shuanga followed closely behind the fourth elder, observing the scene with keen interest. Senior brother, this is my first time attending such a grand gathering. It's truly lively, Zhao Fan exclaimed as he watched the throngs of cultivators passing by. Junior brother, now that we have joined the Dao Extreme sect, such spectacles will only become more magnificent. Lu Shuanga replied, turning to Zhao Fan with a gentle smile. You will soon grow accustomed to it. Mo Xiong, it has been an age since we last met. A hearty laugh echoed as a robust and distinguished middle-aged man strode forward. This was Jiang Yuan, the grand elder of the prestigious Jiang family. With a broad smile, Jiang Yuan addressed the fourth elder, saying, I never imagined that the leader of this expedition would be you, the esteemed fourth elder of the Dao Extreme sect. The fourth elder reciprocated the smile. Indeed, brother Jiang, it has indeed been a long time. Their eyes met, and they shared a smile, reminiscent of old friends reuniting after many years. The relationship between the Dao Extreme sect and the Jiang family was amicable, with frequent exchanges between the two powerful factions. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Jiang Yuan's gaze shifted to the group of young disciples behind the fourth elder. These must be the disciples from your sect who have come to participate in the trials? He inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. As Jiang Yuan's gaze swept across the assembly, he first noticed Lu Shuanga, who stood at the forefront, a long sword slung across his back. With an upright posture akin to a pine tree, he emanated a formidable aura, despite only being at the 5th level of the nascent soul realm. Next, Jiang Yuan's attention fell upon a youth clad in resplendent attire. This young man was handsome, with an air of arrogance gracing his features, yet his cultivation was even lower. At merely the 4th level of the nascent soul realm, a young woman in yellow, possessing striking beauty, also ranked at the 4th level of the nascent soul realm. Among the remaining disciples of the Dao Extreme sect, the highest cultivation level was only at the 3rd level of the nascent soul realm. However, Zhao Fan, with his 9 young divine eyes, captured Jiang Yuan's attention. He sensed that Zhao Fan might possess strength surpassing that of the 2 4th-level disciples. Though Jiang Yuan's expression remained unchanged, a sense of perplexity brewed within him. The strength of the Dao Extreme sect seems to have diminished considerably this time. Yet they remain formidable. They may not rival the other 2 major factions, and even when compared to top-tier powers, they fall slightly short. As if reading the thoughts of the Grand Elder of the Jiang family, the 4th Elder of the Dao Extreme sect spoke. The other disciples within our sect have either surpassed the nascent soul realm or are merely a few months older. It has been challenging to select suitable candidates, and most are currently in seclusion. Ah, I see. The Grand Elder of the Jiang family nodded, still harboring some doubts. Subsequently, the disciples from both factions exchanged greetings. The leader of the Jiang family's expedition into the secret realm was none other than Jiang Wuchen, the youngest son of the family head, possessing a cultivation level of the 7th level of the nascent soul realm, surpassing Lu Xuanhe by 2 minor realms. It is essential to note that if one were to gauge strength solely based on these realms, a fraction of true power would be gravely underestimated. For instance, when comparing Lu Xuanhe to Zhao Fan or other prodigies from formidable factions, the nuances of their capabilities become obscured. The elder of the Jiang family, acutely aware of this fact, cautioned Jiang Wuchen not to underestimate Lu Xuanhe, nor to dismiss Zhao Fan. A quarter of an hour later, the gathered crowd in the valley looked up to behold a flying vessel inscribed with the characters Xinxia. The craft, smaller than the warships of the Daoji Sect, soared in from the southeast. "Look, a flying vessel. The disciples of Xinxia Sect have arrived," murmured one. "Have you heard about the recent incident? It is said that the Xinxia Sect was assaulted at their mountain gate, and their protective formation was shattered." "What? Who dares to attack the Xinxia Sect? They are among the top powers, second only to the sacred grounds." "Shoo, keep your voice down. Let me tell you, the protective formation of the Xinxia Sect was indeed broken, but it was not by someone physically breaching it. The true cause was that the sect offended a certain immortal, who shattered their formation with a mere punch from afar." "An immortal? Such beings are of ancestral caliber even among the sacred grounds. How could the Xinxia Sect provoke someone of that stature? Is this information reliable?" "I cannot attest to the specifics, but I assure you the information is credible. The niece of my neighbor's second uncle is a common disciple of the Xinxia Sect. I heard that day, the sky over the entire sect turned dark, overshadowed by a colossal fist. As the disciples of the Xinxia Sect made their entrance, the crowd buzzed with speculation. For the recent events surrounding the sect had spread throughout the eastern domain, piquing everyone's curiosity. However, once the Xinxia Sect members entered the valley and surveyed the surrounding assembly, silence fell upon the crowd. No one dared utter a word, fearing they might attract unwanted attention. "Humph." The vice sect leader, leading the Xinxia contingent, wore a frosty expression, inwardly scoffing at what he perceived as mere rabble. After exchanging pleasantries with the Daoji Sect and the Jiang family, he seated himself and his disciples, closing his eyes to restore his energy. Suddenly, a thunderous roar shattered the previously tranquil atmosphere. Chapter 27. The Ancient Mountain and the Great River from the Western Horizon. A colossal azure gourd, resembling a mountain in its vastness, surged forward with an overwhelming might, akin to a shooting star. Accompanying it was a long blade, several tens of feet in length, gleaming with a chilling light, racing alongside. The two treasures seemed to be in a contest of speed. As they traversed the space, the void was torn apart, leaving behind jagged black fissures, as if the very fabric of reality could scarcely withstand their astonishing velocity and power. With their rapid approach, a piercing, shrill whistling filled the air, reminiscent of a stampede of wild horses, evoking awe and trepidation. The sound grew louder, reverberating through the heavens, instilling fear in the hearts of onlookers. The azure gourd and the long blade, within moments, loomed closer, their immense pressure rendering the air nearly suffocating. "What is that sound? Is someone approaching? Look!" A colossal gourd and an enormous long knife hurtle towards us. The crowd lifts their gazes, each expressing a myriad of emotions. Some appear anxious, believing their demise is imminent. Others display a flicker of contemplation, seemingly grasping the situation. Only the Daoji Sect, the Jiang family, and the members of the Xinxia Sect remain composed. The primary reason for their tranquility lies in their formidable strength, rendering them unafraid of the approaching entities. Most crucially, they are aware of the identity of the newcomers. At this moment, the azure gourd and the long knife nearly simultaneously reached the zenith of the valley. Subsequently, two groups of individuals leaped down from above. However, apart from the leading elder, the disciples exhibit ashen faces, their expressions profoundly grim, with some even succumbing to nausea. They seem to have just endured the torments of hell, filled with regret, thinking that had they known the leaders of both factions would be these two individuals, they would have never come. Not long ago, the two sects encountered each other shortly after leaving their respective gates. Initially, they thought it was inconsequential. But after their elders exchanged a glare, the elder of the Divine Blade sect cast a seal, accelerating the speed of his long blade, surpassing the disciples of the Unity Sword sect. In response, the elder of the Unity Sword sect, unwilling to be outdone, also cast a seal, urging his azure gourd to hasten, quickly overtaking the members of the Divine Blade Sect. Upon witnessing this, the elder of the Divine Blade Sect accelerated his long blade once more, overtaking the Unity Sword Sect's disciples again. Thus, the two sides continued to escalate their speed, with the two elders engaged in a battle of skills, much to the discomfort of their disciples. What would typically require an hour to reach their destination was reduced to less than 15 minutes due to the duel between the elders. It terrified me. I thought they were about to ambush us, only to realize it was the people from the Unity Sect and the Divine Blade Sect. I couldn't shake the feeling that the atmosphere between these two top-tier forces was rather peculiar, especially between the leading elders. Young man, you have just recently entered the realm of cultivation, haven't you? These are merely old tales. How could the Unity Sword Sect and the Divine Blade Sect send these two individuals? Are they not concerned about ruining the matter at hand? Some individuals from the factions recognized the leaders of both sides and understood why the members of these two sects were acting in such a manner. As the two groups approached, the onlookers finally grasped the nature of their quarrel. Old man Zhou, you pitiful fool, if you have any dignity, don't embarrass yourself here. There are so many witnesses present. It is clear that the Divine Blade Sect arrived here first, shouted an elder clad in black, wielding a long blade, his eyes wide with fury. He then turned to the others, asking, do you all agree that the Divine Blade Sect arrived first? The crowd in the valley exchanged glances, each hesitant to offend either side, opting for silence. Humph. Open your eyes wide, old man Gu. Can't you see clearly? It was clearly the Unity Sword Sect that arrived first, retorted an elder in a white robe, brandishing a long sword, refusing to back down. He added, unable to play fair? It was you who couldn't play fair back then, since there were no regulations against using weapons in that duel. I won. There is nothing more to discuss. In an instant, the two factions stood at odds, neither willing to yield. The two elder leaders were engaged in an escalating dispute, their faces flushed and voices raised, each unwilling to concede an inch of dominance to the other. The onlookers at the valley's periphery were rendered speechless. With these two elders present, it seemed the current trial would be quite the spectacle. Deep within the valley, the formidable fourth elder of the Daoji Sect and other powerful representatives from various factions shook their heads in disapproval. Noticing the confusion among their disciples, the elders proceeded to elucidate the situation. It turned out that the leading elder from the Unified Sword Sect was the law enforcement elder, Zhou De, while the representative from the Divine Blade Sect was the protective elder, Gu Dashan. Both hailed from the same humble village in the secular realm and had been neighbors since childhood, engaged in a rivalry that had persisted throughout the years. Eventually, both joined their respective sects, and during a disciples' exchange event, they found themselves pitted against one another. Given their similar talents and the fact that they had both entered their sects at the same time, their strengths were evenly matched, both at the 9th level of the Spirit Platform realm. Their battle was a fierce stalemate until a decisive move was made. Zhou De, having fortuitously acquired a defensive artifact, gained a slight edge in this crucial moment. Gu Dashan fell to the ground, his long blade slipping from his grasp, while Zhou De knelt, supporting himself with his sword. Thus, Zhou emerged victorious in that encounter. Though Gu Dashan felt aggrieved by the result, he had to accept it, as the duel permitted the use of artifacts as long as their power remained within acceptable limits. He acknowledged his defeat, but refused to concede that Zhou was his superior, arguing that had he possessed an artifact or had Zhou not used one, the outcome might have been different. Zhou, however, did not concern himself with such notions, especially given their long history of rivalry, which had intensified with each encounter. Naturally, after his victory, he felt compelled to boast, leading to even fiercer competitions between the two, as they frequently engaged in private duels that ended in stalemates. Consequently, this time they were bickering over who had arrived first, igniting yet another quarrel. The disciples bore the brunt of their elders' contention, suffering through the squabbling before the trial had even commenced, perhaps aggravated by recent events that had seen their protective formation destroyed. The vice master of the Xuanchen sect, already in a foul mood, could no longer contain his frustration. He finally interjected, "Gentlemen, could you cease this incessant arguing?" Yet, the ferocity of their dispute rendered them oblivious to his plea, and they continued. "Enough. Stop this bickering." The vice master's furious shout pierced through the air. Instantly, silence fell over the gathering. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The two elders exchanged bewildered glances before, in unison, directing their attention toward the vice master of the Xuanchen sect. After a brief moment, they seemed to snap out of their astonishment. Zhou De was the first to break the silence, frowning and addressing Gu Dashan with irritation, What was that loud outburst all about just now? Though his voice was not loud, it carried an undeniable authority. Gu Dashan, unwilling to be outdone, immediately retorted with a sneer, "You are talking nonsense. It is clearly you who has been shouting." He widened his eyes and glared at Zhou De, showing no sign of retreat. Observing that the two remained unrelenting, the deputy sect leader of the Xinxiao sect felt an eruption of anger brewing within him, his aura intensifying. In response to this escalating tension, the fourth elder of the Daoji sect quickly stepped forward, assuming the role of mediator. With a smile, he interjected, "Enough, enough. Perhaps you two should take a moment to calm down. Would you not fear becoming a source of amusement for the younger generation?" As he spoke, he gestured with cupped hands, hoping to ease the tension in the atmosphere. Meanwhile, the eldest elder of the Jiang family hastily concurred, saying, "Indeed, brothers Zhou and Gu. Let us set aside our differences for the sake of our three parties. The crux of today's matter lies in the Yuan B secret realm. We must not allow minor grievances to overshadow our greater purpose." Thus, Zhou De and Gu Dashan fell silent, though a silent contest of glances persisted between them. Chapter 28. Unveiling the Yuan B secret realm. Noticing the three had calmed, the fourth elder of the Daoji sect continued, "Now that brothers Zhou and Gu have arrived, we await only the representatives from the Hunyuan Xingyi sect and the Taiji sect." No sooner had he spoken than two massive warships appeared in the void above the valley. These vessels were comparable in size to those of the Daoji sect, adorned with inscriptions of Hunyuan Xingyi and Taiji. The ships hovered in the air as two groups leapt from their decks. That must be the renowned Lin Yu, said to possess a five elements profound body and exceptional talent. Rumor has it that despite being only 17, he has already reached the 9th level of the Yuan spirit realm. He likely seeks to transcend into the heart inquiry realm within the Yuan beast secret realm, someone remarked. Do not overlook the other disciples of the Hunyuan Xingyi sect. Aside from Lin Yu, there is another at the 8th level of Yuan spirit, 2 at the 6th level, and the rest are at the 5th level, another added. Goodness, is this the might of a sacred land? The strongest disciple in our sect barely reaches the 4th level of Yuan spirit, weaker than their least formidable member. As the disciples of the Hunyuan Xingyi sect approached, the crowd began to converse, scrutinizing them. Among them, the second figure behind the leading elder exuded an extraordinary aura, the presence of the 9th level of Yuan spirit subtly manifesting. The crowd was taken aback by his strength. This was Lin Yu, surrounded by the essence of the 5 elements, his every movement a manifestation of their principles. Even the elemental energies in the void seemed to gravitate toward him, as if he were the embodiment of the 5 elements themselves. Upon hearing the murmurs from the crowd, Lin Yu raised his head slightly, an expression of pride evident upon his brow. At that moment, members of the Taiji sect also approached, led by a sprightly elder, the head elder of the Taiji sect. Following closely was a youthful figure, handsome in appearance, carrying a black long spear, its tip glinting with a cold gleam. A discerning observer would note that this youth also stood at the 9th level of Yuan spirit. Similarly, the disciples of the Taiji sect range from the 8th level to the 5th level of Yuan spirit, their overall strength closely rivaling that of the Hunyuan Xingyi sect. Witnessing this, the crowd began to chatter, particularly intrigued by the spear-wielding youth. It was said that he was the youngest 9th level Yuan spirit in the Taiji sect, possessing an exceptional understanding of the yin-yang combat body and the principles of yin and yang. It is rumored that this individual is named Qin Tianyang, a certain esteemed elder of the Taiji sect who, while journeying across the seas, discovered him in a mundane village. He possesses the legendary yin-yang battle body, naturally endowed with a profound understanding of the dualities of yin and yang, surpassing that of others. After scrutinizing Qin Tianyang for some time, Mo, the leading elder of the Hunyuan Xingyi sect, remarked, Brother Gua, the capabilities of your disciple are indeed formidable. This young friend Chen possesses the fabled yin-yang battle body and, at the tender age of 18, has already achieved the 9th level of the Yuanshan realm. Your sect has truly stumbled upon a treasure. Brother Ma, you jest. Your own disciple, Lin, is equally extraordinary, commanding the 5 elements power with the 5 elements mysterious body, adept in both offense and defense, retorted Gu Tianyang, the leading elder of the Taiji sect. Moreover, Lin also stands at the 9th level of the Yuanshan realm. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the two proceeded deeper into the valley. Upon their arrival and seeing the Daoji sect's leader and others, they nodded in acknowledgement. As they calculated the time, it became evident that there was less than a quarter of an hour until the opening of the Yuan B secret realm. At that moment, Ma Mo, having observed the Daoji Sect's 4 elders and Lu Xuanhe, spoke up, Brother Mo. Why does it seem that the disciples from your sect this time possess a different caliber of strength compared to previous years? Is it possible that your sect is lacking in talent? Though Ma Mo's words appeared to express concern for the Daoji Sect, they were laced with a provocative undertone. This statement immediately captured the attention of those present. In truth, others had already noticed the anomaly in the strength of the Daoji Sect's disciples. But due to the sect's status as one of the 3 great holy places of the eastern wilderness, they were cautious not to provoke any misfortune. Only the elder of the Jiang family, Jiang Yuan, who maintained a good relationship with them, dared to inquire about the matter. Mo Tianyang, the 4 elders of the Daoji Sect and the one referred to by Ma Mo, opened his eyes and glanced at Ma Mo with an indifferent expression. There is no need for Elder Ma to worry, even if our disciples only possess the 5th level of the Xuanchen realm. Securing the first place in this trial will still be a simple feat. Upon saying this, Mo Tianyang inwardly scoffed. Lu Xuanhe, with his 4th level of the Xuanchen realm, had already defeated a special puppet at the 9th level. Now having ascended to the 5th level, his strength had further increased. Moreover, should Lu Xuanhe break through to the 6th level within the Yuan Beast secret realm, even Lin Yu, who had reached the heart-asking realm within the same realm, might struggle to defeat him. Oh, if that is the case, even if my Hunyuan Xingyi sect were to lose, I would accept it with grace, remarked Ma Mo, his expression unchanged, narrowing his eyes slightly as he continued to smile. After all, witnessing the brilliance of such extraordinary prodigies is indeed a significant fortune in life. He inwardly cursed, wondering why the Dao Extreme sect was being so enigmatic this time. He hoped that Mo Tianyang's words were true. Otherwise, where would the prestige of the Dao Extreme sect's sacred ground be placed? Even the Jiang family and the other 3 top-tier forces had individuals at the 7th level of the Yuan spirit realm, while the highest-ranked disciple of the Dao Extreme sect was only at the 5th level. It seemed that this time, the results from the Yuan Beast secret realm might not even match those of the top forces. The others present, upon hearing Mo Tianyang's response, were equally perplexed, unable to decipher the intentions of the Dao Extreme sect. Was this young man truly defying the heavens? Suddenly, the elders from the 3 great sacred lands and the 4 top-tier forces opened their eyes in unison, exchanging glances before nodding in agreement. Mo Tianyang then spoke. Esteemed elders, the time has come for the Yuan Beast secret realm to open. Let us join forces to summon the entrance. With that, Mo Tianyang swiftly formed hand seals, reciting incantations as he unleashed a series of intricate seals. Ma Mo, Tianyang Yuan, and others also joined in, casting their own seals. A thunderous rumble echoed. The elders wore solemn expressions, their hands rapidly forming complex and mysterious seals. Rays of light shot forth from their fingertips, vanishing into the boundless void. As these seals continued to be inscribed, the previously serene void began to tremble slightly, as if stirred by an unseen hand. The quaking intensified, and the very fabric of space seemed on the verge of being torn apart. Amidst the tense gazes of the crowd, a magnificent and resplendent portal slowly split open in the void, accompanied by a deafening roar. This towering portal shimmered with extraordinary light, its surface adorned with countless ancient and enigmatic runes and patterns, instilling a sense of awe in all who beheld it. The entrance to the Yuan Beast secret realm. The entrance was enveloped in a thick, mysterious fog. This mist, ethereal as gossamer, concealed an ineffable and formidable power. When one attempted to probe its secrets with their consciousness, they discovered that as soon as their mind approached the fog, it dissolved and disintegrated like snow meeting fierce flames, rendering any deeper exploration impossible. Only by personally stepping into its depths could one unveil its enigmatic veil and seek the truth. Chapter 29. Entering the beast realm, the elders of the sacred lands and the foremost factions did not relent. Their hands continued to move, forming seals and casting incantations. As these incantations gradually infused the entrance, it transitioned from exhibiting fierce turbulence to a state of calm. After a quarter of an hour, the entrance stabilized completely. Observing this, the leading elders of the various factions distributed to their disciples black tokens adorned with peculiar patterns. Lu Xuanhe examined the token in his hand, running his fingers over it, and discovered that it depicted a small formation, presumably designed to record the disciples' merit points. Many disciples from various factions, upon receiving the elders' tokens, formed groups to enter the beast realm. However, this proved futile, as individuals entering the realm would find themselves randomly positioned within it. Even if two people held hands upon entry, they would inevitably be separated once inside. Therefore, each major faction provided their disciples with tokens for mutual contact and positioning, ensuring that their members could regroup swiftly. Remember, your primary objective this time is to undergo trials and enhance your cultivation. The competition for rankings is of secondary importance. Mo Tianyang instructed once he noticed his disciples were prepared. Turning his gaze to Lu Xuanhe, he hesitated momentarily before expressing his concern. Though I have immense faith in your talent, your cultivation does leave something to be desired. If you encounter an insurmountable situation, be sure to shatter the token immediately to preserve your life. He then addressed Zhao Fan, Feng Jun, and the other disciples. The overall strength of our Daoji Sect pales in comparison to the other two sacred lands, and we even fall slightly short against the 4 premier factions. Should you confront a formidable opponent, decisively break the token. A wave of warmth swept through the hearts of the disciples upon hearing this. Particularly for Lu Xuanhe, he understood that Mo Tianyang's words stemmed from genuine concern, rather than an attempt to belittle him. At that moment, few factions remained at the entrance, as most had already ventured inside, eager to seize the initiative. The disciples of the Xuanchen sect had just entered when Lin Yu, a 9th layer of the nascent soul realm, suddenly turned back. With a provocatively disdainful gaze, he cast a glance at Lu Xuanhe, his eyes brimming with contempt and arrogance. He wished to observe Lu Xuanhe's reaction, yet unexpectedly, Lu Xuanhe stood there, expressionless, not sparing him a glance. As Lin Yu's figure gradually faded from view, one could discern a shadow of gloom swiftly enveloping his countenance. Zhao Fan, who stood beside Lu Xuanhe, could not restrain himself and remarked, "Senior brother, this individual, relying on his strength of the 9th level of the nascent soul, is exceedingly arrogant." Lu Xuanhe calmly responded to Zhao Fan, his tone tranquil yet imbued with authority. "Junior brother, there is no need to pay heed to such a person. Should we encounter him, we can effortlessly teach him a lesson, regardless of his 9th level of nascent soul." Subsequently, Lu Xuanhe and his companions stepped into the beast realm. At that moment, Ma Mo, stationed at the entrance of the realm, could not help but let out a cold snicker. The beast realm, a secluded world left behind by a powerful emperor from ancient times, spans over 1,000 miles. Within it dwells a peculiar species known as the Yuan beast, birthed from the foundational formations of the beast realm. This small world is stratified into 3 levels: the outer, inner, and central zones. Disciples entering the beast realm typically emerge in the outer area, where the dangers are minimal. Primarily populated by Yuan beasts of the 1st to 3rd levels of the nascent soul, the inner zone poses greater peril, hosting Yuan beasts of the 4th to 6th levels of the nascent soul. The central region is the most treacherous, teeming with numerous Yuan beasts of the 7th level and above, including over a dozen at the 9th level. Consequently, most factions dare only to cultivate in the outer area, while only a select few, including top-tier forces, venture into the inner zone. Only the disciples of the sacred grounds would dare to enter the central region, albeit with caution against delving too deep. Yuan beasts generally appear in packs, typically numbering around 10, rather than individually presenting themselves as experience fodder for the entering practitioners. One can imagine the formidable challenge posed by a dozen Yuan beasts of the 8th level attacking simultaneously. Even disciples from the sacred grounds must approach with utmost vigilance. Should a 9th level Yuan beast lead a group of 7th and 8th level Yuan beasts, it is likely that even the disciples of the sacred grounds would be compelled to retreat. Nevertheless, Yuan beasts of the 9th level usually possess their own territories, and such beings seldom attack unless the practicing disciples intrude upon their domain. In the outer area of the beast realm, within a valley, the space suddenly trembled violently before fracturing, revealing a figure. Lu Xuanhe shook his head to swiftly regain his composure. He vigilantly surveyed his surroundings, his consciousness spreading rapidly like an invisible net. Yet, indeed, he was the only one present in this place. This entrance portal was truly extraordinary. Previously, he had sought to ascertain whether the portal dispersed those who entered as Elder Mo Tianyang of the Dao Extreme Sect had claimed. He urged Zhao Fan to tightly grasp his arm, and together they stepped into the mysterious portal. The moment they entered, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and the sensation in his arm vanished. As his consciousness gradually returned, he found himself in a secluded valley, densely populated with lush vegetation, utterly alone within 100 paces. Suddenly, a roar pierced the stillness of the valley, shattering its serene ambience. To Lu Xuanhe's left front, a horde of exotic beasts charged towards him. Leading the charge was a creature of the second tier of the Yuan spirit realm, while the rest were at the first tier. This beast was larger than any ordinary wild animal, resembling a tiger, yet distinctly different, as it bore two bizarre, black horns atop its head. Based on the illustrations provided earlier by Mo Tianyang, Lu Xuanhe deduced that this was a product of the Yuan beast secret realm, a Yuan beast. The foremost Yuan beast surged ahead, and as it neared Lu Xuanhe, a mysterious gleam flashed across its black horns. A strange beam of light shot forth from the horn, aimed directly at the Yuan spirit within Lu Xuanhe's sea of consciousness. Following this, the Yuan spirit second-tier beast lunged at Lu Xuanhe. All of this transpired in an instant. Had it been someone of lesser strength, they might have been caught off guard and met their demise. However, these Yuan beasts confronted Lu Xuanhe, who was at the fifth tier of the Yuan spirit realm. In that critical moment, the mysterious beam of light shattered just 3 inches from Lu Xuanhe's forehead, dispersing into countless fragments that twinkled with an extraordinary radiance. Almost simultaneously, a remarkably sharp sword energy materialized out of thin air. This sword energy was as swift as lightning, effortlessly slicing through the massive, fierce Yuan beast at the forefront. Yet, its momentum did not wane, continuing at an astonishing speed towards the pack of Yuan beasts behind. Boom, boom, boom. With each resounding explosion that echoed throughout the valley, the once menacing Yuan beasts erupted upon being struck by the sword energy. In an instant, the valley was engulfed in dust and reverberating echoes. As the dust began to settle, remnants of flesh from the exploded Yuan beast revealed special orbs, each the size of a medicinal pill. Lu Xuanhe channeled his spiritual energy, generating a powerful attraction from the center of his palm, drawing all the orbs left behind by the fallen beast towards him. These orbs, now resting in his hand, were translucent and glimmered with a soft, ethereal glow. The mesmerizing allure of these orbs captivated his soul, instilling in him an insatiable yearning for them. A flicker of intrigue crossed Lu Xuanhe's eyes as he recalled the earlier descriptions of the soul orbs provided by Mo Tianyang. Could these indeed be the fabled soul orbs? He pondered silently. Grasping the orbs that shimmered with an extraordinary luminescence, he summoned the robust spiritual energy within him, endeavoring to refine them. This method had been imparted to them by Mo Tianyang prior to their entrance into the mystic beast realm. Initially, he felt a twinge of apprehension, uncertain of the success of his endeavor. However, as he sensed the subtle currents of spiritual energy gradually permeating the soul orbs, a wave of elation surged within him. It was indeed feasible. As time progressed, an increasing amount of spiritual energy was infused into the orbs, which began to undergo remarkable transformations. The once crystal-clear surfaces gradually took on a delicate radiance, accompanied by wisps of ethereal smoke rising gently. Soon, these wisps coalesced into a dense, exquisitely pure essence. At that moment, Lu Xuanhe felt an intense longing from his soul for this pristine essence. Following Mo Tianyang's guidance, he attempted to harness his soul's power to connect with this pure essence. Suddenly, this newly birthed essence surged towards his consciousness with a speed so swift that he scarcely had time to react. As he steadied himself, he was astonished to find that the miniature figure of his soul within his consciousness was greedily devouring the influx of pure essence. Seizing the moment, he sat cross-legged on the ground without hesitation, aligning his breath and calming his mind, fully engaging in his cultivation techniques to expedite the refinement and absorption of this essence. In less than a quarter of an hour, Lu Xuanhe opened his eyes, an expression of both astonishment and regret flickering across his face. The pure essence, refined from the soul orbs, indeed proved valuable, and it took merely a brief span of time to realize its potential. He distinctly sensed a slight elevation in his realm, and his soul also grew a bit stronger. Regrettably, the intensity of the soul orbs produced by the first and second tiers of the primordial beast was lacking. This pure essence, at this juncture, could be likened to a drop in the ocean. Otherwise, he would not have been able to refine it successfully in merely a quarter of an hour. Reflecting on this, Lu Xuanhe could not help but feel elated. If he could locate soul orbs produced by beasts of a higher tier, his strength would undoubtedly soar to new heights. However, he first needed to rendezvous with Zhao Fan and the others. Lu Xuanhe produced a token, its front displaying the number 12, indicating that he had accrued 12 points through the slaying of primordial beasts. Each beast of the first tier grants 1 point, while those of the second tier yield 2 points. Among the beasts he had vanquished, there were 10 first-tier primordial beasts and 1 second-tier primordial beast, culminating in a total of 12 points. The reverse side of the token featured a whiteboard adorned with a red dot and several white dots. The red dot represented the token holder, while the white dots signified the disciples of his clan. Lu Xuanhe noted 2 white dots in the northeast direction, not far apart and in close proximity to him. With a swift motion, he transformed into a streak of light and sped towards the northeast. In a certain wooded area on the outskirts, a disciple from a moderate power was currently engaged in a standoff with 3 primordial beasts, each at the second tier of the soul realm. He gasped for breath, his eyes fixed like those of a hawk upon the 3 beasts that encircled him in a menacing formation. His garments were tattered, revealing numerous ghastly wounds upon his body. In an instant, a thunderous noise erupted, akin to the roar of a tempest, as the 3 monstrous creatures launched their assault. The black horns atop their heads gleamed like 3 deadly swords, releasing brilliant beams of light. With a dull thud, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning as pale as parchment, and he swayed precariously, on the verge of collapse. It was the assault on his primal spirit. Caught unawares, his very essence faced a fierce onslaught at that moment. The once stable figure of his spirit, residing within the sea of consciousness, now became ethereal, flickering like a candle in the wind, poised to extinguish at any moment. With a roar, the 3 beasts surged forward, their sharp claws slicing through the air as they charged with a speed that was nothing short of lightning. Damn it! He took out the token and gazed at its reverse side. Several clusters of white dots were swiftly approaching him. He had believed that he could endure until rescue arrived. But to his astonishment, the 3 primal beasts launched a surprise assault on his spirit beast with a spiritual attack. In that fleeting moment, he was caught off guard, and his spirit sustained injuries. Exploding chi technique. He let out a soft exclamation, compelled by necessity to employ a secret technique to forcibly enhance his strength and break free. The side effects of this technique were exceedingly severe, and he would resort to it only in the direst of circumstances. Suddenly, his aura surged dramatically. With a single palm strike, he directly blasted towards the 3 primordial beasts. They were all sent flying. With a cough, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his complexion grew even more pallid. Seizing the fleeting moment afforded by the technique, he resolutely turned and dashed towards the direction of the few white specks. Beside a small river on the outskirts, several corpses lay strewn haphazardly along the riverbank, some with dismembered limbs, clearly having endured a brutal massacre. The blood had stained the river water a glaring crimson, and a foul stench permeated the air, while a few damaged weapons lay submerged within. One corpse had its eyes still wide open, filled with terror and resentment, unable to close even in death. The nearby grass was trampled and disordered, with traces of blood clinging to the blades. From beneath the pile of corpses, a hand slowly emerged, fingers trembling slightly. Indeed, there was a survivor. He struggled to push aside his companions, gasping for breath, his face splattered with blood. He gazed around with a look of bewilderment, attempting to rise, only to discover that his legs were gravely injured. Brotherly, Junior Brother Wang, Sister Cui, as he beheld the familiar figures of his seniors, now transformed into lifeless, cold corpses, a wave of sorrow surged within him. At that moment, distant, rumbling roars echoed through the air. The primal beast had not yet departed. His complexion changed abruptly. In a moment of desperation, he disregarded the excruciating pain coursing through his body. Gritting his teeth, he extracted the token and crushed it. In the next instant, a luminous barrier materialized, enveloping him within its protective embrace. Subsequently, accompanied by a spatial fluctuation, the barrier whisked him away, vanishing from sight. Similar scenes unfolded throughout the periphery of the Yuan Beast secret realm. Chapter 31. Lu Xian is targeted in a verdant valley near the inner perimeter. Dozens of Yuan Beast corpses lay scattered across the ground, blood gushing forth like a fountain, staining the earth a deep crimson hue. A group of young men was engaged in a frenzied slaughter of the Yuan Beasts, all of which ranged from the 1st to the 3rd heaven of the Yuan spirit realm. Roar. A 3rd heaven Yuan beast let out a thunderous roar and lunged at the young men. One of the boys stepped forward, casually unleashing a spiritual attack. The 3rd heaven Yuan beast was instantly torn asunder. Upon witnessing this, the remaining dozen Yuan beasts attempted to flee. Another boy, his expression composed and his gaze icy, declared, "Can you truly escape?" He softly chanted an incantation, channeling his spiritual energy as his hands formed intricate seals. A colossal magical imprint materialized in the air, exuding an intense chill. "Xianbing seal," he shouted, thrusting his hands forward to unleash the seal upon the fleeing Yuan beasts. The dozen or so Yuan beasts emitted furious roars, desperately attempting to evade the Xianbing seal. Yet, the seal struck like lightning, freezing all in its path, including the Yuan beasts. With a crisp crack, the frozen Yuan beasts shattered, their wounds smooth as glass, with not a drop of blood seeping forth. At that moment, a figure gradually approached from the distance. This individual stood tall, his gaze frigid and tinged with arrogance. Surrounding him was a faint, iridescent glow, swirling incessantly as if resonating with the elemental forces of nature. Linyu, the prodigious scion of the Hunyuan Xingyi sect. It became evident that this group comprised disciples of the Hunyuan Xingyi sect, explaining their ease in slaughtering third heaven Yuan beasts. Linyu observed the scene before him with an expression devoid of emotion, his eyes as cold as ice. He slightly turned his head and softly instructed a disciple behind him, quickly clear the battlefield and extract the essence pearl from that primordial beast. Remember, not a single detail must be overlooked. The disciple, upon hearing this, promptly nodded respectfully and set to work with alacrity. Brother Lin, shall we proceed directly to the inner perimeter or wait for Brother Ma and the others? A young lad inquired. Let us venture directly into the inner perimeter. Let Brother Ma and his companions follow at their own pace. With their strength and the formidable techniques of our Hunyuan Xingyi sect, especially Brother Ma, who has attained the 8th level of the primordial spirit, they should be more than capable of navigating the inner perimeter, Linyu replied, casting a somber glance at the distant landscape, and informed them that if they encounter Lu Xuanhe of the Daoji Sect, they must relay the message to me. The young lad took his leave to convey the message to another group from their Hunyuan Xingyi sect. The mere thought of Lu Xuanhe darkened Lin Yu's expression. He had never encountered such an audacious individual, one who dared to disregard his presence. Lu Xuanhe would surely not perceive him as an ordinary practitioner of the 9th heaven in the realm of Yuanshan. Having attained the 9th heaven of Yuanshan at the tender age of 18, he was one of the illustrious young prodigies of the Hunyuan Xingyi sect. His cultivation encompassed the most formidable sacred techniques beneath the imperial methodologies, and he possessed a 5-element spiritual body, effortlessly wielding the transformative powers of the 5 elements. All within his command. What right does he have to provoke himself? He is resolved to await the arrival of Lu Xuanhe in the inner circle. Although this individual is exceedingly arrogant, gaining entry into the inner circle poses no difficulty. He sought to shatter Lu Xuanhe's arrogance, inflicting profound humiliation upon him. If circumstances permitted, the very act of slaying this individual would not be out of the question. After all, he could easily attribute the deed to the primordial beasts later on. Senior Brother Lin, the primordial spirit orbs have been accounted for. A disciple stepped forth, interrupting his reverie. Linyu did not turn around, merely replying with a calm demeanor. Distribute them evenly among yourselves. Once absorbed, we shall swiftly advance into the inner region and elevate our junior brothers of the 5th and 6th levels of primordial spirit to the 7th. Thank you, Senior Brother Lin. The disciple's face was alight with excitement, deeply touched by Lin Yu's thoughtfulness. However, Lin Yu's lack of interest in the primordial spirit orbs was not due to his consideration for his junior brothers. Rather, the effect of the orbs generated by the primordial beasts of the 3rd level was negligible for someone of his 9th level of primordial spirit cultivation, rendering them virtually ineffective and easily disregarded. Only orbs produced by primordial spirits of the 7th level would yield any significant benefits for his growth. His assistance to his junior brothers was, in part, a simple task, but also served to enhance his own capacity to hunt primordial beasts of the 7th, 8th, and even 9th levels. In a certain flat area of the outer region, a commanding voice rang out. Perish, Zhao Fan declared, raising his right hand and unleashing a powerful punch. A colossal fist materialized, imbued with an overwhelming, unyielding energy, hurtling towards a group of primordial beasts of the 3rd level. Boom, boom, boom. As the mighty fist collided with a primordial beast, they erupted in a cacophony of destruction. Flesh and blood evaporated by the sheer heat of the blow, leaving behind a litter of primordial spirit orbs. Not far behind Zhao Fan, a young man clad in splendid attire wielded a longsword, engaged in fierce combat with 3 primordial beasts of the 3rd level. This individual was Feng Jun, a recent disciple of the Daoji Sect. It turned out that Zhao Fan and Feng Jun's points of emergence were not far apart. Upon realizing this, they swiftly joined forces to act in unison. Clang, clang, clang. The crisp and resounding noises of their clashes filled the air, echoing with intensity. The shimmering longsword clashed against the sharp claws of the primordial beasts, producing brilliant sparks that illuminated the night sky like dazzling fireworks. Although the primordial beasts were relatively weaker in physicality compared to other creatures of the same realm, Their innate resilience and strength allowed them to engage directly with weapons wielded by humans, neither yielding an inch. Swish! The sound of slicing air filled the atmosphere as Fang Jun swiftly swung his longsword, unleashing a fierce wave of sword energy. This sword energy darted through the void like a bolt of lightning, directly targeting the mysterious light speeding towards him from behind. The two forces collided in midair, resulting in a powerful surge of energy that dissipated into nothingness. Shortly thereafter, Fang Jun softly intoned, Heavenly Profound Sword Technique. He gripped the hilt of his sword with his right hand, unleashing a sudden surge of power as he swiftly struck 3 consecutive sword energies towards the 3-headed primordial beast not far ahead. The speed of these sword energies was astonishing, akin to arrows piercing through time and space, roaring forth with unparalleled might. The primordial beast had scarcely a moment to react before it was mercilessly cleaved in two by the incomprehensibly swift sword energy. Blood splattered, and flesh flew, painting a scene both gruesome and horrific. Following this, the sword energy surged forth like a mighty tide, swiftly dispatching the remaining 2 primordial beasts. Fang Jun sheathed his sword, storing the essence orb within his ring. At that moment, Zhao Fan approached with a smile and spoke, Nephew Fang. You truly live up to being the disciple of the sect leader, slaying 3 primordial beasts of the 3rd tier with a single strike. You flatter me, Uncle Zhao. Fang Jun replied with a smile. You single-handedly vanquished 8 primordial beasts of the 3rd tier. Zhao Fan continued, moreover, you are still at the 2nd tier of the essence realm. I just received a message from my senior brother, Fang Jun added. He mentioned he is on his way here. Zhao Fan produced a token, showing its reverse side to Fang Jun. Really? That's splendid. With Master Lu here, who in this primordial beast's secret realm could possibly stand against us? Upon hearing this, Fang Jun's face brightened with joy. Chapter 32. Entering the small world in the East Wilderness mountain range. Within a certain wooded area, Qin Tianyang and his 2 companions stood before a verdant valley. This is the place, Aoshin, the leader of the Xin Jiao clan, indicated towards the valley ahead. Once, I was pursued by enemies and, in my haste, fled into this valley, ultimately entering that small world. This place is known as the Fallen Dragon Valley. As the name suggests, a dragon once fell here. In the present realm of Xianchen, no living being has encountered the dragon clan, and all tales of them are remnants from ancient times. It is said that in the ancient era, a true dragon briefly manifested in the world. The valley was shrouded in a layer of mist, resembling a veil, exuding an aura of inscrutable mystery. The 3 gazed into the valley, eager to discern the situation. However, the entrance was engulfed in enigmatic mist, preventing their vision from penetrating into the valley. Master, exclaimed Ao Ju, this mist is peculiar. My consciousness dissipates upon contact, as if solid ice meets the blazing sun. A look of confusion crossed Ao Ju's eyes, his expression puzzled. Only upon reaching the essence realm can one possess spiritual awareness, the willpower of the essence. Unlike the physical eyes, spiritual awareness can be considered the gaze of the essence. The essence's gaze is significantly more potent than the physical eyes, observing all within its reach. As one's realm ascends, spiritual awareness expands, increasing its range. Generally, spiritual awareness is obstructed only by those of equal or superior cultivation, as well as by formations. Additionally, some extraordinary entities possess the ability to hinder spiritual awareness. This is not merely mist. Qin Tianyang withdrew his gaze and murmured. It is a product formed from the dissolution of divine consciousness following the fall of the emperor, capable of obstructing the probing of divine senses below the realm of the carefree. Upon hearing this, Ao Xion's expression grew somewhat fervent. So that dragon corpse was indeed once an emperor. Let us proceed and explore, Qin Tianyang declared, unafraid as he strode directly into the valley. Ao Xion and Ao Jushin regained their senses and hurriedly followed suit. Within the valley, towering trees stood tall and regal, their trunks adorned with a fresh green moss, branches swaying gently, and leaves broad and verdant, glistening with vivid hues. If one were to disregard the layer of mist, this place could indeed be considered a picturesque locale. Senior, this is where I vanished, Ao Xion stated. Father, are you mistaken? There is nothing here, merely an ordinary clearing, Ao Jushin exclaimed, resembling a curious child as he peered around, failing to discern anything unusual, muttering softly. You insolent boy, do you think your father would deceive you? Ao Xion retorted, casting a stern glance at Ao Jushin before turning his attention to Qin Tianyang, who remained silent. Contemplating for a moment, Ao Xion continued, Senior, considering that Dragon Corpse is likely of imperial stature, Locating a hidden realm such as this is no simple task. Damn it. Aoxian's words were abruptly cut off. Shock etched across his face. In that instant, he beheld a spectacle that left him utterly astounded. He watched as Qin Tianyang casually waved his hand toward the seemingly empty void. The entire space began to tremble violently. Visible ripples of spatial waves radiating outward like ripples on a pond. Before long, amidst the quaking void, an entrance emanating a mysterious light gradually materialized, akin to a resplendent flower blooming in the night sky. Aoxian's eyes widened, pondering to himself, logically speaking, someone like Qin Tianyang would only reach the celestial realm at best. In most sacred grounds, the masters of specific lineages or the peak lords of various mountains are predominantly at this level. Even if Qin Tianyang possesses extraordinary strength, he would likely only be at the 7th or 8th tier of the celestial realm, for such cultivation is already quite profound. Yet, the abilities Qin Tianyang demonstrated just now were truly astonishing. In mere moments, he not only effortlessly discovered the deeply hidden realm, but also accurately located its entrance. To achieve such a feat, one must possess a profound comprehension and insight into the path of space. What manner of individual is worthy of even approaching the threshold of the great Tao? The carefree saints. Among the numerous sacred grounds, the strong of the carefree realm undoubtedly represent the ancestral level of existence, embodying the most profound foundation and essence of a sacred ground. The Daoji Sect is terrifying indeed. Even the lineage master is of the carefree realm. Aoxin was overwhelmed with emotion. Such is the terrifying essence of the sacred land. Father, stop dawdling. Master has already entered. Aojueshin waved his right hand before Aoxin and then stepped into the small world. Wait a moment, father. Within the small world, at that moment, Qin Tianyang was the first to step inside, revealing a vast plain before him. At the end of this boundless expanse lay the colossal remains of a dragon bone, resembling a mountain in its grandeur. This dragon skeleton stretched ominously, measuring approximately 10,000 zhang in length, instilling a sense of dread in all who beheld it. Despite the decay of flesh, the exposed bones gleamed with a translucent luster, appearing warm and polished, shimmering softly under the sunlight. Upon the dragon's bones flowed mysterious and unfathomable Tao rhythms, with intricate patterns subtly manifesting. At the center of its skull, a massive cavity was apparent, presumably the cause of this dragon's demise. Should this news spread, it would undoubtedly astonish the entire Xuanchen Continent, igniting a storm of commotion. The dragon race, a mere legend within the Xuanchen Continent, was evidently present within a certain valley of the eastern wilderness mountains. Senior, that is the dragon bone I encountered previously, Aoxin remarked. As he and Aojueshin entered the realm, Aojueshin's eyes widened, fixated on the immense dragon remains in the distance. It was his first encounter with such a colossal corpse, a dragon's remains. It was somewhat peculiar. Aojueshin stared for a moment, his expression reflecting a hint of perplexity, as he inquired, Master, I do not sense any bloodline aura emanating from this dragon corpse. Could it be that my strength is insufficient, or has the essence of this dragon, who is suspected to be my biological father, dissipated over the eons since his demise? The esteemed Qin Tianyang, the celestial emperor, extended his divine consciousness and after a brief pause, replied, He is indeed not your biological father. Upon hearing this, Aoxian's expression turned regretful as he lamented, What a pity. I had hoped to uncover the identity of Jushin's true father. Their forced intrusion into this small world elicited no response from the dragon's remains, suggesting that the lingering vestige of obsession entrusted to Aoxian by Aojueshin had completely faded away over time. Father, it matters not. You are my father. And it makes no difference, Aojueshin reassured him with a cheerful smile. Although Aoxian was not his biological father, he treated him with utmost kindness, rendering their bond indistinguishable from that of blood relations in Aojueshin's heart. It is impossible to resurrect this dragon's corpse, but I can temporarily bring him back into the world for a brief period, Qin Tianyang announced. What? Really? Both Aojueshin and Aoxian were taken aback in unison. Chapter 33. Past events in an instant. A formidable aura erupted from Qin Tianyang, surging forth with the ferocity of a tempest, rapidly expanding outward from his core. Subsequently, an indescribable sense of majesty continuously emanated from within him, overwhelming and relentless, as if it could crush mountains or shatter eggs. This aura of authority was so potent and grandiose that it seemed capable of tearing apart the very fabric of this small world. At this moment, Qin Tianyang was utterly transformed from his former self since Daoji Sect and epochs first laid eyes upon him. Despite having previously demonstrated his astonishing might, he had always appeared unremarkable, devoid of any discernible presence. Yet now, a magnificent imperial might radiated from his being, swiftly filling every inch of the surrounding space. Two piercing beams of light suddenly shot forth from his eyes, akin to lightning cleaving the heavens, with his long black hair cascading around him. His towering figure stood resplendent between heaven and earth, embodying an unparalleled grandeur. In the void, the pathways of the universe manifested, reverberating continuously. As countless roads encircled Qin Tianyang's imperial form like stars surrounding the moon, he radiated a luminous aura, his entire being exuding an inexhaustible and magnificent power, like an emperor descending to the mortal realm. The great emperor. Aoxion's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the figure before him, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. His body felt as if it were ensnared by a spell of paralysis, rendering him utterly motionless, completely entranced. He vigorously shook his head, striving to awaken himself from the staggering reality before him. In his understanding, an emperor was a legendary being. Even if he racked his brain to the point of exhaustion, he could never have imagined that the figure standing before him, Qin Tianyang, could be an emperor. It had been tens of thousands of years since an emperor had emerged in the Xuanchen Continent. Perhaps there were one or two ancient emperors in the Holy Land, but they remained in seclusion, desperately attempting to prolong their dwindling lifespans. The last known emperor was the ancestor of the great Qin dynasty in Zhongzhou, who lived merely 50,000 years ago. Typically, an emperor's lifespan spans around 100,000 years. Hence, it was clear that the ancestor of the great Qin dynasty was still alive. Consequently, the great Qin dynasty of Zhongzhou subtly held the title of the foremost power in the Xuanchen Continent. Now, witnessing an emperor with his own eyes left Aoxion utterly astonished. Beside him, Daoji Sect was equally dumbfounded, never having anticipated that he would take an emperor as his master. His body trembled with excitement, his eyes filled with fervor. Qin Tianyang extended his hand, gathering the remnants of the dragon corpse scattered throughout the imprint of the small world. Time reversed, and the deceased reappeared. He let out a soft exclamation, and the aura of the power of the great Dao began to emanate from his fingertips. Under the influence of this immense force, the marks that had originally dissipated into the cosmos began to respond. Gradually, a figure materialized in the void. This individual possessed striking features, exuding a wild and untamed spirit. Yet, what astonished onlookers the most was the overwhelming power of the great Dao that surrounded him, along with the imperial majesty that radiated from within his being. He is also an emperor. Undoubtedly, this individual is none other than the dragon corpse that has lain in eternal slumber for countless years. Has he truly been resurrected by Qin Tianyang? Yet did not Qin Tianyang assert that this individual could not be brought back to life? Aoxion and Daoji, the father and son, gazed in astonishment, their eyes wide with confusion. "Who are you?" they inquired. "Did I not fall?" At this moment, the individual opened his eyes, filled with utter bewilderment. He recalled that before his ultimate dissolution, he had awaited the arrival of a dragon of the lower realm, entrusting that enigmatic egg to it before his complete downfall. How is it that he finds himself alive now? "You have not been resurrected. Rather, I have gathered the imprints scattered across the universe and utilized the avenue of time to reverse the flow of years, momentarily stabilizing time and space. For now, I have merely brought you back for a brief period." Qin Tianyang spoke lightly, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. The dragon's corpse was taken aback. Despite Qin Tianyang's seemingly casual remark, the feat was nothing short of monumental. It was astonishing that this individual had mastered the avenue of time and could temporarily resurrect things that had long since passed from existence. "So it is, esteemed friend. Your power is boundless." Long Tian is in awe. Long Tian, having once held the status of an emperor, understood the gravity of such a transgressive act. Qin Tianyang's prowess must have already reached a remarkable zenith. "You have temporarily revived me for the sake of that young man, have you not?" Long Tian, from the moment of his reappearance, had noticed Aoxion and Daoji Sect, recognizing them instantly. It was he who had drawn Aoxion into the small world, subsequently entrusting the dragon egg, which is now Daoji Sect, to him. As for Daoji Sect, he was even more recognizable, as the aura he exuded was identical to that of the dragon egg from years past. Moreover, when confronting Daoji Sect, he felt the same bloodline suppression as he had from the egg. Qin Tianyang nodded slightly. "Indeed, he is now my disciple." and we have come to delve into his origins. Long Tian pondered. With your formidable strength, you must surely perceive that I am not related to him by blood. Qin Tianyang acknowledged with a nod. Ao Ju Shun bore the bloodline of the Golden Emperor Dragon, while this individual was merely of an ordinary dragon lineage, making any father-son relation impossible. 80,000 years ago, after I successfully attained the Emperor's path, I began to wander the cosmos. Long Tian's eyes glimmered with nostalgia as he recalled events of yore. Later, while exploring an exceedingly remote area, I inadvertently stumbled into a peculiar forbidden zone. At the center of this zone stood a colossal altar, surrounded by 4 immense pillars. The pillars were inscribed with intricate and ancient runes, mysterious in nature. Given my standing, I could only comprehend a fraction of their meaning. It turned out that this altar was a one-way teleportation array, capable of receiving but not sending. Just as I prepared to depart, the altar suddenly activated. At this revelation, a look of astonishment flashed across Long Tian's eyes. Following a wave of spatial distortion, a blood-stained figure materialized atop the altar, cradling a dragon egg in its embrace. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Qin Tianyang and the others shifted. They understood that this dragon egg was likely the one entrusted to Aoxin by Long Tian, which would later become Ao Ju Shun. Although this individual was gravely injured and drenched in blood, the aura he emanated was far more terrifying than that of an emperor, indicating he was a being of the Imperial Venerable Realm. At that time, I was merely at the initial stage of the Emperor realm, even in his wounded state. I was by no means a match for him. Just as I was on high alert, he spoke to me, imparting a secret method that would preserve a fragment of my true spirit. He then entrusted the dragon egg to me. As I stood bewildered, he instructed me to safeguard the egg until my last breath, and before my dissolution, to entrust it to a flood dragon. A flood dragon? Qin Tianyang and Ao Ju Shun suddenly turned their gazes toward Aoxin. Aoxin's pupils constricted violently, and a chill ran down his spine. He could never have imagined that someone had foretold his arrival 80,000 years ago. Long Tian continued, while I was still enveloped in confusion. He guided me out of the forbidden realm. Subsequently, a terrifying aura surged forth from within, accompanied by a cataclysmic explosion that reverberated through the air. In the aftermath of the sound, the location of the forbidden realm became a void, utterly devoid of existence. At that moment, an overwhelming sense of uncertainty filled my heart. A dragon? Which dragon? Should I seek it out myself, or would it come to me? Why mention my last moment of life? Could he truly foresee my fate? Alas, that person vanished along with the forbidden realm. Qin Tianyang's eyes were filled with deep contemplation. He speculated that the Golden Imperial Dragon clan must have encountered a tremendous upheaval. In a moment of desperation, the parents of Ao Ju Shun sent their unborn child away and ultimately destroyed the teleportation array. Later, during a fierce battle, I sustained irreparable injuries. Aware that my life was dwindling, I journeyed to this relatively remote planet, where I utilized my remaining magical energy to create a small world. Preparing to entomb myself therein, Ao Ju Shun suddenly gazed upon the skeletal remains of a dragon. The injuries on the skull corresponded with Long Tian's words. 30,000 years ago, my wounds had worsened beyond endurance. In my final moments, I recalled the secret method bestowed upon me by that individual. I attempted to activate the technique, and, to my astonishment, discovered it indeed possessed the ability to preserve a fragment of my true essence as he had claimed. However, 15 years ago, even the technique began to falter, and my true essence gradually waned. Just days before my essence was to dissipate, he entered the valley, and I decisively pulled him into the small world, entrusting the little one to him. Long Tian looked at Aoxin, still in disbelief. 80,000 years later, a true flood dragon had indeed ventured into the fallen Dragon Valley. Although Aoxin had previously surmised that the flood dragon within the prophecy referred to himself. Upon hearing this, he confirmed that he was indeed the dragon foretold. Aoxin's expression still bore a hint of astonishment. When I awoke once more, it was you who stood before me. Back then, I harbored intentions of seizing your bloodline. I was severely wounded and conceived ill thoughts, believing that by claiming your lineage, I might have a chance of survival. Yet, when I attempted to do so, I discovered that you had been shielded by a protective layer, and despite my full force, I could not harm you in the slightest. Eventually, I came to terms with it, thinking perhaps this was fate. It was no wonder that individual dared to entrust you to me without reservation. At that moment, Long Tian's figure grew increasingly dim. He looked at Ao Ju Shun with an expression of acceptance. Perhaps he had long since departed, thus readily acknowledging the truth. Regardless, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the elder for safeguarding me over the years. Ao Jushin stepped forward and bowed deeply to Long Tian. Long Tian remained silent, his expression one of contentment, before his figure completely faded away, rendering the time-based magical mark imposed by Qin Tianyang utterly ineffective. With this segment of the past clarified, Qin Tianyang led Ao Xian and Ao Jushin away from the small world, heading towards the residence of the Xianjiao clan. Subsequently, Ao Jushin bid farewell to Ao Xian and returned with Qin Tianyang to the Daoji Sect. Chapter 34. The Complete Awakening of the Golden Imperial Dragon Bloodline. Daoji Sect, Daoyang Peak. Qin Tianyang brought Ao Jushin into the Grand Hall of Daoyang. Jushin, do you understand why your master chose to take you as a disciple? Qin Tianyang sat at the main seat, gazing down at Ao Jushin. Ao Jushin replied with a smile, because I am a one-in-a-million genius. You cheeky brat, quite self-assured. Qin Tianyang chuckled, indeed, you are a genius. For you possess the bloodline of the Golden Imperial Dragon clan. The Golden Emperor Dragon? Indeed, the Golden Emperor Dragon lineage stands as the most formidable among the dragon clans, possessing an unparalleled bloodline. Even within the entirety of the demon tribes, it ranks as one of the mightiest races. Now, I shall assist you in fully awakening your bloodline. With that, Qin Tianyang retrieved the true dragon pearl from the depths of the system's realm. The true dragon pearl is one of the most revered treasures of the Golden Emperor Dragon lineage, capable of facilitating a complete awakening of their bloodline. Upon gazing at this pearl, Ao Jushin found himself utterly captivated, unable to look away. The true dragon pearl seemed to exert an immense allure over him, as he felt the very blood within him yearning for its presence. Simultaneously, Qin Tianyang released the pulsating true dragon pearl, which transformed into a stream of light and surged into Ao Jushin's sea of consciousness. At the moment the true dragon pearl entered Ao Jushin's sea of consciousness, his entire being ignited as if his blood were boiling, set ablaze by an unseen force. He felt his body ablaze, a force imprisoned deep within his veins. Now, this force pulsated as if alive, yearning to break free from its constraints and manifest. Ao Jushin gritted his teeth, the veins on his forehead bulging. The power surged within him, each impact akin to countless needles piercing his very marrow. Yet, he stubbornly refrained from uttering a sound, his heart resolute with a singular belief. He must endure. Qin Tianyang observed Ao Jushin quietly, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. As time passed, the aura surrounding Ao Jushin grew ever more potent, distorting the space around him with the fervor of his boiling blood. Gradually, a golden glow began to emanate from his skin. This heralded the imminent awakening of the Golden Emperor Dragon Bloodline. Suddenly, Ao Jushin's tightly shut eyes burst open, revealing orbs that seemed to harbor two radiant suns. The brilliance of gold shone forth, seemingly capable of piercing through all the illusions of the world. His form continually expanded and elongated, gradually obscuring the original human shape. Golden scales emerged from beneath his skin, adorned with mysterious ancient runes, exuding an overwhelming aura of bloodline power. Moments later, an imperial dragon, merely several zhang in length, manifested within the grand hall. This divine dragon radiated an aura of boundless majesty, its formidable beastly bloodline emanating a palpable pressure. Had it not been for Qin Tianyang's prior arrangement of a protective formation to isolate it, the entire Daoji Sect would likely have taken notice. Roar. Ao Jushin could not restrain himself from unleashing a thunderous roar, soaring through the hall, reveling in the surging power coursing through his veins, feeling as though he was finally in touch with his true self. With the complete awakening of his bloodline, his realm ascended from the first layer of the Yuan spirit to the fourth layer. After a brief moment, a flash of golden light enveloped him, and Ao Jushin transformed back into human form. Master, I feel an overwhelming surge of power throughout my being, and it seems I can perceive some wondrous ancestral memories. Ao Jushin exclaimed, brimming with excitement as he approached Qin Tianyang. This is the bloodline memory awakened from the Golden Imperial Dragon lineage, encompassing profound techniques and combat skills. Qin Tianyang elucidated. However, I have an even more significant inheritance to bestow upon you. What is it, master? Ao Jushin inquired, his expression one of intrigue. The true Dragon Emperor technique. Ao Jushin found himself rendered speechless with astonishment. Having just absorbed the successful memories, he understood the significance of the true Dragon Emperor technique. It was regarded as a supreme inheritance within the Golden Imperial Dragon clan, typically sought after by adult dragons who journey to their ancestral lands to comprehend the clan's myriad legacies. Only those with exceptional talent might be fortunate enough to acquire the true Dragon Emperor technique. Yet, considering his master possessed even the true Dragon Pearl, it seemed only natural that he would inherit such a remarkable skill. As Qin Tianyang's finger lightly pressed against his forehead, Daoji felt a torrent of vast information flooding into his mind, a transmission of the true Dragon Emperor technique. Initially, it felt as though countless steel needles were simultaneously piercing his consciousness, an unbearable pain. Subsequently, his Yuan spirit was drawn by some enigmatic force, and the scenery before him began to shift rapidly. It was as if he were traversing through layers of space, his Yuan spirit journeying across dimensional realms. Arriving in a mysterious starry expanse, he beheld a Golden Imperial Dragon, spanning billions of miles across the starry expanse. The progenitor of the Golden Imperial Dragon. Although he did not recognize it, the stirring of his bloodline revealed the truth. The colossal dragon slowly opened its eyes, which shone like dazzling stars, emanating an aura of boundless majesty. It then began to evolve the true Dragon Imperial art, manifesting this ancient and supreme heritage unique to the Golden Imperial Dragon. The immense form of the dragon commenced to move gracefully. These seemingly simple gestures concealed profound truths within each movement. Daoji became utterly absorbed, his gaze intently following the every action of the ancestral Golden Imperial Dragon. As time elapsed, he felt an uncanny sense of unity with this legacy. The years rushed by, and eons passed. He had forgotten the passage of time, lost in the oblivion of his surroundings. With only the ever-evolving essence of the true Dragon Emperor technique remaining in his heart, one day Daoji's divine spirit stirred, beginning to mimic the movements of the colossal dragon. Initially, the actions were rather stiff. However, with each subsequent demonstration, they gradually became more fluid. Endless years slipped by silently as Daoji continued to observe and practice, each gesture becoming increasingly adept and seamless, as if it were a natural gift. At long last, in a pivotal moment, his divine spirit flawlessly executed the true Dragon Emperor technique in its entirety. The dragon vanished, the starry sky receded, and the divine spirit returned to its physical form. Daoji slowly opened his eyes, and within their depths, a golden dragon seemed to swim. "Master, I have succeeded." He rose to his feet, excitement radiating from him as he gazed at Qin Tianyang, exuding an air of authority akin to that of an emperor. This transformation was a result of the true Dragon Emperor technique coursing through his veins. Indeed, however, one must not succumb to pride or complacency. Countless prodigies exist across the myriad realms, yet how many have the fortune to reach the pinnacle? A flicker of admiration crossed Qin Tianyang's eyes, followed by a solemn reminder. Cultivation is a long and arduous journey, demanding humility and patience, as well as immense perseverance and audacity, in order to forge a path that endures. Daoji, upon hearing this, responded earnestly, "Disciple will heed the master's teachings." Qin Tianyang nodded in satisfaction and presented him with a formidable halberd. Sharp, hefty. This was the immediate impression Daoji had upon receiving the weapon. The halberd gleamed with a golden hue, its body imbued with a domineering aura, subtly emanating the supreme majesty of the Imperial Dragon. Upon his first glance at the halberd, Daoji found himself captivated. "Master, I am truly fond of this weapon." "Thank you, Master." His eyes sparkled with elation, filled with admiration for the Imperial Dragon halberd. "It is indeed a fine choice. This is the Emperor's Dao weapon, known as the Imperial Dragon halberd. It harmonizes perfectly with your Golden Imperial Dragon Bloodline." The term Emperor's Dao weapon widened Daoji's eyes in astonishment. He quickly realized that this was his master, a being of at least imperial caliber, who possessed the true Dragon Emperor technique. Thus, presenting such a weapon was hardly surprising. "To prevent you from overly relying on the Imperial Dragon halberd, I have sealed its power. Its might will grow as your strength increases," Qin Tianyang remarked, observing the halberd. "Your elder and second brother have also experienced similar training. Rest assured, Master, one day I shall unveil the full might of the Imperial Dragon halberd." Qin Tianyang nodded in approval and handed Daoji a token, saying, "You may depart now. Your fellow disciples reside in the cave on the right side of the back mountain. Once your elder and second brother return, I will introduce you all." Disciple takes leave. Daoji bowed respectfully and exited the Daoyang Hall, making his way towards the disciples' cave area. Chapter 35. The Origin of the Myriad Dao Tower. Crisis among the Dao Extreme Sect disciples. As Qin Tianyang observed Daoji leave, he retrieved the most coveted reward for this mission, the origin of the Myriad Dao Tower. With a flourish of his fingers, a uniquely shaped small tower materialized in his hand. This diminutive tower, no larger than a palm, was crafted from chaos stone. Its surface was adorned with countless intricate and delicate patterns, and upon closer inspection, one could almost perceive the essence of the great Dao's origin. The entire structure emanated an ancient, primordial aura of chaos, as if it had existed since the dawn of creation. Is this truly the origin of the Myriad Dao Tower? Qin Tianyang scrutinized the tower intently, gathering from the system's information that it was forged from the chaos stone born at the beginning of the cosmos. It possessed the ability to condense myriad paths, making it the most suitable weapon for the origin Dao body. With this tower, all myriad paths shall bow in submission. Moreover, the system has informed that the level of the origin 10,000 Paths Tower will elevate in accordance with Qin Tianyang's enhancement and strength. A remarkable treasure, truly a product of the system. After contemplating for a moment, Qin Tianyang stowed away the origin 10,000 Paths Tower, and with a fleeting motion, he arrived at the back mountain, effortlessly reclining on a lounge chair, closing his eyes, and soon, a steady rhythm of breathing emanated from him. Within the depths of the primordial beast's secret realm, in a densely vegetated forest, Xuanchen has now reunited with Zhao Fan and Fang Jun. At this moment, he stands to the side, assisting Zhao Fan, who is fiercely engaged in combat with the primordial beasts. On the battlefield, Zhao Fan's aura surged forth, revealing his cultivation. Although he possessed only the cultivation of the second layer of the primordial spirit, he was capable of contending with 7 primordial beasts of the 4th layer. He let out a thunderous roar, channeling all his spiritual energy, and struck forth with a mighty palm. The immense force of his hand surged directly towards the 7 primordial beasts of the 4th layer of the primordial spirit, and upon impact, they disintegrated, flesh and blood scattering in a horrific display. Meanwhile, in another location, Fang Jun remained utterly unfazed. Upon witnessing Zhao Fan's victory, he unleashed his full power, the Heavenly Shin sword technique. He concentrated his spiritual power upon the long sword, and then with a swift stroke, he unleashed a strike. Bang, bang, bang. The blade of light sliced through the air, severing 2 4th-tier spiritual beasts and 4 3rd-tier spiritual beasts in twain, leaving a grim tableau of corpses strewn across the ground. The 2 individuals stowed away their respective spiritual orbs and approached Xuanchen. Xuanchen gazed at the token in his hand, noting that the myriad of luminous points on its reverse side had coalesced into 2 distinct groups. One group consisted of the 3 of them, while the remaining 7 had congregated together. It appeared that Sister Song and her companions had successfully assembled. Uncle Lu, shall we proceed to rendezvous with Sister Song? Fang Jun inquired after casting a glance at the token held by Xuanchen. Just as Xuanchen was about to respond, the token in his grasp suddenly radiated an intense glow and began to tremble violently. A sudden shock coursed through him, prompting an urgent check. He observed the flickering lights representing Sister Song's group, wildly flashing, as a faint distress signal reached him. Xuanche's countenance darkened, his eyes filled with concern as he spoke softly. This is dire. It seems that Sister Song and her companions are under siege by over 20 spirit beasts of the 3rd heavenly realm. Zhao Fan and Zhao Jun's expressions turned grave upon hearing this. Brother, we must hasten to rescue Sister Song, Zhao Fan exclaimed rapidly. Fang Jun clenched his fists, his eyes betraying a mix of anger and confusion. How could this happen? Had they inadvertently stumbled into a lair of spirit beasts? Without hesitation, Xuanchen soared into the air like an arrow released from its bow, moving with lightning speed as he called out, "Follow closely." Zhao Fan and Fang Jun quickly summoned their full spiritual power, trailing closely behind him. As they flew, Xuanchen murmured to himself, "I hope it is not too late." The trio darted through the skies like 3 brilliant meteors, racing toward the location of Song Jia and her companions, with the surrounding scenery blurring into a kaleidoscope of vibrant light. Meanwhile, on a flat expanse at the periphery, 7 disciples of the Daoji Sect found themselves encircled by over 20 spirit beasts of the 3rd heavenly realm. Among them, a girl, wielding the strength of the 4th heavenly realm, faced 10 of these formidable beasts alone. Among the remaining disciples, only 2 possessed the power of the 3rd heavenly realm, while the others were at the 2nd heavenly realm. This was none other than Song Jia, who had just called for assistance from Xuanchen, along with her fellow disciples. A deafening roar pierced the heavens as the 10 enormous, fearsome spirit beasts launched a ferocious assault. The dark horns atop their heads suddenly glimmered with a mysterious and eerie light, resembling lightning as it surged towards Song Jia's spiritual consciousness. Faced with such a relentless onslaught, Song Jia's beautiful eyes widened, and she cried out, "Break for me." In that instant, she summoned her spiritual power with all her might, coalescing an unparalleled force that materialized before her into a shimmering sword of spiritual energy. In the next moment, the sword, imbued with an indomitable spirit, collided fiercely with the mysterious light. The resulting clash echoed throughout the heavens, as if the very world trembled in response. The immense explosive force radiated outward from the point of impact, stirring up clouds of dust and violent gusts of wind. Song Jia's petite form was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, tracing an arc through the air before she barely managed to regain her balance. Coughing violently, a trickle of crimson blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. In contrast, although the 10 spirit beasts were also knocked back by the blast, their formidable beastly constitution allowed them to quickly regain their footing, preparing for another assault. Sister Song. At that moment, a female disciple, whose cultivation level was merely at the second stage of the nascent soul, witnessed Song Jia injured and spitting blood, and she could not help but cry out in alarm. Perhaps due to her deep concern for Song Jia's safety, the disciple became momentarily distracted, allowing one of the ferocious spirit beasts to seize the opportunity and strike her shoulder with a powerful claw. The attack was delivered with such swiftness and ferocity that the disciple had no time to execute any defensive maneuvers, and she was sent hurtling several meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. "Be careful. Don't worry about me. I have already informed Master Lu and the others. Everyone, hold on a little longer." Song Jia exclaimed urgently, her heart racing. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she struggled to rise from the ground, once again channeling the residual power of her nascent soul to confront the 10 ferocious spirit beasts. With Song Jia and her companions' tenacious resistance, the number of spirit beasts gradually diminished. However, the situation for Song Jia's side was growing dire, as several disciples had sustained severe injuries and were on the verge of collapse. Just as everyone was beginning to tire, and Song Jia prepared to shatter the token, 3 streaks of light sliced through the distant sky. Beasts seeking death. A furious roar echoed from afar. Chapter 36. The arrival of Rescue Master Lu and the others have arrived. A disciple with keen eyesight suddenly shouted in delight. "Master Lu has come? And Master Zhao and Brother Fong too. Attack!" Upon hearing this joyful news, the crowd shuddered with renewed vigor and, propelled by an invigorated spirit, charged towards the spirit beasts. In an instant, the tide turned, and the spirit beasts found themselves retreating in disarray. Nonetheless, this was merely a temporary advantage, as several individuals were gravely injured. Had they not caught sight of the arrival of Lu Xuanhe and the others, instilling a glimmer of hope, it is likely they would have succumbed long ago. At this moment, Lu Xuanhe had already taken notice of the encircled group. In an instant, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, his speed surging once more as if he were about to transcend the very confines of space. At this moment, he had entirely disregarded Zhao Fan and Fang Jun, who were left far behind, merely gazing at his receding figure in astonishment. In the blink of an eye, Lu Xuanhe arrived approximately half a mile from the battlefield. He paused, summoning the Zhanqian sword, gripping the blade that emanated a fierce aura with his right hand. As his arm gradually ascended, the surrounding air seemed to thicken with gravity. Subsequently, Lu Xuanhe began to channel all of his spiritual energy, continuously infusing it into the sword he held. The once unadorned blade began to radiate a dazzling brilliance, its surface adorned with shimmering runes. In that fleeting moment, an endless sword intense soared into the heavens. The principles of the sword path manifesting, suffused with overwhelming pressure. The remaining dozen or so primal beasts appeared to sense something amiss and turned to look at Lu Xuanhe. The disciples of the Daoji Sect, who were engaged in battle, also redirected their gazes towards him. Uncle Master Lu's power is astounding. Such overwhelming pressure. Truly, he is Uncle Master Lu. Even a mere ordinary strike from him leaves me gasping for breath, several disciples murmured among themselves, roaring restlessly like ants on a hot pan. The remaining primal beasts became agitated, continuously howling as if they had caught a whiff of death. Suddenly, like startled birds, these primal beasts scattered in all directions, fleeing in panic. One disciple cried out in alarm, "Oh no, they are trying to escape." The faces of the other disciples were etched with concern. Song Jia, despite her pain, was about to forcefully intervene to stop the primal beasts. However, Lu Xuanhe remained unperturbed, seemingly unconcerned about their flight. A commanding voice resonated through the heavens. Slash. With an expression of indifference and a flicker of fierceness in his eyes, he lightly waved his right hand, unleashing a strike toward the fleeing primal beasts below. Swift as lightning, several streams of sword energy surged forth with the roar of thunder, crashing toward the horde of primal beasts with an overwhelming force. Before this ferocious sword energy, the primal beasts were as fragile as paper, utterly defenseless. With a resounding boom, as the sword energy collided with them, the primal beasts burst apart like punctured balloons, a cloud of dust rising and obscuring the sky. As the smoke gradually cleared, the onlookers beheld a gruesome sight. A dozen or so mangled corpses lay on the ground, a scene too harrowing to endure. Uncle Master Lu is magnificent. Uncle Master Lu is magnificent, someone shouted, igniting a chorus of admiration from the others. In a flash, Lu Xuanhe appeared before the crowd. Upon hearing the words of the crowd, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly as he said, "Esteemed disciples, it would be prudent to attend to your injuries post-haste." He then produced a special elixir, specifically formulated to mend the wounds of the spirit, distributing it among those afflicted. The several disciples, their spirits injured, were overwhelmed with gratitude. On the verge of tears, their respect for their slightly older uncle, Lu Xuanhe, deepened profoundly. Subsequently, Lu Xuanhe gathered all the spirit orbs left behind by the fallen spirit beasts and divided them equitably among everyone present. He spoke. These spirit orbs should assist you in breaking through your current limitations. Once you have recovered, everyone should utilize the spirit orbs to elevate their strength. At this moment, Song Jia inquired, "But Master Lu, what will you do if we absorb these spirit orbs?" The other disciples also turned their gaze towards Lu Xuanhe, for without his guidance, they might have been compelled to shatter their tokens and exit the competition. Thus, they had no objections to Lu Xuanhe using these spirit orbs. Lu Xuanhe smiled gently and replied, "The spirit orbs produced by the outer region spirit beasts are of no use to me. Only those from the inner and central regions can prove beneficial." He paused for a moment before speaking again. "Moreover, your enhanced strength has granted you the capability to survive in the inner regions." Upon hearing this, Song Jia and the other disciples ceased their objections. One by one, they produced healing elixirs and commenced their recuperation. At that moment, Zhao Fan and Fang Jun arrived late, having been abandoned by Lu Xuanhe. Although Zhao Fan possessed the strength to contend with cultivators at the 6th layer of the Xuanchen realm, he still fell short in comparison to Lu Xuanhe. As for Fang Jun, he was even weaker than Zhao Fan, making it impossible for him to catch up with Lu Xuanhe. "Brother, your speed is truly astonishing," Zhao Fan lamented as he approached Lu Xuanhe. Lu Xuanhe explained gently, "The situation was urgent. Had I not acted promptly, Master Song and the others would have been forced to face elimination. Enough chit-chat for now. Quickly consume the Xuanchen beads and attempt to break through," he urged. Nodding in agreement, Zhao Fan and Fang Jun retrieved the Xuanchen beads they had collected from previous battles, channeling their spiritual energy to begin the refining process. 2 hours later, with the exception of Lu Xuanhe, the remaining disciples had experienced significant advancements. Zhao Fan successfully broke through to the 3rd layer of the Xuanchen realm, while Fang Jun and Song Jia ascended to the 5th layer. Among the other disciples, the lowest level was the pinnacle of the 3rd layer, all nearing the threshold of the 4th layer, with 2 of them fully entering the 4th layer of the Xuanchen realm. At that moment, Lu Xuanhe approached Song Jia with a serious expression, his tone steady yet concerned. "Master Song, what exactly transpired during this incident? How did it escalate to such a perilous state?" From their earlier conversation aboard the ancient vessel, he did not believe that Song Jia would act recklessly. Furthermore, if they were unable to defeat their adversaries, they could have fled. It was unfathomable that they had been encircled by over 20 spirit beasts, landing them in such a dire predicament. Had he not arrived in time, it was likely that these 7 would have been forced to exit the spirit beast secret realm prematurely. Upon hearing his words, Song Jia's expression transformed into one of fury. Her beautiful face contorted with anger, and her eyes seemed to blaze with an intense fire. Simultaneously, the other disciples standing nearby wore expressions of frost, their faces grim and their gazes icy. Had it not been for Uncle Lu's timely intervention, they would have had no choice but to helplessly shatter the tokens in their hands, resulting in their elimination from this fierce trial. The thought of this caused the group to harbor deep resentment towards those responsible, their teeth clenched in rage. Chapter 37. The cause of the spirit beast ambush. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, Song Jia began. It was the work of the Hunyuan Xingyi sect. The Hunyuan Sect? Lu Xuan's brow furrowed upon hearing this name. After our 7 members gathered, we were preparing to set off to meet Uncle Lu, Song Jia recounted. Suddenly, members of the Hunyuan Sect appeared, flying past us, led by a slender figure at the 8th layer of the Yuanshan realm. Beside them, Fang Jun suddenly expressed his confusion. Sister Song, why were you surrounded by the primal beasts, and upon our arrival, we found no trace of that individual? Brother Fang, do not be so hasty. I have yet to finish my account, Song Jia retorted, rolling her eyes at Fang Jun before continuing. After that group of individuals appeared, the ground shook violently behind the trees, and then over 20 primal beasts of the 3rd level of the primordial spirit burst forth. Without a moment's hesitation, we turned to flee. But who could have anticipated? At this juncture, Song Jia's teeth clenched in fury, her delicate form trembling with rage. Her eyes ablaze with indignation. Those despicable scoundrels from the mixed Yuan form and intent sect had the audacity to turn back and launch an attack against us, only to retreat immediately afterward. Her words were laced with bitterness and resentment. Upon hearing this, and considering the earlier absence of any disciples from the mixed Yuan form and intent sect amidst the primal beasts, Lu Xuanhe, who had been quietly listening, had already formed a rough conjecture in his mind. He slightly narrowed his eyes, a flash of cold light flickering from their depths. What Song Jia subsequently articulated indeed validated his thoughts. As anticipated, her words unfolded precisely as he had foreseen. The situation was exceedingly perilous, confronted with this sudden upheaval. We could only hastily prepare for battle. Yet, it was all too late. That ferocious horde of primal beasts surged forth like a relentless tide, encircling us in the blink of an eye. Song Jia's voice trembled with a hint of terror and helplessness. At her words, Zhao Fan was instantly consumed by rage, his entire being trembling, as if 2 divine flames erupted from his eyes, scorching the very void. He clenched his fists, producing a sound akin to cracking bones, and coldly remarked, "What a remarkable Hunyuan sect this is. First, Lin Yu inexplicably harbored animosity towards my senior brother, and now, a disciple has dared to affront me. A practitioner of the Dao of Extreme." Fang Jun's eyes burned crimson, his countenance dark as thunder, seething with rage. It is truly detestable. Lu Xuanhe remained expressionless. Although he managed to utter these 4 words with a faint tone through gritted teeth, they seemed to encapsulate boundless hatred and fury. He appeared calm, yet an aura of piercing sword intent emanated from him, its chilling brilliance causing an involuntary shiver, as if it could pierce the very fabric of the void. Oh, so they dare to bully the disciples of the Dao Extreme sect. Before entering the beast origin secret realm, that Lin Yu had inexplicably provoked him, which he chose to ignore. However, upon entering the realm, he was taken aback to find that the disciples of the Hunyuan sect were once again targeting his fellow disciples of the Dao Extreme sect. Had he not arrived in time, the best outcome would have been that Song Jia and her companions were forced to shatter their tokens and leave prematurely, rendering their experience futile. The worst-case scenario would have involved some weaker disciples being unable to destroy their tokens in time, falling victim to the beasts within. Lu Xuanhe glanced at the others and spoke solemnly. "We shall depart immediately for the inner region to further enhance our strength." In truth, Lu Xuanhe believed that Lin Yu and his companions would not linger long in the inner region, with Lin Yu's cultivation at the 9th level of the primordial spirit. Navigating the central area would pose little challenge. He intends to lead the group to the inner region for further enhancement. Should he encounter Lin Yu, he will certainly settle accounts with the practitioners of the Hunyuan school. Outside the mystic realm of the Yuan beasts, in a small valley, the 3 sacred places, Daoji Sect, Hunyuan school, and Taiji Gate, along with the elders of the 4 supreme forces, unite their efforts, forming hand seals and chanting incantations. Before long, a colossal light screen manifests in the sky above the valley, displaying the total points accumulated by disciples from various sects through the extermination of Yuan beasts. At this moment, Taiji Gate stands at the forefront with 3,035 points, followed by the rankings. Hunyuan School with 2,398 points, Jiang Family with 1,528 points, Xinxia Sect with 1,456 points, Yi Sword Sect with 1,356 points, Shindao Sect with 1,355 points, Chiwa Sect with 754 points, Tianyang Sect with 713 points, Lingfeng Valley with 698 points, Xinglua Sect with 675 points, and Daoji Sect with 199 points. This luminous screen is specifically designed to exhibit the total points and rankings of each sect. and it can only be activated 3 hours after the opening of the Mystic Realm. As soon as this screen appears, members from various factions lift their heads to scrutinize their sect scores. Taiji Gate, deserving of its reputation as one of the 3 sacred places of the Eastern Wilderness, astonishingly surpasses 3,000 points within merely 3 hours. The Xuanchen School also performs admirably, holding second place with 2,398 points. Although it is unclear why its score lags nearly 700 points behind the equally esteemed Taiji Gate. What of the Daoji Sect? How is the Jiang family occupying the 3rd position? As someone notices the discrepancy regarding the Daoji Sect, they are about to turn to discuss it with others when a burst of laughter erupts. Haha. Oh, old man Gu, just look at this ranking. Your Shindao sect is utterly pathetic. Elder Zhou from Gui's Sword Sect crosses his arms, gazing at Gu Dashan with disdain, and delivers a scathing taunt. Upon hearing this, Gu Dashan's brow furrows, and his expression darkens ominously. He glared fiercely at Zhou Dai and gritted his teeth, saying, "Old Zhou, cease your arrogance here. It's merely a trivial difference of 1 point. What is there to boast about?" Zhou Dai let out a cold chuckle, responding in a sarcastic tone, "Oh, old man Gu, don't be so stubborn. A point higher is still higher, or do you intend to play tricks and deny it?" As he spoke, he deliberately waggled his right index finger, seemingly emphasizing that a higher score did indeed mean something. Gu Dashan, witnessing Zhou Dai's smug demeanor, trembled with rage, his face flushed. However, for a moment, he could not find suitable words to counter his opponent. "Don't celebrate too soon, old Zhou. The trial in the Beast's secret realm lasts 2 days." After a while, he finally managed to squeeze out a sarcastic remark through clenched teeth. "The trial has only just begun for 3 hours. The outcome remains uncertain." Zhou Dai huffed disdainfully. "Humph. We'll see about that." With that, the 2 old men glared at each other once more, unwilling to yield, as if on the verge of a physical altercation. The others in the valley could only shake their heads in exasperation at the sight of the squabbling duo. Chapter 38. The Dao Extreme Sect's poor ranking at this moment. Ma Mo's expression was as dark as a storm cloud, his eyes fixated on the information regarding the Xuanchen sect displayed on the glowing screen. He had cursed Lin Yu countless times in his mind, contemplating, what on earth is Lin Yu up to? How could he allow the Taiji sect to pull so far ahead? Based on past situations, the scores of the 3 major Holy Lands should have been at least above 3,000 points by now. The more he thought about it, the more infuriated he became, prompting a heavy snort to escape his lips. Suddenly, the image of the Dao Extreme Sect flashed in his mind, and a glimmer of intrigue crossed his eyes as he resolved to further investigate the current status of the Dao Extreme Sect. With 1 member at the 5th level of the nascent soul and 2 at the 4th, he deemed it unnecessary to count those at the 3rd level and below. Considering that the Dao Extreme Sect was a holy land, with disciples trained in formidable techniques, they should rightly be positioned behind the 4 top-tier forces. With a mix of curiosity and schadenfreude, Ma Mo's gaze began to descend. However, to his utter astonishment, as he searched downward, he only spotted the name of the Dao Extreme Sect when he reached the 30th position. In that instant, he nearly burst out laughing, suppressing his excitement. He feigned a look of profound surprise on his face. Turning to his companion Mo Tianyang, he pretended to be bewildered and called out loudly, "Brother Mo, how is it that I searched high and low earlier and found no sign of your Dao Extreme Sect?" At this point, Ma Mo could not help but emit a low, mocking laugh, brimming with unabashed derision. Could it be that the screen is malfunctioning? Why is your Dao Extreme Sect's name absent from the top 3? Ma Mo feigned surprise, seemingly expressing great concern for the Daoji Sect, deliberately scanning the ranks from above until his gaze landed upon their name in the 30th position. "Ah, so this is where your Daoji Sect stands. How is it that you rank merely 30th, even falling short of some first-rate forces? Was it not said that your Lu Xuanhe was exceptionally formidable, capable of effortlessly securing the top position?" His feigned concern dripped with disdain, as his words, cloaked in a veneer of care, were laced with mockery. The others, upon hearing this, began to converse quietly among themselves. How is it that the Daoji Sect finds itself in 30th place, trailing behind our sect? Could something have gone awry? One inquired. Have you forgotten? The strongest disciple of the Daoji Sect this time is merely at the 5th level of the Yuanshan realm, hardly superior to our own forces. Is it not quite normal for them to rank 30th? Another responded. It seems the Daoji Sect's reputation is set to diminish significantly. As one of the sacred grounds of the Eastern Wilderness, such a performance is quite disappointing. Elder Mo Tianyang of the Daoji Sect, upon hearing these remarks, maintained a stoic expression and cast a fleeting glance at Ma Mo. Is Elder Ma feeling anxious? The trial has only just commenced. Nearly 3 hours have elapsed since the 2-day mark. Ma Mo, upon hearing this, let out a cold chuckle. I sincerely hope your disciples possess the extraordinary talents as you claim, Brother Mo. Mo Tianyang chose to disregard Ma Mo's taunts, appearing outwardly composed. Though inwardly he harbored a flicker of concern. He was aware of Lu Xuanha's capabilities, and alongside Zhao Fan and the others, sweeping through the periphery should pose no challenge. 3 hours had passed. Even defeating Yuanshan realm beasts of the 1st to 3rd levels would yield more than just a little over 100 points. While he was not solely fixated on the points, the mere accumulation of a little over 100 was troubling, hinting at potential complications. However, should they encounter any peril, they could shatter their tokens to exit and preserve their lives. Furthermore, all individuals entering the Yuan Beast secret realm would deposit a fragment of their life essence into a special token entrusted to the elder leading their sect. The life tokens of Lu Xuanha and his companions remained intact and unbroken. Thus, a sense of unease began to creep into Mo Tianyang's heart. He pondered what might have transpired with Lu Xuanha and the others. Were they trapped in some dire situation? Brother Mo, do not be alarmed. Perhaps your sect's disciples encountered a crisis at the outset. Elder Zhang Yuan of the Jiang clan approached, offering a soothing tone. They may have sustained injuries and are currently recuperating. Mo Tianyang, upon reflection, found Zhang Yuan's assessment to hold merit. He clasped his hands together and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your comforting words, Brother Jiang. I sincerely hope so. As long as the life tokens of Lu Xuanha and his companions remained intact." Mo Tianyang felt relatively at ease. Suddenly, several youthful figures emerged in the valley. At that moment, a number of disciples from a certain faction were summoned forth by their tokens. An elder from that faction promptly approached to ascertain the situation. These individuals were fortunate, having spent 3 hours within the Yuan Beast secret realm, during which each of them had ascended to a higher level of cultivation. Such occurrences were not uncommon during this 3-hour interval. Most of those who had exited early were disciples from sects of lesser strength, predominantly at the 1st or 2nd level of the Yuan spirit realm, with only a few at the 3rd level. Consequently, should misfortune befall them and they find themselves ensnared within a Yuan beast's lair, they would face bitter defeat. Some exited due to fierce competition for points among themselves, compelled to shatter their tokens to preserve their lives in the face of danger. With 3 hours elapsed, a considerable number of disciples had already exited the valley. Initially, 500 had entered the Yuan Beast secret realm, but now over 100 had been eliminated, accounting for 1/5 of the participants. As the competition for points intensified, the number of those eliminated would only continue to rise. Within the depths of the Yuan Beast secret realm, in a certain area of the inner zone, disciples of the Xuanchen sect were fervently hunting Yuan beasts. Even the least accomplished disciple among them has attained the 6th level of the Yuan spirit realm. The highest-ranking Yuan beasts within the inner circle only reached the 6th level, rendering them of little significance to these practitioners. Only the fortuitous opportunities within the central region can truly satisfy their aspirations. However, Lin Yu intends to focus on Lu Xuanha, which is why they have lingered here for over an hour. He was seated cross-legged in meditation, while the other disciples of the Xuanchen school were engaged in vanquishing primordial beasts, acquiring primordial spirit pearls, and simultaneously accumulating points. "Senior Brother Lin, we have lingered here for an hour," a disciple approached and spoke. "The people from the Tajiman may have surpassed us by several hundred points. When shall we enter the central region?" Whoosh! Lin Yu opened his eyes, which gleamed with brilliance, piercing through the void. Junior Brother Ma interjected, directing the swarm of primordial beasts towards the disciples of the Daoji Sect. Thus, Lu Xuanha would undoubtedly rush to their rescue. He furrowed his brow slightly, realizing that this would cause Lu Xuanha and his companions to waste considerable time. "We are to wait for an hour. Should we not encounter Lu Xuanha within that time frame, we shall abandon the pursuit." A contemplative gleam flickered in Lin Yu's eyes, for he understood that matters concerning the sect's rankings should not consume excessive time on Lu Xuanha. Within the primal beast secret realm, there exists but a single pathway leading to the central area. As long as Lin Yu guards this entrance, Lu Xuanha will inevitably cross paths with him should he dare venture into the heart of the realm. The disciple of the Xuanchen sect took his leave, turning to convey the orders. At that moment, several figures could be seen hastening towards them from a distance. Chapter 39, Lin Yu's Heist. It turned out to be members of the Xuanchen sect. It was evident that they sought entry into the central area. The leading disciple of the Xuanchen sect, Song Chuan, harbored a foreboding sense regarding the presence of Lin Yu and his companions from the Xuanchen sect lingering in this location. He recalled that his master, the vice sect master of the Xinxia sect, had once mentioned that different sects could engage in the robbery of points. Sure enough, the moment Lin Yu laid eyes on them, a glimmer of inspiration struck him, and he suddenly conceived the idea of seizing their points. Although Lin Yu prided himself on his formidable strength, claiming he could vanquish even a 9th-layer Yuan beast, the reality was that Xuan Haoyan of the Daoji Sect was of the same realm, and the disciples of both sects possessed comparable strength, indicating that their rate of point acquisition was also similar. They had lingered too long in the inner region, while the Daoji Sect had already advanced into the central area, meaning the gap between them would only widen. Although he felt some pressure regarding this disparity, he was at a loss as to how to bridge it. As fortune would have it, opportunity knocked at his door. Moreover, it was likely that the other 3 top-tier forces would soon arrive. If luck favored him, he might manage to rob all 4 top forces within the span of an hour. This would nearly compensate for the losses incurred during the previous hour and the one he was about to waste. Thus, under the threat of overwhelming force, Song Chuan reluctantly surrendered 1,000 points as a toll. Initially, Lin Yu intended to demand the entirety of their points. However, he considered that if pressed too hard, Song Chuan and his companions might resort to desperate measures. Therefore, he settled for just 1,000 points. Song Chuan, understanding the current predicament, realized there was no escape. If he refused to part with even a single point and instead shattered the token to exit, it would mean the end of this trial. Thus, he decided to pay the toll, at least allowing him to continue participating, with the hope of hunting down some 7th-layer Yuan beasts in the central area to recover his losses. Outside the Yuan beast secret realm, the elders of the observing factions were left dumbfounded as they witnessed the sudden decrease of 1,000 points from the Xinxia sect, while the points of the Xuanchen sect surged by the same amount. At that moment, the gap to the Daoji sect had shrunk to less than 200 points. Everyone understood that the disciples of the Xinxia sect had been robbed by those of the Xuanchen sect. The expressions of the elders from both sides were starkly different. Ma Mo wore a face of delight, his eyes glimmering with joy. Thankfully, that young man Lin Yu did not disappoint him. Conversely, Wan Songhai, the vice sect master of Xinxia, wore a dark expression, his gaze sharp and foreboding. Yet, he found himself unable to voice any complaints, for the act of seizing points from other sects fell within the bounds of the rules. Though he thought this, a sense of discomfort lingered in his heart. It could not be said that Lin Yu was not fortunate. Half an hour later, the members of the Gi Sword sect and the Xindao sect arrived in succession, intending to venture into the central area for their trials. Lin Yu, as usual, exerted his formidable strength to coerce the disciples of the Gi Sword sect and the Xindao sect. They faced a choice, either part with some points or vacate the Yuan beast secret realm. Reluctantly, both sects paid the toll to continue their trials. Outside the Yuan beast secret realm, upon noticing the Gi Sword sect's points had diminished by 1,000, while the Xuanchen sect's points had increased by the same amount, Wan Songhai's grim expression softened slightly. If they were all being robbed together, it was as if no one had been robbed at all. However, even more jubilant than Wan Songhai was Gu Dashan of the Xindao sect. The moment he witnessed the steep decline of the Gi Sword sect's points, he erupted into laughter, the sound echoing throughout the valley. On the other hand, Zhou Dai of the Gi Sword sect wore an expression as dark as coal, obscuring his true feelings. Yet, it was not long before the screen displayed another significant change. The points of the Xindao sect also diminished by 1,000, while the Xuanchen sect ascended to first place, surpassing the Daoji sect by over 100 points. At this moment, Ma Mo fully relaxed, his face lighting up with mirth. Wan Songhai also beamed with joy, welcoming the unfolding events, as he saw the Xindao sect had also been robbed. Gu Dashan's smile abruptly froze. Zhou Dai, turning his sorrow into joy, offered consolation to Gu Dashan. However, Gu Dashan remained silent, his face still dark as coal, disregarding Zhou Dai's attempts at comfort. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu, the grand elder of the Jiang family, felt a twinge of concern. Of the 4 top-tier forces, excluding his own Jiang family, the rest had been plundered. Would they be the next target? Within the Yuan beast secret realm, as the hour drew close, only 15 minutes remained. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, a number of figures raced towards them from afar. These 10 individuals exuded a formidable presence, with the most powerful among them possessing a cultivation level of the 8th tier of the Yuan spirit realm. However, compared to the typical 8th tier, their aura seemed somewhat diminished, indicating they had only recently ascended to this tier. Among the remaining 9, one was at the 7th tier of the Yuan spirit realm. 4 were at the 6th tier, and 4 at the 5th tier, clad in matching attire adorned with the character Jiang emblazoned on their chests. These visitors were the disciples of the Jiang family, led by Jiang Wuchen. Stepping forward, Jiang Wuchen clasped his fists and greeted, "Greetings, Brother Lin." And esteemed members of the Xuanchen Sect. Lin Yu returned the gesture, replying, "Ah, it is Brother Jiang. I am honored. Are you here to wait for someone?" While Jiang Wuchen felt a flicker of unease, he was also puzzled. The members of the Xuanchen Sect were not in the central area but were instead guarding the entrance to it, which raised his suspicions. Lin Yu smiled calmly. "Brother Jiang, you are astute. Indeed, I am here to await you all." A glimmer of insight flashed in Jiang Wuchen's eyes as he maintained his composure. "Oh? Does Brother Lin have some matter of importance?" "Indeed, I seek to request something from you, Brother Jiang." Upon hearing this, Jiang Wuchen's body tensed slightly, and the Jiang family disciples behind him became alert. It was evident that Lin Yu was stationed at this sole entrance to the central region with the intention of seizing their points. What is it that Brother Lin desires? Points. The atmosphere became thick with tension, enveloped in silence. After a moment, Jiang Wuchen broke the stillness, speaking slowly. "Brother Lin, you jest. Points are among the most crucial elements of this trial. How could they be easily relinquished to another?" Seeing the situation, Lin Yu's eyes gleamed with cold determination. "If Brother Jiang is unwilling, then I shall have to take them by force." With that, Lin Yu unleashed the full might of his 9th tier Yuan spirit realm strength. Naturally, Jiang Wuchen was not one to back down, revealing his own 8th tier prowess, albeit feeling slightly inferior in comparison. Lin Yu then declared, "Jiang Wuchen, I grant you one final opportunity. Will you voluntarily surrender the points, or shall I take them myself?" A disciple at the 8th tier of the Yuan spirit realm stepped forward, saying, "Jiang Wuchen, do not resist any longer. The Divine Radiance Sect, the Unity Sword Sect, and the Divine Blade Sect have already submitted. Do you truly believe you can surpass them?" At this revelation, the Jiang family was struck with shock. They could hardly believe that the Divine Radiance Sect and others had already capitulated. Quickly regaining his composure, Jiang Wuchen replied, "I, Jiang Wuchen, am not like them and shall not yield easily. If you wish to claim the points of the Jiang family, you must first contend with me." Jiang Wuchen recalled what the elder had told him, that both Lin Yu and Qin Tianyang had only recently ascended to the 9th tier of the Yuan spirit realm. He was filled with exuberance, eager to test the disparity between himself and the 9th heaven of the primordial spirit. Chapter 40. Jiang Wuchen versus Lin Yu. Jiang Wuchen let out a mighty roar and took the initiative to strike. His figure flickered and vanished from the spot, only to reappear before Lin Yu. Lin Yu let out a cold snort and unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! Jiang Wuchen was sent flying, retreating several steps before finally stabilizing his stance. In stark contrast, Lin Yu stood his ground, unwavering. Jiang Wuchen surged once more, his aura swelling, radiant light enveloping him as he charged at Lin Yu again. Not satisfied? "I shall compel your submission." Lin Yu ceased to hold back, unleashing his full power. The two engaged in a fierce battle. Despite Jiang Wuchen's all-out effort, the disparity in their realms proved insurmountable. In less than a quarter of an hour, Jiang Wuchen found himself thoroughly at a disadvantage. Ninefold overlapping wave palm. He wished to make one final attempt, and as he swiftly moved his palms, waves of energy surged forth, cascading towards Lin Yu with an overwhelming force. Lin Yu's gaze sharpened slightly. Intriguing, yet a mere mayfly attempting to shake a tree is futile. He nonchalantly extended his hand, and the 5 elemental rules materialized in the void. A radiant beam of 5-colored divine light surged forth from his fingertips. Boom! The divine light collided with the crashing waves of the 9th layer, producing a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air. In an instant, dust and debris filled the atmosphere, and all eyes were fixated in anxious anticipation. As the dust settled, Lin Yu stood unscathed, his left hand resting behind him, though his robe bore some tattered edges. In stark contrast, Jiang Wuchen knelt on one knee, his complexion pale, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he gasped for breath. Wuchen. The other observing disciples of the Jiang clan changed their expressions, filled with concern. "I am fine," Jiang Wuchen assured them with a reassuring smile. His expression was grave, filled with unwillingness. Was the chasm between the 8th heaven and the 9th heaven truly so vast? In a battle of life and death, he would likely have already become a lifeless corpse. After a prolonged silence, Jiang Wuchen rose to his feet, fixing his gaze upon Lin Yu. "It is merely 1,000 points to pass, is it not?" 1,000. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. Jiang Wuchen frowned. "Did you not just say it was 1,000 points?" That was earlier. Circumstances have changed, Lin Yu replied with a smile, a glint of mischief in his eyes. The disciples of the Xuanchen sect nearby wore expressions of disdain. Jiang Wuchen's frown deepened, frustration boiling within him. Just moments ago, it was indeed 1,000. Yet now the terms had shifted, igniting a flicker of anger in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he gritted his teeth and demanded, "Then how much do you desire?" Lin Yu relished the sight of Jiang Wuchen, seething with rage yet utterly powerless. He relished this sensation, the immense strength granting him the freedom to act as he pleased. "Submit everything," Lin Yu declared casually. His voice was not loud, yet it reverberated like thunder in the ears of the Jiang family. "What?" Jiang Wuchen was utterly astonished. His face a tempest of fury, causing his body to tremble with rage. The disciples of the Jiang family behind him were equally incensed. Lin Yu's actions were prompted by a sudden realization of the close ties between the Jiang family and the Daoji Sect. The Xuanchen faction and the Daoji Sect are generally at odds, with both sides harboring mutual animosity. The continuous mockery by Ma Mo towards Mo Tianyang clearly indicates the tense relationship between these two prominent sections. Why is this so? I demand a reason. Jiang Wuchen's face turned ashen, his fists clenched tightly. He could accept the loss of 1,000 points, for the other three top-tier powers had already conceded. However, why should they surrender all their points? Why? Lin Yu seemed to find this utterly amusing, sneering disdainfully. Because your Jiang family has allied closely with the Daoji Sect. And because I harbor a particular disdain for the Daoji Sect, especially that Lu Xuanhe. He then straightened his posture, casting a disdainful glance at the Jiang family. Humph. My prowess far exceeds that of you lot. In this world, strength reigns supreme. Lin Yu's voice echoed through the air, resonating with an unyielding intensity. Jiang Wuchen and the other disciples of the Jiang family were taken aback by this reasoning. Nevertheless, they did not cast blame upon the Daoji Sect or Lu Xuanhe. For Lin Yu's subsequent assertion rang true. In this world, it is strength that speaks, and all other factors are merely supplementary. Foolish delusions. Jiang Wuchen retorted angrily. Refusal? Then you are left with but two choices. Lin Yu's demeanor remained cold and indifferent. Either perish, or vacate the realm of the Yuan beasts. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wuchen's expression darkened to an extreme, revealing his profound displeasure. His brows furrowed tightly, and his lips quivered slightly. The choice before him was excruciatingly difficult. On one side lay the points earned through the collective efforts of the Jiang family in vanquishing the primal beasts, while on the other was the opportunity to face the trials within the primal beast's secret realm. Jiang Wuchen's countenance shifted incessantly, at times as pale as parchment, and at others flushed with a deep crimson. The turmoil within him was vividly reflected upon his face. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deeply into his palms. Yet he remained oblivious to the pain. Time ticked by, each second stretching into eternity, as the air around them seemed to congeal, creating an atmosphere so tense that it was nearly suffocating. At last, after an intense internal struggle, Jiang Wuchen gritted his teeth and slowly lifted his gaze. Just as he was about to voice his intention to forfeit all his points, a gentle voice interrupted. "There is no need for concern, Brother Jiang. Leave Lin Yu and the others to me." As the words resonated, the crowd turned their attention to a young man clad in white, who approached gracefully, accompanied by several other youths. He stood tall, exuding an extraordinary aura, reminiscent of a sword piercing the heavens. The arrival was none other than Lu Xuanhe. After nearly an hour, he finally brought the other members of the Daoji Sect to this location. Lu Xuanhe. Upon seeing him, Lin Yu's expression darkened as he slowly spoke. "You have finally shown yourself. I thought you might not dare to come. Soon, I shall entertain myself with you. I have a score to settle." Lu Xuanhe cast a brief glance at him, then turned to Song Jia behind him. "Song, among these individuals, who led the beast horde towards you and intervened to prevent your escape." At his words, Song Jia looked towards the disciples of the Xuanchen sect, scanning them with her gaze. Suddenly, she extended her delicate finger, pointing at a slender, square-faced youth. "Master Lu, it is he. And these four as well." She then indicated four others. Lu Xuanhe's eyes gleamed as he gazed in the direction Song Jia had indicated. The individuals she pointed out felt a wave of dread wash over them, as if enveloped by a sharp sword intent, causing their bodies to tremble involuntarily. However, upon realizing that Lu Xuanhe was merely at the 5th level of the spiritual transformation realm, they quickly regained their composure. "And what of it? I merely provided a small test for the Daoji Sect. Surely, You cannot be incapable of dealing with a mere pack of 3rd and 4th level spiritual beasts? The square-faced youth, Ma Lang, looked at Lu Xuanhe with disdain, completely dismissing him. Trouble has come knocking for revenge, scoffed another. What right does a mere 5th level spiritual transformation practitioner have to seek vengeance against us? Ha. Surely, this man must be out of his mind. The others joined in mockery, their expressions brimming with arrogance. Meanwhile, Song Jia and her companions exchanged knowing smirks, silently hoping that their laughter would soon be silenced. Lu Xuanhe remained unfazed, ignoring their derision. His gaze was piercing as he spoke in a calm, yet deliberate whisper, admitting it is sufficient. Otherwise, if an innocent is slain, the repercussions would be dire. Upon uttering these words, a profound silence enveloped the venue, with even the sound of a falling needle becoming audible. Aside from the members of the Daoji Sect, everyone else was left in a state of astonishment. Zhang Wuchen gazed at Lu Xuanhe with an expression of disbelief. He pondered to himself, could it be that this brother Lu has a few screws loose? Lin Yu, on the other hand, couldn't help but sneer repeatedly. This person was indeed arrogant. He had once disregarded him, and now dared to utter such audacious words. Ha. He heard the most amusing joke he had ever encountered in this lifetime. Ma Lang laughed so heartily that tears nearly streamed down his face as he clutched his belly and exclaimed, a mere cultivator at the 5th level of the nascent soul dares to challenge someone at the 8th level. Surely, he must be a fool. I previously thought Lin Shixiang was arrogant for disregarding him, but it seems now that he is indeed a simpleton. The Daoji Sect has truly declined year by year. From where did they find such a dimwit? Come. Your grandfather stands here for you to strike. Among those pointed out by Song Jia, a disciple at the 7th level of the nascent soul stepped forward, mocking him. Suddenly, a crisp sword cry resonated through the air. In an instant, the disciple who had just stepped forward found his head soaring away, his face frozen in astonishment. You dare! Lin Yu bellowed in fury. Ma Lang was equally enraged and was about to take action. Whoosh! A sudden surge of sword energy pierced through the space, carrying a chilling aura. Caught off guard, Ma Lang had no time to defend himself. His figure flickered, and when he reappeared, he was already several dozen meters away. Yet, the sword energy still managed to carve a gash across his left cheek. The smile on Ma Liang's face had long since solidified, replaced by an overwhelming fury, seeking death. He unleashed his breath, revealing his cultivation at the 8th heaven of the primordial spirit. Upon witnessing Ma Lang's strike, Lin Yu's fury gradually subsided. Yet the flicker of cold light in his eyes remained unceasing. He could not fathom how Lu Xuanhe could possibly defeat Ma Lang, who had attained the 8th level of the Xuanchen realm. With a sudden thrust of his palms, Ma Lang unleashed a dazzling crimson light that shot forth like a bolt of lightning. This red radiance resembled a blazing inferno, shimmering with an eye-catching brilliance. Its speed was unparalleled, akin to an arrow released from its bow, reaching Lu Xuanhe in an instant. My eyes, the disciples of the Daoji Sect, with their relatively lower cultivation, were momentarily blinded by a blinding white light, instinctively shutting their eyes in fear of harm. Truly, they were unaware of the vastness of the heavens and the earth. Ma Lang scoffed inwardly, his gaze chilling. Lu Xuanhe displayed an audacity that was astonishing. Not only did he kill a disciple of the Han Yuan Xing sect in front of him, but he also dared to launch a surprise attack. Yet, in the face of Ma Lang's ferocious assault, Lu Xuanhe remained impassive, his mind as tranquil as an ancient well. With a gentle wave of his right hand, he unleashed a sword that radiated a brilliant arc of cold light, hurtling towards the crimson glow with a fierce whistle. A resounding crash echoed as the two forces collided violently, erupting into a myriad of sparks and waves of energy. Remarkably, the sword's aura effortlessly deflected Ma Lang's red light, rendering it into nothingness. Meanwhile, Lu Xian remained steadfastly in place, his figure unyielding, as if the entire spectacle that had just unfolded was merely a trivial matter to him. Observing this, Ma Lang's expression subtly shifted, betraying a hint of surprise. With the formidable strength of the 8th level of the Yuan spirit, he unleashed a strike that was unexpectedly repelled by an individual of only the 5th level. Ma Lang's expression twisted into a snarl as he declared, "No wonder you are so arrogant. You do possess some degree of power. Yet, how will you withstand the full force of my strike?" Upon uttering these words, Ma Lang's cultivation erupted in its entirety. In an instant, he moved like a streak of light, appearing before Lu Xuanhe in the next heartbeat. Prepare to meet your end. Ma Lang concentrated all his spiritual energy into his right fist, where intricate patterns materialized, emanating a terrifying aura. as his fist swept through the air. The very fabric of space shattered inch by inch. "Blade Guardian," Lu Xuanhe called out, and the runes on his long sword shimmered as several beams of sword light materialized before him in formation. Ma Lang's fist, imbued with a cataclysmic force, crashed heavily onto the array of sword lights. In that moment, brilliance erupted, and the tremendous shockwave radiated outward, lifting layers of earth and stone from the ground. However, to Ma Lang's astonishment, Lu Xuanhe's sword lights did not shatter completely. With a sudden intensity in his gaze, Lu Xuanhe intoned, "Break." The remaining sword beams lunged forward with ferocity. Ma Lang was taken aback, realizing too late that evasion was impossible. The sword light pierced into his shoulder, blood splattering forth. Immediately following, Lu Xuanhe executed a powerful kick, striking Ma Lang squarely in the chest. Like a kite severed from its string, Ma Lang was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily dozens of yards away. He lay sprawled on the ground, incredulity etched upon his features, unable to fathom that he had been bested by a mere fifth layer of the primordial spirit. Lu Xuanhe's gaze was as cold as ice as he wielded the sword of celestial slaying, unleashing a torrent of sword energy aimed at Ma Lang. Yet, in the blink of an eye, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Clang! A small bronze bell radiated light, enveloping Ma Lang and deflecting the strike. Ma Lang, brimming with arrogance, taunted with a mocking grin. "Ha ha! What gives you the right to kill me, Lu Xuanhe? If you can shatter my treasure, I would not hesitate to call you grandfather." This treasure had been entrusted to him by his grandfather, designed to withstand the might of a ninth layer of the primordial spirit. Upon hearing this, Lu Xuanhe remained silent, raising his sword high and channeling all his spiritual energy into its blade. The sword shimmered with an array of runes, emanating an even more potent sword intent. Whoosh! In the void, the sword intent intertwined, and a colossal wave of sword energy surged forth, cleaving through chaos towards Ma Lang. Unfazed, Ma Lang dismissed the incoming energy. "Save your effort." Bang! The sword energy collided with the protective barrier, seemingly leaving it unscathed and intact. "Ha ha! What can you do to me?" Ma Lang laughed even more mockingly, with his fellow disciples of the Xuanchen sect joining in the laughter. Something was amiss. Lin Yu, observing from the sidelines, suddenly changed in demeanor, sensing an impending shift, and rushed toward Lu Xuanhe. Crack! The luminous barrier surrounding Ma Lang began to show cracks, fragmenting. Ma Lang's eyes widened in disbelief as he noticed the barrier starting to shatter. This is bad. As the barrier was on the verge of complete collapse, Ma Lang hurriedly retrieved a token, intending to crush it. However, he was a moment too late. Before he could shatter the token, the barrier had already disintegrated. Simultaneously, Lin Yu's hasty strike was intercepted by Lu Xuanhe's sword. In the next moment, the sword energy struck Ma Lang, inflicting grievous wounds as blood gushed forth, sending his body hurtling backward like a tattered kite. The sword energy that surged into Ma Lang's being utterly extinguished his vitality. Gasps of astonishment filled the air, especially from Lin Yu. "Lu Xuanhe, you have audacity." Chapter 42, Rage of Ma Mo, confrontation with Lin Yu outside the Beast's secret realm. Moments ago, after seizing the Divine Blade Sect and the Unity Sword Sect, Lin Yu and his companions refrained from plundering any other sections. Consequently, the points of the Xuanchen sect were once again surpassed by the Taiji sect. However, Ma Mo expressed no discontent this time. He had faith that Lin Yu would not disappoint him. Meanwhile, the points of the Daoji sect had surged significantly within this hour, now reaching a staggering 999 points, merely a hair's breadth away from crossing the 1,000-point threshold. Yet, in comparison to the Xuanchen sect, they still lagged considerably behind. Just as Ma Mo reveled in his triumph, an overwhelming sense of unease surged within him, accompanied by an inexplicable pang of anguish. He gazed toward the direction of the primordial beast's secret realm, sensing an ominous presence looming there. Suddenly, his expression shifted, as if he had perceived something unsettling. He retrieved the vitality token of the disciples from the Xuanchen sect, his trembling gaze fixating on the shattered piece of the token. With a deep sigh of relief, Ma Mo felt the weight on his heart lift. It was a comfort to know that nothing had befallen Langer, whose formidable strength would render her safe from harm. However, an abrupt crack shattered the moment. Ma Lang's vitality token had shattered. In that instant, Ma Mo expelled a mouthful of fresh blood. His complexion turned an ashen hue, and he appeared on the brink of collapse, as if he had encountered a profound tragedy. "Langer!" Ma Mabe cried out, his voice resounding throughout the entire valley, laden with immense sorrow and fury. His eyes widened in fury, his entire being radiating the terrifying aura of the fifth tier of the Transcendence realm. In an instant, the entire valley was enveloped by this overwhelming pressure. The air within the valley seemed to condense, growing unbearably heavy. Only the formidable beings from the other two sacred lands and top-tier forces could barely withstand this oppressive force, while the rest of the crowd turned pale, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. Some even collapsed to the ground, unable to remain standing. This terrifying pressure felt as if a colossal mountain were bearing down upon them, nearly suffocating them. What was happening? Why did Elder Ma of the Primordial Form School suddenly erupt with such intensity? I can hardly breathe. The crowd struggled against Ma Mo's pressure. At that moment, Mo Tianyang stepped forward, consciously releasing an aura. As this aura swept through, the immense burden that had weighed heavily on everyone's hearts was significantly alleviated. They felt the shackles that had felt as though they bore 1,000-pound weight vanish in an instant, and their bodies grew light. Thank you, Elder Mo. Grateful for their narrow escape, the crowd collectively sighed in relief, their faces reflecting heartfelt appreciation as they expressed their thanks to Mo Tianyang in unison. Mo Tianyang waved his hand dismissively, his expression calm. It was merely a small effort. Tianyang of the Daoji Sect was the first to inquire, his concern evident. Brother Ma, please remain calm. What has transpired to provoke such a reaction? Ma Mo looked up at Tianyang with sorrowful eyes. His voice hoarse. The life token of my grandson, Ma Lang, has shattered. Upon hearing this, the crowd was struck with shock. The shattering of a life token signified that Ma Lang had met with misfortune. Tianyang's brow furrowed deeply. Ma Lang possessed extraordinary talent and was at the 8th tier of the soul realm. How could he have encountered such a calamity? Ma Mo's eyes were bloodshot. His teeth clenched in anger. Not only that, but I also entrusted him with a defensive treasure capable of withstanding a strike from a 9th tier soul realm master. Yet, unexpectedly, he still perished. Ma Mo's expression twisted in rage, his trembling body radiating fury. He vowed to uncover the murderer, to subject him to 1,000 tortures, rendering his existence a living hell. Within the mysterious realm of the Yuan beast, Lin Yu's countenance was filled with fury as he fixed his gaze upon Lu Xuanhe, his eyes ablaze with wrath. Lu Xuanhe was utterly audacious, brazenly taking the life of Ma Lang and a disciple from the Hunyuan Xingyi sect right before him. Furthermore, Ma Lang was the sole grandson of Elder Ma. Although Lin Yu was a disciple of the sect leader, he had no desire to unwarrantedly offend an elder, especially one as esteemed as the 4th elder, who had attained the formidable cultivation of the 5th level of the Tongtian realm. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Jiang family stood frozen as if ensnared by a binding spell, remaining utterly motionless. Particularly, Jiang Wuchen, astounded, had his eyes wide and pupils constricted, overwhelmed with shock. This brother Lu is truly formidable, having effortlessly slain Ma Lang, who was at the 8th level of the Yuan spirit realm, with his own 5th level of the Yuan spirit cultivation. He even entertained a thought he dared not imagine. Could it be that Lin Yu was not his match? Lin Yu, consumed by fury, declared, Lu Xuanhe, if I do not take your life today, I, Lin Yu, with a swift motion. Another flash of sword light cut through the void. The last 3 individuals pointed out by Song Jia also met their demise. None shall escape. Lu Xuanhe, unfazed by Lin Yu's wrath, proceeded to eliminate 3 more. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. The onlookers remained speechless. Even Song Jia and the others felt a tremor in their pupils. They never anticipated that the usually gentle Master Lu would exhibit such unparalleled dominance and decisiveness against his foes. I shall end your life today. A thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens as Lin Yu unleashed an overwhelming aura that surged forth, sweeping wildly in all directions. No longer hesitating, he struck with resolve. 5 hues of light began to emerge from within him, each representing the elemental forces of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. From a distance, Lin Yu appeared as a sovereign of the 5 elements, reigning over all with an imposing and unassailable presence. Suddenly, accompanied by a sharp, piercing sound that sliced through the air, the 5-colored brilliance, coalesced from the elemental powers, shot forth like lightning, hurtling towards Lu Xuanhe with an unrelenting ferocity. Wherever this radiant light passed, the void shattered, leaving behind gaping black fissures in space, resembling a monstrous beast with a gaping maw, poised to devour everything in its path. Come forth, Lu Xuanhe bellowed, and an unfathomable sword intent erupted from his being, intertwining with the very essence of swordsmanship that materialized in the air. Lin Yu, a formidable entity emerging from the sacred land, embodied the 9th level of the primordial spirit. possessing an innate mastery over the 5 elemental powers due to his 5 elemental profound body. He surpassed the mere puppets of the 9th level found within the sword tower of the Daoji Sect by a significant margin. Moreover, he had transcended the realm he occupied when he previously infiltrated the sword tower. In a flash, Xuanchen transformed into a streak of light, racing toward the 5-colored brilliance. In an instant, the clash between sword intent and elemental force erupted, producing a cataclysmic roar that shook the very foundations of the earth. Surrounding peaks crumbled as though made of paper, boulders were sent flying, and trees were reduced to mere dust. Those observing the battle recoiled in fear and astonishment. By the heavens, he can truly match Lin Yu. Jiang Wuchen gasped, his eyes wide, unable to suppress an expletive. Disciples from the Jiang family and the Xuanchen sect were equally astounded. They had initially believed that Xuanche's ability to defeat Ma Lang, despite being 3 minor realms lower, was already his limit. They were astonished to discover that Xuanchen could actually contend evenly with Lin Yu, who was at the 9th level of the Yuanshin realm, despite being 4 small realms lower. A fierce sword energy surged around Xuanchen, piercing the void with an undeniable ferocity. The essence of his swordsmanship was vast and unending, a relentless tide of power. In contrast, Lin Yu's mastery over the 5 elements intertwined seamlessly, exhibiting an exquisite complexity, with brilliant hues that enveloped the heavens. The clash of sword energy and the flickering brilliance of the 5 elements created a chaotic battlefield. Chapter 43. Defeat and Retreat. Is this truly all the strength you possess? Lin Yu bellowed. In the midst of the crowd's astonished gazes, he unleashed a furious roar, causing his aura to surge dramatically. In an instant, a kaleidoscope of colors erupted like fireworks, dazzling beyond compare, almost blinding to behold. As time progressed, his assaults grew increasingly violent, a murderous intent saturating the air as if seeking to rend the very fabric of existence. The principles of the 5 elements no longer remained merely elusive. They became vividly manifest, clearly observable. The sharpness of metal, the vitality of wood, the resilience of water, the intensity of fire, and the solidity of earth, each elemental principle showcased its unparalleled strength, intermingling in a breathtaking display. Waves of devastating attacks surged toward Xuanchen, momentarily overwhelming him. Was Xuanchen on the brink of defeat? The disciples of the Jiang family felt a pang of concern. Without Xuanchen, they would have been easily overpowered by Lin Yu. The disciples of the Xuanchen sect, however, were filled with excitement, unable to contain their cheers. Brother Lin is magnificent. Vanquish Xuanchen. Not long ago, Xuanchen had slain 5 of their members, and even Ma Lang had fallen before him, creating immense pressure. Now, Lin Yu's decisive blows against Xuanchen rejuvenated their spirits. Only the disciples of the Daoji Sect and Jiang Wuchen remained expressionless, seemingly unconcerned for Xuanchen. Jiang Wuchen, being at the 8th level of the Yuanshin realm, recognized that although Xuanchen was at a disadvantage, he bore no significant wounds. Zhao Fan, possessing the 9 Suns' divine eye, remained even more composed, perceiving the situation with greater clarity than Jiang Wuchen. He could discern that Xuanche's aura was even more stable than Lin Yu's, effortlessly evading every lethal strike directed at him. If this is the extent of your prowess, then prepare to pay with your life for the disciples of the mixed Yuan Xingyi school. Boom. Bathed in the radiant hues of divine light, Lin Yu grew increasingly ferocious, once more sending Xuanchen flying. Xuanchen maintained a calm demeanor, cautious not to conclude the battle too swiftly, thus employing only 65% of his strength. Indeed, Lin Yu, possessing the 5 elements' profound body, did not disappoint him. Throughout the skirmish, he managed to suppress Xuanchen, thanks to the formidable power of the 5 elements' profound body. Consequently, he elevated his own aura once more. His gaze was as piercing as a celestial sword, exuding a chilling sword intent, and his momentum instantaneously surpassed that of Lin Yu. He continuously brandished his longsword, unleashing waves of sword energy that surged forth. In an instant, Lin Yu found himself retreating under relentless attacks. Thunderous sounds echoed incessantly around him. Within moments, several ghastly wounds marred Lin Yu's body. His expression darkened, and his icy gaze fixed upon his opponent as he declared, "You have truly surprised me, Xuanchen." At this juncture, he could no longer deny that Xuanchen possessed the strength of the 9th layer of the Yuan spirit. The extent of Xuanche's power surpassed his expectations. Were it not for the fact that Xuanche's aura only emanated from the 5th layer of the Yuan spirit, he would almost suspect that Xuanchen was employing a treasure to conceal his true strength, deliberately masquerading as a weaker opponent. He had never encountered such an extraordinary individual. Yet, he still possessed one final trump card. Has he yet to unleash his full strength? The five elements' mystical body. Lin Yu's aura surged once more. An overwhelming pressure permeating the heavens and the earth. With both hands forming seals, his body erupted in a kaleidoscope of colors, radiating brilliance that tore through the very fabric of space, causing it to fracture inch by inch. The heavens and earth trembled as if in fear. Such formidable strength. Jiang Wuchen's expression shifted dramatically, feeling the immense pressure unleashed by Lin Yu's full-blown manifestation. A flicker of concern for Lu Xuanhe crossed his mind. In Zhao Fan's eyes, a fierce flame ignited. Confronted with Lin Yu's overwhelming dominance, a surge of combat spirit arose within him. He longed to join the fray against Lin Yu. Sensing the potent aura, Lu Xuanhe's eyes gleamed with unparalleled sword intent. Indeed, it is worthy of my utmost effort to strike. His calm demeanor belied an unwavering belief in invincibility. I simply cannot tolerate that arrogant face of yours. Lin Yu, consumed by rage, responded with a sinister smile. The boundless five-colored divine light surged forth, accompanied by a terrifying might that tore through space in an instant. Lu Xuanhe refined his essence to its peak, emanating an overpowering aura. A fearsome energy erupted from him, with the sword intent surrounding him growing ever more menacing and fierce. These ethereal sword energies solidified as if they had taken on a tangible form, soaring skyward and piercing the clouds. A multitude of sword chi engulfed the air, racing toward Lin Yu. Each blade shimmered with a chilling brilliance, capable of rending the void and severing all things. Wherever they passed, the space was marked by inky fissures, and even the ground could not withstand the immense pressure, fracturing and sending debris flying, dust swirling. Boom! In an instant, their attacks collided. A resplendent light erupted, akin to a blazing sun exploding upon the earth. The horrific waves radiated outward from the point of impact in a circular formation. Nearby trees were uprooted in an instant, sand and stones flying, obscuring the sky. Jiang Wuchen and the others were compelled to circulate their energy to withstand the onslaught of this overwhelming force. Under the relentless assault of the unparalleled sword chi, the five-colored divine light shattered piece by piece. This is bad. Lin Yu's pupils constricted, his hands swiftly forming seals as the five-colored divine light blazed with renewed intensity, illuminating the world. Yet, it was all in vain. Finally, with a resounding crash, the five-colored divine light was completely severed, and the sword chi surged toward its target with lethal intent. At this moment, Lin Yu was nearly depleted of spiritual power and grievously wounded. A potent killing intent locked onto him, leaving him no avenue of escape. Forced to await his demise in place, the sword chi raced toward him like lightning, poised to cleave Lin Yu in two. Senior Brother Lin. The disciples of the Xuanchen Sect gasped in horror as the situation took a dramatic turn. Just moments ago, Lin Yu had held the advantage, but now, he was on the brink of being vanquished by Lu Xuanhe. In that critical moment, Lin Yu suddenly lifted his head, a grimace contorting his features. The crimson eyes fixated intently on Lu Xuanhe in the distance, emanating a chilling light from their inky depths. Without hesitation, Lin Yu reached into his bosom and swiftly retrieved a cerulean talisman. Subsequently, he chanted incantations, channeling the residual spiritual energy within him into the talisman. In an instant, the talisman radiated a brilliant light, as if to illuminate the entire heavens and earth. In the blink of an eye, the glow receded, and Lin Yu's figure vanished without a trace. Lu Xuanhe, await your fate. I shall not allow you to exit the beast realm alive. That voice, laden with malice and resentment, echoed hauntingly in the air, sending shivers down the spine. Bang! A burst of sword energy erupted at Lin Yu's former position, creating a considerable crater. Chapter 44. The Hunyuan Form Intent Sect. The Void-Breaking Talisman? Lu Xuanhe furrowed his brow slightly before relaxing it again. After all, he was merely an opponent who had been defeated. How much storm could he stir? When they next crossed paths, the disparity between them would only widen. The disciples of the Hunyuan Form Intent Sect stood dumbfounded, rooted to the spot. In their minds, Lin Yu was a paragon within their sect. Not only did he possess the cultivation level of the 9th stage of the nascent soul, but he also boasted the unique physique of the five elements' profound body. Originally, this trial in the beast realm, under Lin Yu's leadership, was expected to be a walk in the park. Who could have anticipated that he would be defeated by someone at the 5th stage of the nascent soul? Moreover, Lin Yu had to resort to the void-breaking talisman. Fleeing in disgrace to preserve his life, Lin Yu's retreat left the remaining disciples grappling with the harsh reality. One by one, they gaped in shock. Unable to utter a sound, their faces betraying their incredulity. Some stood frozen in place, their once vibrant eyes now hollow and devoid of spirit, as if their souls had been stripped away. Lin Shixiang actually lost? One among them suddenly exclaimed. The voice, though faint, reverberated throughout the gathering. The other disciples, still in a state of extreme shock, snapped back to reality upon hearing the exclamation. With that cry, the faces of the Hunyuan form intense sect disciples turned as pale as paper, drained of all color. Now that Lin Yu had fled, leaving them behind, they were left uncertain of how Lu Xuanhe would choose to deal with them. Jiang Wuchen and the other disciples of the Jiang clan also regained their senses. Brother Lu's strength is formidable, and his talents are exceptional. I truly admire him. A resounding call echoed through the air as Jiang Wuchen stood with his hands clasped in a solemn gesture, his expression one of utmost seriousness. His gaze firmly fixed on Lu Xuanhe, brimming with admiration. At that moment, Lu Xuanhe stood tall like a pine tree, his flowing white robe billowing in the wind, enhancing his graceful demeanor and extraordinary presence. This was a stark contrast to his domineering and aloof demeanor during battle. Brother Jiang, you flatter me, Lu Xuanhe remarked, responding to Jiang Wuchen's praise with a gentle smile, a faint yet serene expression gracing his features, utterly devoid of any hint of arrogance or self-satisfaction. Witnessing this, Jiang Wuchen could not help but inwardly exclaim, Brother Lu truly deserves to be the pride of the Daoji Sect. To triumph over someone of the 9th level of the Yuan spirit with his 5th level, while maintaining such a composed and humble disposition, is indeed admirable. With this thought, Jiang Wuchen's gaze toward Lu Xuanhe had deepened with respect and appreciation. Senior brother, you are truly remarkable. Master Lu, your prowess is astounding. Thank you for standing up for us. At that moment, Zhao Fan and other disciples of the Daoji Sect surged forth. They surrounded Lu Xian, their faces brimming with reverence and gratitude. At that moment, several remaining disciples of the Hunyuan Xingyi sect conferred among themselves before stepping forward. Esteemed Brother Lu, we implore you not to take our lives. We are willing to offer you all our points, spoke a slightly plump youth clad in black, his gaze cast downward. Moreover, we can assist you in earning points. Each of us, as brothers, possesses the cultivation of either the 6th or 7th level of the Yuan spirit, making it a simple task to deal with the medium-level Yuan beasts. His words were earnest, his expression sincere, as if he truly submitted to Lu Xian. The 3 individuals behind him nodded in agreement, indicating their willingness to submit. However, a faint glimmer of murderous intent and hatred emerged from the depths of his eyes. After clandestinely conferring with his fellow disciples, he resolved to first engage in a charade of humility and deceit with Lu Xuanhe, in the hopes of securing his forgiveness. Subsequently, he would utilize a token to establish contact with Lin Yu, devising a plan to rendezvous with him and hunt the primordial beasts, thereby aiding Lin Yu in his breakthrough. Should Lin Yu succeed in his ascension, it would spell doom for this individual. By eliminating him, retribution could be exacted for their fallen brothers, particularly for senior brother Ma, the sole grandson of the 4th elder. Only by vanquishing Lu Xuanhe and avenging senior brother Ma could the wrath of elder Ma be alleviated. The young boy in the black robe waited in vain for what he had anticipated to be Lu Xuanhe's words of forgiveness. He lifted his gaze, only to behold Lu Xuanhe's lips curled into a subtle, intriguing smile, his piercing eyes seemingly capable of penetrating the depths of his soul. Upon witnessing Lu Xuanhe's expression, the young man in black suddenly paled, his countenance shifting dramatically as he attempted to speak. Abruptly, a blinding radiance flashed before the crowd. Whoosh! A blade of energy sliced through his throat, and despite his hands clutching at the wound, blood continued to spurt uncontrollably between his fingers. Gurgle, gurgle. He yearned to speak, yet found himself utterly voiceless. His eyes gradually lost their luster, and ultimately he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Lu Xuanhe, you murderer! Exclaimed a disciple of the Hunyuan Xingyi sect in indignation. We have clearly submitted to you, so why must you kill senior brother Qian? Lu Xuanhe's expression remained impassive as he replied coolly, Did you truly believe I was oblivious to the murderous intent lurking in his gaze? You are no different, harboring your own sinister thoughts. With no further words, Lu Xuanhe raised his hand and brandished his sword, unleashing another streak of sword light that cleaved through the void. The remaining disciples sensed an imminent threat and attempted to shatter the tokens they held in their hands. Yet, Lu Xuanhe's sword was astoundingly swift. In an instant, all the remaining disciples lay dead upon the ground. Lu Xuanhe sheathed his sword and collected the tokens from all the disciples of the Hunyuan Xingyi sect, save for Lin Yu. He then produced his own token, sweeping it through the air to seize all of their points. Outside the secret realm of the primal beasts, Ma Mo's countenance was as dark as a stormy sea, resembling a ferocious beast poised to strike. Shortly after the destruction of Ma Lang's life token, 3 more tokens belonging to disciples shattered. His brow furrowed and his gaze turned icy. What transpired within the mystic realm of the Yuan beasts? Such a dire situation had never occurred in previous trials. Within less than a day, 5 disciples had already perished. At that moment, Ma Mo's expression shifted dramatically. He retrieved the vitality token, only to find that among the remaining 5 tokens, all but Lin Yu were shattered. At that moment, Ma Mo felt a profound sense of confusion. He could not fathom the calamity that had befallen the primordial beast's secret realm. Why had all the disciples perished? Save for Lin Yu, who had attained the 9th level of the Yuan spirit. The Daoji Sect? No. Even they could not annihilate the entire team of the Xuanchen Sect, leaving only Lin Yu to escape. Moreover, the current state of Lin Yu remained a mystery. It was unclear whether he had survived, unless the Daoji Sect had allied with other sects to target the Xuanchen Sect collectively. But what had Lin Yu done to provoke such a coalition against them? Had he plundered from the other sects? That seemed implausible. Even if the 3 top-tier powers united, they would struggle to vanquish Lin Yu and his companions, particularly given the time they would have to shatter the tokens, assuming their strengths were comparable. Look, the Daoji Sect has surged to 2nd place, someone exclaimed. Ma Mo abruptly lifted his gaze towards the luminous screen. He saw that the Daoji Sect had suddenly gained 2,265 points, elevating their rank to 2nd, just behind the Daoji Sect. Meanwhile, his Xuanchen Sect had lost 2,265 points, yet still retained over 3,000 points, placing them slightly below the Daoji Sect. Emotian Chapter 45, The Final Arrangement. Ma Mo's aura erupted in full force as he bellowed. You Daoji Sect possess tremendous audacity to dare slay the disciples of my Xuanchen Sect. An overwhelming pressure from the Tongtian realm surged towards Emotian, his tone laden with hostility. What madness has possessed you, Ma Mo? Emotian, with his cultivation at the 5th level of the Tongtian realm, countered, dissipating Ma Mo's oppressive force. His gaze sharpened, and with a cold snort, he retorted. On what grounds do you accuse the disciples of my Xuanchen Sect of killing those from your Daoji Sect? The evidence is laid bare before us. Yet you still dare to quibble? Explain to me why the points lost by my Xuanchen Sect coincidentally matched those of your Daoji Sect leader, and moreover, occurred simultaneously? Ma Mo glared fiercely, fixating his intense gaze on Emotian. He wished to observe how Emotian would respond to this inquiry. Quite simply. Yet, Emotian remained as calm as a placid lake, responding nonchalantly. Why could it not be that Lin Yu of your mixed Yuan form intent sect, overestimating his own formidable prowess, led a group to hunt the spirit beasts of the 9th heaven of the Yuanshan, only to have his entire contingent obliterated, with Lin Yu himself fleeing in a state of panic? Subsequently, he was discovered by a disciple of my Dao extreme sect, who seized the opportunity. Emotian. Not even a ghost would believe your words. Ma Wanchan's eyes blazed with fury, though Lin Yu may be a bit arrogant. He is measured in his actions and not reckless. Believe it or not. Moreover, even if they did slay them, what of it? Emotian let out a cold laugh. What face remains for one of the 9th heaven of the Yuanshan to be bested by one of the 5th heaven? You. Ma Wanchan's countenance instantly turned a deep shade of iron, rendering him speechless. He yearned to breach the confines of the primordial beast's secret realm at this very moment. However, individuals of his caliber, upon attempting to enter, would inevitably fall victim to the arcane laws governing the entrance, leading to their swift annihilation. Years ago, when this secret realm was first discovered, an elder from the mixed origin form and intent sect attempted to forcefully enter the primordial beast's secret realm. The moment he made contact with the entrance, a terrifying radiance erupted forth, obliterating him into mere dust and instilling dread in the hearts of all witnesses. Nevertheless, there was undoubtedly something amiss. The primordial beast's secret realm remains inaccessible, leaving only the hope of interrogating Lin Yu upon his emergence for further details. Within the depths of the primordial beast's secret realm, in a secluded area of the central zone, Lin Yu found himself akin to a hound bereft of its master, utilizing the power of the void-breaking talismans to escape into a dense thicket. His hair hung messily, his face smeared with blood, and his expression was a grotesque mask of rage, revealing a chilling malevolence in his eyes akin to a malevolent spirit from the depths of the abyss, evoking an eerie sense of dread. His crimson gaze was imbued with an insatiable thirst for blood, as if he yearned to devour the entire world. The aura of frost emanating from him sent shivers down the spine. Lu Xuanhe, I, Lin Yu, vow to trample you beneath my feet, subjecting you to unimaginable torment to atone for the grave humiliation I have endured today, Lin Yu bellowed through gritted teeth. At that moment, he suddenly thrust his hand into his bosom and produced a mysterious token. The front of the token shimmered with an otherworldly light. But when he flipped it over to examine the map on the reverse side, he was astounded to find that all the previously marked white dots had vanished, leaving only a solitary red indicating his own position. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yu's countenance darkened further, an embodiment of terror and fury. Unable to restrain the tempest of rage and despair within him, he tilted his head back and unleashed a thunderous roar that reverberated through the heavens. Suddenly, the formidable aura of the ninth layer of the Yuan spirit surged forth. The terrifying presence startled the myriad Yuan beasts lurking in the nearby mountains and forests. These creatures had intended to swarm and slay Lin Yu, yet his furious roar sent them scattering in fear. With a whoosh, a radiant five-colored divine light descended, hurtling toward the Yuan beasts. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, the Yuan beasts of the seventh layer of the Yuan spirit exploded under the impact of this divine light, leaving a shower of Yuan spirit pearls in their wake. Lin Yu collected these pearls and swiftly sought a secure location, settling down cross-legged to refine the Yuan spirit pearls. He seeks to enhance his strength, aspiring to transcend to the realm of introspection. Only then will he have the opportunity to trample Lu Xuanhe beneath his feet. At the entrance of the central area, the Jiang family and others had already recuperated. Jiang Wuchen stepped forward, clasping his fists in salute, and spoke with a resonant voice. Thank you, Brother Lu, for your assistance this time. Lu Xuanhe turned, a smile gracing his lips. Brother Jiang, you were too kind. It was merely a trivial effort. Moreover, the Xuanchen sect has long-standing grievances with my Daoji Sect, and even without your involvement, I would have intervened. Regardless, I must express my gratitude to Brother Lu. Here are 500 points and 10 soul pearls of the 6th level of the soul realm. Please accept them, Brother Lu. Lu Xuanhe accepted the offering with composure. He would not decline rewards freely given by others. He gazed towards the center region and remarked, the central area is fraught with peril. Brother Jiang must exercise utmost caution. Jiang Wuchen smiled and responded, thank you for your concern, Brother Lu. We shall take our leave now. With that, he turned with his companions and made their way towards the center, soon vanishing from the sight of Lu Xuanhe and the others. At this moment, Zhao Fan spoke up, Brother, what shall we do next? Lu Xuanhe remained silent, deep in thought. Prior to their participation in the trial of the Yuan Beast's secret realm, his master, Qin Tianyang, had commanded both him and Zhao Fan to secure the first place in this trial. The central area harbored beasts of the 7th to 9th tier of the primordial spirit, undoubtedly posing greater danger. Nevertheless, with the combined strength of himself and Zhao Fan, they felt little fear. Defeating these creatures would also yield substantial points. Thus, a visit to the central area was imperative, albeit. Lu Xuanhe lifted his gaze to Feng Jun, Song Jia, and the others, stating, I intend to assist my disciple Song in hunting some Yuan beasts of the 6th tier of primordial spirit to aid them in elevating their cultivation to the next level. Although Jiang Wuchen has generously provided some spirit orbs, they remain insufficient. Furthermore, I am confident in my ability to break through to the 6th tier of primordial spirit. Once I achieve this, I shall find no rivals within the Yuan Beast secret realm. Upon hearing these words, warmth surged within Feng Jun and the others, their eyes misting with gratitude. Uncle Lu is truly kind to us. However, Feng Jun suddenly exchanged glances with Song Jia and then surveyed the other disciples. Noticing that each one he met nodded in agreement, he stepped forward to Lu Xuanhe, took a deep breath, and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Uncle Lu. But we have faith in our own strength. We wish to earn our power through our own efforts. Please do not worry about us. You and Uncle Zhao should proceed to the central region with peace of mind. Feng Jun straightened his posture, his tone resolute and his expression unwavering. Lu Xuanhe slowly shifted his gaze from Feng Jun to the others, observing their serious demeanor as they nodded earnestly, their eyes reflecting a fearless determination. He nodded appreciatively. If you possess such resolve, then give it a try. However, should you encounter danger, do not act recklessly. Yet, considering Lin Yu's presence, Lu Xuanhe pondered deeply. Lin Yu was currently in the central region and was unlikely to return to the inner perimeter. Given the intensity of his animosity towards himself, it was probable he would not target others. Nevertheless, to err on the side of caution. This is a defensive jade pendant. Should it detect an attack from a 9th-tier primordial spirit or higher, it will automatically activate to withstand the assault for 3 breaths of time. Remember, within those 3 breaths, shatter the token to exit the Yuan Beast secret realm. Lu Xuanhe presented a jade pendant to Feng Jun, then turned to the others with a serious expression. Understood. Uncle Lu. The crowd spoke in unison. After Lu Xuanhe entrusted the soul pearl gifted by Jiang Wuchen to the others, he proceeded to the central area alongside Zhao Fan. Chapter 46. A brutal clash. In a certain mountainous forest, less than an hour remained until the end of the first day. A bonfire illuminated the surrounding dark woods. Lu Xuanhe and his brother Zhao Fan sat beside the fire, refining the soul pearl. Since parting ways with Feng Jun and Song Jia at the entrance of the central area, the two had continued onward. During this journey, they encountered few spirit beasts and even took the initiative to seek them out for hunting. The reason was simple. The central area was vast. In truth, the structure of the spirit beast secret realm defied conventional logic. Typically, the central area occupies the smallest expanse. For instance, the deepest part of the eastern wilderness mountain range comprises less than 10% of the entire range. However, the spirit beast secret realm was quite the opposite. Its central area accounted for 70% of the entire realm, while the inner region comprised 20%. As for the outer area, it merely constituted 10% of the spirit beast secret realm. As the last surge of pure energy from the soul pearl was absorbed, Lu Xuanhe slowly opened his eyes. In that instant, the sword intent enveloping his body receded entirely, and the howling wind around him ceased abruptly. Lu Xuanhe rose, stretching his limbs, and a rumbling sound resonated within him, a flicker of excitement and exhilaration flashing in his eyes. He distinctly felt that his spiritual power had grown stronger than before, and the primordial spirit residing in his sea of consciousness had evidently expanded significantly. Truly, the primordial spirit pearls forged from a 7th-layer primordial spirit were remarkable. Just a handful had considerably enhanced his strength. If he were to refine several more of these 7th-layer primordial spirit pearls, he would undoubtedly have the confidence to ascend to the 6th layer of the primordial spirit. Senior brother, I feel as though I am on the verge of breaking through the bottleneck, Zhao Fan exclaimed excitedly, opening his eyes and gazing at Lu Xuanhe. He sensed that after a few more battles and aided by the spirit pearl, he would soon transcend to the 4th level of the spirit realm. However, the vastness of this central area was overwhelming. Although the number of spirit beasts exceeded that of the outer and inner regions, their distribution was rather sparse. Zhao Fan's expression shifted from excitement to resignation. Lu Xuanhe patted his shoulder, urging, "We must hasten our journey. The deeper we venture into the central area, the more spirit beasts we will encounter." No sooner had he spoken than a deep roar echoed from the distance, reverberating through the mountains and forests, instilling an unsettling chill. The two men felt invigorated. Just as they had lamented the absence of spirit beasts, one was now approaching them. Approximately a mile away, a group of spirit beasts was drawing near, led by one of the 8th level of the spirit realm, flanked by 8 others of the 7th level. Junior brother, I'll handle the spirit beast of the 8th level. Do you have confidence against the rest? The sword light sliced through the air as Lu Xuanhe charged ahead, engaging the leading spirit beast. In truth, with his current strength, a single strike could easily vanquish the 8th level spirit beast. However, he deliberately held back, fearing that the other spirit beasts might flee upon witnessing his prowess. Rest assured, brother, those 8 spirit beasts of the 7th level pose no challenge. Zhao Fan's eyes subtly transformed into a golden hue, with 2 streams of golden divine flames flickering within his pupils. Simultaneously, a surge of battle intent emanated from him as he fully unleashed his cultivation at the 3rd level of the spirit realm. He let out a thunderous roar, brandishing a mirror as he charged directly towards the 8 primal beasts. With the might of one, he stood resolutely against the overwhelming presence of 8. A resounding explosion echoed through the air, emanating from Zhao Fan's vicinity. However, being merely at the 3rd level of the primordial spirit realm, a simple collision left him grievously wounded in multiple places. Yet, the taste of blood only intensified his fervor for battle. With a fierce cry, his hair danced wildly, and his eyes blazed with divine flames as the 9 Yang divine eyes fully manifested. An aura of unparalleled strength and brilliance surged forth, his golden gaze akin to that of an untouchable deity. With his right hand clenched into a fist and his left hand gripping a mirror, he charged once more at the 8-headed primordial beast. The formidable aura emanating from Zhao Fan instilled a sense of trepidation in the beasts, compelling them to encircle him. They brandished their sharp claws, and the dark horns atop their heads occasionally emitted mysterious beams of light, attempting to ambush Zhao Fan. while remaining vigilant against their spiritual assaults. Zhao Fan launched his own offensive. At a certain moment, seizing the opportunity, he unleashed a dazzling light from the mirror in his hand, releasing a divine flame that felled one of the primordial beasts. However, the backlash from his own attack inflicted damage upon his spirit, causing his body to sway unsteadily. Steadying himself, Zhao Fan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and intensified his ferocity in battle. The sounds of conflict erupted as he seized the chance to slay a second primordial beast, followed closely by a third and a fourth. Though the number of beasts diminished, his injuries grew increasingly severe. Meanwhile, Lu Xuanhe was engaged in a fierce struggle with a primordial beast of the 8th level of the spiritual realm. Yet his consciousness was ever attentive to Zhao Fan's plight. On several occasions, Zhao Fan faced life-threatening peril, prompting Lu Xuanhe to consider intervening. But Zhao Fan reassured him with a steady gaze. Recognizing Zhao Fan's comparable talent, he chose to trust him and suppressed his impulse to act. The atmosphere was intensely heated, suffused with the essence of utmost strength and vitality, as if capable of melting all that existed. At this juncture, Zhao Fan had already slain 6 primordial beasts, his body drenched in blood, his vitality waning. Yet, a surge of battle intent rose within him, piercing the heavens. With a powerful indication of his technique, his aura surged once more. 9 Suns Brahma Heavenly Art. He appeared as the very embodiment of the sun, radiating an aura of unparalleled vigor and warmth. With a single punch, he unleashed a torrent of searing solar energy, causing the air to ignite in a cacophony of explosive sounds as it rushed past. Bang! The 2 ethereal beasts had no time to retaliate before being obliterated by that strike, their flesh and blood vaporized by the intense heat, leaving only the spirit orbs quietly resting on the ground. Roar! Witnessing the demise of its minions, the ethereal beast of the 8th realm was filled with urgency. It let out a furious roar, its imposing presence surging forth as it lunged at Lu Xuanhe. The game was over. Confronted by the approaching beast, exuding an overwhelming pressure, Lu Xuanhe deftly swung his sword. In an instant, the blade effortlessly cleaved through the beast's form, severing it in twain. "Thank you, senior brother." Zhao Fan staggered over, his face marred by blood yet unable to conceal the excitement gleaming in his eyes. Indeed, Lu Xuanhe regarded him with admiration. Placing a hand on Zhao Fan's shoulder and channeling spiritual energy into him to stabilize his injuries, Zhao Fan felt a significant improvement in his condition and signaled to Lu Xuanhe that further assistance was unnecessary. He promptly settled into a cross-legged position, reflecting on the insights gained from the recent battle, before retrieving the soul pearl, preparing to refine it once more. An hour later, Zhao Fan opened his eyes, fully healed and his strength significantly enhanced. "Senior brother, let us embark." Lu Xian nodded in agreement, and the 2 transformed into streaks of light, dashing deeper into the central area. Chapter 47. The situations of each sect at this moment. Dawn broke, casting a golden ray of sunlight upon the earth. The first day within the Origin Beast secret realm had elapsed, leaving little time for the various sections. All factions were desperately hunting Origin Beasts to accumulate points while simultaneously gathering soul pearls to bolster their strength. In a certain mountainous forest, it resembled a purgatory. Countless carcasses of Origin Beasts lay strewn across the ground, each bearing wounds exuding faint elemental auras. Even in death, these bodies emanated a terrifying presence. The weakest among them was at the 7th level of the soul realm, with the majority at the 8th level. Most astonishingly, one of the largest Origin Beasts retained an aura that reached the 9th level of the soul realm. Boom! A youth, surrounded by the manifestation of the 5 elements rules, was engaged in combat with a 9th level Origin Beast. This individual was Lin Yu, who had launched a surprise attack on a group of Origin Beasts merely an hour prior. However, just as he felled the 9th level beast, another emerged in a flash, accompanied by several 8th level beasts. Having already used his only escape talisman, Lin Yu found himself reluctantly forced to confront them. After a fierce battle lasting half an hour, only one 9th level Origin Beast remained. Both combatants were severely injured, yet they continued their intense struggle. Lin Yu formed seals with his hands, channeling his entire spiritual energy as the 5-element body activated in full force. Harnessing boundless elemental power, Lin Yu charged directly at the beast. With a thunderous roar, the Origin Beast retaliated. Bang! The beast exploded, its flesh and blood scattering in the air, leaving behind a soul pearl several times larger than an ordinary elixir. Lin Yu then collected all the soul pearls and retreated to a safer location to refine his newfound treasures. As he continuously infused spiritual energy into the pearls, they gradually transformed into pure essence, which Lin Yu absorbed entirely. After a lengthy period, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. His gaze resembling that of a vengeful spirit, chilling and fierce, instilling dread in all who beheld it. Not enough. I desperately require more soul pearls, Lin Yu murmured. His voice hoarse and ominous. He rose to his feet, feeling the surging power within him. Yet, he remained unsatisfied, for he could only claim to have reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of his primordial spirit. He estimates that his current combat capability is merely equivalent to that of Lu Xuanhe's previous strength. However, this is far from sufficient. Lu Xuanhe will also enhance his prowess. He must become even stronger to trample Lu Xuanhe beneath his feet. Only by completely breaking free from the realm of the primordial spirit and establishing himself in the realm of self-reflection will his strength undergo a qualitative transformation. This is not merely an elevation of a level, but rather a transition from one domain to another, resulting in a tremendous enhancement of his combat prowess. He could not fathom that by then he would still be no match for Lu Xuanhe. Lin Yu's figure flickered as he soared towards the distant mountains and forests. He must hunt more primordial beasts to acquire additional primordial spirit orbs. Meanwhile, within a profoundly secluded area of the central region, all traces of the primordial spirit beasts of the 7th tier have vanished. Only those of the 8th and 9th tiers roam here. At this moment, within the territory of a 9th tier primordial beast, a youth wielding a black long spear, subtly emanating a duality of yin and yang energies, stands suspended in midair. Before him stood a primordial beast of the 9th realm, though its aura was unstable, marred by numerous wounds, some of which exposed the glistening white of bone. In the vicinity of this man and beast, for individuals of the 8th realm led 5 others of the 7th realm in a fierce assault against over a dozen primordial beasts of the 8th realm. It was evident that these were disciples of the Daoji Sect. The youth wielding a black spear was none other than Qin Tianyang of the Daoji Sect. "Embrace your demise," Qin Tianyang exclaimed, his right hand flickering as a beam of light, entwined with the energies of yin and yang, erupted from the black spear. It surged forth with an unparalleled momentum towards the primordial beast of the 9th realm. Sensing the imminent peril of Qin Tianyang's strike, the beast raised its head and let out a thunderous roar, summoning a powerful wave of spiritual energy in a desperate attempt to withstand the assault. The light swiftly penetrated the beast's defenses, traversing through its massive form. With a resounding crash, the colossal creature trembled violently before collapsing to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Simultaneously, under the relentless onslaught led by the 4 8th realm individuals, the dozen primordial beasts of the 8th realm suffered grievous losses. Though slightly outnumbered, they exhibited remarkable teamwork, gradually vanquishing a dozen primordial beasts. After an hour, Qin Tianyang and his companions successfully refined the primordial spirit orbs. Yet, a sense of inadequacy lingered. He craved more primordial spirit orbs. Qin Tianyang opened his eyes, glimmering with determination. "Continue the hunt for primordial beasts," he commanded, leading his companions in their relentless pursuit. In a certain forest, the thunderous sounds of battle echoed. The Divine Blade Sect and the Unity Sword Sect had surprisingly allied, encircling a group of primordial beasts. Leading disciples Gu Xiu from the Divine Blade Sect and Li Chongqing from the Unity Sword Sect joined forces with 2 newly ascended disciples of the 8th layer of the primordial spirit to confront 6 primordial beasts of the same tier. The remaining disciples from both sects coordinated to eliminate the several primordial beasts of the 7th layer. The interplay of sword and blade light was incessant. And while their collaboration was commendable, the ferocity of the primordial beast rendered it difficult to determine a victor. Meanwhile, Song Chuan and his companions from the Divine Radiance sect stood on high alert, their expressions vigilant and beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. They were surrounded by a pack of primordial beasts, 10 of the 7th layer, with an additional 4 of the 8th layer lurking menacingly. After nearly a day of trials in the central area, despite one disciple ascending to the 8th layer, 2 others had faced peril during their hunts, having no choice but to shatter their tokens for survival. Now, they numbered only 8, with 2 at the 8th layer, 1 merely newly initiated, and the rest at the 7th layer, utterly mismatched against the formidable beasts before them. As Song Chuan prepared to unleash his strength to buy time for his remaining disciples to activate their tokens, Jiang Wuqing and his companions suddenly appeared in the vicinity. With a rush, several figures materialized out of thin air, their faces smeared with blood and expressions tinged with fear. Upon realizing their successful escape from the primordial beast's secret realm, they collectively exhaled in relief. Their elders hurried over, producing healing potions to tend to their wounds. Such circumstances are not uncommon. As a day passed, the competition within the primordial beast's secret realm intensified. Initially, 500 individuals entered the realm. yet approximately 300 have since departed prematurely. This figure does not account for those who perished within the realm before they could utilize their tokens. The final day's battles promise to be even more ferocious. On the luminous screen, the Daoji Sect leads with a score of 7,225 points, followed by the Xuanchen Sect with 5,631 points, and closely trailing is the Daoji Sect with 5,463 points. Qin Tianyang maintained a serene demeanor, exuding an air of confidence and composure. Tianyang settled into a cross-legged position, entering a meditative state, closing his eyes to rejuvenate his spirit. He only wishes for Lu Xuanhe and Zhao Fan to make progress, and for his disciples to remain safe and sound. The number of points and ranks holds no significance for him, even though the rankings in the Beast Secret Realm influenced the allocation of certain resources. As long as Lu Xuanhe and Zhao Fan can grow successfully, they are destined to become carefree sages. It even seems possible that they might attain the status of an emperor, or so his intuition suggests. As for Maimo, his expression remains impassive, revealing no trace of joy or sorrow. The downfall of his grandson Ma Lang has dealt him a severe blow, rendering him indifferent to points and rankings. Lin Yu can take as many points as he can muster. He now only wishes to uncover the identity of Ma Lang's killer. Chapter 48. Breakthrough. Above the dense forest, a thunderous roar resounded, reverberating like rolling thunder, cascading toward the distant horizon. Zhao Fan was engaged in a fierce battle with two primordial beasts exuding a terrifying aura. His eyes shone with a celestial brilliance, radiant like two blazing suns, emanating a heart-stirring light. With a fierce cry of kill, Zhao Fan concentrated his spiritual energy in his right hand and unleashed a powerful strike. In an instant, a colossal hand appeared in the void, obscuring the sky, surrounded by fierce flames that distorted the very air itself. An overwhelming and radiant aura emanated from this giant hand. Subsequently, the hand descended with the force of a thunderbolt. Roar! The two primordial beasts, undeterred, transformed into streaks of lightning and charged directly towards the colossal hand. Bang! At the moment of collision between the giant hand and the primordial beasts, time seemed to freeze. The enormous beasts were instantly reduced to countless fragments under the terrifying force of the hand. The blood and flesh scattered in the air were completely evaporated by the hand's dreadful heat, vanishing without a trace. Ultimately, only two primordial essence orbs, glimmering with mysterious light, fell feebly to the ground. Zhao Fan gently landed, extending his right hand to unleash a gravitational pull, drawing the two primordial essence orbs towards him. Gazing at the orbs in his palm, despite being slightly injured and wearied, the excitement on his youthful face was unmistakable. After his previous encounter with 8 primordial beasts of the 7th realm, he felt his bottleneck had loosened significantly. Following this, he ventured deeper into the central region with Lu Xuanhe, relentlessly seeking out primordial beasts to engage in combat. Under the dual influence of the primordial essence, orbs, and the trials of life and death, he finally ascended to the 4th realm of primordial essence half an hour ago. With his strength once again elevated, he was eager to test his newfound power against a group of primordial beasts. Previously, he had found it arduous to contend with 8 primordial beasts of the 7th realm, having expended tremendous effort to subdue them. However, after this breakthrough, he easily vanquished 2 primordial beasts of the 8th realm with only minor injuries. Junior brother. Lu Xuanhe's figure flashed as he appeared beside Zhao Fan. The tranquil environment for Zhao Fan's training was largely due to Lu Xuanhe's efforts. This time, Lu Xuanhe had restrained a primordial beast of the 9th realm along with several primordial beasts of the 8th realm with his formidable strength. Seeing that Zhao Fan had resolved the battle, Lu Xuanhe no longer held back. With a swing of his sword, a massive wave of sword energy effortlessly dispatched the remaining primordial beasts. Senior brother. Zhao Fan responded excitedly to Lu Xuanhe. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something, tapping his head. Senior brother, you should take these 2 primordial essence orbs. Zhao Fan handed 2 soul orbs to Lu Xuanhe. Hesitantly, Lu Xuanhe accepted the soul orbs, inquiring, Junior brother, could it be as you envision, senior brother? Zhao Fan nodded affirmatively. Lu Xuanhe understood. Prior to entering the mystic realm of the primordial beasts, Elder Tianyang had mentioned a crucial point. The efficacy of the soul orbs is not without limits. Generally, the lower one's realm, the greater the effect of the soul orbs, while the higher one's realm, the lesser their impact. In the realm of the soul, it is not uncommon for cultivators of lower levels to ascend 3 or 4 minor realms. However, for those above the 7th heaven, they can at most rely on the soul orbs to elevate 2 minor realms. Furthermore, The absorption efficacy of the soul orbs is also contingent upon the innate talent and constitution of the cultivator. The stronger the talent or constitution, the greater the demand for soul orbs to achieve a minor realm advancement. For instance, Zhao Fan found that his ascension from the second to the fourth realm of the soul was nearly his limit. At present, the soul orbs hold little utility for the enhancement of his soul. Hence, Zhao Fan resolved to entrust all the soul orbs to Lu Xuanhe. Only through Lu Xuanhe's breakthrough could they secure their position at the top. After several hours of hunting primordial beasts, Lu Xuanhe had refined a substantial number of soul orbs of quality above the seventh heaven. This time, fortune smiled upon them, as they encountered a group of primordial beasts led by a beast of the ninth heaven. He deduced that by refining this batch of primordial spirit pearls, he would undoubtedly achieve a smooth breakthrough to the sixth layer of the primordial spirit realm. Without delay, Lu Xuanhe immediately settled into a meditative posture to commence the refining of the primordial spirit pearls. This location was the territory of the recently vanquished primordial beast of the ninth layer, ensuring that no other beast would intrude, especially with Zhao Fan standing guard nearby. A dozen primordial spirit pearls floated before Lu Xuanhe, among which one, the size of an infant's fist, was particularly striking. This was the primordial spirit pearl left behind by the primordial beast of the ninth layer upon its demise. As Lu Xuanhe continuously channeled his spiritual energy into the refining process, these pearls gradually transformed into streams of pure essence. With a deep inhalation, Lu Xuanhe's primordial spirit body absorbed the essence, which was swiftly consumed. Subsequently, the primordial spirit body sat cross-legged within the sea of consciousness, refining the pure essence. As time passed, Lu Xuanhe's primordial spirit body grew increasingly robust, and the radiance of the primordial spirit became ever more resplendent. Simultaneously, the spiritual energy within him relentlessly battered against its constraints. One strike, two strikes. In the blink of an eye, an hour had silently elapsed. Suddenly, the primordial spirit body, seated within the sea of consciousness, erupted in brilliant light, illuminating the entire expanse of the sea of consciousness. Concurrently, Lu Xuanhe's aura began to surge at a frenzied pace. Within him, a series of deep, resonant rumbles echoed relentlessly. After a brief moment, tranquility enveloped the surroundings. Lu Xuanhe opened his eyes, their gaze piercing the heavens like a celestial sword. He slowly rose to his feet, feeling an immense and vigorous power coursing through his limbs and bones. He pointed his finger like a sword, and a formidable sword energy erupted forth, instantly leveling a distant hill. At last, he had broken through to the sixth level of the Yuan spirit realm. Lu Xuanhe was filled with immense joy. Zhao Fan, witnessing this, beamed with delight. Congratulations, senior brother, on your successful breakthrough. Lu Xuanhe nodded, and then produced a token, which indicated that there were still 6 hours remaining until the closure of the Yuan Beast secret realm. He then spoke, Junior brother, we must hasten to hunt Yuan beasts and acquire points. Subsequently, the two set off together in search of Yuan beasts. In the vicinity of the Daoji Sect disciples, a formidable aura emanating from the hard understanding realm surged into the sky, sweeping across the surrounding mountains and forests, startling all. Brother Qin had finally broken through. He should now be invincible within the Yuan spirit secret realm. Let us not forget Lin Yu of the Xuanchen Sect. Humph. How could Lin Yu possibly compare to our brother Qin? Even if he has broken through, he would merely be on par with brother Qin's realm. If he has not, he is certainly inferior. The disciples of the Daoji Sect, sensing the pressure radiating from the hard understanding realm, involuntarily took a step back. Qin Tianyang opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. He reined in his overwhelming aura, sensing the surging power within him. At last, he had broken through. A smile graced Qin Tianyang's lips, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Having ascended to the first layer of the heart-questioning realm, he felt an exhilarating sense of invincibility at that moment. Congratulations, senior brother Qin, on your successful breakthrough. The other disciples of the Daoji Sect gathered around to offer their felicitations. A hint of pride flickered across Qin Tianyang's face. His spirits were soaring. Junior brothers, let us hunt the primal beasts. Qin Tianyang led the disciples of the Daoji Sect soaring into the distance. At that moment, if one were to observe from above the primal beast secret realm, they would notice Lu Xuanhe and another individual positioned in the path of Qin Tianyang and his companions. Chapter 49. A fortuitous encounter in a secluded valley. Several primal beast corpses lay quietly in pools of blood, their primordial orbs scattered across the ground. Lu Xuanhe collected the primordial orbs and subsequently retrieved the token. The token bore 3 numbers, 9,410, 2, and 6625. The first number represented the overall points accumulated by the Dao Extreme Sect. The second indicated its rank, while the third denoted Lu Xuan's personal score. Senior brother. It appears that Lin Yu possesses considerable strength. It wasn't until we hunted this wave of primal beasts that we surpassed his score from the Xuanchen sect. Zhao Fan remarked as he approached with his own token, a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. A contemplative expression crossed Lu Xuan's face. His strength is indeed formidable, especially with his possession of the 5 elements profound body. Lin Yu is already at the 9th layer of the primordial spirit realm, and as his power increases, slaying 9th layer primal beasts will become increasingly effortless for him. Moreover, he may have escaped to a region densely populated with primal beasts, making his search for them rather straightforward. Unlike Zhao Fan and myself, who often spend over half an hour merely to locate a group of primal beasts upon entering the central area. Nevertheless, we have collectively amassed 9,410 points and are still in second place. Just how many points have the Daoji Sect accrued? Zhao Fan grumbled, then turned to Lu Xuanhe. Senior brother, we must hasten our pace. Time is running short. At his words, Lu Xuanhe nodded slightly. The two promptly departed, continuing their quest for primal beasts. However, after merely 10 miles, Lu Xuanhe suddenly gazed ahead. A group of formidable youths appeared in the distance, heading directly towards them. The weakest among them possessed the strength of the 7th layer of the primordial spirit realm. Additionally, there were 4 at the 8th layer and 1 at the 9th layer. The leader of this group had transcended the 9th layer, having entered the 1st layer of the heart-questioning realm. Undoubtedly, the newcomers were the disciples of the Daoji Sect, led by Qin Tianyang. How intriguing! Qin Tianyang raised his eyebrows in mild surprise. He recalled that these 2 individuals were disciples of the Daoji Sect, and an elder from the Xuanchen school had previously mocked them. At that time, Lu Xuanhe was merely at the 5th level of the primordial spirit realm, while Zhao Fan was even less accomplished, standing at only the 2nd level of the primordial spirit realm. Upon realizing the circumstances surrounding the disciples of the Daoji Sect, he was somewhat taken aback. Despite being a sacred ground like his own Daoji Sect, the highest cultivation level among the dispatched disciples of the Daoji Sect was merely at the 5th level of the nascent soul stage. Even now, Lu Xuanhe had ascended to the 6th level of the nascent soul, while Zhao Fan had entered the 4th level. Faced with the sudden appearance of the Daoji Sect members, Zhao Fan's gaze turned vigilant as he looked towards Qin Tianyang and the disciple at the 9th level of the nascent soul. In truth, the 9th level nascent soul disciple did not capture Zhao Fan's attention. In a battle of life and death, he could assure that it would be the opponent who perished, though he would likely sustain severe injuries himself. Comparatively, he directed his focus more towards Qin Tianyang. Merely meeting his gaze imparted a sense of peril, akin to a thorn in his back, inciting a surge of wariness within him. Conversely, Lu Xuanhe maintained an air of tranquility, unfazed by Qin Tianyang's scrutiny, and even took the initiative to appraise Qin Tianyang from head to toe. This only piqued Qin Tianyang's curiosity further. How is it that Lu Xuanhe, with merely the 6th level of the nascent soul stage, could disregard his gaze and the invisible pressure he exuded, while assessing him instead? It felt as if Lu Xuanhe were the one at the 1st level of introspection, and he, Qin Tianyang, was the one at the 6th level of the nascent soul. No wonder a 6th level and a 4th level nascent soul dared to venture into this central region. Perhaps they possessed some strength. Yet, he believed that no matter how extraordinary Lu Xuanhe was, he could not possibly defy the 1st level of introspection. Qin Tianyang broke the silence first. Esteemed brothers, your remarkable skills and audacity to tread in such perilous central territory command my admiration. Lu Xuanhe replied coolly, Brother Qin, you flatter me. It is merely luck. After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Xuanhe turned to lead Zhao Fan in another direction. Wait, Qin Tianyang interjected suddenly, causing the atmosphere to grow tense. Lu Xuanhe slowly turned. His gaze as calm as a still pond. Is there something else, Brother Qin? I find myself in need of a certain item. Would Brother Lu be willing to part with it? Qin Tianyang said with a smile. Since these two were hunting for primal beasts in the central area, they must have accrued some points. Although the Daoji Sect currently held the top position, Lin Yu should not be underestimated. Perhaps the mixed element Xingyi sect was also fiercely competitive. Lu Xuanhe, at best, could match the pinnacle of the 9th level of the nascent soul, yet that mattered little, for he wielded the cultivation of the 1st level of introspection, making it easy to deal with these two. Regardless of the circumstances, the numbers favored him 10 against 2. Oh, Brother Qin desires points, does he? Lu Xuanhe could not help but smirk inwardly, his expression a blend of amusement and skepticism. He had never intended to vie for the points of the Daoji Sect. However, unexpectedly, the adversary had set their sights on his fellow disciples. Qin Tianyang displayed a languid demeanor, casually remarking, As long as you understand, surrendering half the points will suffice. It was not out of benevolence that he suggested this, but rather due to the impending closure of the Yuan Beast's secret realm, which was merely 4.5 hours away. Should he apply excessive pressure and demand the entirety of their points, there was a possibility that the opponent would decisively crush their token and exit the realm, resulting in a complete loss for him. He believed that as long as Lu Xuanhe possessed a modicum of intelligence, he would surely know what to do. I have an idea, though I wonder if Brother Qin would be willing to listen, Lu Xuanhe remarked with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing this, Qin Tianyang's face betrayed a hint of confusion as he curiously inquired, "What proposal do you have?" Lu Xuanhe's gaze sharpened as he leisurely uttered a single phrase. "Hand over all your points to me. Brother Lu, you are far too courteous. How could we possibly offer you all our points? Our Daoji Sect stands firm in its commitments. If we say half, we shall concede half." The thought was abruptly interrupted. Qin Tianyang, somewhat taken aback, questioned his own hearing, tentatively suggesting, "Did Brother Lu misspeak?" "I did not." Qin Tianyang's eyes instantly turned frigid. "You presume that having slain a few 9th-tier spirit beasts gives you the right to swagger through this spirit beast's secret realm, do you? Since you refuse to relinquish your points, I shall take them by force." With a surge of energy, Qin Tianyang unleashed his might, brandishing a spear in his right hand, its black shaft glistening with lethal sharpness as it sliced through the void. Lu Xuanhe, wielding his sword, effortlessly parried Qin Tianyang's assault, and the two retreated momentarily. "You too, join the fray." He then swung his sword towards Wangzhen, the 9th-tier spirit beast disciple of the Daoji Sect, drawing Wangzhen into the battle. Boom! A terrifying wave of heat surged from the side. Zhao Fan activated his 9 Yang divine eyes to their fullest extent, his gaze resembling the blazing sun, pure and potent. He wielded a mirror in his right hand, exuding an imposing aura that enveloped the disciples of the Daoji Sect. Led by those of the 4th tier of the nascent soul realm, the two brothers faced 10 adversaries. Chapter 50, The Great Battle. Thunderous roars echoed from both battlefields. Bang! Following yet another clash, Qin Tianyang stood suspended in midair, his expression indifferent, as the dual forces of yin and yang swirled around him, intertwining harmoniously. Lu Xuanhe, in contrast, appeared somewhat diminished, panting, and his breath slightly unsteady. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would never have believed that such a prodigy existed in this world. Qin Tianyang exclaimed in astonishment, unable to contain himself. A being of the 6th tier of the nascent soul could actually contend with one of the 1st tier of the heart-seeking realm and another of the 9th tier of the nascent soul simultaneously. Enough of the pleasantries. If you are afraid, then surrender your points. Lu Xuanhe took a deep breath, once again refining his essence, spirit, and energy. In an instant, a formidable sword intent erupted from his being, as if it sought to rend the very fabric of heaven and earth. He wielded the celestial slayer sword, his figure flickering as he charged forth with intent. "Humph, that was merely a test of your prowess. Junior brother, let us attack together." Qin Tianyang sneered, suddenly brandishing his black spear, unleashing a sharp, piercing whistle. The tip of the spear sliced through the void, intertwining the forces of yin and yang, causing the very fabric of space to tremble and ripple in waves. He would not engage in any one-on-one duels. Even a lion exerts its full strength when wrestling a rabbit, let alone when Lu Xuanhe proactively confronts him and Wangzhen. Wangzhen, with hands forming seals, charged towards Lu Xuanhe alongside Qin Tianyang. A tremendous rumble ensued. A terrifying wave of energy radiated outward from the moment of their clash, startling all creatures within a 100-mile radius. Nearby, several 9th-level spirit beasts hastily fled, acutely sensing the peril to their lives posed by such overwhelming force. 80 miles southeast of this location, the Jiang clan and the Xuanchen sect were in the midst of a hunt for spirit beasts. Initially, when Song Chuan and others from the Xuanchen sect were besieged by a group of 7th and 8th-level spirit beasts, the Jiang clan unexpectedly arrived. Jiang Wuchen had no intention of involving himself, but as he was about to depart, Song Chuan called for assistance, promising a share of points and spirit orbs as a reward. After careful consideration, Jiang Wuchen consented to aid them, leading to a collaboration between the disciples of both factions. As the terrifying wave of collision reached them, everyone looked up towards its source. After some discussion, Jiang Wuchen and Song Chuan, the leading disciples, decided to investigate, hoping to seize an opportunity. In the void, sword and blade intertwined. Under the onslaught of the Divine Blade sect and the Unity Sword sect, spirit beasts fell one after another. Following the demise of the last spirit beast, a terrifying wave of energy suddenly surged forth. Gu Xiao and Li Chongqing exchanged glances before issuing a command to investigate the source. In a certain valley, the remains of spirit beasts lay scattered everywhere, and traces of the 5 elemental energies lingered in the air. Lin Yu had just broken through to the first level of the heart-seeking realm, diligently solidifying his cultivation. He abruptly lifted his gaze, directing it towards the source of the disturbance, his expression momentarily tightening. The clash of the 9th layer of the primordial spirit could not generate such waves. Only those above the 9th layer, at least the first layer of the questioning heart, could produce such fluctuations. Lu Xuanhe and Qin Tianyang of the Daoji Sect. A flicker of contemplation passed through Lin Yu's eyes. The combatants must undoubtedly be the two of them. It seems that fortune still favors me. When the clam and the snipe fight, it is the fisherman who profits. Seizing this opportunity, he could not only eliminate Lu Xuanhe but also eradicate the threat posed by the Daoji Sect. I shall emerge as the ultimate victor. A sinister expression crossed Lin Yu's face, his gaze chillingly piercing, and in a flash, he sped towards the location of Lu Xuanhe and Qin Tianyang. A figure was sent flying, Lu Xuanhe spitting out a mouthful of blood. Lu Xuanhe, I advise you to surrender your points, lest your injuries hinder your subsequent hunt for primordial beasts. Qin Tianyang, wielding a black long spear, exuded an overwhelming aura, his demeanor disdainful. Unfazed, Lu Xuanhe replied coolly. As I have said before, if you wish to claim my points, you must first defeat me. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin, will you? Qin Tianyang's eyes were cold as he let out a long howl, the overwhelming aura of yin and yang surging forth, an endless pressure rolling towards Lu Xuanhe. Senior brother. Zhao Fan, from another battlefield, noticed Lu Xuanhe's predicament, revealing a look of concern as he exclaimed, You should worry about yourself. With a fierce onslaught. For disciples of the Daoji Sect at the 8th layer of the primordial spirit, leading the remaining members, charged towards Zhao Fan. You troublesome fools. Zhao Fan's aura suddenly erupted. Golden eyes surrounded by a flickering divine flame, his gaze piercing through the void. Kill. His gaze was frigid, and the 9 luminaries' divine mirror erupted with resplendent brilliance, unleashing a barrage of piercing divine light. The two sides clashed fiercely once more. After a quarter of an hour, Lu Xuanhe, despite his relentless resistance, bore numerous injuries. His complexion was pallid, and his breath was exceedingly unstable, as if he were on the verge of collapsing at any moment. I wonder how much longer you can endure. Qin Tianyang mused, his brow furrowed. Lu Xuanhe was indeed a formidable opponent at this juncture in the battle. Even with his cultivation at the first level of the heart-questioning realm, he had sustained considerable injuries due to Lu Xuanhe's relentless offensive. He felt a subtle sense of unease and apprehension. The time wasted had been excessively prolonged. Should Lin Yu suddenly lead the disciples of the Xuanchen sect to attack? In his current state, it would be improbable for him to withstand Lin Yu's onslaught, unless Lin Yu still resided at the 9th level of the Xuanchen realm. He wished to sever ties with this individual, yet he felt a pang of regret over the time squandered. Cease your futile resistance and surrender your points. I assure you, I will grant you and your fellow disciple a chance at redemption. Qin Tianyang brandished his black spear once more, threatening Lu Xuanhe. Hoping he would grasp the gravity of the situation, Lu Xuanhe remained silent, fending off the simultaneous gazes of Qin Tianyang and Wang Jin, as if lost in contemplation. 2 miles away, the disciples of the Divine Blade Sect and the Unified Sword Sect had already arrived at the scene. Upon witnessing Lu Xuanhe, of the 6th level of the Nascent Soul, and Zhao Fan, of the 4th level, their eyes nearly bulged with astonishment. How could these two, whose cultivation was merely at the 6th level of the Nascent Soul, contend with the disciples of the Daoji Sect? A prodigy. The hearts of the two sects echoed this sentiment in unison. In a nearby location, the thoughts of the Divine Radiant Sect's disciples mirrored those of the Unified Sword Sect. Especially when Song Chuan heard of Lu Xuanhe's previous exploits, he fell into a deeper silence. However, Jiang Wuchen furrowed his brow. A hint of concern for Lu Xuanhe etched upon his face. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura of the first level of the heart's inquiry emerged, enveloping the area. The expressions of the onlookers shifted dramatically, as if a chill had run down their spines. 2 rays of terrifying 5-colored divine light surged forth, targeting both Lu Xuanhe and Qin Tianyang. This is bad. Qin Tianyang's face paled with shock, and in his haste, he raised his spear to defend. Yet it was futile. Lin Yu, possessing the same level of cultivation, launched a sudden attack. Bang! Qin Tianyang's body flew like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground. Meanwhile, on the other side, a triumphant voice echoed throughout the arena, tinged with an unmistakable excitement. Lu Xuanhe's aura surged dramatically. an intense sword intent erupting from his sea of consciousness, soaring into the sky. His gaze was as sharp as a sword, his spirit soaring to its zenith. A stark contrast to the previous state of languor and weakness. Chapter 51. The Annihilation of Linyu. Sword Guardian. Lu Xuanhe exclaimed softly, countless sword energies manifested before him, effortlessly countering the multicolored divine radiance. What? At that moment, aside from Zhao Fan, everyone present was utterly astounded. Whether it was Qin Tianyang or the other disciples of the Daoji Sect, regardless of the four major powers or Linyu, they were all taken aback. Just a moment ago, Lu Xuanhe had been on the verge of defeat, bloodied by Qin Tianyang's assault, yet in the next instant, he erupted with power, easily fending off Linyu's sudden attack. This was in stark contrast to Qin Tianyang's disarray. Were you waiting for my arrival all along? Linyu's expression was exceedingly grim. His teeth clenched, as if flames were about to burst forth from his eyes. He was unexpectedly toyed with by Lu Xuanhe. In fact, he had arrived earlier than those from the other four major factions. However, in order to ensure the success of his ambush, he chose to conceal his presence and lurk in the shadows. He exhibited remarkable patience. During the course of events, Lu Xuanhe nearly faced defeat multiple times. Yet he restrained himself from striking. It was only moments ago, when he believed he had a 99% certainty of executing a successful ambush, that he chose to act decisively. However, who could have anticipated that Lu Xuanhe was using himself as bait, luring him into revealing his presence? Indeed, a smile graced Lu Xuanhe's lips. Initially, he had contemplated conceding, pondering whether it would be wiser to simply seize Qin Tianyang and devise a plan thereafter. Thankfully, you appeared. I was on the verge of losing my composure. Zhao Fan's figure flickered as he approached Lu Xuanhe and cast a disdainful glance at Linyu. With Qin Tianyang having been ambushed by Linyu, the disciples of the Daoji Sect were too preoccupied with their concern for Qin Tianyang to pay heed to Zhao Fan. So, your injuries are also fabricated? Linyu inquired, his voice laced with the utmost incredulity as he gritted his teeth. This query echoed the sentiments of others present. No. I am indeed injured. Without sustaining some wounds, how could I entice you? Lu Xuanhe coughed up a mouthful of blood, nodding in acknowledgement of his injuries. His breath was indeed somewhat unsteady, and his complexion appeared rather pale. However, his stature did not yet seem to waver. Upon hearing this, Linyu's eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. Are you not afraid of overreaching and being unable to contend with me? He unleashed his formidable presence, the rules of the five elements materializing around him, an endless pressure emanating from within. Zhao Fan and the members of the Daoji Sect hastily distanced themselves. If it were true that Lu Xuanhe was unscathed and in excellent condition, Linyu would not hesitate to retreat. However, if Lu Xuanhe were injured, why not take a chance? Today marks your day of reckoning. His gaze was cold and piercing as he clenched his fist and charged directly at Lu Xuanhe. Boom! Countless streams of multicolored divine light surged towards Lu Xuanhe, causing the very fabric of space to shatter and the heavens to tremble. Kill. Suddenly, an overwhelming presence of sharp sword intent manifested, filling the entire realm. Lu Xuanhe, wielding the sword of celestial slaughter, unleashed waves of sword energy. The sword energy clashed with the multicolored divine light. A fierce confrontation ensued between Lu Xuanhe and Linyu. Terrifying waves of energy rapidly spread outward. Thunderous roars echoed continuously. The two figures flickered in the void, their murderous intent permeating the heavens and the earth. Their fatal techniques collided, each determined to vanquish the other. Following a brutal exchange, Lu Xuanhe coughed up blood, his face growing even paler, his white robe stained crimson from the wounds. Linyu was not faring much better, battered from the ongoing battle. Yet he maintained a significantly better condition than Lu Xuanhe. He. It seems the situation did not unfold as you anticipated. Do you now regret your arrogance? Linyu's voice was sharp and mocking. His expression was one of arrogance, and he laughed maniacally, with his hands continuously forming seals. Streams of five-colored divine light surged forth like a barrage of arrows, an overwhelming aura enveloping the entire arena. In the face of this relentless onslaught, Lu Xuanhe remained tranquil, declaring with nonchalance, "Today, you shall meet your demise." Swish, swish, swish. A vast expanse of sword light filled the heavens and earth, as fierce sword energy erupted, weaving a dense net of blades that confronted the incoming myriad divine lights. Boom. The sound of explosions echoed relentlessly, causing the onlookers to retreat in alarm. Seeing this, Linyu ceased to hold back. Chanting incantations, he formed seals with his hands, his aura surging once more. The five elements' profound body was fully awakened. his form radiating an array of resplendent five-colored brilliance, as the principles of the five elements began to manifest in the void. In that moment, Lin Yu resembled a sovereign of the five elements, having descended upon the realm. He wore an expression of indifference, his eyes exuding an icy coldness, with dark pupils flickering with an otherworldly chill. Die, Lin Yu proclaimed, extending a finger, from which a radiant five-colored divine light burst forth. Though this divine light was smaller than before, the aura it emanated was exponentially more terrifying. The expressions of everyone present, aside from Lu Xuanhe, changed dramatically, their pupils quaking in fear. Faced with such an onslaught, they could foresee but one inevitable outcome: death. It remained uncertain how Lu Xuanhe would respond. Kill. Lu Xuanhe's long black hair billowed as his gaze sharpened like a celestial sword, the intent of both sword and slaughter intertwining around him, emanating an air of chilling ferocity. He gripped the immortal slaying sword tightly in his right hand, its runes flickering and emanating a resplendent radiance. The forbidden sword's essence was fully unleashed. In that moment, a cacophony of swords resonated. Far away, members of the Unity Sword Sect, several miles distant, sensed the agitation of their own swords and were all struck with trepidation. A single sword can cleave mountains and seas, Lu Xin called out, suddenly swinging the immortal slaying sword. A clear and melodious sword cry reverberated through the heavens and the earth. A beam of sword light abruptly emerged, dazzling and illuminating the world. Boom! The sword light, overwhelmingly potent, cleaved through the five-colored divine radiance, and then, with unstoppable momentum, surged toward Lin Yu. This is bad. Lin Yu's complexion changed drastically, his pupils constricting suddenly, and goosebumps rising on his skin. He sought to evade the impending strike, yet an overwhelming sword intent coupled with a murderous aura ensnared him. In a state of panic, he attempted to retrieve his token, yearning to shatter it and flee. However, in the next moment, a resounding crash echoed as the blade of light pierced through his brow. Fear radiated from Lin Yu's eyes. He opened his mouth, yet no words emerged. As Lin Yu collapsed, an eerie silence enveloped the arena. Only Zhao Fan exhibited a fervent exhilaration, exclaiming, "Congratulations, senior brother, on successfully subduing Lin Yu." His voice jolted the onlookers from their stunned reverie. This individual was truly formidable. He had indeed vanquished Lin Yu, who was at the first level of the heart-seeking realm, with his own cultivation at the sixth level of the primordial spirit realm. It seemed he had spoken the truth. He had concealed his strength during his confrontation with Qin Tianyang of the Daoji Sect. This person also possessed considerable audacity, daring to use his own injury as bait to lure Lin Yu into the open, unafraid of unforeseen consequences. Outside the Beast Essence secret realm, a crack echoed as Ma Mo, expressionless, witnessed the shattering of Lin Yu's life token in his palm. He slowly raised his head, gazing at the luminous screen in the void. Indeed, the score of the Dao Extreme Sect surged by an astounding 265 points, propelling it to the top and displacing the Tai Chi Sect. In stark contrast, the score of his Hanyuan Xingyi Sect was reset to 0, relegating it to the last position. The air in the valley seemed to thicken, and those from the intermediate factions dared not even breathe. Although Ma Mo did not unleash his full power, an invisible pressure enveloped the entire valley. Mo Tianyang remained on high alert, preparing for a confrontation. Simultaneously, he glanced towards a particular spot in the void, feeling a slight relaxation, yet he remained cautious. However, moments later, the oppressive aura dissipated. Ma Mo said nothing and departed from the Yuan Beast Mountain range. Chapter 52. Task completed. Bodhi Tree within the secret realm of Yuan Beasts. The representatives from the four major factions began to leave, eager to accumulate more points within the remaining 4 hours. Before departing, Zhang Wuchun exchanged a distant glance with Lu Xianhe, nodding in acknowledgement before parting ways. Only Lu Xianhe and the members of the Tai Chi Sect remained. Qin Tianyang's complexion was pale, and his breathing shallow. Lin Yu's sudden attack had nearly inflicted severe damage upon him. He slowly approached Lu Xuange, pausing in silence for a moment before speaking. "Did you calculate my involvement from the very beginning?" "Of course not. My senior brother and I are not deities. How could we have foreseen encountering you?" Zhao Fan interjected cheerfully before Lu Xuange could respond. "The task assigned by our master has finally come to fruition. After seizing Lin Yu's points, our Daoji Sect now stands at the forefront. Moreover, the greatest threat, the Daoji Sect, is presently within our grasp. The moment you harbored ill intentions towards me and my junior brother, the thought crossed my mind," Lu Xuange remarked calmly. "Such a strategy is undoubtedly advantageous. If Lin Yu does not emerge, I shall claim the points from the Daoji Sect and devise further plans." Should Lin Yu appear, I will swiftly eliminate him and then seize the Daoji Sect's points. Qin Tianyang's expression was one of bitterness. He had initially believed that with his formidable strength, he could easily manipulate Lu Xuanga. However, he did not anticipate that he was confronting a tiger that had been underestimated. Half, Lu Xuanga suddenly declared, his gaze sharp and exuding an invisible pressure. Qin Tianyang abruptly raised his head, disbelief evident in his eyes. Noticing the doubt in Qin Tianyang's expression, Lu Xuanga reiterated, I require only half. Regardless, Qin Tianyang's appearance has indeed been somewhat beneficial regarding Lin Yu. Taking half is sufficient. At present, the Daoji Sect's points had exceeded 17,000. If they were to acquire half of the Daoji Sect's points, the Daoji Sect would be well positioned to secure the top rank. Qin Tianyang's face lit up with joy. And without uttering a word, he transferred half of his sect's points to Lu Xuanga. He had initially anticipated that Lu Xuanga would demand the entirety of their points and had secretly prepared to teleport out of the beast realm at a moment's notice. To his astonishment, Lu Xuanga only requested half of the points, which was undoubtedly a tremendous surprise. 4 hours swiftly elapsed. During this time, Lu Xuanga and his companions successfully located and hunted 8 beasts at the 9th level of the spirit realm, along with several beasts at the 8th level. Lu Xuanga glanced at the token in his hand, which displayed that the Daoji Sect had amassed 32,024 points, securing the top position. As the final breath passed, the token emitted a radiant light, enveloping Lu Xuanga and Zhao Fan, and subsequently transporting them out of the beast realm. Daoji Sect, Daoang Peak, Back Mountain. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Reward, Ancient Bodhi Tea Tree. Accompanied by a mechanical voice resonating in his mind. Qin Tianyang opened his eyes while reclining in a lounge chair, his gaze piercing through the void. A subtle smile graced his lips, his expression one of contentment. The 2 little ones had proven their worth and lived up to his expectations. He then retrieved the reward from the system, a Bodhi tree, and planted it beside the lounge chair. The ancient Bodhi tea tree exuded an aura of grandeur, embodying the essence of the great path. Its robust trunk resembled a coiling dragon, while the deep brown bark bore mysterious patterns, enigmatic and profound. The branches twisted and turned, reaching out in all directions, each adorned with lush green leaves. Some branches even bore fruits, the size of a fist, which, to a cultivator, seemed irresistibly enticing, evoking a sense of longing. As the gentle breeze swept through, the branches swayed, producing a soft rustling sound. Qin Tianyang took out a finely crafted tea set, plucked a few tender green leaves, and retrieved some moonlight spirit spring he had previously acquired. Soon, an intoxicating fragrance wafted from the Bodhi tea, quickly permeating the surrounding air. This aroma possessed a magical quality, uplifting the spirit and invigorating the mind. Qin Tianyang lifted the teacup, first inhaling the fragrant steam with gentle reverence, before slightly parting his lips to take a delicate sip of the Bodhi tea. Ah, quite delightful. His eyes sparkled with intrigue. A mere sip had enhanced his comprehension of the myriad paths, albeit not significantly. Soon after, Qin Tianyang plucked a ripe, golden-hued Bodhi fruit. He then reclined leisurely, alternating between sips of Bodhi tea and bites of the fruit. Outside the secret realm of the Yuan beasts, the disciples from various sects who had persevered until the end made their appearances. Out of 500 who entered the trials of the Yuan beast secret realm, fewer than 100 managed to endure until the conclusion. This, however, did not imply that the remaining 400 had all perished. A portion had opted to shatter their tokens to ensure their survival and exit the realm. On the luminous screen, Daoji Sect claimed the top position, securing first place. When Lu Xuanga and his companions emerged, the elders from the prominent factions present were left in astonishment. Prior to the trials, they had speculated that Daoji Sect's performance might be less than stellar. Yet the reality before them was a resounding contradiction, as they achieved first place with the cultivation level of the 6th layer of the primordial spirit. The crowd expressed profound admiration. A sacred ground is indeed a sacred ground, marked by formidable strength and deep-rooted heritage. Following Daoji Sect were Taiji Sect with 15,813 points, Jiang Clan with 7,825 points. Shindao Sect and Gi Sword Sect both with 7,631 points, and Xinxia Sect with 7,499 points. Meanwhile, the Hunyuan Xingyi Sect recorded a dismal score of 0. Gu Xiu, why did you not slay an additional Yuan beast? Even a single point more would have sufficed. Chongqing, upon your return, I shall provide you with specialized training. The results of your team equaled those of Shindao Sect. After the final results were announced, Gu Dashan and Zhou De expressed dissatisfaction at the identical scores. Gu Xiao and Li Chaqing exchanged glances, sharing a bitter smile that reflected their helplessness. Their master has been engaged in this struggle for half a lifetime, with neither side willing to concede. Nevertheless, the bond between the two is rather strong. Otherwise, they would not dare to collaborate in the realm of the primordial beasts. Qin Tianyang recounted the most recent events that transpired in the primordial beast secret realm to Qin Tianyang. After listening, Qin Tianyang fell into a moment of silence before speaking. This young man's talent is indeed astonishing. Should you contend with him and face defeat, it is no shame. Meanwhile, the ever-prepared Jiang Yuan, upon hearing of Lu Xuan's exploits in the primordial beast secret realm, was left utterly astounded. He reflected inwardly, realizing that the Daoji Sect was poised to monopolize the eastern wilderness this time. He stepped forward and congratulated Mo Tianyang, saying, "Congratulations, Brother Mo, on your esteemed sect's triumph." Mo Tianyang responded with a smile, "Brother Jiang, your Jiang family has also performed admirably, securing third place." Jiang Yuan chuckled heartily, acknowledging the commendable performance of his disciples. However, he thought of Ma Mo and cautioned, "Brother Mo, be wary of Ma Mo's potential underhanded tactics. This trial has seen the complete annihilation of the disciples from the Xuanchen Sect, and his grandson, Ma Lang, was among them. He is unlikely to let this go unpunished. Particularly concerning is Lin Yu, the newly accepted disciple of the Xuanchen Sect's master. One cannot dismiss the possibility of their sect taking retaliatory actions." Upon hearing this, Mo Tianyang snorted coldly and replied, "Junior brother Lu has informed me of the entire situation. It was the Xuanchen Sect that initiated hostilities first. He expressed that the Dao Extreme Sect harbors no fear towards the mysterious Unity Form and Intent Sect, asserting that all are sacred lands, and those with courage should dare to challenge." Subsequently, Mo Tianyang bid farewell to Jiang Yuan and, accompanied by his disciples, returned to the Dao Extreme Sect. Chapter 53. The arrival of Ma Mo in the vast and boundless void, a colossal warship, reminiscent of a towering mountain, sped through the cosmos with remarkable velocity. On board, Mo Tianyang's smile was uncontainable, a testament to the significant gains achieved by the Dao Extreme Sect. Even the least of the disciples had ascended to the fourth layer of the nascent soul realm, while Fang Jun and Song Jia had both stepped into the sixth layer. As for Zhao Fan, despite his current standing at the fourth layer, his combat prowess rivaled that of an individual newly entering the ninth layer. Lu Xuanhe, without a doubt, had surpassed expectations, particularly after his frenzied hunt for primordial beasts alongside Zhao Fan during the final 4 hours, resulting in the absorption of dozens of nascent soul orbs. It was only when they approached the pinnacle of the sixth layer that the orbs ceased to be of any further utility. "Brother, do you think Ma Mo will come seeking vengeance?" Zhao Fan suddenly inquired. The other disciples, upon hearing this, could not help but change their expression slightly. Their eyes filled with apprehension. They were not concerned for themselves, but rather worried about the peril to Lu Xuan's life. Lu Xuanhe had slain Ma Lang in pursuit of vengeance for them. Upon departing from the Yuan Beast secret realm, they learned from Elder Mo that Ma Lang was, in fact, the sole grandson of Ma Mo, the fourth elder of the Xuanchen Sect. It was highly probable that he would come after them, Lu Xuanhe remarked. Did not Elder Mo mention that Ma Mo left the Yuan Beast Mountains prematurely following Lin Yu's demise? He must have made preparations in advance. We should hasten to inform the sect for assistance," another exclaimed. "Indeed, we cannot allow Uncle Lu to fall into their clutches. The consequences would be unimaginable. If we are unable to withstand the retaliation from the Xuanchen Sect, I am willing to substitute for Uncle Lu," a 16-year-old disciple boldly declared, his gaze resolute and demeanor unwavering. "I too, for were it not for Uncle Lu, I would have likely been eliminated long ago," a young woman echoed, with others soon joining in agreement. Lu Xuanhe felt deeply moved by their words. He then offered them a reassuring smile and gently said, "Dear disciples, have you forgotten about Uncle He? Uncle Lu's Uncle He?" The group paused momentarily, then recalled the Elder He who had once evoked caution from the sect leader and the elders within the Grand Hall. Indeed, how could we forget Elder He? He possesses the strength of the ninth heaven of the Tongtian realm. Elder He was considerably more formidable than Elder Mo. With Elder He safeguarding Uncle Lu, they should be safe. The very thought of Elder He's presence invigorated the young disciples. When the sect leader had learned that Elder He was a puppet left by Qin Tianyang, he had instructed everyone to refer to him as Elder He. "Rest assured, young master, Elder He will undoubtedly protect you and the second young master," Lu Xuanha heard Elder Hei's voice echo in his mind, and he nodded slightly. Ever since the Daoji Sect had arrived at the Yuan Beast Mountains, Elder Hei had remained hidden, serving as one of their concealed trump cards. An entity of the ninth heaven in the Tongtian realm is akin to that of a sect leader within a sacred domain. To contend with them would necessitate the mobilization of several individuals of equal caliber or the summoning of a transcendent sage who had begun to approach the Tao. This was also the reason for Mo Tianyang's unwavering composure. Half an hour later, the Daoji Sect's warship traversed through the void when suddenly the surrounding space warped, and an enigmatic grand formation enveloped the warship and the immediate vicinity. Boom! The warship abruptly accelerated, striving to break free from the mysterious array. Yet, after a resounding crash, the grand formation remained unscathed, and the warship remained ensnared within it. Mo Tianyang, cease your struggles, surrender Lu Xuanha and Zhao Fan, and you may yet spare your lives. A dark figure emerged, revealing itself to be Ma Mo. He wore an arrogant expression as he glared furiously at Lu Xuanha. This man was responsible for the death of his only grandson, a tragedy that had befallen him merely during a training expedition in the primordial beast's secret realm. Now, the opportunity for vengeance lay before him, and Ma Mo's heart raced with excitement. Ma Mo, do you intend to incite a war between the two sects? How dare you ambush my Daoji Sect? Mo Tianyang exclaimed, his form flashing to the bow of the ship to confront Ma Mo. You should be well aware of the deeds committed by Lu Xuanha of your Daoji Sect, Ma Mo retorted. This man is a bloodthirsty killer, mercilessly slaying the innocent. If he is not dealt with, he may very well stray into the path of darkness. Enough of your nonsense. Mo Tianyang barked in anger. It was your grandson, Ma Langxian, who orchestrated the ambush against my Daoji Sect disciples, prompting Brother Lu to retaliate. In response to Ma Mo's slander, Lu Xuanha remained as calm as a still pond, displaying no signs of agitation. The other disciples of the Daoji Sect, however, seethed with fury, their eyes ablaze. This old man had a knack for distorting truth and blurring the lines of right and wrong. Very well, do not blame me for being impolite. Ma Mo clapped his hands, and four figures emerged from behind him, law enforcement elders of the Hunyuan Xingyi sect, each possessing the formidable cultivation of the ninth heavenly realm. What? Mo Tianyang gasped in astonishment. Ma Mo had brought forth four ninth heavenly realm experts. Ma Mo laughed heartily. Who else besides you could possibly withstand the might of these four? When Lin Yu's life token shattered, Ma Mo realized the severity of the situation. Lin Yu was a newly accepted disciple of the sect leader, perishing in the primordial beast's secret realm. Thus, he hurried back to the sect to plead for forgiveness, expressing his willingness to atone by leading the four law enforcers to eliminate Lu Xuanha. Boom! A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Mo Tianyang's eyes as he acted without hesitation, his figure darting forward like lightning, with a gust of wind trailing behind him, charging towards the four law enforcers of the Hunyuan Xingyi sect, evidently intent on eliminating them before turning his attention to Ma Mo. However, a shadow appeared before Mo Tianyang. Swift as a specter, it was none other than Ma Mo. A slight smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth, revealing a hint of disdain. Mo Tianyang, let us engage in a duel first. Upon uttering these words, Ma Mo's aura surged dramatically, the formidable power of the fifth level of the celestial realm fully unleashed. You four, swiftly eliminate Lu Xian. The four law-enforcing elders of the mixed Yuan form intense sect unleashed their full strength. In an instant, a dazzling array of colors erupted, as all four executed their fierce techniques, launching a relentless assault on the Dao Extreme Sect's warship. Buzz! The ship's body shimmered with formations, and a protective light enveloped the vessel as several defensive arrays emerged, successfully blocking the assault. Haha, Ma Mo, have you forgotten that our Dao Extreme Sect's warship is a sacred artifact? Mo Tianyang's laughter echoed through the void. Higi, you rejoice too soon. Do you truly believe I am unprepared? The four law-enforcing elders of the mixed Yuan form intense sect drew forth their weapons. Whoosh! For weapons radiated astonishing power, clashing against the Dao Extreme Sect's warship. What? For sacred artifacts? Mo Tianyang exclaimed in disbelief. Chapter 54. The Black Behemoth strikes beneath the Emperor's Dao armaments. Sacred artifacts reign supreme. Moreover, Emperor's Dao armaments are exceedingly rare, only possessed by forces of the Holy Land level. Typically, the Emperor's Dao armaments are regarded as the last resort of the Holy Land and are not easily employed. Thus, the strongest weapons openly wielded by Holy Land forces are sacred artifacts. For instance, this warship of the Dao Extreme Sect is a primary sacred artifact. However, It is an aerial sacred artifact, excelling in defense and speed rather than offense. Yet at this moment, the four elders of the mixed Yuan form intent sect unveiled four offensive sacred artifacts. Even though Mo Tianyang was somewhat prepared for this eventuality, he was still taken aback by the audacity of the mixed Yuan form intent sect. Haha, Mo Tianyang. How will your worship withstand the combined assault of our four sacred artifacts? Ma Mo boasted, laughing arrogantly. Previously, within the mixed Yuan Great Hall, the sect leader permitted him to redeem himself after his transgressions. For added assurance, he dispatched four revered elders of the 9th level to assist him and provided him with four primary sacred artifacts, specifically to target the Dao Extreme Sect's sacred worship. Mo Tianyang's expression shifted dramatically. Ma Mo, do you not fear the news of your assault on the Dao Extreme Sect spreading? I am one of the four elders of the Dao Extreme Sect, and some of these disciples are the direct disciples of our lineage's master, and even the sect leader's personal disciples. If you kill us, do you not fear igniting a war among the Holy Lands? At these words, Ma Mo's expression twisted into a grimace, his gaze turning cold and sinister. What about the death of my grandson? What of Lin Yu's death? He was also a direct disciple of our sect leader. Have you all gone mad in the mixed Yuan form intent sect? There exists an unwritten rule among the various sects that the older generation must not intervene in the conflicts of the younger generation. Mo Tianyang reprimanded sharply. Ma Mo sneered. Mo Tianyang, oh Mo Tianyang. Even now, you still wish to engage in cunning games with me. Are you attempting to buy time? Do you think your message has been disseminated? Upon hearing this, Mo Tianyang retrieved his message token, but his expression instantly shifted to one of horror. You cannot truly believe I would be foolish enough to make a grand display of coming to eliminate you, he retorted. Seeing Mo Tianyang's pallor, Ma Mo felt a surge of satisfaction. To speak plainly, I have also brought with me a set of confinement formations, specifically designed to prevent your escape and the leakage of information. Thus, even if the disciples of the Daoji Sect suspect us, they will possess no evidence to prove our involvement. Ma Mo brimmed with pride. It was the sect leader's foresight that had equipped him with an unparalleled formation before his departure. The formation was known as the Celestial Sealing Formation. This formation had two primary functions. Firstly, it obstructed celestial secrets, rendering it impossible for the outside world to discern matters within the formation, and those inside were unable to transmit messages. Secondly, it ensnared enemies. The interior of the Great Formation was impervious, impenetrable to those beneath the 9th heaven of the celestial realm. Countless foes of the mixed Yuan form school had met their demise when ensnared by this formation. With no means of escape, these adversaries ultimately perished under the siege of the mixed Yuan form school's formidable practitioners. To escape, one would need either a being of the 9th heaven of the celestial realm or a transcendent sage to intervene, or the individual who activated the formation to use the array disc to close it. Is this truly all your tricks? Mo Tianyang's previously dark demeanor transformed. Now, his countenance was as calm as still water, devoid of any fear, a smile gracing his lips. Ma Mo frowned and inquired, what do you mean? What scheme are you concocting now? Although he was perplexed by Mo Tianyang's sudden tranquility, he was determined to avoid any flaws in his plan. Thus, he promptly commanded the four law enforcement elders to immediately assault the Daoji worship and eradicate all disciples of the Daoji Sect. As for Mo Tianyang, he would handle him personally. The four law enforcement elders of the mixed Yuan form school formed hand seals. In an instant, the brilliance of four holy artifacts, sword, blade, spear, and staff radiated fiercely. The flashes of sword and blade intertwined, while the shadows of spear and staff flickered ominously. As the attacks descended, Mo Tianyang remained composed, displaying no concern, as if the individuals aboard the warship were not disciples of the Daoji Sect, pretending to be mysterious. Ma Mo scoffed disdainfully. In a critical moment, a hand as massive as a mountain appeared without warning, effortlessly blocking the terrifying assaults of the four holy artifacts. With the emergence of this colossal hand, the surrounding space rippled, creating subtle waves. A towering, robust figure manifested, standing like an unshakable mountain. This individual was the Black Elder, who had long been silently safeguarding everyone. The Black Elder finally made his move. His strength was formidable, easily countering the four holy artifacts with a mere flick of his wrist. Upon the appearance of Heida, a wave of joy swept over the crew aboard the warship. They had encountered the eldest and second sons. Heida first inclined his head in respectful greeting to Lu Xuanhe and Zhao Fan. Hey Shu, Lu Xuanhe responded with a subtle nod. Zhao Fan, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Hey Shu, obliterate them. The unexpected arrival of Heida took Ma Mo completely by surprise. This individual had concealed himself in the shadows, completely eluding his awareness. He cautiously spoke, "Who are you? When did the Daoji Sect come to have a figure like you?" In response to Ma Mo's inquiry, the imposing figure remained utterly indifferent, seemingly disregarding the question entirely. Boom! He brazenly struck. A colossal black hand, vast enough to obscure the sky, suddenly emerged, exuding tremendous power as it descended upon the 4 enforcement elders. These 4 elders of the primordial form intent sect were filled with terror, attempting to retaliate with their sacred artifacts. Bang, 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 with a series of explosive sounds. The elders were unable to even utter a cry of despair before being reduced to a swirling mist of crimson blood, scattering through the air. The scent of blood quickly permeated the surroundings, rendering the scene utterly gruesome. The 4 primary sacred artifacts were also seized by the black figure. Ma Mo felt a jolt of shock coursing through him, his eyes wide with disbelief. This individual possessed an overwhelming murderous intent, offering no opportunity for dialogue. I must flee quickly and seek aid from the sect leader. In the next instant, Ma Mo's figure flickered as he attempted to escape the formation. Noticing this, Mo Tianyang hastily exclaimed, "Black Elder, he intends to flee." The black figure, unfazed, lightly raised his hand, and the space around Ma Mo seemed to solidify instantly. Damn it! The Dao Extreme Sect harbors such a terrifying presence, and our primordial form intent sect remains utterly oblivious. Ma Mo's expression was one of dread as he struggled, feeling as though he were ensnared in a mire, unable to move. The black figure slowly raised his hand, a terrifying force coalescing within his palm. As the colossal hand descended, Ma Mo resigned himself to defeat. Just as the hand was about to strike him mercilessly, a cold, ruthless voice imbued with boundless authority reverberated through the space like thunder. What a group of inept fools. In the end, it falls to me to intervene personally. Chapter 55. The turn of events. The figure of a middle-aged man coalesced before Ma Mo left Fei Yang, clad in an azure robe adorned with cloud patterns. Bore eyes akin to the cold stars of a deep night sky, shimmering with an infinite majesty that rendered him impossible to gaze upon directly. He stood there, resembling an insurmountable mountain, imposing immense pressure upon all who beheld him. Left Fei Yang extended his right palm, colliding with the colossal black hand unleashed by Heida. A deafening roar erupted, and in its wake, the black hand vanished, leaving Left Fei Yang unmoved in his place, while behind him, Ma Mo appeared utterly stunned. Left Fei Yang. Mo Tianyang's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed. Left Fei Yang, the contemporary patriarch of the Xuanchen Sect, was a figure of equal renown to the leader of the Daoji Sect. Both were at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the celestial realm, on the brink of grasping the principles of the universe, mere steps away from transcending into the carefree realm. Patriarch, you have arrived. The previously despondent Ma Mo, upon witnessing Left Fei Yang's appearance, shed his earlier desolation, his spirit rejuvenated. Though he could not fathom the reason for the patriarch's presence, he was elated to find hope in dire straits. Who among them would wish for death when survival was within reach? Fortunately, I left a trace of my spirit with you as a safeguard against unforeseen circumstances. Otherwise, you all would likely have perished here, Left Fei Yang remarked, casting a casual glance at Ma Mo before shifting his gaze toward Mo Tianyang, who stood on high alert, bracing for an impending confrontation. He shifted his gaze towards Lu Shuanga and Zhao Fan, 2 individuals who had long captured his attention. After his appearance, the other disciples of the Daoji Sect were overwhelmed with pressure, barely managing to hold themselves upright. In contrast, these 2, while not entirely impervious to the weight of his presence, appeared significantly more at ease. Remarkably, they even dared to scrutinize him in return. How intriguing. A glimmer of insight crossed Zhao Fei Yang's eyes. These 2 must indeed be Lu Shuanga and Zhao Fan, as mentioned by Ma Mo. No wonder they were capable of confronting someone from a vastly superior realm. Their composure alone was enough to render Lin Yu utterly insignificant. It is no surprise that Lin Yu met his demise at his hands. If he were to accept disciples endowed with such extraordinary talents, the Xuanchen Sect would rise to prominence under his guidance. One day, the Xuanchen Sect would undoubtedly surpass the other 2 sacred grounds, claiming dominion over the eastern wilderness. Alas, these 2 individuals belong to the Daoji Sect and are destined to become formidable adversaries of the Xuanchen Sect. For the sake of the sect's future, he must eliminate them. Thus, He permitted Ma Emo to atone for his sins through merit and assigned him 4 law enforcement elders along with 4 sacred artifacts. He even entrusted him with the Jutian Feng Ling array, intending to keep this matter concealed, ensuring it proceeds in secrecy. There have been unsettling reports of a mysterious force roaming the continent, capturing exceptionally gifted individuals. Should the Daoji Sect inquire into the matter, it would provide an opportunity to attribute the incident to this enigmatic power. However, he must first resolve another troublesome issue. With this thought in mind, Zhuo Feiyang finally directed his gaze toward Heida. He raised an eyebrow slightly, possessing the cultivation of the 9th heaven of the celestial realm. Yet he had never heard of such a figure within the Dao Extreme sect. Who are you? Zhuo Feiyang inquired. At this moment, Mo Tian had already informed Heida of Zhuo Feiyang's identity. Upon hearing Zhuo Feiyang's name, Heida exhibited no reaction. What significance did the sect master of the primordial form intent sect hold? His master was the Dao Integration Emperor. Moreover, this individual had come for the young master and the second young master, so he would not afford any courteous demeanor. Thus, he declared, I am your black grandfather. At this proclamation, Zhuo Feiyang's smile froze. Mo Tianan was momentarily taken aback as well. Elder He possessed quite the personality. How audacious! How dare you speak to the sect master of the primordial form intent sect in such a manner? Ma Mo suddenly bellowed, emboldened by Zhuo Feiyang's presence. Boom! Heida abruptly struck, launching a punch directly at Ma Mo, causing Ma Mo's expression to change dramatically. However, the punch was blocked by Zhuo Feiyang, anger flickering in his eyes. Excellent! It had been a long time since someone had spoken to him in such a way. It had also been ages since anyone had been so brazen before him. Zhuo Feiyang's gaze sharpened, and he decisively retaliated. His cultivation in the 9th heaven of the celestial realm fully unleashed, carrying a torrential intent to kill as he charged at Heida. Heida showed no signs of retreat, snorting coldly as he met the challenge head-on. The sounds of battle echoed continuously, with both combatants unleashing lethal strikes. You possess such strength. Zhuo Feiyang exclaimed in astonishment, his clothes now stained with blood. He did not anticipate that the strength of the Dark One was scarcely inferior to that of his own true form. He now exists merely as a corporeal form condensed from spiritual energy, at best regarded as a mere avatar. Curse it! Left Feiyang inwardly cursed, realizing his miscalculation. Who could have anticipated that the Dao Extremity sect would dispatch a figure at the pinnacle of the 9th heaven of the celestial realm? Such individuals are but a step away from the transcendental realm, typically immersing themselves in the forbidden grounds of their sects to comprehend the grand Dao and strive to ascend. Once they reach the transcendental realm, the saints of each sect engage in profound insights, generally remaining secluded unless their sect faces annihilation. Bang! Caught off guard. Left Feiyang was sent flying by a punch from Heida, his complexion growing increasingly pallid. Heida showed no signs of relenting, his assaults becoming ever more ferocious. Left Feiyang's injuries deepened, making it increasingly arduous to withstand Heida's relentless onslaught. Gradually, fissures began to appear all over his body, his spiritual form nearing collapse. Boom! Ultimately, Heida unleashed a devastating punch, shattering Left Feiyang's spiritual form. Sectmaster! Ma Mo exclaimed in despair upon witnessing this. Who on earth is this person, and how does he possess such terrifying power? Ma Mo was plunged into utter hopelessness, as even the arrival of the sect master's spiritual form was rendered futile. Bang! Heida delivered a fatal blow, silencing him, and subsequently located the formation plate to deactivate the absolute heaven-sealing formation. Mo Tianyang approached Heida respectfully, expressing gratitude. Thank you, Elder He. Heida waved his hand dismissively, as his task was solely to protect Lu Xian and Hier. He then vanished into the void. With the crisis finally averted, Mo Tianyang exerted all his efforts to pilot the warship back to the Dao Extremity sect. At the Xuanchen sect, within a resplendent hall adorned with intricate carvings and gilded brilliance, Left Feiyang abruptly opened his eyes, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. His complexion immediately turned slightly pale. His breath unsteady. Damn it! What on earth transpired? How could even the spiritual form inhabiting Ma Mo dissipate? The absolute heaven-sealing formation was originally devised to prevent the Dao Extremity sect from fleeing and transmitting messages. Unexpectedly, it became an obstacle, hindering his own spiritual form from conveying information. Now, he is utterly in the dark regarding the events that unfolded. A self-inflicted wound. Moreover, the sect has suffered the loss of 4 sacred artifacts, an entire formation, for 9th-level law enforcement elders, and one fifth-level elder, Ma. Such substantial losses would undoubtedly invite criticism, even for him as the sect master. Some may seize the opportunity to voice their grievances, and it is likely that the ancestor will inquire into this matter. Contemplating this, left Fei Yang's expression darkened like a stormy sea. Chapter 56. Reward. Bestowal of treasures at the Dao Extremity Sect. Within the Grand Hall, the sect master sat in the main seat, flanked by other lineage masters and elders. They had long been aware of the news. Tianyang and his companions had successfully retaliated against Fei Yang, Lingshan, and Ma Imo moments later. Tianyang led Lu Xuanhe and others into the Grand Hall. Elder He and Elder Si, your efforts have been invaluable. The success of this trial in the Yuan B's secret realm is greatly owed to you. The Daoji Sect master rose, paused for a moment, and continued, Elder He. This is the token for our sect's forbidden area, the Enlightenment Cliff. With this token, you shall have 3 opportunities to enter the Enlightenment Cliff and comprehend the Great Dao. He then handed a token to Elder He. Without a change in expression, Elder He accepted the token, his demeanor calm as he nodded in gratitude. Elder Mo. This is an extraordinary treasure. I believe it aligns perfectly with your cultivation technique, so I have decided to reward it to you on this occasion. The Daoji Sect master then produced a long blade, which caused the temperature in the entire hall to plummet. The blade, approximately 3 feet in length, was a deep, lustrous black, emanating an intense chill. Upon hearing this, Tianyang shifted his gaze to the blade, a flicker of fervor igniting in his eyes. The weapon he wielded was merely a superior magical artifact, though it was only a slight tier below a peerless treasure. However, the potency of the two was not to be compared. Moreover, a peerless treasure possessed a certain chance of advancing to a sacred weapon. In the realm of Xuanchen, the hierarchy of weaponry is classified from highest to lowest as follows: Emperor's Dao weapons, sacred weapons, magical artifacts, spiritual treasures, celestial grade weapons, earth grade weapons, mysterious grade weapons, and yellow grade weapons. He reached out to grasp the long blade, and in that instant, a surge of formidable strength coursed through his arm and into his being, causing his robes to billow as if stirred by an unseen wind, while his martial arts instinctively commenced their flow. What a magnificent sword! Tianyang sheathed the blade and stood upright, respectfully bowing to the sect leader. Thank you for your generous gift, esteemed leader. Thereafter, the sect leader cast his gaze upon Lu Xuanhe and the others, lingering most upon Lu Xuanhe and Zhao Fan. He smiled gently and remarked, Junior Brother Lu and Junior Brother Zhao, it is thanks to your extraordinary contributions that our Daoji Sect has achieved first place this time. Here are the exclusive tokens for the trial peak. You are entitled to 10 complimentary opportunities each month to enter one of the trial grounds for your training. The sect master of Daoji presented 2 tokens to Lu Xuanhe and Zhao Fan. Access to the various trial grounds on the trial peak requires a certain number of merit points for entry. Only newly admitted disciples to the sect are granted 3 free opportunities to access the trial grounds. Each month, they have a considerable amount of time to visit the trial peak, rendering their access virtually free of charge. A flicker of excitement crossed the eyes of the two as they exclaimed in unison, Thank you, Sect Master. Subsequently, the Sect Master of Daoji rewarded Lu Xuanhe and Zhao Fan each with 5 Dragon Tiger pills and 50,000 high-grade spirit stones. Meanwhile, Feng Jun, Song Jia, and others were granted 3 opportunities each month to enter the trial peak free of charge, along with 1 Dragon Tiger pill and 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. After the rewards were distributed, the disciples departed in haste. Heda led Lu Xuanhe and Zhao Fan away from the Grand Hall towards Daoyang Peak. At this moment, the atmosphere within the hall shifted from its previous levity to a solemn seriousness. The sect master of Daoji, with a frigid gaze, spoke in a deep voice, Fei Yang, a formidable being at the 9th level of the celestial realm, actually sent his spiritual avatar to orchestrate an ambush against our Daoji disciples. Had Elder He not intervened to shatter Fei Yang's spiritual avatar, the consequences would have been dire. Brother Dao Yuan, this matter cannot simply be brushed aside. If the elder generations of various factions act recklessly against the younger generation due to past grievances, what kind of order does that establish? From henceforth, which sect would dare to allow their disciples to venture out for training? Dao Yuanzi exclaimed in indignation. Indeed, Brother Dao Yuan speaks true. Dao Huangzi, his face contorted with rage, added, If we do not address this matter appropriately, we can only hope that our disciples return unscathed from their training. Dao Huangzi, who often engaged in verbal sparring with Dao Yuanzi, raised both hands in agreement on this issue. I too lend my support. A cool voice chimed in. As Dao Lingzi concurred, her delicate brows furrowed, and her previously serene countenance bore a hint of anger. It was initially Ma Lang who harmed her disciple Song Jia and others. Lu Shidi's actions were merely in retaliation. Yet it resulted in the involvement of the sect master and elders of the Hunyuan Xingyi sect. However, it appeared that the true losses were sustained by the Hunyuan Xingyi sect itself. Dao Xuanzai, who had remained silent, hesitated, pondering the situation. Zhuo Feiyang had destroyed the spiritual avatar, and the fourth elder Ma Imo along with 4 law enforcement elders had perished, most critically. They had lost 4 sacred artifacts and an unparalleled trapping formation. Dao Xuanzai, what do you mean by that? Were it not for Elder Hei's presence, perhaps Elder Mo and the others would have already met with misfortune. Dao Yuanzi glared at Dao Xuanzai. Brother Dao Yuan, you misunderstand me. Dao Xuanzai said with a wry smile, responding helplessly, what I mean is, they might proactively seek us out. Dao Huangzi, filled with righteous fury, retorted, they dare. I refuse to believe they still have any justification. Meanwhile, at Daoyang Peak, Heide guided Lu Xuanhe and Zhao Fan to the back mountain. Qin Tianyang remained reclined on a bamboo chair, now accompanied by a grand tree nearby. The 3 of them bowed to their master. Qin Tianyang opened his eyes, revealing a myriad of transformations as the origins of the heavens revolved within his gaze. Excellent. You have not brought me shame. He glanced at Lu Xuanhe and Zhao Fan, both of whom had experienced tremendous growth after undergoing the trials of the beastly secret realm. As disciples, it was their duty to honor the cultivation bestowed upon them by their esteemed master. Lu Xuanhe and Zhao Fan responded with utmost respect. Master, upon our return to the Daoji Sect, an attack was launched against the eldest and second young masters. As these words were spoken, the atmosphere seemed to freeze momentarily. Qin Tianyang furrowed his brow, only to gradually relax thereafter. His divine consciousness would only awaken in moments of life and death peril, remaining dormant otherwise. The absence of its activation signified that he could manage on his own. Who were they? The spiritual embodiment of Zhuo Feiyang, the leader of the Hunyuan Xingyi sect, along with Ma Imo, the 4th elder, and 4 law enforcement elders. They bore 4 sacred artifacts and a peerless confinement array. He took out the 4 sacred artifacts and the array plates of the celestial sealing spirit array. Qin Tianyang stowed away the array plates, contemplating the 4 sacred artifacts before him. After a moment of reflection, he gently waved his hand, causing the artifacts to levitate in the air. With his right hand extended, a terrifying divine flame shot forth from his fingertips, enveloping the 4 sacred artifacts. Master, is this for forging? Lu Xuanhe and the others inquired, puzzled. As the temperature of the divine flame escalated, the artifacts gradually began to melt, eventually coalescing into a mass of molten metal. It seemed as though a pair of colossal hands were at work, slowly shaping the liquid into a circular sacred artifact embryo. The embryo began to emit light, its radiance intensifying, prompting Lu Xuanhe and the others to instinctively close their eyes. 15 minutes later, the brilliance subsided, revealing that the original artifact embryo had transformed into a pair of gauntlets exuding formidable pressure. The aura of these gauntlets far exceeded that of the previous artifacts. Qin Tianyang gazed upon the floating gauntlets with satisfaction. Indeed, their grade had reached the pinnacle of sacred artifacts. These gauntlets are bestowed upon you. They floated before Heide, who, upon a glance, found himself enamored with the pair. He has always favored a style that emphasizes direct confrontation, and these gloves can be deemed tailor-made for him. Thank you for bestowing this treasure upon me, my master. Heikong knelt on one knee, his expression filled with excitement and joy. Master, this is the token granted by the sect leader of the Dao Sect, which allows entry to the Enlightenment Cliff 3 times. Heikong produced the token and handed it to Qin Tianyang. After examining the token, Qin Tianyang returned it to Heikong, saying, since it is meant for you, you should keep it. Heikong, being a mere puppet, not only possesses his own consciousness but is also capable of cultivation. Suddenly, Qin Tianyang's demeanor shifted as he regarded Lu Xuanhe and Zhao Fan, declaring, the matter of your assassination attempt is far from over. I shall ensure that Zhuo Feiyang is thoroughly eliminated. Merely the death of a spirit body will not quell my fury over Zhuo Feiyang's attack on my disciples. With that, Qin Tianyang tore through the space and stepped into it, vanishing from sight. Chapter 57, Zhuo Feiyang's Demise. Disturbing the Ancestor. The Hunyuan Xingyi Sect, one of the 3 sacred grounds in the eastern wilderness, is situated in the southeastern region, occupying the most spiritually enriched Hunyuan mountain range. The Hunyuan mountain range is vast and boundless, covering over 10,000 miles. From a distance, one can see several towering peaks piercing the clouds, seemingly connecting with the heavens, making it difficult to glimpse their complete forms. Along the mountain slopes, resplendent palaces adorned with intricate carvings and jade constructs are built into the terrain. One of the high peaks resembles a colossal sword thrusting into the sky, perpetually shrouded in mist, akin to a white silk ribbon tied around the mountainside. This is the main peak of the Hunyuan mountain range, Hunyuan Peak, where the main hall of the Xuanchen Sect, the Hunyuan Hall, is located. At this moment, within the Hunyuan Hall, Xuanchen sat alone in the principal seat, his countenance exceedingly grim, with a flicker of wrath evident in his eyes. During the recent assembly, he faced vehement criticism from the Grand Elder and the Third Elder regarding the significant losses suffered by the Xuanchen Sect. Their words offered him no respect as the sect leader. While it was true that the incident stemmed from his lack of foresight, his intentions were noble, aimed at ensuring the assassination of Lu Xuanhe and others would be flawlessly executed, all for the sake of the sect. A glint of severity crossed Xuanfei's eyes. The Grand Elder's motives did not lie in the losses incurred, but rather in undermining his position as sect leader. Years ago, the Grand Elder had contended for the sect leader's role, and Xuanfei had narrowly triumphed, ascending as the new leader of the Xuanchen Sect, while the Grand Elder had taken over the previous Grand Elder's position, becoming the current Grand Elder of the sect. Yet, the Grand Elder remained resentful and had been biding his time in the shadows, seeking an opportunity. Feiyang, I am already aware of this matter. An ancient voice resonated throughout the hall. An elderly man, frail and with hair as white as snow, appeared within the hall. So Feiyang rose, the displeasure in his eyes momentarily dissipating. He approached the elder and bowed, saying, "Master, you have indeed emerged from seclusion?" This individual was the revered master of Xuanfei, one of the ancestors of the Xuanchen Sect, who had long been in isolation within a forbidden realm. His cultivation had reached the third level of the Xianyo realm. Xuanchen furrowed his brow slightly, remarking, "Feiyang, you have been rather reckless this time. Whether it is for avenging your disciple or eliminating those two prodigies from the Daoji Sect, you ought to deliberate carefully and devise a gradual strategy." Xuanfei lowered his head, remaining silent. Indeed, it had been an opportune moment. He had not only dispatched for law-enforcing elders and 4 sacred artifacts to Maimo, but he had also entrusted him with the formidable absolute celestial sealing array, capable of ensnaring cultivators below the 9th level of the Tongtian realm, to further ensure their safety. He had even fused his spiritual form with Maimo. With such an arrangement, failure was nearly impossible unless confronted by an equally formidable opponent at the 9th level of the Tongtian realm. Xuanfei raised his gaze to his master, saying, "Master, I underestimated the significance of Lu Xuanhe and Zhao Fan. I did not anticipate that the sect leader of the Daoji Sect would personally intervene to protect them." Due to the isolation imposed by the absolute celestial sealing array, Xuanfei remained unaware of the specifics, thinking that the sect leader was targeting his spiritual form. Now, he faced 2 pressing issues: how to mitigate the losses incurred and how to contend with the Daoji Sect. Xuanchen let out a faint sigh. Upon his words, both master and disciple fell into silence. However, in the next instant, a voice imbued with unfathomable authority echoed throughout the grand hall. "You must be Xuanfei." Suddenly, a fissure appeared in the space of the Hunyuan Hall, from which Qin Tianyang emerged, hands clasped behind his back. He fixed his gaze upon Xuanfei. This individual matched the memory image of Haida perfectly and possessed the cultivation of the 9th layer of the Tongtian realm. Without a doubt, he was the master of the Xuanchen Sect, Xuanfei. "Who are you?" Xuanchen and Xuanfei were both on high alert at the sudden appearance of Qin Tianyang. Xuanfei's expression was one of astonishment as he fully unleashed his cultivation at the 9th layer of the Tongtian realm. He could not see through this person's true essence. The individual exuded no aura, appearing as an ordinary man. Could he possibly be the carefree sage? Beside him, Xuanchen was even more astonished, his pupils contracting sharply. This person's power surpassed his own. Xuanchen spoke. "Might I inquire the purpose of your visit, esteemed elder? To intrude upon our Xuanchen Sect is somewhat inappropriate." Although Qin Tianyang's intentions seemed nefarious, this was the Xuanchen Sect, one of the 3 sacred lands of the eastern wilderness. They feared no one but the emperors. "I have come for him." Qin Tianyang pointed at Xuanfei. "Me?" Xuanfei appeared perplexed. Xuanchen was equally bewildered. unable to comprehend why Zhuo Feiyang warranted such a deliberate intrusion into their sect. Those who dare to harm my disciples must be prepared for death. What? Both Xuanchen and Zhuo Feiyang were taken aback, realizing that this man was none other than the master of Lu Xuanhe and Zhao Fan. This individual possessed at least the cultivation of the 4th level of the carefree realm, yet Xuanchen had never heard of anyone like him existing within the Daoji Sect. Could he be a genius hidden away by the Daoji Sect over the years? Without further ado, Qin Tianyang made his move. In an instant, he thrust a finger forward. Devoid of any fluctuations or aura. Bang! Zhuo Feiyang erupted into a mist of blood. Xuanchen was stunned, only regaining his senses when the warm droplets of blood fell upon his face. An enemy attack. There was a formidable foe invading. Activate defenses. Xuanchen vanished from his spot, his powerful spiritual energy broadcasting his voice throughout the Xuanchen sect, even awakening the numerous ancestors in the Forbidden Grounds. At Xuanchen's command, the layers of formidable formations within the Xuanchen sect were activated. Qin Tianyang appeared above the great hall of Hunyuan, where a terrifying array suddenly formed, enveloping him within. As the array glimmered, runes danced, emanating a dreadful might that exuded a potent killing intent, firmly locking onto Qin Tianyang. Many disciples were filled with terror, fleeing in all directions in search of safety. Since joining the Xuanchen sect, they had never encountered such a grave situation, their eyes brimming with fear. After all, who would dare to attack a sacred land? 5 ancestors of the Xuanchen sect descended, their terrifying auras saturating the atmosphere. One elder bellowed, "You Daoji Sect members are truly audacious. How dare you invade our Xuanchen sect and slay our sect master? Do you seek to incite conflict between our sects?" Just moments ago, Xuanchen had relayed everything to them. The oppressive presence of the Xuanchen sect's elders and the formations bore no effect on Qin Tianyang. Hearing this, he chuckled coldly, "Yet your sect master personally attacked my disciple. Do you not fear inciting conflict? Unable to contend with peers, you resort to sending your elders to attack, is that it?" The venerable elder was rendered speechless by the accusations. After a brief moment, he gritted his teeth and retorted, "Yet your disciple emerged unscathed while our sect has suffered grievously, for sacred artifacts lost, a complete formation dismantled, and 5 elders perished. You even dared to invade our domain and slay our sect leader. We have refrained from seeking retribution from your extreme Dao sect. And yet you audaciously come to our doorstep to commit further acts of violence. Today you shall remain within my Xuanchen sect." With a thunderous shout, he swiftly maneuvered the great formation, consolidating his offensive, and took the initiative to strike at Qin Tianyang. Chapter 58, The Great Battle, Submission. A terrifying beam of light materialized from the formation. Whoosh! The beam surged toward Qin Tianyang. He did not evade, allowing the beam to strike him directly. The elder controlling the formation flickered with a hint of menace in his gaze. Could it be that he is paralyzed by fear? The other 4 elders sneered in disdain. However, as the dust settled, Qin Tianyang stood unscathed. "What? I underestimated you." The elder was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure, preparing to continue commanding the formation to attack Qin Tianyang. How dull. Slowly, Qin Tianyang raised his hand, and a mysterious, ethereal light suddenly flickered in his palm. This light, seemingly faint, instantly expanded, transforming into chains of runes that shot toward various parts of the formation with blinding speed. The rune chains appeared to possess a consciousness of their own, swiftly ensnaring the formation's critical components. The formation began to tremble violently. After a moment, it settled into silence. "What have you done? You have actually seized control of the formation." The elder controlling the formation cried out in panic, as if he had encountered a specter. "Now this is intriguing." Qin Tianyang smiled gently, casting a spell seal. The formation began to operate at an alarming pace, manifesting countless beams of light in the void, as if capable of tearing apart space itself. "Now, you shall experience this for yourself." The terrifying beams surged toward the elder commanding the formation. Among the remaining 4, a somewhat portly elder's expression shifted, warning, "Be careful, Old Ma." This elder, referred to as Old Ma by the portly elder, was indeed a relative of Ma Mo, the most formidable figure within the Ma family, a faction of the Xuanchen sect. No wonder he harbored such murderous intent toward Qin Tianyang. Old Ma was filled with dread, unleashing several shadowy palm strikes in an attempt to block Qin Tianyang's assault. However, the power of the formation under Qin Tianyang's control was overwhelmingly formidable, effortlessly shattering the palm shadows before ruthlessly obliterating Old Ma. Old Ma. The remaining 4 elders exclaimed in sorrow and fury. Boom. The 4 of them simultaneously launched their attacks, fully unleashing their 6th-tier celestial energy. They summoned their weapons in unison, forming intricate seals with their hands. A torrent of murderous intent surged forth, overwhelming Qin Tianyang completely. Kill. The 4 sacred artifacts unleashed their divine might, enveloped in an ethereal aura of the great Dao. This individual must be quite youthful to provoke the joint efforts of 4 venerable ancestors. Do not be deceived by his appearance. He is undoubtedly an ancient fiend, merely adept at preserving his youthful visage. The combined presence of the 4 ancestors was terrifying. Even though their focus was solely on him, the residual power alone exerted immense pressure upon me. Surely, this individual is destined for annihilation. Beyond the battlefield, countless disciples of the Xuanchen sect buzzed with speculation, while numerous elders stood ready for confrontation. In an instant, the 4 sacred artifacts surged forth, laden with overwhelming intent to slay Qin Tianyang. Confronted with such a fearsome assault, Qin Tianyang remained impassive, his gaze steady. Slowly, he raised his right hand, and a colossal hand formed from gathered spiritual energy materialized in the void. What does he intend to do? I cannot believe he possesses strength beyond the 7th heaven of the carefree realm. The 7th heaven is a formidable threshold. How could it be so easily attained? Even in the face of death, he continues to feign composure. The 4 venerable ancestors sensed the calmness on Qin Tianyang's face, and an ominous premonition stirred within them. Yet they dared not believe it. The gigantic spiritual hand descended rapidly, grasping the 4 sacred weapons directly. The 4 were taken aback, desperately channeling their spiritual power in an attempt to break free. A mocking smile curled at the corners of Qin Tianyang's lips as he exerted a slight pressure. Crack! The 4 sacred weapons shattered like fragile porcelain. Instantly, the 4 suffered a backlash, blood spewing from their mouths. Then, with a mere grasp of the void, an invisible force enveloped the 4 ancestors, their bodies seeming to bear the weight of 1,000 pounds. Stop! A voice thundered, resonating through the heavens and earth. Yet, Qin Tianyang remained indifferent. Bang! 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 The 4 venerable ancestors exploded into a mist of blood. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence. All present stared in wide-eyed disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. An elderly man clad in gray appeared opposite Qin Tianyang, his fury palpable as he fixed his gaze upon him. Are you not being rather arrogant, having slaughtered several of our Xuanchen sect's ancestors in succession? The gray-clad elder was incensed, astonished that anyone would dare to strike against the Xuanchen sect. Had it not been for someone awakening him from his profound meditation, he would have remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. They sought to kill me. I merely retaliated, and thus I was compelled to eliminate them. Qin Tianyang replied in a calm tone, regarding the gray-clad elder with indifference. The elder glared furiously, stating, "Had you not attacked our Xuanchen sect first, they would never have moved against you. Su ancestor, the situation is as follows." Zhou Qian approached the elderly man in gray, who was none other than the Su he had spoken of, and upon noticing his bewilderment, proceeded to enlighten him regarding the situation. He was quite forthright, not even omitting the incident in which Zhuo had ambushed a disciple of the Daoji Sect. Perhaps he feared that concealing the truth would only exacerbate the matter further. Su had just been roused from his seclusion and remained unaware of the precise events that had transpired. He had only just awakened when he sensed that Qin Tianyang was targeting the venerable ancestors of the Xuanchen sect. After listening to what Zhuo Qian had recounted, his gaze flickered, and he fell into a contemplative silence. A moment later, he turned his attention to the upstanding Qin Tianyang and remarked, "Zhuo, as the leader of the Sacred Land sect, indeed acted wrongly by ambushing disciples of your Daoji sect. You are free to make any demands, and we of the Xuanchen sect will make amends. However, you should not have taken his life, nor should you have subsequently slain several venerable ancestors who sought to impede your departure." Upon hearing this, Qin Tianyang smiled. "You possess a keen sense of right and wrong. Nevertheless, one must bear the consequences of their misdeeds, and the price I exacted from him." He paused momentarily, his gaze suddenly sharp and filled with authority. "It is death. As for your accusation regarding my alleged murder of your esteemed ancestors, I pose this question. If someone were to kill you, what would be your response?" Upon hearing this, Su could not help but furrow his brow, realizing that this individual was indeed exceedingly domineering. He ceased to speak, his cultivation unfurling, the aura of the ninth heaven of the transcendent realm emanating powerfully, overwhelming the world. He prepared to suppress the individual before him with force. However, when Suzu turned his gaze towards Qin Tianyang, he discovered that the latter seemed entirely unaffected. Qin Tianyang bestowed upon him a smile, and in that moment, Suzu felt a shiver run down his spine, as if he were being scrutinized by a primordial beast. Suddenly, Suzu froze in place, as though someone were imparting a message directly to his mind. His pupils constricted sharply, and he hastily withdrew his imposing presence. When he looked at Qin Tianyang again, a hint of fear and reverence flickered in his eyes. The attempt on the disciple of the esteemed one was our fault. Their demise is a consequence of their own actions. I implore you to temper your wrath. Do you wish to refrain from striking me? Shall we test the waters? Qin Tianyang remarked with a smile. Suzu forced a smile in return. You jest, esteemed one. It is I who failed to recognize the mountain and unwittingly offended you. Qin Tianyang glanced towards a particular location within the forbidden grounds of the Xuanchen Sect, chuckling softly before retracting his gaze back to Suzu. Thanks to him, you have preserved your life. Following this, Qin Tianyang vanished into thin air. Chapter 59. Fear, the Path of Ruin. After Qin Tianyang departed, Suzu stood rooted to the spot, lost in silence. It was he. I recall now, it was indeed Suzu who had manifested in person. An observing elder pondered for a long while before suddenly exclaiming, his eyes brimming with excitement. Elder, who is Suzu? We have never heard of him. A nearby young disciple inquired curiously, and others echoed the sentiment. The elder surveyed the surrounding disciples and replied, How long have you been in the sect? How could you possibly know of Suzu? He has attained the ninth heaven of the transcendent realm, spending years in seclusion within the forbidden grounds. Wholly devoted to the path, aspiring solely to reach the level of the great emperor. Due to the passage of time, Suzu's true name is known only to a few venerable ancestors. Hence, he is referred to simply as Suzu. I, too, caught a distant glimpse of Suzu a millennium ago by chance. Had it not been for that ruckus, Suzu might not have revealed himself. One disciple expressed his astonishment. With such power, why would Suzu allow that person to escape? The elder hesitated for a moment before responding. Perhaps the other party is of the same realm. The only beings capable of making a ninth heaven transcendent retreat are those of equal standing or the great emperor himself. He believed that Qin Tianyang could only be at the pinnacle of the ninth realm of the free and unfettered stage. And it was utterly impossible for him to be an emperor. After all, the emergence of an emperor would inevitably trigger a terrifying heavenly tribulations, a fact known throughout the entire continent. The conversation between Qin Tianyang and Suzu was confined solely to the two of them, remaining unheard by others. Otherwise, if the elder were to catch wind of Suzu's address to Qin Tianyang, he would undoubtedly be taken aback. Once Suzu had steadied his mind, he turned his gaze towards the assembly below. The events of today must not be disclosed to anyone. Those who disobey this order shall be expelled from the sect. Although Left Fei Young and Elder Mamo's unauthorized attempt to eliminate our junior disciples is regrettable, the position of the sect leader must not remain vacant. As he spoke, Suzu's eyes flickered with contemplation, and after a brief moment of reflection, he swiftly made a decisive resolution. He cast his gaze upon the venerable elder of the Xuanchen Sect, Wu Dong, and proclaimed, You shall succeed me as the leader of our Xuanchen Sect. As for the vacant position of elder and the fourth elder, you may decide amongst yourselves. We shall diligently adhere to the edicts of Ancestor Su. The assembly echoed in unison, affirming his words. Although Elder Wu Dong's countenance remained grave, the flicker of excitement in his eyes betrayed his inner thoughts. The position of leader ultimately fell into his hands. Deep within the forbidden grounds of the Xuanchen Sect, at the entrance of a picturesque valley, Ancestor Su stood with a demeanor of utmost reverence. Ancestor, that individual has departed, and I have commanded that this matter must remain confidential. Despite Ancestor Su's esteemed cultivation and seniority, there were still those whom he referred to as Ancestor. Should this revelation reach the outside world, it would undoubtedly trigger a significant uproar. After a brief moment, a voice, imbued with profound weariness yet exuding immense authority, resonated. Well done. That individual is not one we can provoke. Henceforth, we must avoid inciting the Daoji Sect. Ancestor Su remarked, That person truly is, precisely as you envision. A sharp intake of breath escaped Su as he bowed respectfully before withdrawing. His complexion swiftly turned pale, and his body trembled involuntarily. At that moment, his back was drenched in cold sweat. Had it not been for the ancestral message he received, he might have already been on the path to reincarnation. In the valley, by a picturesque stream, there stood an ancient wooden cottage with a small courtyard in front. An elderly man, clad in simple garments and appearing quite frail, was leisurely weeding. However, the turmoil within him was evident in the depth of his weathered, murky eyes. He had just awakened from a deep slumber when suddenly, an intense gaze pierced through layers of space, casting its presence upon the small valley. Subsequently, he felt a terrifying aura locking onto him, as if any slight movement would result in his immediate demise. It is worth noting that, given his strength, the only entity capable of instilling such fear would be an emperor. The elderly man in the simple robe was lost in thought, his brow furrowing deeper with each passing moment. If someone had ascended to the realm of the emperor, their presence would undoubtedly be noticed by others. After all, the calamity brought forth by an emperor is overwhelmingly formidable, resonating across millions of miles of sky. If one were to claim that Qin Tianyang had previously succeeded in becoming an emperor, that too would raise questions. Those who have ascended to the emperor's realm seldom linger in the Xuanchen Continent, as the power of the great Dao is exceedingly scarce there. An emperor seeking advancement must venture into the cosmos, to places where the essence of the great Dao flourishes. This scarcity is also the reason why an emperor emerges in the Xuanchen Continent only once in several millennia. Consequently, it is improbable that Qin Tianyang is an outsider. Which emperor would choose to remain in a place devoid of the great Dao's abundance? The elderly man shook his head, deciding to let go of the confusion. The matter was settled, and that existence would likely refrain from troubling him or the Xuanchen Sect. After departing from the Xuanchen Sect, a subtle, imperceptible smile graced Qin Tianyang's lips. How intriguing. It turned out that the individual from the Xuanchen Sect was a remnant Dao practitioner. The so-called remnant Dao realm is a unique state situated between the ninth heaven of the free and unfettered realm and the Ming Dao realm, emperor, known to very few. Such individuals have experienced a failed ascension to the emperor's realm, yet miraculously survived. The power of the great path they have mastered has undergone a transformative change, yet it has not completely metamorphosed. Such individuals surpass even the ninth heaven of the carefree realm. A practitioner at the remnant Dao stage can effortlessly contend with multiple cultivators of the ninth heaven of the carefree realm. However, they remain significantly inferior to a typical emperor. In a confrontation between a remnant Dao practitioner and an emperor, even if the latter has just ascended to the emperor stage, the likelihood of the remnant Dao practitioner emerging victorious is less than 10%. Consequently, the sages have defined a new realm for such individuals, the remnant Dao realm. The path they have grasped is a flawed manifestation of the great path, without a fortuitous encounter of extraordinary proportions. They are likely to remain in this unique realm for their entire lives. The emperor-level strong can traverse countless miles in a single stride. In the next moment, Qin Tianyang appeared on a recliner at the back mountain. For Lu Xuanhe and the other two, Qin Tianyang's journey was but a fleeting quarter of an hour. Yet, they understood that Qin Tianyang was a man of his word. Indeed, Qin Tianyang looked at Lu Xuanhe and Zhao Fan, the master of the primordial shape and tint sect who attempted to assassinate you. Zhao Feiyang is dead. Since Zhao Feiyang has bullied the weak, I have exercised my mid-stage emperor power to deal with him, sending him directly into reincarnation. Thank you, master. Lu Xuanhe and Zhao Fan expressed their gratitude. At that moment, it seemed that Qin Tianyang sensed something. Your third junior brother has just emerged from seclusion. I shall have him come to the back mountain to get acquainted with you. Upon hearing this, curiosity flickered across the faces of Lu Xuanhe and Zhao Fan. Since this third junior brother was accepted as a disciple by their master, he must possess talents comparable to their own. Before long, a figure descended from the heavens. Disciple pays respects to master. Daoji Sect bowed respectfully to Qin Tianyang. Indeed, your realm is stable. With a sweep of his divine consciousness, Qin Tianyang comprehensively understood Daoji Sect's situation. His cultivation at the fourth layer of the primordial spirit was quite solid. Daoji Sect had spent 2 days refining his cultivation, not only stabilizing his realm completely, but also being on the brink of a breakthrough. I am here to introduce you to your 2 senior brothers. This is your eldest senior brother, Lu Xuanhe. Qin Tianyang gestured towards Lu Xuanhe. Greetings, eldest senior brother. Qin Tianyang then turned his gaze to Zhao Fan, saying to Daoji Sect, this is your second senior brother. Greetings, second senior brother. Subsequently, Qin Tianyang pointed to Daoji Sect and addressed Lu Xuanhe and Zhao Fan. This is your third junior brother, Daoji Sect. Greetings, third junior brother. Lu Xuanhe and Zhao Fan returned the greeting. Your third junior brother indeed belongs to the demon race, Qin Tianyang added, noticing their puzzled expressions. Upon hearing this, Lu Xuanhe and Zhao Fan appeared enlightened. No wonder their third junior brother exuded a faint aura of demonic beasts. At that moment, Ao Jushin was also observing Lu Xuanhe and Zhao Fan discreetly. He felt that his senior brother, Lu Xuanhe, despite his seemingly gentle demeanor, exuded an enigmatic aura that instilled a profound sense of pressure. The essence of his senior brother's presence made him feel that he was not merely standing before a human, but rather before an extraordinary sword, an unyielding celestial blade capable of severing all. In contrast, his second senior brother, Zhao Fan, emanated an overwhelming sense of fortitude and righteousness, as if he were the bane of all malevolent forces in the universe. Particularly striking were his eyes, which occasionally flickered with a divine flame, resembling twin suns or the eyes of a deity, exuding an intense pressure. Ao Jushin marveled inwardly. Both of his senior brothers were immensely powerful, and he could not afford to be complacent, lest he squander his own innate gifts. Finally, Qin Tianyang gestured toward the silent figure of Heida, addressing Ao Jushin. He is my puppet, Heida, possessing the cultivation of the ninth heaven of the Tongtian realm. You may refer to him as Uncle He. Heida, with a solemn expression, returned the greeting. I have met the third young master. Uncle He, you are too courteous, Ao Jushin thought to himself, astonished to discover that Uncle He was indeed a puppet with self-awareness and formidable strength. At that moment, Ao Jushin suddenly inquired, Master, what kind of ancient tree is this? The aroma it emits has cleared my mind considerably after just a few breaths. Lu Xuanhe and the others turned their gazes toward Qin Tianyang, who, upon arriving at the back mountain, had also noticed this previously unseen ancient tree. Due to certain trivial matters prior, they had not found the opportunity to inquire. Qin Tianyang smiled and replied, It is merely an ancient Bodhi tea tree. His tone was remarkably calm, as if he were discussing mundane matters. The three disciples felt a slight tremor in their hearts, but quickly regained their composure. Having witnessed the prowess of Qin Tianyang, they were no longer astonished by the extraordinary phenomena surrounding their master, who, on the Xuanchen Continent, had ever heard of sentient puppets. After speaking, Qin Tianyang produced 4 exquisite teacups, then plucked several leaves of ancient Bodhi tea from the air, pouring in a touch of moonlit spring water. A crisp sound echoed. He snapped his fingers, and a terrifying divine flame erupted, beginning to brew tea. Moments later, an invigorating essence surged into the bodies of those present, bringing a profound sense of comfort. For teacups were lifted by an invisible force, presenting themselves before the 4 individuals. Taste this, he proclaimed. The tea brewed from the leaves of the ancient Bodhi tree, known as Bodhi tea. For you 3 brothers, Bodhi tea can temporarily elevate your understanding, allowing you to enter a state of enlightenment. For someone like Haida, who has just begun to approach the path of the great Dao, Bodhi tea can enhance your connection to the Dao, enabling you to observe and comprehend it more deeply. Ao Jushin raised his teacup and took a delicate sip, instantly feeling as if his soul had been cleansed. The previously obscure insights into his cultivation became remarkably clear. Lu Xuanhe and Zhao Fan also displayed expressions of surprise, while even Haida, who was at the 9th level of the Heavenly Connection realm, sensed a newfound agility within his puppet-like form, hinting at a potential breakthrough from some unseen constraint. Before long, the 3 brothers sat cross-legged, entering a state of meditation. Even Haida closed his eyes, contemplating the principles of heaven and earth. Half an hour later, Ao Jushin was the first to break through, a faint dragon roar emanating from within him, as the regal aura of the Imperial Dragon spread around. Seeing this, Qin Tianyang pointed with a finger, ensuring that Ao Jushin's breakthrough would not disturb the others. Ao Jushin was elated. In just 2 days at the Dao Extreme Sect, he had ascended 5 minor realms, reaching the 6th level of the primordial spirit realm. Suddenly, a wave of scorching, pure yang energy radiated from Zhao Fan. Simultaneously, a fierce sword intent manifested, enveloping Lu Xuanhe. Qin Tianyang also isolated the extraordinary phenomena surrounding Lu Xuanhe and Zhao Fan. The 2 opened their eyes in succession, both filled with excitement. Previously, in the final hours of the primordial beast secret realm, they had frantically sought out primordial beasts, relentlessly pushing their limits in battle. After consuming the Bodhi tea, coupled with its effects, both managed to break through 2 minor realms, stepping into the 8th level of the primordial spirit realm and the 6th level of the primordial spirit realm, respectively. Just as Qin Tianyang was thoroughly satisfied, he suddenly raised an eyebrow. He discovered that the practitioners of the Xuanchen Sect had unexpectedly arrived at the gates of the Daoji Sect. The Emperor's divine consciousness extended outward, perceiving no hostility from the visitors. Thus, he chose to disregard the matter, for the ancient ancestor of the Xuanchen Sect, well aware of his prowess, would not act foolishly. Within the grand hall of the Daoji Sect, the sect leader, alongside several lineage heads, had just concluded their discussions and were preparing to awaken the ancestors in seclusion to seek an explanation from the Xuanchen Sect. Suddenly, a disciple guarding the entrance reported the arrival of the Xuanchen Sect's representatives. The atmosphere in the hall instantly turned tense. Indeed, Dao Xian's suspicions were validated. The Xuanchen Sect had the audacity to come knocking. Dao Yuanzi's gaze turned icy, radiating an astonishing chill. When it comes to confrontation, do not intervene. Dao Lingzi's brows furrowed in anger, her eyes ablaze with fury. Very well. The Xuanchen Sect has gone too far. Fellow disciples, join me to meet our foes. The Daoji Sect leader, infuriated, repeated very well thrice, clearly incensed by the Xuanchen Sect's audacity. In a flash, the group vanished from the grand hall. Outside the mountain gates, Wu Dong awaited with several elders. After the departure of that formidable presence, Su Zhu had given him a command to personally extend an apology. Thus, he brought along several elders and a bountiful selection of cultivation resources to pay a visit. Curse be that left Fei Yang for bringing such trouble to our sect. Wu Dong inwardly cursed left Fei Yang, hoping fervently that the Daoji Sect would accept their reparations. Suddenly, several figures descended. As the visitors arrived, Wu Dong was about to speak when Dao Wangzi glared angrily, shouting, "Wu Dong, how shameless is the Xuanchen Sect to demand sacred artifacts and formations at our doorstep. We have yet to seek an explanation from you." Startled by Dao Wangzi's outburst, Wu Dong quickly replied, "Dao Wang, you misunderstand. We are not here to demand sacred artifacts or formations." He was unafraid of Dao Wangzi and the others, but he feared that their true purpose might be overheard by that formidable presence. If that being misunderstood their intentions, it would spell trouble. However, Dao Lingzi remained unconvinced. Her expression frigid as she scoffed. "Not for that purpose? Then what brings you here?" "We are here to extend our sincerest apologies to your esteemed sect." "Apologies?" Dao Yuanzi paused, astonished as if he had misheard. The others shared his surprise. Could the Xuanchen Sect truly be so forthcoming? The Daoji Sect leader was the first to regain composure, casting a cold glance at Wu Dong and the others. "Since it is an apology, where is left Fei Yang? Let him come forth to see me." How audacious for the leader of a sacred ground to ambush our junior disciples. Is he too afraid to come? Or does he lack the face to appear? Do not presume that sending your esteemed elder from the Xuanchen Sect will suffice. Wu Dong and a few others were taken aback. The leaders of the Daoji Sect were evidently unaware of this matter, since the aforementioned entity had remained silent. Coupled with Su Zhu's decree to keep this incident under wraps, Wu Dong's mind began to stir with thoughts. His eyes seemed ablaze with fury as he indignantly declared, "The Daoji Sect is unaware, but Zhuo Feiyang possesses a narrow mind. Obstinately acting on his own accord to unjustly attack the disciples of your esteemed sect. Not only has he caused the demise of 5 elders from my Xuanchen Sect, but he has also inflicted severe losses upon us." Upon learning of this, our ancestors were filled with righteous anger. It is utterly disgraceful that such a shameless scoundrel has emerged from a sacred ground. In their wrath, the ancestors emerged from the forbidden domain, deposed Zhuo Feiyang from his position, and personally imprisoned him in the Daoju Valley, where he shall remain for 2 millennia. Upon hearing this, the Daoji Sect leader's expression shifted slightly, revealing a hint of surprise. The Daoju Valley, renowned for its perilous nature. The Daoju Valley of the Xuanchen Sect is a place of utter desolation. Within its confines, the power of the great Dao is far more scarce than in the outside world, verging on non-existence. Furthermore, numerous foes of the Xuanchen Sect from bygone eras have also been confined within this valley. These individuals, trapped and unable to escape, fill the valley with their lingering resentment upon their demise. Those who enter the valley, even with the slightest misstep, risk having their minds influenced. Both Zhuo Feiyang and he are at the pinnacle of the celestial realm, boasting approximately 3,000 years of lifespan. They are of similar age, both over 800 yet less than 900 years old. Should Zhuo Feiyang truly be imprisoned within the Daoju Valley, even if he endures for 2,000 years, he would emerge with merely a century of lifespan remaining. Nevertheless, the ancestor still harbored feelings of guilt. Wu Dong continued, "Thus, the ancestor appointed me as the new leader of the Xuanchen Sect, tasked with leading the elders to offer compensation to your esteemed sect. Here are 50,000 top-grade spirit stones, 1,000 spirit herbs, 100 Hunyuan gathering spirit pills, which can only be refined by our sect, and 10 pounds of Fenglei Xiantai. With that, Wu Dong clapped his hands, and several elders stepped forward, opening their spatial rings. A plethora of resources instantly materialized before the Daoji Sect leader and others. Indeed, they had come bearing gifts. Dao Xuanzi murmured softly. The master of Daoji Sect gazed upon the mountain of resources before him, his attention lingering on the primordial gathering spirit pill and the wind thunder mysterious iron. A flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. Although the quantity of spirit stones and medicinal herbs was indeed substantial, such items were not particularly scarce for Daoji Sect. In contrast, it was the primordial gathering spirit pill and the wind thunder mysterious iron that revealed the sincerity of the primordial form intent sect. The primordial gathering spirit pill, a unique elixir developed exclusively by the primordial form intent sect, accelerates the absorption of spiritual energy, significantly enhancing the efficiency of its transformation. As far as the master of Daoji Sect was aware, only about 100 of these pills were produced annually by the primordial form intent sect. He never expected Wu Dong to be so generous as to present 100 at once. The wind thunder mysterious iron, on the other hand, is a special material for weapon crafting. When infused into a weapon during its forging, it can augment the weapon's speed and imbue it with the power of lightning. Wu Dong clapped his hands again, and several elders behind him retrieved these resources into their rings. He subsequently handed the ring to the master of Daoji Sect. Receiving the ring, the master extended his consciousness to inspect it, and after confirming its authenticity, he laughed heartily. Brother Wu has come with such sincerity. How could we have let him stand outside our mountain gate? That was indeed discourteous. Please, Brother Wu and esteemed guests, allow me to escort you into our sect for a proper discussion. At that moment, the master of Daoji Sect appeared as though he had encountered an old friend not seen for many years, exuding warmth and enthusiasm. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Since the primordial form intent sect offered reparations, he felt it inappropriate to continue harboring resentment. The other leaders behind him mirrored his swift change of demeanor, now all smiles and laughter. There is no need for such politeness, master. We have come at the behest of our ancestor to offer our apologies, and once our task is complete, we must return to report to the ancestor. We shall not impose further. Wu Dong and his companions exchanged glances. Bemused, he distinctly recalled their initial encounter, where their demeanor was aggressive, almost as if they wished to do harm. Yet now, having received compensation, they wore expressions of utmost friendliness. Safe travels, Brother Wu. Once Wu Dong and his group were entirely out of sight, the master of Daoji Sect and the others retracted their gazes, their smiles evaporating entirely. It was not that they genuinely cared for Wu Dong and his companions. The actions of the primordial form intent sect struck them as exceedingly peculiar, necessitating caution. The fact that the primordial form intent sect, after suffering significant losses, had voluntarily come to offer reparations was baffling. Nevertheless, the compensation was genuine, devoid of any danger. And Wu Dong's group exhibited no signs of unusual behavior. Brother, is this still the once dominant primordial form intent sect? Dao Xuanzi inquired. The items are indeed authentic. I shall tentatively place my trust in them. However, I cannot believe that they would imprison Zhuo Feiyang in the Dao Absolute Valley. I also find it hard to accept that the ancestor of the primordial form intent sect would confine a person of the ninth heaven of the transcendental realm in such a dire location. Dao Lingzi also raised her doubts. The master of Daoji shook his head, harboring not a single belief in the words spoken by Wu Dong. He then turned his gaze towards the direction in which Wu Dong departed, his eyes deep and contemplative, regardless of the circumstances. We indeed possess these cultivation resources firmly in our grasp. Moments later, the crowd pivoted and entered the mountain gate, preparing to return to their respective peaks. At that very instant, an overwhelmingly formidable aura erupted from the summit of Daoang Peak, soaring skyward with great ferocity. It then began to spread wildly in all directions. Simultaneously, the previously clear and cloudless sky transformed into a foreboding shade as heavy calamity clouds obscured the firmament. Some within Daoji Sect suddenly sensed a drastic dimming of the surrounding light. They gazed upward in astonishment, witnessing a colossal storm cloud gathering ominously above them. This oppressive cloud weighed heavily upon their hearts, occasionally illuminated by flashes of lightning, evoking an indescribable sense of dread and foreboding. Chapter 62. The tribulation. Several hundred miles away from the Daoji Sect, Wu Dong and his companions were hastily returning to the Hunyuan Shingi Sect. Suddenly, they halted, turning their gazes back toward the Daoji Sect. What a terrifying aura! Surely this is the tribulation of sanctification. The grandeur of this moment is reminiscent of when our sect's ancestor, Xuanchen, transcended to the carefree realm. I wonder which fellow cultivator from the Daoji Sect is undergoing this breakthrough. The elders of the Hunyuanxing sect stared intently at the distant calamity, profoundly astonished at the prospect of another carefree saint emerging from the Daoji Sect. They resumed their journey, intent on returning to report back to their sect. Wudong cast a final glance before withdrawing his gaze. He harbored an unsettling sensation, perhaps connected to that extraordinary existence. The Daoji Sect had recently exhibited peculiar occurrences. First with the emergence of two exceptionally gifted disciples. Subsequently, the master of those two, a formidable elder, sought vengeance for his disciples, directly assaulting the Hunyuanxing sect. He ruthlessly eliminated Zhuo Feiyang on the spot and mercilessly slaughtered 5 esteemed ancestors of the Xiaoyao realm. Even Su Zhu's intervention could not restrain this individual. In the aftermath of the elder's departure, Su Zhu swiftly commanded that he personally visit to offer an apology. Just moments ago, another individual within the Daoji sect triggered the saintly calamity, evoking no surprise from him. At Daoyang Peak, on the rear mountain, a few breaths earlier, after quietly contemplating the Dao while sipping Bodhi tea, Haida suddenly unleashed a terrifying aura. This immediately startled Qin Tianyang and his 3 disciples. Qin Tianyang shielded his disciples to protect them from the overwhelming presence. Master, is Haida about to break through? Ao Jushin inquired, gazing at Haida, who soared towards the sky above Daoyang Peak. Qin Tianyang nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Haida is already at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Tongtian realm. The Bodhi tea has granted him a fleeting encounter with the Dao, allowing him to comprehend the grand principles of the universe. The dark clouds above swelled in number, intensifying Haida's aura. Within the ancestral grounds of the Daoji sect, many elders were awakened by this overwhelming force. One by one, the elders opened their eyes, and a terrifying presence spread throughout the ancestral domain. The atmosphere of the saintly calamity. Which young disciple within the sect is destined to attain sainthood? Heaven bless our Daoji, as we welcome another Xiao saint. As the elders directed their attention towards the source of the calamity's energy at Daoyang Peak, they were left utterly dumbfounded. Who is this person? Is there such an individual within the Daoyang lineage? One elder remarked, observing that the figure bore an uncanny resemblance to a puppet. Master, who is the one undergoing the tribulation? Another elder noted, having spotted the Daoji sect leader and others observing from a distance near Daoyang Peak. Above Daoyang Peak, a terrifying heavenly tribulation had formed, with ominous lightning flashing intermittently within the dark clouds. Haida hovered calmly in the air above Daoyang Peak, his expression serene as water, exhibiting no fear towards the impending tribulation. A faint aura of the Dao encircled his body, heralding the imminent breakthrough to the tranquil realm. Unfazed by the impending cataclysmic tribulation, Haida raised his hand slowly, as if to embrace this trial. Boom! The first bolt of tribulation lightning descended like a silver serpent, its speed astonishing. He raised his gaze, his eyes resolute and unflinching. With a swift motion of his right fist, a dark radiance surged skyward, colliding head-on with the descending thunderbolt. A deafening roar ensued, causing ripples to cascade through the surrounding space. The first thunderbolt, the weakest of all, was effortlessly traversed by the formidable figure. Shortly thereafter, the second thunderbolt followed, thicker and more imposing than its predecessor. Yet, it too was shattered by a singular blow. A resounding boom echoed as a terrifying aura emanated from the storm clouds. Suddenly, the third thunderbolt materialized, barreling toward him with an even greater ferocity than the previous two. His gaze sharpened slightly, and his aura surged once more. Spiritual energy coalesced around his right fist, and a colossal shadow of his punch surged towards the calamity thunder. The terrifying shockwave from their collision radiated outward. Moments later, Haida revealed himself, breathless and bearing several wounds, without granting him a moment's respite. The heavenly tribulation summoned forth the fourth bolt of lightning, striking down fiercely. Haida's eyes gleamed with determination. Fearless and undaunted, he launched another assault, tearing apart the fourth bolt of thunder. Subsequently, the fifth and sixth bolts followed, until the conclusion of the eighth bolt. At this juncture, Haida was gravely injured, yet his aura had grown even more formidable, exuding a might surpassing his previous state. The ninth bolt of lightning brewed within the calamity clouds for an extended period, distorting the very sky with its power. Flashes of calamity light flickered within the clouds, shifting in hue from white to purple. The space began to fracture inch by inch, with black spatial rifts spreading like a spider's web. Within the ancestral grounds of the Daoji Sect, several elders turned pale when they had transcended their tribulations. The ninth bolt of lightning had not been as terrifying as this one. One elder seemed to ponder deeply, hesitatingly suggesting, could it be due to his nature as a unique being? It is highly probable. Another elder nodded in agreement. Not long ago, they had learned of He Da's true identity from the mouth of the Daoji Sect master. Not far away, the Daoji Sect master and others simultaneously furrowed their brows. The oppressive force of the purple thunder instilled a profound sense of dread in the five of them. This heavenly tribulation is exceedingly terrifying. The Dao Yuan Pulse Master could not help but exclaim in astonishment. The Daoji Sect Master, with a grave expression, nodded solemnly, affirming, "Indeed. We have witnessed several elders of our sect undergo tribulation numerous times, yet we have never encountered a heavenly tribulation as fearsome as this one." On the back mountain of Daolong Peak, sensing the terrifying might of the ninth bolt of lightning, Lu Xuanhe and his companions wore expressions of concern. Ao Jushin's gaze was serious. I sense that this ninth bolt of lightning is extraordinarily terrifying, completely different from the previous 8. Master, will Uncle He be all right? Zhao Fan inquired anxiously. Your Uncle He, being a unique being, will inevitably experience his tribulation differently from ordinary beings. Furthermore, with me here, He will be safe. Qin Tianyang reassured without a hint of worry, confident in his ability to shatter the heavenly tribulation and rescue He with ease. A surge of immensely powerful aura suddenly erupted from He, akin to a volcanic eruption, soaring skyward and reaching its zenith in an instant. Kill. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the formidable Black Da boldly charged into the depths of the heavenly tribulation. His voice resonated with boundless defiance and unwavering determination. Even in the face of the cataclysmic destruction wrought by the tribulation, there was not the slightest hint of retreat. The heavenly tribulation, sensing the provocation from Black Da, responded with a colossal and earth-shattering rumble. The ninth bolt of tribulation lightning, in its gestation, finally completed its final condensation, emanating a brilliant purple light that illuminated the darkened heavens. This purple lightning, infused with cataclysmic power, descended with the ferocity of a thunderstorm, striking down upon Black Da with tremendous force. In that instant, the clash of purple and black light erupted, radiating an intense brilliance that left onlookers momentarily blinded. A resounding roar echoed throughout the celestial expanse, as terrifying waves of energy surged outward from the epicenter. Chapter 63, The Duel of Brothers. The disciples and elders of the Dao Extreme Sect fixed their gazes intently upon the sky above Daoyang Peak, particularly those who had witnessed Black Da's past heroics, such as Feng Jun and Song Jia. Having received life-saving assistance from Black Da, they fervently prayed for his safe passage through this tribulation. The expressions of the sect master and others were grave, tinged with a trace of concern. The overwhelming surge of energy severed all communication, leaving them unaware of the unfolding situation. Suddenly, the most powerful of them, the sect master, sensed something and gradually broke into a smile. Within the ancestral grounds of the Dao Extreme Sect, the elders exchanged glances, nodding in satisfaction. With their formidable prowess, they were already aware of the outcome of Black Da's tribulation. Consequently, they turned their attention away from the outside world, resuming their meditations or slumber. Did Uncle Black succeed? As the tribulation began to dissipate, it seemed that Uncle Black had indeed triumphed. Observing the worried expressions of his 3 disciples, Qin Tianyang took a bite of a Bodhi fruit and reassured them, "Fear not, Black Da has successfully broken through." Above Daoyang Peak, after a considerable time, the heavenly tribulation had completely vanished. Black Da, although weakened, floated in the air, his aura now magnified manifold compared to before. He flickered and, in the next moment, appeared in the grand hall of Daoyang. Having met his master, He lived up to expectations and successfully advanced. Excellent. Admiration gleamed in Qin Tianyang's eyes. He had believed that the esteemed Elder He would ultimately wield the sacred gauntlets to withstand the final bolt of calamity. To his astonishment, Elder He bravely faced the violet thunderclap with his bare flesh. Suddenly, a voice resonated from outside the hall. "Little Master Uncle, your disciple has come to pay a visit." The Lord of the Daoji Sect appeared at the entrance of the Daoyang Hall. "Please, enter." The Daoji Sect master stepped inside, approached Qin Tianyang, and bowed respectfully. "I pay my respects to you, little Master Uncle." He then turned his gaze toward Elder He, his eyes brimming with admiration. Congratulations, Elder He, on successfully breaking through to the realm of freedom. He had previously rewarded Heida with 3 opportunities to enter the Enlightenment Cliff, hoping to allow him to contemplate the grand principles of the universe and thereby enhance his foundation for breaking through to the free realm. However, Heida has now already ascended to the status of a free sage. Heida expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your congratulations, Sect Master." He then turned to Qin Tianyang, stating, "Master, I shall take my leave now." Qin Tianyang nodded in approval, recognizing that Heida had just made a breakthrough and needed to solidify his realm immediately. Heida transformed into a streak of black light and vanished from the Grand Hall. Only Qin Tianyang, his 3 disciples, and the Sect Master of Daoji remained in the hall. "Greetings, Sect Master Senior Brother." Lu Xuanhe and the others bowed respectfully. "There is no need for such formalities. Junior brothers," the Sect Master of Daoji replied with a wave of his hand, directing his gaze towards Ao Jueshen. "He is my newly accepted 3rd disciple, named Ao Jueshen," Qin Tianyang explained. Observing this, he added that within the Xuanchen Continent, the human and demon races have traditionally maintained a mutual non-aggression. There are no deep-seated grudges between the 2 races, and some factions even maintain close ties with the demon race. The Sect Master of Daoji is not a prejudiced individual and certainly does not harbor animosity towards Ao Jueshen. Yet, he felt a sense of astonishment, as this disciple's aura was somewhat extraordinary. He had not only never encountered such a being before, but he also sensed that its bloodline was far more potent than any other demon clan he had ever seen. The Master of Dao Extreme had not forgotten the purpose of this visit. He produced 2 rings, stating, "Little Shu. The Hunyuan Xingyi sect recently came to compensate for some cultivation resources." Qin Tianyang understood the Master of Dao Extreme's intent and gestured for Lu Xuanhe and Zhao Fan to step forward and receive the rings. "Thank you, Master Brother." The 2 expressed their gratitude. "This is what you both deserve," the Master of Dao Extreme replied with a smile before vanishing from Daoyang Peak. "You may all withdraw now. Focus on solidifying your realms." "Yes, Master." The 3 departed the Grand Hall. Shortly thereafter, Qin Tianyang's figure disappeared, only to reappear on a lounge chair in the back mountain. Closing his eyes, the Origin Dao resolution activated on its own, enveloping him in myriad pathways. 3 days later, on the martial arts arena of Daoyang Peak, 2 formidable energies clashed fiercely. One was the essence of utmost rigidity and brilliance, incinerating all in its path, while the other exuded a dragon's majesty, saturated with a sense of bloodline oppression. Zhao Fan was locked in a standoff with Ao Jueshen, while Lu Xuanhe quietly observed from below the arena. Throughout these 3 days, the trio had been in seclusion, consolidating their cultivation to avert potential risks. Upon emerging from their retreat, Ao Jueshen proposed a duel with his peer, Zhao Fan. Zhao Fan, upon hearing this, readily agreed. The 2 faced each other on the arena, their gazes fixed intently upon one another. Suddenly, Zhao Fan let out a sharp cry. Flames danced within his divine eyes as his figure vanished from sight. Simultaneously, Ao Jueshen made his move, a faint dragon roar reverberating across the arena as he engaged with the approaching Zhao Fan. Bang! After a violent clash, the 2 distanced themselves. This exchange was merely a test, with neither sustaining significant harm. Zhao Fan was the first to speak, exclaiming, "Truly, 3rd junior brother is formidable. Ordinary disciples at the 1st level of the sacred land would struggle to withstand such a blow. 2nd brother is being modest. Your divine flame is equally terrifying." "Again!" Zhao Fan bellowed. "Let us fight." Ao Jueshen's fighting spirit was equally unyielding. Zhao Fan formed seals with his hands, summoning a blazing flame from his 9 yang divine eyes, which surged forth like a fiery serpent toward Ao Jueshen. Unperturbed, Ao Jueshen revealed dragon scales on his arms, raising them defensively. The fire serpent collided with the scales, erupting in a shower of sparks. In the next moment, Ao Jueshen seized the opportunity to counterattack, his hands transforming into dragon claws, glinting with a chilling brilliance as he dashed toward Zhao Fan. Zhao Fan shifted his stance, evading the strike, and then retaliated with a punch, the wind of his blow howling fiercely. Boom! The 2 exchanged thousands of blows, the arena reverberating with thunderous sounds. The essence of utmost rigidity and brilliance mingled with the Imperial Dragon's oppressive aura, saturating the very air around them. Lu Xuanhe's eyes were fixated on the 2 combatants in the arena, every movement crystal clear to him. Bang! After yet another collision, the 2 figures separated. At this moment, Both were slightly disheveled. They panted heavily, their garments torn and hair disarrayed, losing their previous elegance. Third junior brother, do not hold back. Let second senior brother witness your true prowess, Zhao Fan declared with a hearty laugh, his voice brimming with bravado. Ao Ju, filled with martial spirit, responded. As second senior brother wishes, I hope you will not hold back either. With that, golden beams of light shot from Ao Ju's eyes, and his aura surged dramatically as a phantom of a golden imperial dragon materialized behind him. A thunderous dragon roar reverberated throughout the arena. The majesty of the golden imperial dragon emanating from Ao Ju's very being, Zhao Fan felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, yet was ignited by an even fiercer spirit to fight. Come forth. He took a deep breath, fully activating the Nine Suns' divine eyes, his gaze radiant, as if his entire being were ablaze. In that moment, Zhao Fan resembled the embodiment of the sun, exuding an aura of unparalleled brightness that permeated the arena, standing in stark opposition to Ao Jueshin. Nine Suns' burning heaven technique, true dragon imperial art. On the stage, the great sun clashed violently with the true dragon. Boom. A protective barrier rose from the arena, shielding the surroundings from the tumultuous aftermath of their battle. Lu Xuan's eyes, sharp as celestial swords, remained fixed on the unfolding spectacle. Chapter 64. The eerie forces resurface on the arena. Both combatants lay on the ground, their chests heaving as they gasped for breath. After a considerable time, they slowly propped themselves up. Lu Xuanhe approached the stage, presenting each of his two junior brothers with a healing elixir. They promptly ingested the potions and, after a while, finally opened their eyes to regard one another. Zhao Fan remarked, Third junior brother, your bloodline is formidable. Each strike is accompanied by terrifying dragon might. I admire your prowess. Second junior brother, do not be modest. The Nine Suns' divine eyes are of the utmost purity and radiance, their divine flames incinerating all. A flicker of amusement crossed Ao Jueshin's eyes. Were it not for my robust bloodline, I would have been unable to withstand your onslaught. With both men at an equal level of cultivation and similar talents, their duel culminated in a draw. Why must you both engage in such a contest and emerge so disheveled? Lu Xuanhe expressed his exasperation, clearly at a loss for words. Zhao Fan replied, since it is a contest, one must naturally exert their utmost effort, granting their opponent the highest respect. Ao Jueshin concurred. I believe that the senior brother would also act in kind. At this, Lu Xuanhe paused in surprise before nodding in agreement. Should he find himself in a duel, he too would undoubtedly give his all and engage with his opponent in earnest. In the mysterious mountains of western Zhangzhou, within an opulent palace, an enigmatic elder sat cross-legged atop a colossal mat in the palace's center, surrounded by a thick, eerie black mist. Endless tendrils of this shadowy vapor surged into his consciousness, consumed by his soul, which radiated a dark luminescence. As the black mist was incessantly devoured, the elder's spirit gradually stabilized, exuding an uncanny aura akin to his corporeal form, with the sinister black light saturating his mind. Blood Heaven. A chilling voice reverberated through the hall, rousing Blood Heaven from his meditative state. Yet, he bore no displeasure. Instead, his expression shifted to one of fear, his eyes brimming with trepidation. The figure of a middle-aged man materialized before him. Blood Heaven hurried forward, bowing his head in humble reverence. I, Blood Heaven, humbly greet you, esteemed left lord. However, the middle-aged man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, silent and coldly observing him. Within the vast hall, the echoes of Blood Tian's voice reverberated, gradually fading away. The atmosphere inside the hall grew increasingly oppressive, as if a great weight pressed upon Blood Tian's chest, leaving him breathless. The middle-aged man's gaze was sharp as a glacial blade, piercing directly through Blood Tian. His eyes filled with disappointment and displeasure. Blood Tian's posture slumped even further, beads of perspiration beginning to surface on his forehead, his eyes fixed firmly on the ground, daring not to meet his gaze. After a prolonged silence, the middle-aged man let out a cold snort, a sound that struck Blood Tian's heart like a heavy hammer. Incompetent. You cannot even handle a trivial matter. The middle-aged man finally spoke, his voice devoid of warmth or compassion. Blood Tian hunched his body, trembling as he stammered, My lord, the esteemed left guardian, please forgive me. I have already collaborated with the Spirit Protector and the Nether Protector to address this situation. As he spoke, he furtively glanced up at the middle-aged man, only to find his dissatisfaction evident, his brows furrowing even tighter. Noticing this, Blood Tian's complexion turned even paler, and he quickly lowered his head, scarcely daring to breathe. Humph. You have even lost your fragment of the soul. Do you truly believe your subordinates are of any use? If this delays the master's important affairs, neither of us shall survive. The middle-aged man thundered, his aura erupting with the intensity of a third-tier Xian realm. Blood Tian, terrified, fell to his knees, sweat cascading down his cheeks. Yes, my lord, your reprimand is just. I shall personally attend to this matter and ensure you are not disappointed. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's furrowed brow relaxed slightly, his expression softening a fraction. I hope you will follow through. Otherwise, you can forget about being a guardian. You are well aware of how many covet this position. Blood Tian's eyes flashed with a glint of severity, not directed at the middle-aged man, but aimed at those who had long coveted his role as guardian. Summon Yue and Minji. The three of you must take action personally. The middle-aged man seemed to find this insufficiently secure and insisted that he and the other two guardians act together. Blood Tian quickly replied, Yes, my lord, I understand. The middle-aged man's demeanor softened as he nodded slightly, yet he still sternly cautioned, Remember, you must operate covertly. Our existence must not be revealed. I humbly bid farewell to the esteemed left guardian. Blood Tian repeatedly nodded, affirming his compliance, and only after the middle-aged man's figure vanished did he straighten his posture. Exhaling a sigh of relief, though traces of fear still lingered in his eyes. He did not dare to linger and immediately sent a message to Yue and Minji. At the junction of Zhongzhou and the eastern wilderness, above a small mountain range, a group of individuals clad in black appeared, seemingly making their way from Zhongzhou to the eastern wilderness. After several days of arduous travel, they finally arrived at the border between Zhongzhou and the eastern wilderness. Among the three leaders, a plump man in black halted, exclaiming in astonishment. Observing this, the other black-clad figures also came to a stop. One of the female leaders glanced at the rotund man and remarked, Shui, do not tarry too long. The eastern wilderness mountain range lies at the farthest eastern edge of the eastern wilderness, and we shall require several more days to reach it. Yui's words rang true. This matter is of utmost gravity. The three esteemed guardians have commanded us to hasten to the eastern wilderness mountain range to conduct a thorough investigation into the failure of Sweki. Furthermore, should circumstances permit, we are to retrieve the objective of Sweki's initial mission. A remarkably robust man in black declared. The mere thought of Sweki ignited a flicker of fury in the eyes of the man known as Shui. That good-for-nothing Sweki, whose incompetence led to a debacle, has drawn the ire of our masters, compelling him to traverse nearly 100,000 miles from the western territories of Zhongzhou to the eastern wilderness mountain range. Let us proceed, Mingyi, Yuyi, Shui urged, unleashing his cultivation to resume their journey. At that moment, he produced a sudden token and, upon inspection, his expression drastically changed. Simultaneously, the woman known as Yuyi and the brawny man Mingyi also retrieved their tokens to examine the information. The three exchanged astonished glances, their shock palpable. Their elder is surprisingly preparing to intervene personally. They will arrive shortly, urging everyone to wait here. 5 days later, at Daoyang Peak, on the martial arts arena, Lu Xuanhe and Ao Jueshin are engaged in a fierce battle. Since that previous contest, Zhao Fan and Ao Jueshin have frequently challenged each other, indulging in relentless combat over these past few days. Even Lu Xuanhe has joined the fray, considering his cultivation level surpasses that of his two junior brothers. To ensure an effective sparring experience, he has deliberately suppressed his realm to the 6th level of the nascent soul. Boom. Following a full-force clash, dust erupted upon the arena. As the haze dissipated, Lu Xuanhe knelt on one knee, gasping for breath, his right hand propping up his unsteady frame with his sword. Yet he still appeared to possess some remaining strength. In stark contrast, Ao Jueshin lay completely on the ground, his eyes gazing skyward, utterly exhausted. Zhao Fan approached the arena, crouching beside Ao Jueshin, and waved his hand before him, asking, Third junior brother, are you able to continue the fight? Ao Jueshin remained silent, and after a brief moment, he slowly raised his hand and gestured to indicate that he would not continue the fight. Zhao Fan promptly assisted him to his feet. Just as Ao Jueshin was about to tend to his injuries, he suddenly waved his right hand, producing a finely crafted communication token, infusing it with his mental energy. He soon furrowed his brow, and his expression darkened slightly. Chapter 65. Uninvited Guests in the Void. Haida was swiftly escorting Ao Jueshin. A quarter of an hour prior, Ao Jueshin had received a communication from his father, Ao Xin, warning him of an impending threat. He hastily relayed this information to Qin Tianyang. Upon hearing the news, Qin Tianyang promptly pointed at Daoji to restore his injuries. Subsequently, he ordered Haida, who had just emerged from seclusion, to return with Daoji to the Xuanchen clan. In the East Wilderness mountain range, within the Xuanchen clan, Daoji paced anxiously in the hall, flanked by the solemn elders of the clan. The scene shifted back to the previous afternoon, when a group of uninvited guests unexpectedly arrived. The visitors were none other than the Lian Violent Bear tribe, neighboring the territory of the Xuanchen clan. Their leader, Xiong, accompanied by several formidable members of his tribe, came to discuss matters directly. Xiong wasted no time in stating his intentions. First, he demanded that the Lian Violent Bear tribe claim 80% of a certain spirit stone mine that both tribes had jointly exploited. Second, he insisted that the Xuanchen clan adhere to the directives of the Lian Violent Bear tribe. Naturally, Daoji could not acquiesce, inwardly cursing Xiong's delusions, and promptly refused. The strength of both tribes was comparable, with their strongest members being their respective leaders, each possessing a cultivation level of the 7th layer of the laws. There was no justification for the Xuanchen clan to concede 30% of the Spirit Stone mine or to submit to the Lian Violent Bear tribe's commands. Thus, Daoji issued an eviction order, but when Xiong revealed his cultivation level of the 8th layer of the laws, everyone was left in shock. Not only did Xiong demonstrate his prowess, but even the Grand Elder of the Lian Violent Bear tribe, Xiong displayed a cultivation level of the 7th layer of the laws. The atmosphere grew tense in an instant. Daoji's countenance darkened. He had never anticipated Xiong's breakthrough, nor that Xiong would reach the same level of power as himself. The balance between the two tribes had been disrupted. However, the Xuanchen clan was not one to be easily subdued. Daoji immediately cautioned Xiong that the protective formation of the Xuanchen clan was not to be trifled with. He possessed unwavering confidence in the protective formation of his clan. On the day when Daoji faced calamity, Daoji had summoned the collective strength of the entire clan to collaborate with the protective array, successfully fending off a formidable adversary at the 9th heavenly layer of the laws, alongside several at the 8th. They held their ground for nearly 3 hours before the formation ultimately shattered. Now, their opponents comprised merely one at the 8th heavenly layer, one at the 7th, and several below the 6th. The countenance of Xiong shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated Daoji's resolute determination. Nevertheless, he was not inclined to concede easily. The two sides remained locked in a stalemate for an extended period. An elder from the Liantian Baoxiong clan stepped forth, proposing that both clans dispatch their younger generation to battle. Should either clan achieve victory in 10 matches first, they would claim ultimate triumph. Upon mutual agreement to the wager, the contest commenced in earnest. Although the senior members of the Liantian Baoxiong clan were stronger than those of the Xuanjiao clan, the younger generation of the latter outshone their counterparts. After a day of fierce competition, the Xuanjiao clan had already secured 9 victories, and it appeared they would triumph in the next match and win the bet. However, Xiong abruptly halted the contest, stating that his eldest son, Xuanchen, was currently training at the Heavenly Sect. He insisted on waiting for his eldest son to return before commencing the competition. Although this caused a slight delay, Xiong did not violate any rules, and Daoji and the others acquiesced. However, to everyone's surprise, the participant was not Xuanchen, but rather a young member of the human race. Daoji immediately questioned Xiong's compliance with the regulations, yet Xiong began to argue defensively, claiming that the wager did not stipulate that it had to be a descendant of his own lineage, thus rendering his actions unproblematic. Daoji could only lament his own lax vigilance, failing to identify the loophole within the wager, and reluctantly consented to the young human's participation. After entering the fray, the young man achieved a series of victories. Nevertheless, Daoji remained unconcerned, for the strongest of their younger generation, Feng, had already reached the pinnacle of the 3rd level of the heart-seeking realm. In contrast, this young human was merely at the 2nd level of the same realm, which was the very reason for Daoji's initial agreement to allow him to compete. Yet, when Feng finally took the stage, he was effortlessly defeated by the young human within a mere 15 minutes. Daoji and the others were struck with terror, and in their desperation, they thought of Daoji, who was training at the Daoji Sect. Of course, they did not consider relying on Daoji for victory, as he had only reached the 1st level of the primordial spirit realm 10 days prior. They contemplated inviting a senior brother from the Ao Ju divine clan, willing to pay a considerable price for assistance in their plight. The clan leader lamented, "It is all my fault. Despite my cultivation being superior to that individual, I was effortlessly defeated." Ao Feng expressed his profound remorse, his eyes filled with self-reproach. Ao Xin offered words of comfort, stating, "That individual is a disciple of the esteemed Xingxia sect, practicing a martial art far beyond our reach. Your defeat is not to be blamed." He paused momentarily before continuing. "If blame is to be assigned, it must fall upon me, the leader of the Xiong Ba Paradise clan, for engaging in a game of words within the wager. And yet I failed to perceive it." Upon uttering these words, a profound silence enveloped the assembly. Suddenly, two figures materialized within the grand hall. The newcomers were none other than Heide and Ao Jushin. "Jushin, you have returned," Ao Xin exclaimed, a surge of excitement evident in his eyes. However, upon noticing that only Ao Jushin and the venerable Heide accompanied him, a look of confusion crossed his face. "Jushin, is it truly just you and this elder?" "Indeed, father," he replied. "Upon receiving your message, my master promptly dispatched Uncle He to escort me back. However, the individual summoned by the Lai Tian Baoxiong clan possesses a cultivation at the second level of the hard inquiry realm, and even your brother Ao Feng is no match for him. How do you propose to contend with him?" Ao Xin sighed. Yet he was left speechless when he sensed Ao Jushin's realm. He was at the sixth level of the Yuan Shun realm. He suspected a misperception, and his consciousness extended once more. Indeed, it was the sixth layer of the Yuan Shin realm. Ao Xion's face was etched with disbelief, rendering him speechless. "Jushin, you." The other members of the Xian Jiao clan were equally engulfed in profound astonishment. Ao Jushin's eyes brimmed with reverence and admiration as he declared, "My master has aided me in fully awakening my bloodline, bestowing upon me a weapon, a legacy, and the enlightening Bodhi tea." Upon hearing these words, the crowd of the Xian Jiao clan was once again taken aback. Bodhi tea? That was the legendary divine tree. However, considering that Qin Tianyang was an immensely powerful emperor, Ao Xin began to comprehend the changes in Ao Jushin. After all, it took thousands of years for a single emperor to arise in the Xuanchen Continent, representing the pinnacle of existence. Yet, Ao Xion's realm was too low for him to grasp the distinctions within the three stages of Dao. Mistakenly believing that Qin Tianyang was merely an emperor, the Ming Dao realm. Nevertheless, after a wave of joy, Ao Xin was left feeling quite melancholic. Even though Ao Jushin had ascended 5 minor realms in a mere 10 days, he was still faced with an adversary at the second layer of the Wen Xian realm, and the disparity in cultivation levels was vast. Ao Xion's heart was a tumult of emotions. Should he ultimately seek assistance from Jushin's sect? Although Ao Jushin had entered the Daojiang sect to practice, he did not wish to trouble his master. If it could be avoided, he would prefer not to impose. After all, it was only Ao Jushin who had joined the Daoji Sect, not the entire Xin Jiao clan. Thus, he did not wish to exploit Ao Jushin's name to act recklessly or wield undue influence. If he were to provoke displeasure from Ao Jushin's sect, the one most affected would be Ao Jushin himself. The fierce approach of the Lai Tian Baoxiong clan had been unwelcome. If not for the treachery displayed during the wager, he would not have intruded upon Ao Jushin's training at the Daoji Sect. "Father, do you doubt my strength?" Ao Jushin proposed confidently. "How about I compete with Ao Feng?" Sensing his father's expression, he spoke with assurance. At that moment, his eyes shone with brilliance and exuberance. Chapter 66. The contest. Ao Feng was slightly taken aback, opening his mouth to inquire, "Cousin Jushin, are you certain?" "Absolutely," Ao Jushin affirmed with confidence. "Then I shall make my move." Ao Feng, no longer hesitating, acted decisively. He extended his right hand, channeling his spiritual energy into a formidable attack. However, he restrained himself, employing only 30% of his true power. As the assault surged forward, Ao Jushin similarly unleashed a counterattack, successfully thwarting Ao Feng's strike. "Do not underestimate me, Brother Ao Feng," he declared with a playful smile. "Allow me to demonstrate the might of my fist." With that, he propelled his right hand forward, releasing a punch that sliced through the air, imbued with a powerful wave of spiritual energy aimed directly at Ao Feng. Sensing the formidable force of this blow, Ao Feng's expression sharpened, a flicker of astonishment crossing his mind. He had not anticipated that Ao Jushin's punch could rival 70% of his own strength. He swiftly retreated, his hands deftly forming intricate seals. Simultaneously, he chanted incantations, conjuring a protective barrier of spiritual energy that materialized 3 feet in front of Alfing. The moment his fist made contact with the shield, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air. Yet, the shield remained unscathed, successfully thwarting the blow. Impressive, Aojueshin. Your prowess at the 6th level of the Soul Realm is truly commendable. Alfing exclaimed in admiration. Aoxin and the other elder members of the Xuanjiao nodded slightly. Indeed, Aojueshin's capabilities at the 6th level of the Soul Realm were remarkable. However, when faced with the disciple from the Xinxia sect, it still may not suffice. Oh, is that so? Brother Alfing, be cautious moving forward, Aojueshin declared with a resonant voice. Suddenly, his aura surged dramatically, his bloodline pressure no longer concealed. With a deep, rumbling dragon's roar, the shield began to fracture with a multitude of cracks. This is dire. Alfing's pupils constricted sharply, his aura transforming into something terrifying, his robes billowing violently. The pinnacle of the 3rd level of the heart-questioning realm was laid bare without reservation. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed the immense power within him, concentrating it in his right fist. As he struck, the force of his punch materialized into a colossal dragon that roared forth, tearing through the air with a piercing crack. In the instant the shield shattered, their fists collided. Boom! A resounding echo filled the hall. Aoxian swiftly waved his hand, creating a barrier that silenced the tumult of battle. Moments later, Ao Feng was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground. Utterly disheveled and breathless. In stark contrast, Ao Jushin stood calmly, unscathed and composed. Except for the imposing figure of Haida, everyone else was left in stunned silence. Gazing vacantly, frozen in place. Coughing, Ao Feng rose and approached Ao Jushin, offering a wry smile. Jushin, I concede defeat. He could sense that Ao Jushin had held back at the last moment. Otherwise, he would not have been so fortunate as to merely cough up a bit of blood at the corner of his mouth. Upon noticing the bloodstain at Ao Feng's lips, Ao Jushin felt a pang of guilt and said, I apologize, brother Ao Feng. It seems you have been harmed after all. It's nothing. In battle, how can one avoid injury? Ao Feng waved his hand dismissively, then turned to Aoxian, who was still in shock. Tribe leader, I assure you, Jushin can undoubtedly defeat that individual. His bloodline is extraordinarily potent. Even if he is not of the demon race, he will undoubtedly face immense pressure. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Well done, Jushin. Aoxian, regaining his composure, repeated the word excellent 4 times, clearly expressing his joy and relief. The other members of the Xianjiao clan were equally exhilarated. With the young clan leader personally entering the fray, winning the wager seemed assured. When Xiong Batian received the news from the Xianjiao clan, he was still somewhat perplexed. It had been less than half an hour. What external aid could the Xianjiao clan possibly summon? Rest assured, father, senior brother Wang is a prodigy of the Xinxia sect. No matter what assistance the Xianjiao clan seeks, he will surely defeat them, spoke a remarkably tall and robust young man, Xiong Chuan. Beside him stood a youth whose eyes sparkled with pride. Upon hearing this, Wang Qiong lifted his head with an air of superiority, affirming confidently, indeed, Uncle Xiong, rest assured, I shall win with ease. Wang Qiong ranked 5th among the inner disciples of the Xinxia sect, with the next tier being the esteemed direct disciples of various clans. Half an hour later, Xiong Batian arrived at a temporary arena located at the border of the 2 factions, just as Aoxian and his entourage also made their entrance. Xiong Batian inquired, Aoxian, where are the external reinforcements you summoned? Scanning the surroundings with his divine sense, he failed to identify any unfamiliar faces from the heart-seeking realm. My clan requires no external aid. I shall take the field myself. At that moment, Ao Jushin stepped forward, presenting himself. Noticing Xiong Baishan's confusion, an elder from the Lai Tian Bao Xiong clan approached to clarify, you are indeed Aoxian's son? At such a tender age, possessing a cultivation level of the 6th layer of the primordial spirit is indeed astonishing. It is commendable to wish to alleviate the burdens of your clan, yet to triumph over Wang Xiaoyu is still a distant aspiration. Xiong Batian shook his head. Wang Qiong stepped forth, his demeanor exuding pride. Is the Xianjiao clan prepared to concede? They dare to send forth a mere primordial spirit cultivator? He continued, let us dispense with idle chatter and engage in combat. Ao Jushin leaped onto the arena, his stature tall and upright like a pine, his eyes sparkling with fervent battle intent. Wang Qiong ascended the stage, sneering, since you seek defeat, I shall oblige. Do not blame me for taking advantage of your youth. He channeled his spiritual energy, effortlessly casting a ray of radiant light, imbued with a terrifying might, directed towards Daoji Sect. It is over. Xiong Batian felt a surge of joy within, as if he could already envision the future prosperity and greatness of his. He neither believes nor considers that a cultivator at the 6th level of the Xuanchen realm could triumph over one at the 2nd level of the Wenxian realm. The radiance of the clouds approached Daoji Sect with the swiftness of lightning. With a light chuckle, Daoji Sect swung his right fist. The shadow of his punch instantaneously shattered the radiant light, yet its momentum remained unyielding as it continued to strike towards Wang Qiong. Unperturbed, Wang Qiong unleashed several beams of light to intercept the incoming punch. Witnessing this, Xiong Batian was momentarily taken aback, yet he retained unwavering confidence in Wang Qiong. There is some strength. No wonder he dares to step forward. A flicker of surprise crossed Wang Qiong's eyes as he proclaimed, "Is that all there is? Allow me to test the strength of my punch." As Daoji Sect's words fell, his entire being surged with spiritual energy, concentrating upon his right fist. He thrust forth a punch imbued with the force of 1,000 mountains. Wang Qiong's gaze sharpened. He sensed that this punch from Daoji Sect was formidable. The aura erupted, and several beams of light shot forth, colliding fiercely with the advancing fist. Boom! The punch's shadow was firmly met by the radiant light. This is not good. Just as Wang Qiong intended to mock, his expression suddenly shifted dramatically. He beheld the radiant light fracturing inch by inch, while the punch's shadow surged forward with relentless force. He swiftly dodged the incoming punch, his figure flickering like a shadow. With a resounding thud, a large crater erupted at the spot he had just vacated. Daoji maintained a calm demeanor, speaking with an air of indifference. "You possess some ability, yet it is hardly impressive. I have only exerted 60% of my strength, and you have already become overly complacent?" Wang Qiong's voice turned icy, his expression darkening as he unleashed the full force of his cultivation, the oppressive aura of the 2nd level of the heart-questioning realm bearing down on Daoji. He swiftly formed hand seals, muttering incantations under his breath. Suddenly, a myriad of radiant lights burst forth from Wang Qiong's body, illuminating the arena with an overwhelming brilliance. Observing Wang Qiong's complete manifestation of power, Xiong Batian felt an unshakable confidence in his victory, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. He cast a disdainful glance at the members of the Xuanjiao clan, only to discover that Epochs and the others remained remarkably composed, devoid of any trepidation. Inwardly, Xiong Batian cursed. They truly possessed remarkable fortitude. When Wang Qiong emerged victorious, he would relish their reaction. Just then, a resonant dragon's roar reverberated throughout the arena, echoing in all directions. A palpable and unsettling bloodline pressure surged forth from Daoji Sect's being, crashing upon every creature in the vicinity like a tumultuous tidal wave. What manner of bloodline is this? The pupils of Xiong Batian and the other members of the Liantian Baoxiong clan constricted sharply, their hearts gripped by an overwhelming dread as they sensed this oppressive force. It felt as though they were confronting the supreme imperial lineage of the demon race, a natural authority that instilled profound reverence. For Wang Qiong, standing upon the arena, the impact was even more profound. Though he was of the human race, facing this pressure was akin to encountering an ancient divine beast, imposing an immense burden upon him. Despite the formidable bloodline power displayed by his opponent, Wang Qiong understood that this was merely a manifestation of bloodline pressure, not an indication of true strength. With this realization, he clenched his teeth, resolute and unwavering. Countless streams of vibrant, fearsome brilliance surged forth, carrying a cataclysmic force that hurtled toward Daoji Sect. In the face of Wang Qiong's ferocious assault, Daoji Sect remained unperturbed. "True Dragon Emperor technique?" he exclaimed, and with that proclamation, his entire being radiated a resplendent golden light, his dark hair billowing as if caught in an unseen gale. A colossal phantom of a true dragon gradually materialized behind him, exuding an unparalleled majesty. Boom! A deafening crash echoed from the point of collision, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. Violent fluctuations of spiritual energy wreaked havoc, stirring up vast clouds of dust. Accompanied by a pain cry. A figure was sent hurtling backwards, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily down from the arena. What? As the crowd focused their gaze, they beheld the once arrogant Wang Qiong, now weak and bloodied, his form utterly disheveled. Xiong Batian sprang to his feet. his gaze fixed intently upon the proud and imposing figure standing on the stage. His body trembled slightly, fists clenched tightly, his eyes filled with disbelief. Ao Jushan, possessing the cultivation of the 6th layer of the Yuanshan realm, had truly defeated Wang Qiong, who was at the 2nd layer of the 1xian realm. And who was Wang Qiong? He hailed from the Qin Sect, ranked 5th among the inner disciples. A prodigy capable of effortlessly vanquishing those at the 3rd layer of the 1xian realm. Yet, he had been so easily defeated. This scene felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of the time when Wang Qiong had triumphed over Ao Feng. Meanwhile, on the other side, the members of the Xianjiao clan surrounded Ao Jushan as he descended from the arena, their eyes brimming with excitement. The Xuanjiao clan has unexpectedly produced an extraordinary genius, eliciting a chorus of praises. Only Ao Xin remained somewhat composed. Upon learning that Ao Jushan had been accepted as a disciple by a venerable emperor, he realized that Ao Jushan's innate talent was undeniably exceptional. Today's battle confirmed this, as he decisively defeated Wang Qiong despite being 5 minor realms beneath him, a feat achievable perhaps only by disciples of sacred lands stronger than top-tier factions. After regaining his composure, Ao Xin proceeded directly towards the Liantian Baoxiong clan. At this moment, Xiong Batian had also recovered, assisting Wang Qiong to his feet and channeling spiritual energy to heal his injuries. After all, Wang Qiong was a prominent disciple of the Qin Sect, specifically summoned for this battle. In light of these factors, it was imperative to neither offend nor neglect him. Just as Ao Xin was about to speak, a chilling voice reverberated through the heavens. What a lively gathering we have today. Suddenly, Shui Tian, Yu Yu, and Ming Yi, accompanied by their respective followers, emerged from the void. The oppressive aura of the Tongtian realm was unleashed without reservation, weighing heavily upon everyone below. Simultaneously, a grand formation materialized, isolating all activity within and preventing any external discovery. Through a day of investigation, Shui Tian and his companions had ultimately traced the matter back to the Xuanjiao clan. A venerable realm? No, this is a being of the Tongtian realm. Xiong Batian exclaimed in shock, realizing that 3 formidable beings of the Tongtian realm had appeared, accompanied by 30 equally fearsome individuals, all of whom were at least at the law realm, with the rest being of the venerable realm. Furthermore, these individuals appeared to harbor ill intentions. The members of the Xuanjiao clan, however, were not as intimidated. Some even felt a surge of anger. It seemed that this group of dark-clad individuals was affiliated with the ones who had attacked previously. Had it not been for the intervention of Ao Jushan's master, the Xuanjiao clan might have already faced annihilation. Particularly, Ao Xion's expression darkened at the sight of these individuals, his eyes blazing with fury. It appeared that this group of black-clad figures had returned, likely still seeking his son. Nevertheless, Ao Xion did not overly concern himself with the safety of Ao Jushan and his kin this time. He could sense that the Dark Elder escorting his son back to the clan was far more terrifying than the 3 before him. Moreover, Ao Jushan's master was an emperor who would undoubtedly ensure his safety. Shui Tian held a jade plate that was now pulsating with frenzied brilliance. The group turned their gaze towards Ao Jushan, their eyes glimmering with excitement. The esteemed left elder's target. Not only that, but there was an unexpected delight. The injured Wang Qiong also elicited a significant reaction from the jade plate. Bringing the 2 of them back would surely bring immense joy to the left elder. However, there were pressing matters to address. Little one, who was it that not only saved you last time, but also annihilated our men? Shui Tian stepped forward. An overwhelming pressure directed at Ao Jushan. The 3 of them personally came to investigate the incident where their forces were entirely decimated. Unless a formidable being at the 9th heaven or above appeared, this task was bound to succeed. Ao Jushan let out a cold laugh, remaining silent, as if he did not feel the oppressive aura of the celestial realm. Shui Tian, why be so crude? Be gentle with the little brother. The alluring voice of Yu Yu danced around. Little brother, if you reveal the identity of the person behind you, I assure you will experience unparalleled ecstasy and joys never before imagined. Yu Yu, captivated by Ao Jushan's unique demeanor and exceptional charisma, revealed a smile that was extraordinarily enchanting, her eyes shimmering with an alluring power that could easily ignite the desires hidden within everyone present. Her voice seemed to carry an indescribable charm that stirred the flames of longing deep within their souls. Hiss! Both Shui Tian and Ming Yi suppressed their own desires. Fully aware of Yu Yu's methods, she could truly drain a person dry. Old hag! Slut! Ao Jushin suddenly interjected, his expression one of disgust. His eyes filled with disdain. You flaunting yourself before me has sullied my sight and made me want to retch. Yu Yu's smile instantly froze, morphing into a menacing glare. You seek death, little one. A powerful chill erupted from her, causing the temperature around them to plummet. Damnable wretch. No one has ever dared to insult me so. As Yu Yu's attack approached, Ao Jushin remained unfazed, simply calling out, Uncle Hey. Boom. An immense, overwhelming aura descended, stronger than that of Xuanchen and his companions, sweeping over the scene and pressing heavily upon everyone's hearts. Chapter 68. Infighting Xuanchen and the others were taken aback as a towering figure, as formidable as an iron tower, suddenly appeared before Ao Jushin. His shoulders, broad as mountains, and arms, thick as a mighty python, exuded an unparalleled sense of oppression. The imposing figure of the black-clad man radiated coldness, with a gaze that pierced through the air. In the face of the fierce assault from Yu Yue, he merely raised his hand slightly to deflect her attack. Then, with a subtle exertion of force from his right hand, a resounding explosion echoed as a graceful figure was sent hurtling backward. It was the elder from the Daoji Sect. A member of the Xuanjiao clan exclaimed in shock. Upon hearing this, Xiang Batian abruptly looked up, fixating his gaze on the elder. What did you say? This esteemed elder is from the Daoji Sect? Indeed, as you surmised. Our young clan leader has indeed joined the Daoji Sect. The elder nodded, lifting his head with pride, as if he himself had been accepted into the sect. Wang Qiong, who was recuperating from his injuries, widened his eyes in disbelief, realizing that the one who had defeated him was a disciple of the Daoji Sect. No wonder he could overcome him despite being 5 realms lower. You should have anticipated this. Wang Qiong's thoughts drifted back to the trial in the Yuan Beast secret realm more than 10 days prior. His fellow disciple Song Chuan had returned to the sect, mentioning that 2 prodigies had emerged from the Daoji Sect, one named Lu Xuanhe and the other Zhao Fan. Notably, Lu Xuanhe had fiercely vanquished Lin Yu, who was at the first level of the Wenshin realm, despite Lin Yu's own illustrious background as a genius from a sacred land, possessing the 5 elements' profound body. What connection did Ao Jushin have with these 2? Coughing, Yu Yue, who had been knocked back, struggled to rise, assisted by a woman from the group of black-clad individuals who swiftly rushed to her side. She gazed at the figure before her, reminiscent of a demonic god. With fear in her eyes, the black-clad man's body shimmered with an occasional dark sheen, resembling a cold, merciless killing machine. Daoji Sect, you are one of them. Yu Yue exclaimed in panic, devoid of her earlier teasing demeanor towards Ao Jushin. She had overheard the earlier conversation between Xiong Batian and the elder of the Xuanjiao clan. Blood Tian and Ming Yi quickly approached, their eyes vigilant, with fleeting glimmers of fear in their depths. This was indeed the worst news. Given their strength, they could traverse freely unless faced with a sacred-level force. In fact, even against individuals from the sacred lands, they were not without the means to fight back. Blood Tian was at the 6th level of the Tongtian realm, while Yu Wei was at the 7th. Ming Yi, the strongest among them, was at the 8th level of the Tongtian realm. Such prowess placed them on par with elders or leaders of factions within the sacred lands, save for the sect master. Yet, the incoming foe was anything but benign. The 7th level Yu Yue had been effortlessly injured by the opponent, who the Xuanjiao elder claimed was a Daoji Sect elder. This was utterly absurd. Which elder from any sacred land possessed the strength of the 9th level of the Tongtian realm? In their eyes, Heida was at least at the 9th heaven of the celestial realm, with the possibility of being at the realm of freedom. Senior, we were in the wrong. Could you perhaps spare our lives? Xuetian, with a grimace that barely resembled a smile, ventured to speak. Yes. Senior, if you could allow me to leave this place, I would be willing to acknowledge you as my master. Yue quickly interjected. Her beautiful visage, marred by injury, appeared pale, evoking a sense of protectiveness from others, embodying a pitiable charm. The tattered black garb revealed patches of her fair skin, creating a stark contrast that was all the more pronounced. Rather than conceal herself, she deliberately tugged at her clothing, exposing more of her ample whiteness. Yet, Heida remained unmoved, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. Senior, Yue sensed the change in Heida's demeanor, her expression shifting dramatically as an ominous premonition surged within her. In the next moment, with a thunderous crash, Yue vanished entirely, leaving not a trace behind. Heida withdrew his right fist, adorned with the sacred gauntlets crafted for him by Qin Tianyang, now glowing with an enigmatic light. Not only did she conspire against the third young master, but in her final moments, she sought to tempt me further. Her sins multiply. Heida's expression remained impassive. Devoid of any emotion, his tone frigid. Xuanchen and Ming Yi felt their pupils constrict sharply, cold sweat cascading down their backs. Fine beads of perspiration forming on their foreheads. They had not anticipated Heida's decisiveness and mercilessness. Senior, our two esteemed elders possess the realm of the Freedom Saint. And our sect leader's power is beyond comprehension. With Yoyue's demise, she brought this upon herself. However, if you continue to slay us, it is unlikely that Daoji Sect would wish to provoke the Freedom Saint, Xuanchen implored, attempting to invoke Heida's restraint by mentioning the elders and sect leader. Below, Xiongbattian stood utterly dumbfounded, on the verge of tears. What transgression has he committed? Is it merely that, upon ascending in strength, he seeks to procure additional benefits for his clan? Yet, he has become embroiled in the conflict between two formidable, sacred factions. Meanwhile, the members of the Xianyu clan exhibit subtle shifts in their expressions, astonished to discover the formidable backing of their adversaries, including the illustrious Xianyao Saint. Only Aoxian remains unperturbed, his countenance calm and his gaze steady, harboring no fear. After all, Qin Tianyang is an emperor. Why should he fear a few mere Xianyao saints? Nonetheless, Aoxian refrains from divulging this matter to his kin. The black-clad figure, exuding disdain, smirks contemptuously before decisively striking. A colossal fist crashes down upon the two. Their expressions shift dramatically as they begin to chant incantations in unison. Ah, my lord, you. Suddenly, all the individuals clad in black behind them collapse. Their faces contorted in agony, as if afflicted by excruciating torment. A crimson haze envelopes the surroundings, an eerie aura permeating the atmosphere. In an instant, the two ascend briefly in realms, reaching the pinnacle of the 8th sky of the Tongtian realm and the 9th sky of the Tongtian realm respectively. Kill. Subsequently, Xuanchen and Ming Yi launch their assault. The ground trembles with a resounding force. The members of the Xianyu clan and the Lightian Baoxian clan hastily retreat from the scene. There stands the black-clad giant, immovable as a mountain, exuding an aura of dominion. Xuanchen and Ming Yi cough blood, their faces as pallid as parchment, though Ming Yi appears in slightly better condition than Xuanchen. His gaze flickered for a moment before he spoke in a low voice. Blood Sky, I have a method that might allow us to escape. What method? Speak quickly. Blood Sky, who had been engulfed in despair, felt a surge of hope at Ming Ye's words. His spirits lifted. Ming Ye's eyes were as cold as ice. A flicker of ruthless intent flashing beneath the surface. That is. Suddenly, a muffled grunt resonated. The crowd was astonished to witness Ming Ye, without any warning, extend his right hand and, in a blindingly swift motion, plunge it into Blood Sky's body. Lend me your power. Ming Ye's voice echoed through the void, chilling to the bone, sending a shiver racing up the spine, invoking a sense of dread. Chapter 69. Soul searching. At this moment, the entire space seemed to freeze, as if time itself had come to a halt. The onlookers gaped in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. Even Heida was momentarily taken aback, his expression inscrutable. Utterly unprepared for Ming Ye's sudden assault on Blood Sky. You. Blood Sky struggled to turn his head, his eyes a tumult of disbelief, shock, and rage intertwined. Ming Yi, with a frigid gaze, coldly stated, in any case, you are gravely wounded. It would be wise to make use of your power. Bestow upon me all your strength, and perhaps I shall have a glimmer of hope. In no time, Blood Sky's essence and all of his cultivation were entirely absorbed by Ming Yi, akin to the methods employed when the two had consumed their subordinates previously. With a swift motion, Ming Yi retracted his hand. Blood Sky then collapsed to the ground, his face etched with malice. Boom. Ming Yi's demonic aura surged, as if a celestial demon had descended. The dark energy emanating from him formed a tangible black mist, twisting and spiraling, subtly shaping into grotesque demonic silhouettes, seemingly poised to devour. Far below, the Xianjiao clan and the Lightian Baoxian clan, ensnared by the formation set by Ming Yi and his comrades, found themselves unable to flee. They could only retreat to the farthest edge of the formation, seeking refuge from the aftermath of the battle. The two clans felt the pressure of Ming Ye's presence, their hairs standing on end. This individual not only seemed to have grown stronger, but appeared to have transcended humanity itself. Merely gazing from a distance instilled profound terror within them. Hayden narrowed his eyes, Ming Ye's aura was now nearly on par with the first level of the celestial realm. However, as he had yet to touch the great Dao, he was slightly weaker than an ordinary celestial realm practitioner. Kill. Ming Ye's demonic energy surged, tumultuous and unrelenting. A glint of fierce determination flashed in his eyes as he swiftly charged towards the imposing figure of Black Da. Simultaneously, he unleashed a barrage of dark energy, aimed directly at Black Da's face. In response to the relentless onslaught from Ming Ye, Black Da coldly remarked, "You remain as overconfident as ever." Suddenly, the radiant power of the sacred gauntlet on his right hand surged forth, and with a single, mighty punch, he conjured an unparalleled gust of wind. A colossal shadow of his fist materialized in the void, hurtling towards Ming Ye with lightning speed. As the fist shadow passed, the surrounding space fractured inch by inch, giving rise to grotesque black fissures that spread ominously in all directions. With a thunderous roar, the sound reverberated, deafening in its intensity. The terrifying shockwave erupted, and had it not been for the protective array, the sheer force of their battle would have undoubtedly drawn the attention of all living beings in the eastern wilderness mountains. A dark figure was sent hurtling backwards, yet rather than slowing down, its speed only intensified. At that moment, despite being more gravely injured and pale as a ghost, Ming Ye wore a triumphant smile on his face. He understood that even if he absorbed the essence and cultivation of Blood Heaven, he would still be unable to defeat Black Da. However, it was also possible that Black Da could not keep him here. Thus, he secretly devised a plan, appearing to launch an aggressive attack, seemingly seeking his own demise, when in fact he intended to utilize Black Da's power to escape this place. Observing this, Black Da initially contemplated pursuing him but abruptly halted, a hint of respect gleaming in his eyes. Ming Ye turned back to glance, feeling increasingly triumphant, believing that Black Da had abandoned the chase. Suddenly, his rapidly shifting form seemed to plunge into a quagmire, rendering him immobile. As Ming Ye turned around, he beheld a figure, tall and upright like a pine tree, standing before him. This individual had long black hair cascading over his shoulders, and his gaze was profound, as if it contained the myriad paths of the universe, evolving within the cycles of life and death. "Where do you think you're running to?" Qin Tianyang's handsome visage bore a faint smile, though a flicker of coldness flashed in his eyes. How audacious for these individuals, radiating an aura of malevolence, to seek trouble with his disciple. Who are you?" Ming Ye stammered, panic evident in his expression. The man exuded no discernible aura under the scrutiny of Ming Ye's consciousness. He appeared as an ordinary person devoid of any cultivation. Ao Ju's figure flickered, arriving beside Qin Tianyang, bowing respectfully, "Master." Simultaneously, Black Da approached Qin Tianyang, his demeanor reverent. Qin Tianyang acknowledged with a nod. He then turned his gaze towards the immobilized Ming Ye, his eyes piercing like a tangible force, penetrating deep into Ming Ye's soul. Under Qin Tianyang's scrutiny, Ming Ye trembled uncontrollably, gripped by profound terror, as if he stood completely exposed beneath Qin Tianyang's gaze. "It's you. So it was you who forced Blood Heaven to self-detonate," Ming Ye exclaimed in horror, simultaneously cursing the already deceased Blood Heaven in his heart for provoking such a formidable adversary. Suddenly, a glimmer of resolve flashed in his eyes. The demonic energy surrounding him surged violently, and the spiritual power within him began to boil with fervor. His entire presence intensified, growing increasingly formidable. "To self-detonate before me. You are not worthy." Qin Tianyang chuckled lightly, extending his right hand to point. Ming Ye felt himself enveloped by an overwhelming aura, and soon, his surging demonic power seemed to encounter its nemesis, diminishing rather than escalating. The previously frantic ascent towards self-detonation gradually subsided. How is this possible? Ming Ye's eyes widened in disbelief. Qin Tianyang disregarded Ming Ye, his gaze penetrating through layers of obstruction, fully revealing the essence of Ming Ye's soul before him. He discovered that this individual bore a striking resemblance to the soul fragment he had encountered previously, yet the essence of the soul had undergone a profound transformation, rendering him merely a half-breed of humanity. "Speak, who are you people?" Ming Ye scoffed coldly, withholding his response. Observing this, Qin Tianyang grew weary of idle chatter and decided to extract the soul directly. With a mere thought, an immensely powerful mental force surged forth with unparalleled swiftness, piercing deep into Ming Ye's sea of consciousness. In that instant, Ming Ye was overwhelmed by an excruciating agony that tore through him. Akin to 1,000 ants gnawing at his very heart, an unbearable torment. His entire body began to tremble uncontrollably. As fissures appeared in the essence of his soul within the sea of consciousness, resembling a fragile porcelain about to shatter. However, in the face of such a terrifying invasion of the spirit, Ming Yi exerted every ounce of strength to resist, yet all his struggles seemed woefully futile and powerless. Below, upon hearing Ming Yi's chilling cries of agony, Xuanchen was rendered speechless, his eyes filled with terror. The initial appearance of the formidable Heida in the name of the Daoji Sect had already left him in a state of shock. Now, with the arrival of Qin Tianyang and Ming Yi's heart-wrenching screams, his complexion grew even more ashen. Aoxian, the spirit stone mine is entirely yours. Not a single share for us of the Liantian Baoxiong clan. I only beseech you to spare us a path to survival. Xiangbatian swiftly moved to stand before Aoxian, speaking in a voice tinged with dread. He felt completely numb. Aoxian's son had entered the Daoji Sect and possessed such a formidable master, yet this information had not been disclosed earlier. Otherwise, he would never have dared to covet the Xuanjiao clan. Upon hearing this, Aoxian was momentarily taken aback, revealing a contemplative expression. Xiangbatian, noticing this, gritted his teeth and declared, I, of the Liantian Baoxiong clan, am willing to submit to the Xuanjiao clan and will fully comply with the orders of clan leader Ao. After all, with the Xuanjiao clan backed by the towering presence of the Daoji Sect, aligning with them seemed far from a loss. Moreover, their young clan leader, Ao Ju, was endowed with extraordinary talent, destined for unparalleled achievements in the future. Chapter 70. The Demon Sect. After careful consideration, Aoxian acquiesced to this proposal. Xiangbatian then exhaled slowly, a glimmer of relief evident in his eyes. His clansmen, standing behind him, harbored no discontent regarding his decision. Instead, they appeared somewhat exhilarated. Moments later, the soul-searching concluded. Ming Yi lay like a lifeless mass, his eyes devoid of spirit, his complexion exceedingly pale, and his breath alarmingly weak. At this moment, Qin Tianyang's gaze was frigid, akin to an unfathomable icy abyss. He stood there silently, devoid of any movement, yet the oppressive atmosphere he emanated rendered those present nearly breathless. Ao Ju Shun and Heida felt an immense pressure, even though it was not directed at them. They exchanged a glance. Their master was furious. This anger was not an eruption akin to a volcanic explosion, but rather like the undercurrents of a river concealed beneath ice, seemingly tranquil, yet harboring tremendous power. Observing the lifeless figure of Ming Yi before him, a flicker of rage passed through Qin Tianyang's eyes as Ming Yi vanished without a sound. Through Ming Yi's memories, he gleaned information about this enigmatic force. It turned out that Ming Yi hailed from an organization known as the Demon Gate, which referred to itself as the Holy Gate. The structure of the Demon Gate comprised the Gate Master, the left and right elders, the four protectors, Gui, Ming, Yu, and Shui, the law enforcement elder, and several law enforcement personnel. Ming Yi held the position of the second-ranking protector. All the techniques practiced within the gate originated from the hands of the Gate Master. Cultivating these techniques could swiftly enhance one's cultivation, but it required a significant amount of the life essence of living beings. Hence, they secretly slaughtered ordinary people or beasts to facilitate their training in this art. Ming Yi had joined the Demon Gate 30 years prior when he was merely at the 9th level of the lower realm. After altering his cultivation through the techniques bestowed by the Gate Master and being transformed by demonic energy, he ascended from the 9th level of the Law Realm to the 8th level of the Celestial Realm in just 30 years. The enigmatic leader of the Demon Sect is shrouded in mystery, rarely seen, akin to a dragon that reveals itself only in fleeting glimpses. Beyond the mere acknowledgement of this figure's existence, little is known regarding their true identity or cultivation level. However, Minji and several other guardians have speculated in hushed tones that the leader must possess a cultivation level above the 7th layer of the Free Realm. Given that the two esteemed elders on either side are at the 4th layer of the Free Realm, only these two hold the privilege to receive directives from the leader. Even as one of the 4 paramount guardians, he has encountered the leader only once, on the day when the 4 guardians, himself included, underwent transformation under their guidance. During that appearance, the leader's form was obscured, their visage concealed by a mask, and an aura of demonic energy enveloped them, adding to their mystique. Upon joining the Demon Sect, every individual is entrusted with 2 tasks: to cultivate and to clandestinely seek out various gifted talents, whether human or beast, for the leader's purposes. Coincidentally, Ao Ju Shun is among their targets. The reasons behind the leader's interest in these prodigies remained shrouded in uncertainty. Qin Tianyang comprehended the entirety of the situation and vanished from sight. In the western region of Zhangzhou, the Yuanling mountain range lay before him. From Minji's memories, he had discerned the location of the demon sect. At first glance, the Yuanling mountain range appeared serene and desolate, devoid of human presence. Yet, unbeknownst to many, a peculiar force lurked within these mountains. Qin Tianyang's gaze pierced through the layers of concealment, revealing a grand array at the heart of the mountains. The intricate patterns of the array shimmered with a chilling luminescence. This formidable array was capable of completely obscuring an entire faction from view. According to Minji's recollections, their members utilized specific tokens to enter and exit while on missions. Should one attempt to breach the array without a token, it would activate autonomously, launching an attack on the intruder and alerting those within. Through the array, Qin Tianyang beheld an expansive complex of palaces. Numerous figures clad in black traversed in and out, some escorting a large group of ordinary individuals into one of the palaces. Within each palace, an abundance of bones lay strewn about, those of both humans and beasts. Moreover, many beings were being forcibly drained of their life essence, emitting cries of agony. Qin Tianyang's gaze grew increasingly frigid, a wave of murderous intent enveloping him. These brutes dared to wantonly harm innocent lives. With a decisive step, he approached the array and pointed a finger at it. Boom! The array shattered with a thunderous roar, scattering countless beams of light in all directions. This sudden upheaval left those within the array in a state of shock, momentarily paralyzed by confusion. What is happening? What on earth is going on? A voice, filled with trepidation, rang out in alarm. Not good. It must be an enemy attack. Everyone, be cautious. Another voice followed, fraught with panic and urgency. Quick! Notify the guardians. Hurry! Once more, a voice cried out in desperation. From afar, within the cluster of buildings, shadows emerged with an eerie swiftness. These individuals bore expressions of sheer panic. Had they been discovered by the sacred realm beyond? Most of them are at the realm of the cave heaven law, with only a select few possessing the strength of a venerable. To Qin Tianyang, this so-called demon sect resembles not a sect of power, but rather an organization, a frenzied and cruelly tyrannical entity. Who are you? A figure resembling a child of 8 or 9 years suddenly materialized, casting a wary gaze upon Qin Tianyang. This individual is none other than the foremost of the 4 guardian protectors, the ghost guardian, Guisha. He had just emerged from seclusion, having reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the celestial realm, and was merely a step away from an opportunity for enlightenment that could lead him into the realm of freedom. Initially intending to consult with the esteemed elder of his sect about important matters, he was suddenly taken aback when the protective formation collapsed. However, Qin Tianyang paid no heed to the intruder. With a casual flick of his wrist, he executed a gentle motion devoid of any detectable aura. In an instant, the figures cloaked in black from the demonic sect vanished as if they had never existed. Thank you, noble cultivator, for saving our lives. The ordinary individuals who had been rescued fell to their knees, overwhelmed with joy, having believed that they and their families were doomed. Qin Tianyang nodded lightly and waved his hand once more, sending these common folk to safety. Looking for death. How dare you disregard this protector? The ghostly figure unleashed its formidable power, the 9th level of the celestial realm swelling its ego immensely, as dark energy surged violently from within, creating a terrifying spectacle. Die. The specter, engulfed in boundless malevolence, charged towards Qin Tianyang, intent on wreaking havoc upon innocent lives, devoid of any humanity. Qin Tianyang's gaze was cold and indifferent, brimming with a palpable aura of lethal intent. He raised his right palm and pushed forward. The malevolent aura of the ghostly fiend suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of unease. In the next instant, the fiend seemed to be obliterated, vanishing without a trace, not even a drop of blood left behind. The 2 esteemed figures, concealed in the shadows, were struck with terror, their hairs standing on end and their pupils constricting sharply. Not long ago, they had been taken aback by the sudden demise of the Blood Heaven expedition, who had ventured to investigate the East Wilderness mountain range. Alarmed by this occurrence, they convened urgently, concluding that Blood Heaven must have provoked a being of great sanctity. Just as they were attempting to contact the leader of the demon sect, an intruder forcefully breached the grand formation, entering without invitation. They initially intended to covertly observe and seek an opportunity for a surprise attack. However, they were taken aback when the formidable ghost Shah at the pinnacle of the 9th heaven was effortlessly obliterated by this individual, without a trace of energy escaping. We must flee at once. This person is far too terrifying. The two esteemed ones, known as left and right, were about to stealthily depart when suddenly their bodies trembled uncontrollably and cold sweat poured from their brows. Chapter 71. The emergence. They sensed that they were ensnared by a dreadful aura. Struggling to turn around, they discovered that Qin Tianyang had inexplicably appeared behind them, with a cultivation level at the fourth heaven of the carefree realm. You must be the so-called left and right esteemed ones. Qin Tianyang regarded them with indifference, his tone devoid of warmth. Had it not been for his intention to eradicate this demonic sect entirely, he would have long since dispatched them with a single strike. Please spare us, my lord. We were compelled to act as we did. It was the sect leader who ordered us. The two knelt and pleaded for mercy, their fear of Qin Tianyang's overwhelming power rendering them incapable of resistance. Observing their unhesitating betrayal of their sect leader, a flicker of disdain surfaced in Qin Tianyang's eyes. Where is your sect leader? He was somewhat intrigued by the significant commotion within the demon sect, particularly that the sect leader had not made an appearance. The right elder hastily responded, My lord, the sect leader is shrouded in mystery. We have only encountered him on a few occasions. How do you typically communicate with him? Qin Tianyang inquired, his brow furrowed and his gaze profound. The leader of the demon sect concealed himself quite deeply. Even the right and left elders were not very familiar with him. The leader seldom issued commands, and it was generally he who reached out to us. The affairs within the sect were entirely under our jurisdiction. The left elder promptly replied, having previously missed the opportunity to answer before the right elder. Qin Tianyang's eyes flickered as he pressed further. Do you not also secretly capture those with potential? Once apprehended, how do you deliver them to your sect leader? The left elder explained, My lord, once we have captured individuals, we merely need to confine them temporarily in a spacious palace. After a month, these individuals seem to vanish, presumably taken away by the sect leader. However, it has only been 3 days since the last occurrence. Qin Tianyang pondered for a moment and asked, Aside from this, do you possess any other information? His gaze was sharp, akin to 2 bolts of lightning piercing towards the 2 esteemed figures on either side. This gaze was almost tangible, firmly locking the 2 in place, rendering them utterly immobile. Under Qin Tianyang's scrutiny, the 2 esteemed figures felt their breath halt instantaneously, as if a heavy mountain were pressing down upon their chests, the weight almost suffocating. The pressure emanating from Qin Tianyang's eyes surged like tumultuous ocean waves, relentlessly battering against their mental defenses. This invisible yet palpable sense of oppression caused the 2 esteemed figures to tremble involuntarily, beads of sweat rolling down their foreheads, their legs growing weak, teetering on the brink of collapse. Struggling against the weight of Qin Tianyang's gaze, they managed to speak in unison, My lord, we truly know nothing. The sect leader is indeed shrouded in mystery. In that case, you shall perish, Qin Tianyang declared, having gleaned no useful information. You must die. This proclamation struck the 2 like a heavy hammer upon their hearts. They exchanged a glance, and without hesitation, resolved to flee. In an instant, the 2 esteemed figures, both at the 4th level of the Transcendence realm, unleashed their full power, their demonic energy surging forth like 2 colossal black dragons soaring into the sky. Subsequently, they split up, darting in opposite directions with a speed that rivaled lightning streaking across the night sky. Their figures traversed through layers of space, their spiritual energy raging as they hastily sought to escape the scene. Even though Qin Tianyang was undeniably terrifying, they felt compelled to take the chance. What if they could evade him? Observing their flight, a faint smirk curled at the corners of Qin Tianyang's mouth, revealing a hint of disdain. He let out a soft, cold laugh and said, With such limited abilities, do you dare to dream of escaping from my grasp? It is nothing short of a fool's delusion. As he spoke, he casually unleashed a palm strike. The shadows of his palms split in midair, each darting towards the 2 elders on either side. Bang! The body of the right elder exploded, showering the sky with a torrential rain of blood. Meanwhile, upon witnessing this, the left elder's pupils constricted sharply, and he was overwhelmed by a profound terror. He widened his eyes, a visage of terror etched upon his face, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. A flicker of determination crossed his gaze as he ignited his own spiritual energy, his aura surging once more, and his speed increasing several-fold in an attempt to evade the impending strike. Nevertheless, the colossal shadow of the hand loomed ever closer. The elder's complexion turned pale. His eyes filled with despair as he realized the shadow was about to descend upon him. Suddenly, a surge of demonic energy manifested, charging directly toward the shadow. Boom. The shadow dissipated, and the demonic energy followed suit. Lord of the sect. The elder's despair transformed into elation, his countenance brightening with excitement. A figure appeared, confronting Qin Tianyang from afar. Indeed, the lord of the demonic sect, as the elder had foretold, was enveloped in a shroud of demonic energy, exuding an aura that thwarted any attempt at scrutiny. Yet, this did not escape Qin Tianyang's keen gaze. He raised an eyebrow, seemingly taken aback. Through his eyes, the essence of the demonic sect's leader had nearly entirely transmuted into that of another being. The purity of the demonic energy surpassed that of the elder and his companions, suggesting that the leader had transcended the realm of humanity. Fool, I have warned you repeatedly to act with caution and to remain concealed. The lord of the demonic sect rebuked, his eyes icy. My lord, it is all the fault of that imbecile, Blood Sky, who for some unknown reason provoked this individual. I acknowledge my failure to discipline my subordinates, and I humbly request your punishment, the elder implored, kneeling before the leader. His forehead pressed firmly to the ground in a gesture of contrition. The appearance of the leader filled him with joy, as he was convinced this figure could not possibly be a match for him. You shall be dealt with later, the lord of the demonic sect snorted coldly. He then turned his gaze to Qin Tianyang, his expression frigid and indifferent. Since you have uncovered the secrets of my sect, you might as well remain here. With that, he unleashed the full force of his peak 9th level of the free and unfettered realm, an overwhelming pressure surging toward Qin Tianyang like a tidal wave. The might of the peak 9th level rendered him unafraid of anyone from the Xuanchen Continent. In this era devoid of emperors, he stood as the pinnacle figure, on par with the ancient ancestors of the major sacred lands. Qin Tianyang, however, remained unfazed, completely disregarding the oppressive aura of the demonic sect's leader. Humph, a mere charade. The lord of the demonic sect declared, launching an offensive, his hands forming seals as countless blades of demonic energy shot forth toward Qin Tianyang. Boom. With a mere flick of his right hand, the blades shattered silently. Observing this, the lord's gaze sharpened slightly. This individual was not to be underestimated. He resolved to exert his full strength, aiming for a swift resolution, lest he attract the attention of others and seal his own fate. At that moment, Qin Tianyang took a step forward, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. Beings neither human nor demon, today marks your demise. He spoke calmly, his voice imbued with an inexhaustible authority, and his eyes were filled with a murderous intent. Although no aura was unleashed, it sent a shiver through the heart of the demon sect leader, as if he were standing before an invincible being. He unleashed his full power, his aura surging to its zenith, with demonic energy swirling around him, even more terrifying than that of the left elder and others. It was as if a celestial demon had descended upon the world. With a flick of his hand, the master of the demon sect appeared before Qin Tianyang in an instant, executing the spirit-devouring palm. He extended his right hand, enveloped in an aura of magical energy, and then struck forcefully with a single palm. This was not only his most formidable attack, but also the foundation upon which he had cultivated himself to the 9th heaven of the carefree realm. He sought to devour the essence of Qin Tianyang, thus elevating himself to the realm of the emperor. Chapter 72. The Celestial Demon. In the face of such a bizarre attack, Qin Tianyang maintained a calm demeanor, merely extending his palm with a gentle motion. Boom. At the moment of contact between their palms, a tremendous sound erupted. Ha ha ha, regardless of who you may be, I must express my gratitude. Once I ascend to emperor status, I shall return on this day next year to offer you a stick of incense. The leader of the demon sect was filled with ecstatic delight, laughing heartily as if victory was already assured. However, moments later, his laughter began to fade, as the scenario he envisioned did not materialize. The leader of the demon sect soon realized that he was utterly incapable of absorbing Qin Tianyang's essence. Despite his techniques operating at full capacity, Qin Tianyang stood resolute like an unyielding mountain. This is not good. He secretly sensed the impending danger and wished to retreat, distancing himself from Qin Tianyang. With a contemptuous smile, Qin Tianyang remarked, "It's too late." With a forceful push of his right palm, he propelled forward. Bang! In an instant, the master of the demon gate was sent flying like a kite severed from its string. Simultaneously, every meridian within him shattered, his spiritual energy vanished, and his consciousness crumbled. Qin Tianyang had incapacitated the master of the demon gate with a single strike. The master crashed heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. At that moment, he resembled a shattered marionette, his body limp and devoid of strength, no longer exhibiting the former aura of formidable power. Who on earth are you? It is inconceivable that someone from the ninth heaven of the carefree realm possesses such strength. Could it be that you are an existence of a fractured Dao? He widened his eyes, filled with terror, disbelief, and resentment. In the distance, the left elder was equally astonished, a chill running down his spine, his scalp prickling. The day's events had been a tumultuous roller coaster. First, the right elder was struck down with a single blow, and he himself was not spared from peril. In the depths of despair, the sect master suddenly appeared, rescuing him. He had thought the sect master could vanquish the adversary, yet to his shock, the sect master was incapacitated by a single strike from this foe. The abyss of hopelessness enveloped him once more. Suddenly, the left elder noticed that Qin Tianyang seemed entirely focused on the sect master of the demon sect. It appeared he could. Did he think I wouldn't notice him? With a mere gesture, Qin Tianyang pointed, and the left elder, who had just fled a short distance, vanished without a trace. The sect master of the demon sect struggled to rise, yearning even to move a finger, yet he could not accomplish even this most basic of actions. Lying there like a dying insect, awaiting the unknown fate that loomed over him, perhaps death would soon become his only refuge. Upon witnessing the fleeing left elder being struck down with a single finger, a cold smile crept across his face. A fool, to underestimate the might of the residual path. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of footsteps approached as Qin Tianyang advanced towards the sect master of the demon sect. Each step resonating like a drumbeat upon the sect master's heart. Your Excellency. He reluctantly parted his lips, about to plead for mercy. Suddenly, a surge of mental force from Qin Tianyang rushed towards his shattered sea of consciousness. The leader of the demon sect felt as though a myriad of needles were piercing his head simultaneously, as that mental force wreaked havoc within his fragmented mind. His past memories surged forth like a relentless tide, forcibly drawn out, as former sins, conspiracies, and acts of slaughter replayed vividly before him. Qin Tianyang searched expressionlessly for any useful information. He sensed a profound secret lurking behind the master of the demon sect. The master's soul flickered like a candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishment. As the soul-searching deepened, his body began to convulse, blood streaming from his orifices, rendering his already shattered form even more grotesque. Suddenly, Qin Tianyang raised his brow. Indeed, this individual had experienced some peculiar encounters. Subsequently, the master of the demon sect's soul completely disintegrated, turning to dust that scattered into the air, leaving behind a lifeless shell. Qin Tianyang stood nearby, his gaze profound, lost in contemplation of the secrets unearthed through the soul search. It turned out that the master of the demon sect originally hailed from a lineage of dark practitioners. Centuries ago, he was pursued by enemies, and at a critical juncture between life and death, he recklessly stumbled into a peculiar, uncharted realm. Upon entering this small world, he was immediately engulfed by an oppressive aura of demonic energy. The master ventured forth and encountered a bizarre being standing before him. Although this entity bore a resemblance to humanity, it emanated an overwhelming demonic presence, as if it had risen from the depths of the abyss. The creature was marred by numerous ghastly wounds, suggesting it had endured a harrowing battle in its past. Most importantly, this being was undoubtedly at least an emperor. Though it had been dead for countless years, a faint aura of the great Dao still radiated from its corpse. Faced with such an enigmatic existence, the master of the demon sect was filled with trepidation, yet his yearning for power ultimately triumphed over his fears. Summoning his courage, he approached and discovered that remnants of the creature's essence still lingered within. These remnants were as alluring as the most exquisite delicacies, emanating an irresistible allure. After an intense internal struggle, he resolutely decided to take the risk and attempt to absorb the essence of this celestial demon. However, matters did not proceed as he had hoped. Despite the being's essence having dwindled to a mere fragment, it was still the remnant of a formidable emperor, far beyond what a mere practitioner could absorb. Consequently, the master spent an exorbitant amount of time assimilating this fragment, or rather, merging with it, transforming his own life essence in the process. After 3 centuries spent within that small world, the master of the demon sect finally metamorphosed into a member of the celestial demon race, achieving the realm of boundless freedom. He subsequently emerged from the celestial demon realm and exacted vengeance upon those who had once hunted him. He stealthily hunted talented individuals, absorbing their essence. However, due to the slow pace of his hunts, he clandestinely founded the demon sect, recruiting dark practitioners as his subordinates, and, inspired by the celestial demon's devouring affinity, created a simplified version of demonic techniques. This allowed his disciples, including the respected ones and guardians, to cultivate by absorbing the essence of ordinary beings to expedite their growth. Considering the existence of the Holy Land, the master of the demon sect remained vigilant, instructing his subordinates to proceed with caution. If circumstances proved unfavorable, they were not to force the issue. Thus, despite rumors circulating about a mysterious organization hunting exceptional talents across the continent, the demon sect had never revealed itself. Were it not for Qin Tianyang accepting a system task to take Ao Ju as his disciple, their existence might have remained undiscovered. Having unraveled the truth, Qin Tianyang vanished from sight. In a certain mysterious small world, Qin Tianyang's figure materialized. He gleaned the location of this small world from the memories of the Lord of the Demon Gate, prompting him to embark on an exploratory journey. As Qin Tianyang continued onward, after a considerable passage of time, he indeed encountered the remains of a peculiar being, seated in a meditative posture. He extended his consciousness, meticulously sensing his surroundings, and discovered that this being had once been in existence at the Emperor's realm. However, compared to the current Qin Tianyang, he was a level weaker, merely at the initial stage of the Emperor's realm. Within this miniature world, there was no one else apart from this entity. Qin Tianyang surmised that this being had likely participated in a terrifying battle, sustaining grievous injuries. Consequently, he had opened up a small world in the Xuanchen Continent in hopes of healing, only to ultimately perish from his wounds. As Qin Tianyang departed from the small world, he stood at its entrance and pointed his finger. The pathway of space manifested. Gradually, the small world began to fracture, transforming into countless shards of space before ultimately vanishing. Having accomplished this, Qin Tianyang's figure disappeared from the original spot. Chapter 73, The Great Qin, Secret Chronicles a quarter of an hour prior, in the central continent. Within the Great Qin dynasty, in the innermost depths of the royal palace, there was an opulent hall. A middle-aged man clad in a cerulean Taoist robe sat cross-legged upon a mat, his expression fierce. Strangely, wisps of ink-black, demonic energy occasionally emanated from his being. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he abruptly opened his eyes. Remarkably, the two irises were entirely dissimilar. The left eye was devoid of any emotional fluctuation, exuding an aura of infinite indifference, while the right eye displayed the normal emotions of humanity. His facial expressions fluctuated unpredictably, at times revealing agony and at others hinting at struggle, as if two forces were at war within him. That little fellow has actually perished? What a pity. His tone was frigid, yet it bore an undeniable authority. Alas, he had intended to wait until he had fully mastered this body before recruiting that little fellow to serve him. At that moment, the middle-aged man spoke again. But this time his voice was markedly different. Good riddance. How foolish for someone of the human race to dare tamper with the powers of the celestial demon clan. His face betrayed a flicker of unmistakable delight. Humph. You should be more concerned about yourself. You cannot hold out for long. Immediately thereafter, the chilling voice echoed once more, reminiscent of the depths of the netherworld. Simultaneously, the man's countenance swiftly returned to an extreme indifference, as if shrouded in a millennium of frost, rendering him unapproachable. You shall not succeed. I will not allow your plans to come to fruition. A hint of worry and fury lingered in the right pupil of the man's face. Should that celestial demon succeed, it would not merely be a matter of his own life or death, but rather, the entire continent's beings would face utter annihilation, devoured mercilessly by that celestial demon. With this thought, a surge of power erupted from the middle-aged man as he sought to make another attempt. In an instant, the demonic energy that had previously surrounded him dissipated, and his aura grew serene. However, in the next moment, another force erupted within him. It is merely a futile struggle. Surrender. The middle-aged man was suddenly engulfed in an overwhelming aura of malevolence, his eyes exuding an eerie and terrifying chill, devoid of any emotion. No way. Before long, the two forces within him reached a stalemate, neither able to gain the upper hand over the other, yet they continued to clash relentlessly. In the conference hall of the Xuanjiao clan, Aoxin, along with his son, Heida, and other significant members of the clan, were gathered. Even Xiang Batian and several esteemed elders from his tribe were present, although Xiang Batian had voluntarily requested to heed the commands of the Xuanjiao clan. Aoxin understood that this was solely due to the influence of Ao Jushin and even Qin Tianyang. Consequently, he felt the need to consult Qin Tianyang for his approval on the matter. As discussions unfolded among the gathered individuals, Qin Tianyang suddenly materialized within the conference hall. Master! Ao Jushun and Heida exclaimed with delight. The remaining members of the two clans respectfully voiced in unison, "We pay our respects to the esteemed elder." Qin Tianyang nodded slightly before turning his gaze towards Ao Jushun, stating, "This matter has been resolved. Master, my father wishes to seek your counsel on another issue." Ao Jushun interjected. Qin Tianyang then redirected his attention to Ao Xine. "You are referring to the alliance of the Liantian Baoxiong clan with your clan, are you not? Esteemed elder, I am aware that the Liantian Baoxiong clan's allegiance to the Xuanjiao clan is entirely due to your esteemed selves and Ao Jushun. Thus, I seek your guidance." Ao Xin responded respectfully upon noticing Qin Tianyang's gaze. Qin Tianyang remained silent, merely shifting his focus towards Xiong Batian. In that instant, Xiong Batian felt an immense pressure descend upon him, as if a colossal mountain had settled on his shoulders, rendering him breathless. Despite Qin Tianyang emitting not a trace of aura, he displayed a demeanor of respect and sincerity, hastily clasping his hands in salute, and proclaimed, "Esteemed elder, our clan sincerely seeks to ally with the Xuanjiao tribe, and all our people hold Chieftain Aoxin in the highest regard." Upon hearing this, the elder behind him, along with two other elders, nodded in agreement, signifying their concurrence. "Since Jushin has become my disciple, you, as his father, are not considered an outsider." Qin Tianyang gazed at Xiong Batian for a moment before gradually withdrawing his gaze, turning instead to Aoxin. "The inclusion of the Lietian Baoxiong tribe is indeed beneficial for the Xuanjiao tribe." Aoxin, upon hearing these words, could hardly conceal his excitement and immediately bowed in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your generosity." Qin Tianyang replied, "Bid farewell to your father." "Father, take care." Ao Jueshin responded, respectfully bowing to Aoxin. He then turned to Xiong Batian and warned, "Since you have chosen to heed my father's command, it would be wise to remain obedient and harbor no ulterior motives. Otherwise, I shall not spare you in the future." Ao Jueshin's tone was laced with both threat and admonition. "Rest assured, young clan leader, I would not dare to betray." Xiong Batian replied with utmost respect. Subsequently, the three figures vanished from their location. "We bid farewell to the esteemed elder." After a prolonged silence, the group finally breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't just Qin Tianyang. Even the pressure exerted by Haida was immensely formidable. Xiong Batian then spoke. "Clan leader Aoxin, I will return to my clan to arrange various matters and send over some resources." Aoxin nodded in agreement, unperturbed by the possibility of Xiong Batian reneging on his word. At the Daoji Sect, on Daoyang Peak, in the rear mountains, when Qin Tianyang reappeared, he was already reclining on a bamboo lounge chair. "Master." Haida takes his leave. Upon receiving permission from Qin Tianyang, Haida transformed into a streak of black light, departing the rear mountains. The disciple has also descended. Ao Jushin similarly departed from the back mountain, making his way towards his own cave abode. Only Qin Tianyang remained on the mountainside. At that moment, Qin Tianyang's divine consciousness silently extended, reaching the scripture pavilion within the sect. As a sacred land, the Daoji Sect housed an immense collection of texts, vast as the sea. It not only contained numerous martial arts manuals, but also various records of knowledge, secrets of the cultivation world, and the customs and traditions of the Xuanchen Continent. Qin Tianyang's imperial divine consciousness was boundless, swiftly uncovering the records regarding the extraterrestrial heavenly demons from that small world. After a brief moment, Qin Tianyang comprehended everything. It turned out that the being was indeed a heavenly demon, specifically belonging to the devouring heavenly demon clan. 1,000,000 years ago, the Eastern Star region of the Xuanchen Continent was invaded by the devouring heavenly demon clan. In the face of this foreign threat, countless forces within the Eastern Star region united to resist the horde of devouring heavenly demons. In this war, innumerable factions were obliterated, and even those of the sacred land level suffered devastating losses. Correspondingly, many emperors and supreme beings fell, with even several heavenly emperors perishing. Ultimately, at a tremendous cost, the invading devouring heavenly demons were nearly annihilated. Only a few formidable members of their clan remained, evading destruction, and thus were sealed away. Reclining in his chair, a flicker of understanding crossed Qin Tianyang's eyes. He then closed his eyes. A gust of wind blew through, rustling the leaves of the ancient Bodhi tea tree. Beneath the tree, Qin Tianyang lay quietly in his chair, surrounded by myriad paths that intertwined with him. Chapter 74. Guidance. New task. Half a month passed. At the back mountain of Daolong Peak, senior brothers Lu Xuanhe and his two companions were gathered around a wooden table, each holding a cup of enlightenment tea. Over the past fortnight, the trio had either been training in various secret realms of the Trial Peak or engaging in friendly sparring, or competing with disciples from other branches at the heart-questioning realm. During this time, many disciples were captivated by the talent and strength of these three senior uncles, expressing their admiration. Now, the trio had made significant progress. Lu Xuanhe successfully advanced to the second level of the heart-questioning realm, while Zhao Fan and Ao Shun both reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the nascent soul realm, merely a step away from the heart-questioning realm. Thus, Qin Tianyang summoned the three brothers, preparing to offer guidance in their cultivation. With his mid-stage imperial divine consciousness, he could easily identify some flaws in their training and provide answers to their previous queries. Xuanhe, as the eldest brother, you may begin first. Qin Tianyang languidly reclined in his chair, his gaze directed towards Lu Xuanhe. Yes, master, Lu Xuanhe responded, approaching the edge of the cliff to commence demonstrating his learned skills. After steadying himself, he took a deep breath and drew his sword, preparing to practice. Lu Xuanhe wielded his sword with remarkable agility. With each movement, the blade shimmered, and countless sword energy sliced through the void. Gradually, an overwhelming sword intent erupted from above Lu Xuanhe's head, soaring skyward and piercing through the clouds. This sword intent was exceptionally fierce, capable of shattering anything and vanquishing anyone, as if it could cleave through all obstacles. Zhao Fan and Ao Shun were slightly taken aback. Realizing that their senior brother had made significant progress, his mastery of the sword path becoming increasingly formidable. Qin Tianyang observed this with a subtle nod, acknowledging Lu Xuanhe's exceptional talent. Despite merely being at the heart inquiry stage, his understanding of the sword was profound, and he had developed his own interpretation of the sword path. Indeed, he was worthy of the forbidden sword body. The seed of swordsmanship began to sprout gradually after Lu Xuanhe awakened his forbidden sword body. Ding! A purple-graded prodigy has been detected. Please, host, proceed to the Bai family in Zhongzhou to accept a disciple. Would the host like to undertake this task? The system's voice suddenly resonated in Qin Tianyang's mind. Another disciple? A glimmer of delight flashed in Qin Tianyang's eyes as he promptly summoned Heida. In a short while, a dark figure descended from the sky. Arriving beside Qin Tianyang, Heida greeted respectfully, Master. Qin Tianyang pointed at Heida's forehead and said, I have transmitted the information to you. Go and bring back my fourth disciple. As you command, Master. Heida acknowledged and instantly vanished. After organizing these matters, Qin Tianyang began to point out some shortcomings in Lu Xuanhe's training. In Zhongzhou, at the Bai Sacred Mountain Range, the Bai family, a top-tier power, resided here. The mountain range was named after the Bai family's first ancestor, a carefree sage. Unfortunately, the descendants of the Bai family had proven to be disappointing. Since the first ancestor reached the realm of carefreeness, no subsequent member of the Bai family had attained that level. As time passed, even those who could reach the 9th layer of the Heavenly Ascension realm became increasingly scarce. Currently, the strongest ancestor in the Bai family barely reached the 6th layer of the Heavenly Ascension realm. At this moment, in the hall of the Bai family, Bai Chen sat in the main seat, his expression troubled, with a hint of anger in his eyes. Below him, a row of Bai family elders displayed worried expressions. The Seven Sons Peak Master of the Tianwu Sect had dispatched a decree demanding that the Bai family make a decision within 3 days, or they would not spare the Bai family. Bai Chen glanced at the elders below. Today was the last day. What decisions do you propose? He inquired. Upon hearing this, no one responded. After a long silence, the eldest elder finally spoke. Family Master, perhaps we should seek assistance from another power. The Tianwu Sect is one of the holy lands, and no one dares to provoke them. Even other holy lands would hesitate to offend another force for the sake of our mere Bai family. Moreover, this matter involves the Seven Sons Peak Master, who would be even less inclined to offend the Tianwu Sect for the sake of the Bai family. The Bai family, lacking even the revered immortal of leisure, surely comprehends the simplicity of such a transactional benefit. Bai Chen sighed, his voice imbued with profound helplessness. Just a few days prior, during a trial in the Bai Sacred Mountain Range, Cheng Xiaodian, the son of Chenggu, the master of Seven Sun Peak of the Tianwu Sect, encountered the Bai family's esteemed young lady, Bai Qingqian, who happened to be out. With a mere glance, Cheng Xiaodian was utterly captivated by Bai Qingqian. Consequently, He promptly arrived at the Bai residence accompanied by his guards to propose marriage, aspiring to wed Bai Qingqian. Upon hearing this, Bai Qin immediately declined Cheng Xiaotian's proposal, stating it was not permissible. He was acutely aware that Cheng Xiaotian was notorious for his debauchery. This individual, taking advantage of his father's position as the master of the Qiyao Peak in the Tianwu sect, engaged in unscrupulous deeds and extorted from others. At merely 25 years of age, he had already taken nearly 100 wives. When faced with rejection, Cheng Xiaotian would not take it lightly. Thus, he returned to his sect to beseech his father, the venerable Cheng Gu, one of the 5 masters of the Tianwu sect. Having longed for a son, Cheng Gu was inclined to grant any request his son might make, provided it was within his power. Upon learning that the young lady his son desired hailed from the Bai family, Cheng Gu consented without hesitation, dispatching messengers to inform the Bai family and granting them 3 days to deliberate. The Bai family, of which the highest-ranking ancestor had only reached the 6th level of the Tongtian realm, was no match for Cheng Gu, who possessed the formidable strength of the 8th level. Bai Shu, what is your family's decision? Just as despair enveloped the assembly, a voice resonated from outside the hall. Following this, soft footsteps approached, and 2 figures gradually entered the grand hall. The foremost was a young man clad in resplendent attire, yet his complexion bore a sickly pallor, and his steps were unsteady, clearly a testament to his indulgent lifestyle. Trailing half a step behind him was a middle-aged man exuding a terrifying aura, emanating the oppressive presence of a powerful being. Upon seeing Cheng Xiaotian, Bai Qin's eyes flickered with a barely perceptible disdain and anger. Who are you to address me as Bai Shu? Were it not for your father's influence, I would have long since dealt with you. Bai Qin managed to force a smile, saying, Young Master Cheng, we truly cannot acquiesce to this matter. My daughter's status is humble and unworthy of your esteemed self. I hope you can understand and grant us mercy by sparing the Bai family. Cheng Xiaotian's smile faltered, transforming into one of fury. Bai Qin, do not overstep your bounds. It is out of respect for your family that I sought to marry your daughter, and you dare to reject me? Suddenly, an attack was launched at Cheng Xiaotian, only to be intercepted by a nearby guard. Who dares to assault me? How audacious of the Bai family! Cheng Xiaotian bellowed, as a maiden of ethereal grace and celestial demeanor appeared in the Bai family hall. Chapter 75, Cheng Xiaotian, show respect to my father. The young girl stood gracefully, yet her gaze was fixed with anger upon Cheng Xiaotian. She harbored no affection for him whatsoever, ever since their encounter in the White Sacred Mountains. He had relentlessly pursued her. He had even brought people to her home to propose to her father directly. Bai Qingshan was incensed. How could she have crossed paths with such a shameless individual? His eyes were filled with lascivious intent, merely a lecherous man. The tales of the women he had toyed with, only to discard them afterwards, deepened Bai Qingshan's disdain for Cheng Xiaotian. She had assumed that after rejecting him the last time, he would relent. To her dismay, he had returned today with others, pressuring her father to acquiesce to his desires. Bai Qingshan remained unaware that Cheng Gu had sent someone to apply pressure on her family, as Bai Chan wished for his daughter to enjoy her last 5 years in happiness. Qingshan, you've arrived, Cheng Xiaotian exclaimed, his face instantly lighting up with joy upon seeing Bai Qingshan. From the very first glance, he was captivated by her unique aura. The women he had known before paled in comparison to her. Uncle Bai, I must apologize for my earlier tone. Please forgive me, he said, giving a slight bow to Bai Chan, his words seemingly sincere, though his eyes betrayed a rebellious spirit. In former times, had anyone dared to speak to him in such a manner, they would have already faced dire consequences. Yet, for Bai Qingshan, if he could endure a little longer, marrying her would certainly be worthwhile. No trouble at all. Young Master Cheng means no harm. Bai Chen quickly waved his hand. So, does this mean Uncle Bai is in agreement? Cheng Xiaotian pressed. Young Master Cheng, I believe this matter still raises some concerns, Bai Chen replied. A flicker of impatience crossed Cheng Xiaotian's eyes, yet he recalled his father's admonitions. He coldly remarked, Uncle Bai, please reconsider. After all, my father is the master of the 7 solar peaks of the Heavenly Martial Sect, and it would not be impossible for your Bai family to receive certain benefits. I have heard that aside from your esteemed ancestor at the 6th level of the celestial realm, your family is left with only one ancestor at the 2nd level. If Qingshan were to marry me, it would not be out of the question for your family to gain a few more individuals at the celestial realm. Although Cheng Xiaotian was speaking to Bai Chen, his gaze was fixed intently on Bai Qingshan. Her ethereal demeanor and graceful figure captivated him, which only increased Bai Qingshan's disdain for Cheng Xiaotian. She replied coldly, Cheng Xiaotian, I will not marry you. Master Cheng, as you can see, my daughter has no intention of marriage, Bai Qin added in due course. However, a few elders below, having heard Cheng Xiaoyan's words, seemed somewhat moved, their expressions subtly shifting as thoughts flickered in their eyes. Master, my Bai family has been in decline in recent years, our strength considerably diminished. And with our two ancestors gradually aging, if the Grand Elder of the Bai family suddenly spoke, his words seemingly hinting at something. Yet, before he could finish, Bai Qin's expression changed, anger flashing in his eyes as he interjected, What do you mean, Grand Elder? The Grand Elder, upon hearing this, wore a wry smile and replied, Master, what young Master Cheng says is not entirely without merit. Our family's development is indeed challenging, and if we could gain this assistance, it would greatly benefit the Bai family. Grand Elder, do not let greed cloud your judgment. Does our esteemed Bai family truly need to rely on a mere 15-year-old girl for its advancement? Bai Qin was furious, taken aback that the Grand Elder had been swayed by Cheng Xiaotian. Master, this does seem a bit embarrassing, but at least. The Grand Elder furrowed his brow slightly. Bai Qin retorted, Enough, Grand Elder. While my Bai family yearns for strength, we shall never sacrifice the happiness of our children. Qing Shan has but 5 years left to live. I only wish for her to spend them in peace. What do you mean by 5 years left? Cheng Xiaotian suddenly interjected, his expression one of surprise. Bai Qin shot a resentful glance at Cheng Xiaotian, sorrowfully explaining, Qing Shan suffers from the 9 absolute pulse. Though this constitution is among the finest in the Xuanchen Continent, it is cursed with a lifespan of merely 20 years. Historically, no one with the 9 absolute pulse has ever lived beyond 20. With that, Bai Qin's expression grew even more sorrowful. From the very moment of her birth, his unfortunate daughter was destined to a mere lifespan of 20 years. Even though she attained the realm of the 6th level of the primordial spirit at the tender age of 15, what purpose did it serve? Considering she had only 5 years left to live? Originally, Bai Qin believed his daughter to be exceedingly unfortunate, yet fate seemed to conspire against him further. As the debauched tyrant Cheng Xiaotian set his sights on her, Father, do not grieve for me. There are still 5 years left for us to share together. Bai Qin said, displaying a more optimistic demeanor than her father. She gently approached him, taking his hand in a comforting gesture. The Grand Elder and the other elders, who had initially been moved by the scene, fell into a profound silence. They reminisced about the carefree, optimistic, and vivacious girl of yesteryears, the one who could not distinguish between them and affectionately called them grandpa in her innocent voice. However, as Qing Qian matured and became aware of her physical condition, despite often wearing a smile, the sorrow she believed she concealed so well was evident to all. Meanwhile, Cheng Xiaotian inquired of the middle-aged man beside him, confirming that those afflicted with the 9 severed meridians rarely lived beyond 20 years. To his surprise, the woman he had set his sights on was indeed a prodigy, albeit with a mere 20 years to live. Nevertheless, this would not deter him from his determination to marry Bai Qin. 5 years would suffice. He himself was aware that this was not affection, it was merely an entanglement with Bai Qin. 5 years hence, he would likely have grown weary of it. Cheng Xiaotian directed his gaze towards Bai Qin and his daughter, and spoke once more. Uncle Bai, have you made your decision? My time is quite limited, and I cannot afford to squander it here. Before Bai Qin could respond, an aged voice resonated within the Bai family hall. Cheng Xiaotian of the Heavenly Martial Sect. Please take your leave. My Bai family will absolutely not allow Qing Shan to wed you. 2 venerable figures materialized in the grand hall. The foremost was a being of the 6th heaven of the transcendent realm, while the other was of the 2nd heaven. We pay our respects to the 2 ancestors. The members of the Bai family rose in unison, bowing towards the respected elders. Upon witnessing their ancestors' arrival, a sense of relief washed over the crowd. Bai Tianyang, the ancestor of the 6th heaven, cast a cold glance at the Grand Elder and others, scoffing. When did my Bai family resort to sacrificing our youth in exchange for progress? The Grand Elder, upon hearing his ancestor's inquiry, was overwhelmed with shame. Ancestor, we acknowledge our wrongs. The other hesitant elders also bowed their heads in embarrassment, unable to meet the ancestor's gaze. They were also under immense pressure due to the oppression from the Heavenly Martial Sect. Coupled with the benefits offered by Cheng Xiaotian, they lost their senses. Old fellow, what do you mean? You are impervious to both soft and hard tactics, are you? Unlike the previous facade of flattery exhibited by Cheng Xiaotian at this moment, his expression darkened, and his gaze grew chilling. He boldly questioned Bai Tianyang, his arrogance fully revealed. Chapter 76, Resistance. Bai Qingshan's face was filled with disgust as she resolutely declared, "Cheng Xiaotian, you may as well give up. I will never marry you." Bai Tianxiong Bai Chun. And the other members of the Bai family also wore stern expressions regarding Cheng Xiaotian with the same indifference. Observing this, Cheng Xiaotian's lips curled into a disdainful smirk, his voice dripping with coldness as he remarked, "Very well. Truly splendid. I have granted your Bai family a full 3 days to deliberate on this matter. Yet I am astonished at your utter lack of appreciation, choosing instead a path of sheer folly." At this juncture, he raised his voice sharply, threatening ominously. "I now offer you one final opportunity. Should you remain obstinate and refuse to accept this marriage proposal, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. From that moment on, your Bai family shall bear the brunt of the unrelenting oppression and vengeance from Tian Wuzong. No individual or family has ever dared to offend Tian Wuzong lightly." His tone was chillingly cold, unabashedly brimming with arrogance. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the Bai family shifted dramatically. Cursed be this moment. Their eyes blazed with fiery rage, all directing their furious glares towards Cheng Xiaotian. Bai Tianxing fixed his gaze on Cheng Xiaotian, yet refrained from taking action, aware that his father was the leader of the 7 solar peaks of the Heavenly Martial Sect. Furthermore, it was rumored that Cheng Xiaotian had an ancestor who was one of the venerable elders of the Heavenly Martial Sect, a sage of the 3rd tier of the Carefree realm. Ha, ha, ha. Cheng Xiaotian, however, was utterly brazen, laughing maniacally. In the quiet of the Bai family hall, only the echoes of his laughter reverberated. Confronted with Cheng Xiaotian's threats, Bai Qingshan's expression fluctuated, as if she were grappling with an intense internal struggle. After a prolonged moment, all traces of hesitation vanished from her eyes, replaced by unwavering determination. She lifted her gaze towards her father. Simultaneously, Bai Chen seemed to take note of his daughter's look, abruptly turning to face her. When he beheld the resolve etched upon her face, an intense wave of unease surged within him. "Father, forgive me, but I cannot remain by your side any longer." With that, Bai Qingshan turned her attention to the arrogant Cheng Xiaotian, her demeanor instantly turning cold. "I will acquiesce to your demands, only asking that you spare my family." Cheng Xiaotian's expression was one of triumph, the corners of his mouth curling upward as he chuckled lightly. Of course. In the end, would it not all fall into his grasp? No. Bai Chen cried out in alarm. He could not allow his daughter to descend into an abyss of despair. "Father, if I refuse, our family may face inevitable calamity." Bai Qingshan glanced back, a crystalline tear gliding down her cheek. After all, she had but 5 years remaining, if it meant preserving her family. She deemed it a worthy sacrifice. The members of the Bai family clenched their fists tightly, their bodies trembling with fury. "Sister Qingshan, we do not wish for you to leave." "Grandfather, we cannot push Sister Qingshan into the flames." "Father, do we truly fear the Heavenly Martial Sect? We shall face death together if need be." At that moment, a group of younger Bai family members burst into the hall, their faces flushed, eyes filled with indignation and resentment. The leading youth clenched his fists, veins bulging on his arms, his gaze fiery as he glared fiercely at Cheng Xiaotian. Beside him, a young girl had tears brimming in her eyes, a mix of sorrow over Sister Qingshan's impending departure and hatred for Cheng Xiaotian's coercive actions. Several younger children, though still innocent, bore resolute expressions, biting their lips, their faces flushed as if ready to rush at Cheng Xiaotian at the slightest command. Their bond with Bai Qingshan was profound. From a tender age, they often trailed behind her in groups. Cheng Xiaotian, incensed by the mischief of these young scions of the Bai family, scoffed with indignation. "The Bai family truly knows no bounds. A band of brash youths dares to show such disrespect to me." Bai Chen, observing the agitated younger generation, felt a mix of emotion and helplessness. He bellowed, "Step back. This matter does not concern you." The elders beside him could only watch helplessly as their children remained resolute. "Father, do you truly wish for my sister to fall into the hands of that bully? If our Bai family withdraws, how will the other factions perceive us?" The leading youth glared fiercely at Bai Chen. He is the current heir of the Bai family, Bai Kongxian, merely a year younger than Bai Qingshan. "Ancestor, have you forgotten the reasons behind the Bai family's enduring presence in the perilous Bai sacred mountains, teeming with demonic beasts? It is not solely due to the formidable cultivation of our forebears, but also the unwavering commitment of our ancestors to spare no kin, standing united as one, which has forged the present-day Bai family." Bai Kongxian then turned his gaze towards Bai Tianxiong, his youthful countenance radiating defiance and fearlessness. "You little brat, you seek death." A fierce attack suddenly surged towards Bai Kongxian. Cheng Xiaotian, filled with rage, could not believe that Bai Kongxian repeatedly thwarted his ambitions. A flash of clear light cut through the tension as Bai Qingshan intervened just in time, effortlessly deflecting Qin Xiaoyan's assault. Despite being approximately 10 years older than Bai Qingshan, Qin Xiaoyan was indifferent to cultivation, indulging solely in feasting and revelry. Now at 25, he had barely attained the first level of the Yuan spirit realm, primarily relying on the elixirs provided by his father to elevate his prowess. Bai Qingshan, her face flushed with anger, exclaimed, "Qin Xiaoyan, what are you doing? This brat obstructed me. I shall eliminate him." Qin Xiaoyan's expression remained cold and his gaze frigid. He had completely lost his patience. The Bai family was an unbearable eyesore. All he desired was to swiftly embrace his beloved third uncle. Act now. The middle-aged man beside Qin Xiaoyan was his third uncle. An aura of the fifth level of the Ascendance realm erupted, a terrifying pressure that seemed capable of turning Bai Kongxian into mere pulp. Boom. In an instant, Bai Tianxiang moved to shield Bai Kongxian from the oppressive force. He bellowed furiously, "Qin Xiaoyan, my Bai family will not allow your reckless actions." The old man retorted, "Are you seeking the annihilation of the Bai clan?" Qin Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes, his tone laced with menace. "You arrogant scion, forcibly marrying my Bai family's young lady and intending to eliminate our young master. Your insolence knows no bounds. As Kongxian rightly pointed out, since the passing of our ancestor, the Bai family has gradually forgotten the spirit bequeathed to us. Today, no one shall take away our daughter." Bai Tianxiang unleashed his full cultivation, exerting his formidable prowess at the 6th level of the celestial realm, overpowering Qin Xiaoyan's uncle. The overwhelming aura dominated the scene. If necessary, the Bai family would expend great resources to seek assistance from other sacred lands. After all, the Bai family stands as a top-tier force, having accumulated numerous cultivation resources over countless ages. Bai Chun shielded his children behind him, while others glared fiercely, openly displaying their hostility towards Qin Xiaoyan and his companion. In that case, the Bai family shall await the retribution from my Daoji Sect. Qin Xiaoyan, seeing the situation, laughed coldly in anger and declared, "Uncle, we shall take our leave." Just as Qin Xiaoyan's uncle prepared to depart with him, a powerful presence suddenly enveloped the two. Who? Qin Xiaoyan's uncle sensed danger and instinctively shielded Qin Xiaoyan. Chapter 77. Heida takes action, bows down upon witnessing the vigilant expression on Qin Xiaoyan's uncle. The Bai family members exchanged puzzled glances. Could there be others present? Just as the crowd pondered this, a towering figure, reminiscent of an iron tower, gradually emerged in the Bai family hall. It turned out that Heida had long since arrived at the Bai family, quietly concealing himself in the shadows, unnoticed by anyone. He was eager to witness the ultimate decision of the Bai family. As it stands, the outcome has brought him great satisfaction. Bai Tianxiang's hair bristled as he instantly became alert. Despite his cultivation at the 6th level of the celestial realm, he had failed to detect this individual. However, he sensed no hostility emanating from him. Rather, he noticed the man casting a benevolent glance at Bai Qingshan, which puzzled Bai Tianxiang greatly. "Who are you?" Qin Xiaoyan's third uncle fixed his gaze intently on the imposing figure, for it was this very person who had just locked onto him, rendering him hesitant to act recklessly. He pondered silently, could it be that the Bai family has summoned a savior? Yet, something felt amiss. Observing the expressions of the Bai family members, it seemed they too were unaware of this individual's existence. Heida chose to disregard Qin Xiaoyan and his companion. He cast a gentle glance towards Bai Qingshan, his eyes warm. "Miss Bai, my master wishes to take you as a disciple." "Me? But I do not know your master," Bai Qingshan replied, her face a mask of confusion and her gaze clouded, rarely venturing outside. She was unaware of which esteemed elder might have heard of her talents and taken an interest in her. "Do not concern yourself, Miss Bai. My master possesses immense knowledge, aware of matters across the myriad realms, comprehending all that transpires," Heida explained with a smile. "He has discerned your existence and recognized your exceptional gifts. Hence his desire to take you under his wing. Elder, but I am born with the 9 Yin absolute veins, destined for a mere 20 years of life. It would be unwise to squander your master's efforts on me," Bai Qingshan interjected decisively, realizing that anyone willing to accept her as a disciple must be unaware of her unique constitution. With only 5 years left to live, she resolutely declined Heida's offer. "Excellent." A glimmer of admiration shone in Heida's eyes as he nodded in satisfaction. This Miss Bai is sincere, filial, and responsible, coupled with extraordinary talent. Such a paragon can only be accepted as a disciple by my master. He continued, what you do not realize, Miss Bai, is that your constitution is not merely the 9 Yin absolute veins, but rather an unparalleled physique, the profound Yin celestial body. The profound Yin celestial body? The Bai family erupted in exclamations, their voices laced with barely concealed joy. Could it be that Qin Shan truly had a chance at salvation? Bai Chun trembled at the revelation. His gaze filled with disbelief. His lips trembled slightly, as if he had expended all his energy merely to utter a few words. Senior, is this truly real? Heida nodded calmly, affirming the truth of the matter. This particular constitution was exceedingly rare, yet it bore a shackle that bound Miss Bai's vitality. Without special means, she would indeed not live beyond 20 years. Upon hearing this, Bai Chen's excitement vanished in an instant, plunging him from the heights of heaven to the depths of despair. The others shared a similar sentiment. What could be more despairing than knowing the solution to a problem, yet being incapable of executing that solution? What are you all looking like that for? Heida observed the expressions of the crowd, bemused. Since my master wishes to take Miss Bai as a disciple despite knowing her condition, he must possess a means to resolve it. As long as Miss Bai is willing to accept my master as her teacher, she can learn a specific technique to address her constitutional issues. The group shifted from sorrow to joy once more. Bai Kongshuan's face lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, wonderful. Sister, you can finally have a normal lifespan. Upon hearing that she might attain a normal lifespan, Bai Qingqian's eyes sparkled with exhilaration, though her demeanor remained composed. Senior, even if I am willing to become a disciple, the people of the Tianwu sect will not consent. Exactly. Qingqian understands me well, Cheng Xiaotian interjected, stepping forward with an arrogant expression. I do not care who you are. Hurry and have your master send over the technique so that Qingqian can fully resolve her constitutional issues. That way, I can be with her for eternity. Cheng Xiaotian's gaze was filled with lewd intent as he appraised Bai Qingqian's delicate form, seemingly envisioning a bright future ahead. At these words, Heida turned his head, casting a disinterested glance at Cheng Xiaotian, causing him to shudder and retreat behind his third uncle. Do you not know that the Tianwu sect is a sacred place in the Central Plains? Do you not realize that my father is the master of the 7 stars peak of the Tianwu sect? Cheng Xiaotian threatened Heida, his bravado masking a deep-seated fear. If you know what is good for you, then be quiet. Suddenly, a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted within the Bai family hall, like a tumultuous wave crashing forth. Heida struck without warning, unleashing a fist imbued with the force of thunder towards Cheng Xiaotian. How dare a mere fool, intoxicated by lust, threaten him and obstruct him from completing his master's task? Bold. Cheng Xiaotian's third uncle reacted decisively, sweeping his arm to unleash a fierce attack aimed at intercepting Heida's formidable punch. However, with a resounding crash, the immense black fist easily shattered the third uncle's assault. The power of the punch remained undiminished as it barreled towards Cheng Xiaotian and his uncle. This is bad, Cheng Xiaotian's third uncle thought to himself, his pupils constricting in alarm. Realizing the dire predicament, he unleashed his full potential, displaying the unreserved might of his 5th level in the heavenly ascension realm. Shattered sky palm. He let out a thunderous roar, thrusting both palms forward with great force, conjuring an enormous shadow of a hand that emerged from thin air, bearing the cataclysmic might of nature itself, as it met the ferocious onslaught of the black fist's silhouette. In that instant, the entire hall was enveloped in a dazzling brilliance. Boom! The collision between the ebony fist and the hand shadow erupted with a terrifying surge of energy, sweeping outward in all directions. Act swiftly. Bai Tianxiang and another esteemed elder of the Bai family joined forces, their formidable spiritual energy coalescing to form a protective barrier, safeguarding the members of the Bai clan. As the dust settled, the Bai family members gazed in astonishment, collectively inhaling sharply. There, they beheld a massive crater in the ground, within which lay their uncle Cheng Xiaotian. In a most disheveled state, he was covered in wounds, blood gushing from his injuries and staining the ground beneath him, while he continuously coughed up blood from the corners of his mouth. Thanks to the protection of Cheng Xiaotian's uncle, Cheng Xiaotian sustained only minimal harm. He opened his eyes and, upon seeing his third uncle in such a state, hurriedly assisted him to sit up with utmost care. His face was etched with anxiety and concern, his voice trembling as he called out loudly for his uncle. Remarkable. Bai Daong marveled inwardly. With merely a casual punch, he had severely injured his uncle, Cheng Xiaotian, who had unleashed his full strength. Such terror. Heida approached Cheng Xiaotian and his companion step by step. Do not come any closer. Please, do not come any closer. Cheng Xiaotian, in a state of panic and disarray, repeatedly cried out in fear as he witnessed the menacing advance of He to Chapter 78. Mission accomplished. Ignoring Cheng Xiaotian's desperate pleas, He stepped beside the pair, towering over the uncle and nephew. Coughing violently, Cheng Xiaotian's uncle expelled a copious amount of blood, enduring excruciating pain as he managed to utter, "May I inquire from which holy place you hail, esteemed sir? And who is your master?" He was certain that this individual hailed from some sacred place. "My master is the esteemed leader of the Daojiang lineage in the Daoji Sect." As he spoke, a flicker of respect gleamed in Black's eyes when mentioning his master. "So, it turns out he is a comrade from the Daoji Sect in the Eastern Wilderness. I beg your pardon." Uncle Cheng Xiaotian was taken aback to learn that this person originated from the Daoji Sect in the Eastern Wilderness, which, like his own Tianwu sect, is also ranked among the sacred lands. How infuriating! What business do the people of the Eastern Wilderness have in Zhongzhou, taking on disciples? For now, he could only swallow his pride and seek counsel from his elder brother upon returning. "Tian, quickly apologize to our esteemed senior." Uncle Cheng Xiaotian suddenly cast a serious glance at Cheng Xiaotian, his expression grave and his tone exceedingly stern. He was truly terrified of the dark. Without a moment's hesitation, he suddenly launched an attack, striking down his own nephew with a single slap. Upon hearing this, Cheng Xiaotian recognized that the circumstances were dire and promptly knelt in panic, exclaiming, "Senior, I was in the wrong. I should not have spoken disrespectfully. I implore you to forgive me and spare my life." Bai Qingshan observed this scene with a look of disdain, thinking him a cowardly wretch, one who bullies the weak while fearing the strong. Cheng Xiaotian, contemplating his situation, shifted his knees and quickly addressed Bai Qingshan, "Miss Bai, I acknowledge my mistake and hope you can grant me your forgiveness. I assure you, I shall no longer trouble you." "Enough. I wish to see no more of you," Bai Qingshan replied, her voice cold and imbued with indifference. Bai Tianxiong also spoke at the opportune moment. "You all need to leave the Bai family at once. We do not welcome you here." Although He hailed from the sacred land of the Eastern Wilderness, the fact that he could assist the Bai family in their plight was monumental news for them, and they dared not hope for anything more. Upon hearing this, Cheng Xiaotian's uncle, upon receiving a nod from He, stumbled away from the Bai family with Cheng Xiaotian in tow. At that moment, only the members of the Bai family and He remained in the grand hall. The family gazed at He with expressions of profound gratitude, as if he were a deity. Bai Tianxiong approached and bowed deeply to He, saying, "Thank you, senior, for rescuing my family. I express my gratitude on behalf of everyone in the Bai family." "Thank you, senior." The other members of the Bai family followed suit, expressing their thanks to He. "Since Miss Bai has agreed to take my master as her teacher, I shall not stand idly by while the Bai family faces the threat from Tian Wuzong," He stated, waving his hand dismissively. He then turned to Bai Qingshan, "Miss Bai, now that the crisis has been averted, when shall we prepare for our journey to Daojiang?" Bai Qingshan understood that it was time to part ways. However, since she could resolve the issue of her lifespan, she would have ample time to spend with her father in the future. She chose not to act like a child and addressed Bai Chun, saying, "Father, take care of yourself while I am away." She then turned to Bai Kongxian, younger brother. "Listen to father and take on the responsibilities of the family at the earliest opportunity." Finally, she addressed the others present. "Dear uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters, take care." Bai Chen wiped away a tear, feeling a mix of emotions but ultimately happy as long as his daughter was safe. Bai Qishan then turned to He, "Senior, let us depart. If Miss Bai does not mind, you may call me Uncle He, as your three senior brothers do," he replied, with a wave of his hand. He Dai led Bai Qingshan away from the Bai family hall. Only after a considerable time did the members of the Bai family regain their senses, realizing the authenticity of the events that had unfolded. The day's occurrences had indeed been quite convoluted. First, Cheng Xiaotian had forced his way in with a group, demanding marriage. Then, a senior from the Daoji Sect in the Eastern Wilderness suddenly appeared, declaring that his master wished to take Qingshan as a disciple. Furthermore, this venerable figure assured them that Qingshan's physical issues could be resolved, which filled them with immense joy. Subsequently, he acted decisively, delivering a powerful blow that severely injured Cheng Xiaotian's uncle. Ultimately, Cheng Xiaotian and his uncle were left to awkwardly apologize to the Bai family before fleeing in disgrace. On the back mountain of the Daoji Sect, He Dai, after making a round trip and spending some time at the Bai family, had taken nearly an hour. During this hour, Lu Xuanhe and Zhao Fan received guidance from Qin Tianyang, who pointed out various errors in their cultivation practices. Currently, Qin Tianyang was instructing Daoji Sect in his training. Suddenly, two figures descended upon the back mountain. Master, Miss Bai has been brought back. He Dai stepped forward, kneeling on one knee to report the outcome of his mission. Well done. You may leave now. Qin Tianyang replied indifferently, nodding slightly. At this moment, only the 4 disciples of Qin Tianyang and the newly arrived by Qin Shan remained on the mountain. It appeared that this ethereal girl was to be the 4th disciple of their master. Lu Xuanhe and Zhao Fan exchanged a curious glance at Bai Qin Shan before diverting their attention. However, Zhao Fan felt an unusual sensation. He sensed that this girl before him was distinctly different, evoking a special feeling within him. Bai Qin Shan stood quietly, observing the 4 individuals before her. First, her gaze fell upon the young man reclining in a chair. The earlier senior had referred to him as master, indicating that he was the one intending to take her as his disciple. He seemed to exude no discernible aura, appearing as an ordinary person. Yet, the fact that a senior would choose him as a subordinate hinted at his formidable cultivation, likely that of a transcendent sage. Next, Bai Qin Shan's attention shifted to Lu Xuanhe and the others, who were presumably the 3 senior brothers that the elder had mentioned, but whom she had never met before. Lu Xuanhe, carrying a long sword, did not appear to be a swordsman. The sword seemed more ornamental than functional. She felt as though Lu Xuanhe were a divine blade temporarily sheathed, awaiting the day it would be drawn to vanquish all foes. Daoji Sect radiated a dense aura of demonic energy, instilling in her the sensation of confronting an ancient divine beast with an overwhelming bloodline pressure. As for Zhao Fan, his essence was imbued with an unyielding brightness, akin to a great sun, as if all malevolent forces would dissipate before him. However, for reasons unknown, upon sensing this aura, a peculiar stirring arose within her heart. At that moment, Qin Tianyang completed his guidance of Daoji Sect, then rose and turned his gaze towards Bai Qin Shan. Daoji Sect also curiously glanced over. Qin Tianyang spoke gently. Surely, Heda has already elucidated the reasons. Do you wish to take me as your master? Master, I humbly beseech you to accept me as your disciple with 3 prostrations. Without hesitation, Bai Qin Shan knelt down and earnestly bowed 3 times. Ding! Congratulations to the host on successfully accepting a disciple. Mission accomplished. Reward, cultivation, late stage of Emperor Realm, fusion path, reward technique. Taiyin Xianjing Gong reward divine armament. Taiyin Falling Moon Bow. The system's cold prompt resonated in Qin Tianyang's mind. Chapter 79, Reward, Chenggu. Qin Tianyang silently commanded in his heart. System, temporarily store all rewards. Ding. All rewards have been stored as per the host's request. My dear disciple, rise. With a mere thought, Qin Tianyang summoned an invisible force to assist Bai Qin Shan to her feet. Come forth, all 3 of you, and greet your 4th junior sister. Lu Xuanhe and the other 2 stepped forward, cheerfully saying in unison, Greetings, 4th junior sister. This is your eldest brother, Lu Xuanhe. Greetings. Eldest brother. This is your 2nd brother, Zhao Fan. Greetings. Bai Qin Shan greeted each of her 3 senior brothers in turn. Once everyone had exchanged pleasantries. At that moment, Daoji Sect playfully nudged Zhao Fan with his elbow, chuckling. Hey, 2nd brother, don't keep staring at our 4th junior sister. It's rather embarrassing for her. That's not it. I just think. Zhao Fan's face flushed crimson at the remark, yearning to explain but finding himself at a loss for words. He is not a lecher, but rather this 4th junior sister is indeed peculiar, seemingly possessing qualities that captivate him. Bai Qiqian, however, is not offended. She perceives her 2nd senior brother's gaze to be pure, devoid of ulterior motives. Moreover, she herself harbors a modicum of curiosity towards him, yet her feminine modesty restrains her from staring. Nonetheless, upon being remarked upon by Daoji Sect, she feels a twinge of embarrassment and lowers her head slightly. You too, Qin Tianyang began, one endowed with the 9 suns' divine eyes, the other possessing the profound Yin celestial body. Together, they embody the sun and the moon. It is said that all things embrace Yin while bearing Yang, and it is through this interplay that harmony is achieved. Yin and Yang are inherently one. Thus a connection is established between the sun and the moon, explaining why you both sense an inexplicable attraction towards each other. He spoke slowly, imparting profound truths and elucidating the peculiar behavior exhibited by Zhao Fan and Bai Qiqian upon their meeting. Of course, this attraction is merely a consequence of your respective constitutions. Stemming from the fundamental principles of the universe, devoid of any emotional entanglements, he added. Upon realizing the nature of his fourth disciple's constitution, he contemplated this very situation. The encounter between the moon and the sun has never transpired in the annals of history within the Xuanchen Continent. Nevertheless, Qin Tianyang has no desire to intervene in their affair. As it is said, the path of the great Dao is one of non-action. One should simply follow the natural course. Casting a glance at the three, Qin Tianyang declared, "All right, you may leave now and take the time to assimilate today's insights." "Yes, Master, we shall take our leave." Lu Xuanhe and the others bowed respectfully before departing from the back mountain. System, retrieve the techniques and Dao weapons. Ding. Rewards have been allocated to the host's system space. Qin Tianyang opened his right hand, revealing a jade slip that appeared in his palm, inscribed with the 5 characters, profound Yin Xianxing technique. With a mere thought, the jade slip fell into Bai Qingqian's hands. This is the technique that will resolve your lifespan issues. Only this method can enable one with the Xian Yin immortal body to refine the Taiyin energy within themselves, bringing it under your control. Taiyin energy? Bai Qingqian inquired, her expression filled with confusion. From the moment you were born, due to the influence of the Xian Yin immortal body, Taiyin energy has been gradually accumulating within you. Over time, it is built up until it fills all the meridians within your body. Without practicing this technique to refine the Taiyin energy, it will eventually erupt from your meridians, devastating all your bodily functions and leading to your demise. Thus, you are left with a mere 20 years of life. Qin Tianyang explained patiently. Upon hearing this, Bai Qingqian felt a wave of fear. She was fortunate that her master had found her and taken her as a disciple. She clasped the jade slip tightly, her eyes brimming with gratitude. "Thank you, master." Qin Tianyang then produced a bow, exuding a chilling aura. Its body was entirely black, reminiscent of the deepest shadows in the night sky, adorned with delicate patterns akin to moonlight that wove elegantly along its limbs, as if the Milky Way itself were sealed within. This bow is named the Taiyin Falling Moon Bow, a gift to commemorate your apprenticeship. Bai Qingqian carefully accepted it. As it touched her hands, a refreshing sensation coursed through her arm and spread throughout her body, resonating with the Taiyin power within her. "This bow is an Emperor's Dao weapon. Though I have sealed it, its true power will be unleashed as your strength grows." "An Emperor's Dao weapon?" Bai Qingqian exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. She quickly regained her composure and stored the Taiyin Falling Moon Bow within her spatial ring. Since her master could produce such a technique as the Taiyin Xianxing Gong, revealing an Emperor's Dao weapon was hardly surprising. "This is your disciple's token. To the right side of the back mountain lies your disciple's cave. Feel free to choose one." A token flew directly into Bai Qingqian's hands. "I take my leave, master." She tucked away the token, bowed to Qin Tianyang, and then departed from the back mountain. At that moment, only Qin Tianyang remained on the back mountain. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He unleashed several streams of spiritual power, establishing an immense barrier to contain any potential disturbances. System, claim cultivation rewards. Ding. Please prepare, host, as the rewards are about to be distributed. Boom. Qin Tianyang's aura surged dramatically, a vast and formidable presence emanating from within him, though it was shrouded by the Great Barrier. Late-stage Emperor. Huh. Qin Tianyang exhaled a long breath of turbid air. His strength had finally increased once more. He delved into his inner consciousness, attuning himself to the myriad sensations within. In a state of exuberance, Qin Tianyang retracted the grand formation that veiled the heavens, his figure flickering, and in the next moment, he found himself reclining on a bamboo chaise beneath the ancient Bodhi tea tree. In the central continent, at the Daoji Sect, within the majestic 7 Luminaries Hall atop 7 Luminaries Peak, Chenggu occupied the main seat, guiding his young disciple, Luo Wu, on his path of cultivation. At that moment, Cheng Xiaodian and his uncle, Cheng Shanjun, entered the hall. Upon seeing them, Chenggu's expression shifted dramatically. He immediately rose, his figure flashing to Cheng Shan's side, placing a hand upon his shoulder to channel spiritual energy for healing. "Third brother, how have you sustained such grievous injuries? Has a member of the Bai family dared to lay hands on you?" Chenggu's countenance darkened, his voice laced with menace. "It seems the Bai family has forfeited their right to exist." Cheng Xiaotian interjected, lamenting, "Father, it is not the Bai family. They lack the audacity to confront me and third uncle. It was someone from the Daoji Sect." "The Daoji Sect? You mean the one from the Eastern Wasteland?" "Indeed." Chenggu regarded his son with a perplexed gaze, inquiring, "What business do the Daoji Sect members have in the Central Continent? And why have they so severely injured your third uncle?" Cough, cough. Brother, the situation is as follows. Cheng Shan coughed up a mouthful of congealed blood. Yet with Cheng Gu's continuous infusion of spiritual energy, he felt significantly restored and began to explain. After a brief interval, Cheng Gu's fury erupted. This is outrageous. Not only have they disrupted my son's affairs, but they also dare to attempt to take his life and leave my third brother in such a state. Very well, very well. Cheng Gu's demeanor turned ominous, his gaze frigid, a glimmer of contemplation flickering in his chilling eyes as he pondered the implications of this affront. Chapter 80, Breakthrough by Qin Shan arrived at the disciples' cave dwelling area on Daohong Peak, casually selecting an unoccupied cave and stepping inside. The interior was simply adorned with luminous night pearls illuminating the entire space. Approaching a wooden table, she picked up the disciple manual to peruse. After a moment, she executed a series of hand seals, activating the gathering formation within the cave. As the concentration of spiritual energy surged, Bai Qin Shan couldn't help but marvel at the profound heritage of the Holy Land, which surpassed even the finest cultivation chambers of her Bai family. No longer hesitating, she settled cross-legged upon the bed, retrieving the jade slip containing the technique bestowed by her master. Closing her eyes, she projected a strand of consciousness into the slip, beginning to absorb the cultivation method that could resolve her physical ailments. With each incantation of the technique engraved in her mind, she commenced guiding the spiritual energy within her body to circulate through her meridians along the prescribed path. Boom! Within the depths of the cave, the originally tranquil and profound spiritual energy appeared to be irresistibly drawn towards Bai Qiqian, swirling chaotically like a vortex. She became the epicenter of an inexhaustible influx of energy, which flowed relentlessly into her being. As moments passed, after a quarter of an hour, Bai Qingqian opened her eyes in astonishment. Having practiced this technique, she sensed the presence of the Tianyang energy hidden within her meridians. Upon closer examination, she was horrified to discover that nearly 80% of her meridians were imbued with this Tianyang energy. A shiver of dread coursed through her. Had she not encountered her master, she might have succumbed to the fate her master had foretold, her meridians filled with Tianyang energy, leading to her inevitable demise after a few more years. As she diligently circulated the technique, she could distinctly feel the Tianyang energy being gradually refined and brought under her control. A day later, Bai Qingqian's eyes were tightly shut, her delicate fingers skillfully forming a mysterious seal before her chest. The spiritual energy within the cave continued to surge into her body like rivers flowing into the sea. Countless strands of Tianyang energy emanated from her, resembling ethereal silver ribbons that gently enveloped her form. Her long, dark hair cascaded like a waterfall, and her skin glowed as white as snow, exuding an otherworldly aura. Bathed in the rich Tianyang energy, Bai Qiqian seemed to be cloaked in a soft, luminous sheen. This dreamlike radiance rendered her akin to a celestial being emerging from the moon palace. Suddenly, with a clear and melodious exclamation, Bai Qingqian's eyes flew open. The Tianyang energy within her surged as if boiling, manifesting in 3 resonant sounds emanating from her being. Her aura intensified with each passing moment, ascending to the 7th realm of the Yuan spirit, then the 8th, and finally reaching the pinnacle of the 9th realm. At this moment, the aura continued to swell, seemingly on the verge of breaking into the realm of introspection. Bai Qingqian swiftly formed seals with her hands, and the once frenzied surge of energy was abruptly stifled as if grasped by an invisible hand, halting its advance in an instant. Her cultivation level stagnated at the pinnacle of the 9th heaven of the Yuan spirit realm. Ecstatic, Bai Qiqian leaped from her bed, attuning herself to her condition. Her vigorous spiritual energy coursed through meridians that surpassed those of her peers by several folds. Moreover, the quality of her spiritual energy was incomparably superior to what it had been before. Having ascended to the peak of the 9th heaven of the Yuan spirit realm, she was but a step away from the realm of introspection with an exceptionally solid foundation. Were it not for her concern that such rapid advancement might lead to an unstable foundation, she could have easily breached into the realm of introspection through the recent refinement of the Yin energy, even overcoming the 3rd or 4th layers of that realm with ease. Most gratifying of all was that she had completely refined and mastered the Yin energy. Extending a delicate finger, a wisp of Yin energy emanated from her fingertip, exuding an aura of utmost softness and coolness. Though it was but a slender thread, it harbored terrifying power. A message from my father. A look of surprise crossed Bai Qingqian's face as she hurriedly retrieved an exquisite communication token from her bosom. She cautiously infused a wisp of her consciousness into it to discern its contents. However, the next moment, she abruptly lifted her gaze, her eyes filled with trepidation and anxiety. Her expression exceedingly urgent. This won't do. I must seek the aid of my master. After a brief moment of panic, Bai Qingqian steadied her mind, her figure transforming into a streak of light as she flew out of her disciple's abode. On the rear mountain, Qin Tianyang appeared to be asleep, reclining quietly in a lounge chair. The myriad paths of heaven and earth had silently emerged, intertwining seamlessly with his being. He resembled a sovereign of all paths in existence. Bai Qingqian's silhouette swiftly approached from a distance, landing beside Qin Tianyang. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, she noticed something peculiar about her master's state. To her eyes, her master appeared hazy, as if he had merged with the very fabric of heaven and earth. She sensed that the myriad paths had transformed into her master, yet it also seemed as if her master had become one with the myriad paths. Unbeknownst to her, Bai Qingqian's consciousness gradually immersed itself in this wondrous scene. Moments later, Qin Tianyang opened his eyes, emitting two beams of light that pierced the void. Qingqian, what brings you here? His voice jolted Bai Qingqian from her reverie. She abruptly looked up at her master, who had now opened his eyes, her expression somewhat dazed, her gaze betraying confusion. Master, you were momentarily captivated by the subtle manifestations of the Dao that I had been cultivating and gradually succumbed to their allure. Qin Tianyang gently explained. I sensed that you bore a heavy heart, so I roused you. When it comes to matters of the heart, Bai Qingshan recalled her purpose for seeking her esteemed master. Master, my family has been ensnared by the people of Tianwuzong. Her expression was fraught with anxiety as she hastily elucidated her intentions to Qin Tianyang. Moments later, upon hearing Bai Qingshan conclude her tale, Qin Tianyang narrowed his eyes. Although his gaze remained gentle, a flicker of coldness passed through the depths of his eyes. Since the adversary wished to engage in this game, he would indulge them, serving as a form of training for Qingshan. Haida, Qin Tianyang summoned with a thought. In the next instant, a stream of black light descended from the heavens. Haida knelt on one knee in homage, exclaiming, Master. After conveying the pertinent information to Haida, Qin Tianyang coldly instructed, You shall immediately accompany Qingshan to rescue her family. Should the adversaries refuse to comply, do not hold back. Feel free to act as you see fit. Should anything arise, I shall bear the consequences. As he uttered the final words, Qin Tianyang's eyes sparkled with a chilling intensity, and his countenance was exceedingly stern, emanating an aura that inspired trepidation. His tone was imperious, as if the very heavens trembled at his command, and the path of destiny resonated with a thunderous roar. Indeed, my master. A glimmer of fierce intent flashed in He Da's typically icy gaze. He had previously spared the lives of the two from the martial sect that day to avoid unnecessary trouble for his master. However, he never anticipated that these audacious beings would dare to lay hands upon the family of the fourth miss once more. Contemplating this, the murderous intent in He Da's eyes nearly overflowed. Yet, in the next moment, the bloodlust vanished entirely, and He Da spoke gently to Bai Qingshan, saying, Fourth miss. Let us depart. Bai Qingshan nodded softly, and with a wave of He Da's hand, their figures vanished in an instant. Chapter 81. The Bai family faces another crisis in the central state, at the Bai Sacred Mountain Range, within the martial arts arena of the Bai family. All the members had been stripped of their cultivation, bound, and discarded in a corner of the training ground. Before them stood four individuals. Among them were Cheng Xiaotian and his uncle, Cheng Shan, whom they had encountered previously. The other two were Cheng Gu, the patriarch of the Tianwu Sect's 7 solar peaks, and Luo Wu, Cheng Gu's youngest direct disciple. Cheng Gu turned to Bai Chun, his voice cold and devoid of emotion. I did not expect your daughter to possess such fortune, to have joined the sacred Dao extreme sect in the eastern wilderness. Truly, she is blessed beyond measure. His tone remained utterly indifferent, lacking any trace of warmth. He shifted his tone, his gaze turning icy and foreboding as he declared, Do not presume that your daughter is safe merely because of this. My son's interest in her is indeed a stroke of fortune for her. Every promise I have made to him has been fulfilled without exception. Cheng, having fathered a son in his later years, dotes upon him with unwavering affection. For matters of little consequence, he readily acquiesces, prioritizing his son's happiness above all else. Even in terms of cultivation, he has never chastised his son, allowing him to be lax. After all, with the existence of elixirs, he could easily elevate his son to the realm of the laws through sheer abundance of pills. You may as well resign yourself to this. The Dao Extreme Sect is not to be trifled with, especially since my daughter is a disciple of the master of the Dao Yang vein, who will undoubtedly intervene. Bai Chen scoffed, his eyes ablaze with fury. At that moment, Cheng Xiaotian had vowed not to entangle himself with his daughter, although he held little faith in this promise. The thought of the Dao Extreme Sect being a holy ground, coupled with his daughter's impending status as a disciple of the master of the Dao Yang vein, weighed heavily on his mind. It is essential to understand that the master of the vein holds a position in the Dao Extreme Sect that is akin to that of a peak master in the Heavenly Martial Sect. He initially believed that Cheng Gu would abandon this matter. Who could have anticipated that Cheng Gu would dote on Cheng Xiaotian to such an extent, actually forcefully arriving today to capture all members of the Bai family in one fell swoop? He then coerced him into sending a distress message to his daughter, compelling her to return home. Old fool, did you not expect this? The humiliation of yesterday will be fully vented upon your daughter. Ha ha. Cheng Xiaotian approached Bai Chen, a mocking smile playing on his lips, his expression exceedingly arrogant. The mere thought of yesterday, when he, the esteemed son of the Seven Sons Peak Master of the Heavenly Martial Sect, had to kneel and plead for mercy, sent a chill through his gaze. Bah, my sister has not yet lost, yet you already revel in your triumph. Bai Kongxian spat towards Cheng Xiaotian, declaring, that esteemed elder mentioned that my sister possesses the Xian Yin celestial body. Just by the name alone, one can discern its significance. Can you truly defeat her? Upon hearing this, Cheng Gu's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Initially, he was somewhat hesitant yesterday, for the Daoji Sect is indeed a sacred place. However, upon hearing from his third brother that Bai Qingqian possesses the mysterious Yin immortal body and has already reached the 6th level of the Yuan spirit realm at the tender age of 15, his resolve solidified. Moreover, with his younger brother grievously injured, what would become of the prestige of Qi Yao Peak? Thus, Cheng Gu acted with unwavering decisiveness. After consulting his granduncle, the venerable ancestor of the Tianwu sect, he personally led a group to the Bai family today. Though his son has always indulged in a life of leisure and has shown little interest in cultivation, the legacy of the Cheng family must continue. If he can secure Bai Qiqian as a bride for his son and ensure the birth of a gifted descendant, he would dedicate himself to nurturing a grandson or granddaughter. As for his son, he could simply enjoy a carefree existence. After all, the Cheng family wields considerable influence within the sacred Tianwu sect, and Qi Yao Peak is virtually an exclusive domain of the Cheng clan. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed as Bai Kongshuan's left cheek swelled and turned visibly red. You little rascal. It was you who led the disturbance yesterday, attempting to thwart my plans. Cheng Xiaotian glared menacingly at Bai Kongxian. Kongxian, young master. Bai Chen and the other members of the Bai family exclaimed in alarm, their eyes filled with concern for Bai Kongxian. Dare you glare at me? Another slap resounded, and Bai Kongshuan's right cheek also became red and swollen. Cheng Xiaotian, cease this at once. Bai Chen's voice was filled with fury, his gaze fixed intently on Cheng Xiaotian. After Bai Kongxian endured several more slaps, Cheng Xiaotian finally halted, not out of fear of Bai Chen. At this moment, even Bai Tianxiong had his spiritual power sealed, so Bai Chen posed no threat to him. He merely considered that Bai Kongxian was, after all, his brother-in-law, and if he were to beat him to death, Bai Qingqian would surely be heartbroken. At that moment, a wave of energy rippled through the space, and two figures emerged, landing in the training arena. The newcomers were Heida and Bai Qingqian. Father, it was he who severely injured my third uncle yesterday. Cheng Xiaotian pointed at Heida with righteous indignation. Cheng Gu had already taken note of this individual, whose aura was enigmatic. However, he merely cast a fleeting glance before shifting his attention to the young woman beside Heida. Ah, quite impressive. Cheng Gu nodded slightly. Understanding why Tiana was so infatuated, she was indeed worthy of him. Kongxian, what has happened to you? Bai Qiqian exclaimed in alarm, her figure darting toward Bai Kongxian, only to be intercepted by Cheng Gu. Miss Bai, please remain calm. As long as you win the wager, you can rescue all your kin. Who injured my brother? Bai Qingqian's voice turned icy, her eyes ablaze with fury. He fell by himself, came the reply. Upon hearing this, Bai Qingqian inhaled deeply, forcefully suppressing her anger. Who would believe such a lie? When shall we commence the competition? The voice was cold and laced with a suppressed fury. At that moment, Luo Wu, who had remained silent until now, stepped forward with an air of arrogance, declaring, it can happen now. Subsequently, Cheng Gu and Bai Qingqian swore an oath upon the grand path. Should Luo Wu emerge victorious, Bai Qingqian would be compelled to wed Cheng Xiaotian. Conversely, If Bai Qiqian triumphed, Chenggu would no longer be allowed to oppress the Bai family or coerce Bai Qiqian. The two ascended the arena. Bai Qiqian revealed her cultivation, standing at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Yuan spirit realm. All members of the Bai family were momentarily taken aback. Bai Chun, perplexed, wondered how his daughter had managed to ascend 3 minor realms in a single day. Is this the essence of the Xin in a mortal body? Meanwhile, Chenggu cast a glance at Chengshan, his inquiry unmistakable. Brother, this girl was undoubtedly at the 6th level of the Yuan spirit realm yesterday, Chengshan quickly replied. He was confident that his third brother would not deceive him, yet he did not dwell on it too much. After all, his junior disciple's cultivation was significantly higher than that of Bai Qingshan. Even if they were to be suppressed to the same realm, the disparity between the two would be considerable, ensuring that defeat was out of the question. At that moment, Luo Wu also revealed his cultivation level. He was at the 4th level of the heart-seeking realm. He lifted his head with an air of arrogance, his face brimming with pride. He is merely 17 years old, yet has cultivated to such a remarkable level, far surpassing his peers in the art of cultivation. Master, I implore you to assist your disciple in suppressing his realm. Luo Wu spoke, as had been previously agreed. However, just as Chenggu was about to take action, Bai Qingshan interjected. There is no need to suppress his realm. The moment her words resonated, the crowd, with the exception of Heida, was left astounded. Are you certain? Luo Wu questioned, doubting his own hearing. Absolutely, Bai Qingshan affirmed. Cheng Xiaodian, regaining his composure, expressed his delight. Qingshan, you are not having a change of heart, are you? Perhaps you are too shy to admit it directly, and thus devised this strategy for Luo Shidi to swiftly defeat you. One must admit, Cheng Xiaoyan's assertion held a semblance of reason. Even the members of the Bai family found some merit in it. Bai Chen's eyes brimmed with confusion, his expression utterly bewildered. Could it be that Qingshan truly? What do you think you are? Why would I ever take a liking to you? Bai Qingshan shot a cold glance at Cheng Xiaotian, her face displaying unfiltered disdain. Cheng Xiaotian's smile froze, and his countenance darkened like murky water. He spoke in a sinister tone. Junior brother Luo, you must assist me in defeating her. Rest assured. Senior brother Cheng, I will certainly fulfill your wish. Luo Wu replied with unwavering confidence. If he could help senior brother Cheng win the hand of this woman, then surely his master would regard him with greater esteem, and he would acquire more resources for cultivation. Chapter 82. The duel. Luo Wu withdrew his gaze and turned to face Bai Qiqian. Miss Bai, it would be wise to concede. It would be unfortunate if you were to sustain any injuries, as senior brother Cheng might hold me responsible. A glimmer of astonishment flashed in his eyes. Bai Qingshan's ethereal demeanor was indeed captivating. Brother Cheng was truly fortunate to marry such a remarkable woman. Without further ado, if you do not wish to engage, then concede and withdraw. Bai Qingshan took the initiative, her right hand sweeping forth to unleash a probing strike. This attack was exceedingly swift, its force resonating with the power of the heart-questioning realm. As the assault approached, Luo Wu merely tilted his body slightly, effortlessly evading the blow. His smile vanished from his face as he coldly remarked, "Since Miss Bai is so persistent, I must take my leave." With that, Luo Wu raised his hand and unleashed a palm strike, the force of which howled through the air, enveloping a terrifying surge of spiritual energy that surged towards Bai Qingshan with the might of a tidal wave. The surrounding atmosphere seemed to compress instantaneously, forming visible vortices of air. "It is over," Luo Wu scoffed, brimming with confidence in his strike. "Bai Qingshan, you shall soon be mine." Below the arena, Cheng Xiaodian wore an excited expression, his gaze fixed intently on Bai Qingshan, as if he could already envision her defeat. Meanwhile, the members of the Bai family displayed expressions of concern, despite Bai Kongshuan's earlier confidence. He could sense the dreadfulness of Luo Wu's attack from such a distance and wondered if his sister could withstand it. However, at that moment, Bai Qingshan maintained her composure. With swift movements, she formed intricate hand seals, and a shimmering barrier of spiritual energy materialized before her. As the shadow of the palm struck the barrier, a deep, resonant sound echoed, akin to the tolling of a great bell. The overwhelming impact sent tremors through the ground, causing numerous small stones to shatter. Yet, the barrier merely swayed gently a few times before dissipating Luo Wu's formidable force entirely. "What?" Cheng Xiaodian shrieked, his expression darkening as he realized that Luo Wu's strike had been effortlessly thwarted by Bai Qingshan. Excellent. Bai Chun could not contain his exclamation. It turned out his daughter had no intention of surrendering, but truly possessed the strength to contend with Luo Wu. In just one day, her power had surged. Is this the essence of the sacred land? Is this the terrifying potential of the Qian in a mortal body? Observing the scene, Luo Wu's brow furrowed slightly before relaxing once more. He had merely exerted around 10% of his strength with that single strike. Yet, this solitary blow was sufficient to severely injure several disciples at the first level of the heart inquiry realm within the Heavenly Martial Sect. It is important to note that disciples selected for the sacred land typically possess greater innate talent compared to their counterparts from non-sacred factions. In battles of the same realm, even disciples from top-tier forces beneath the sacred land can easily prevail. The Bai family is also a prominent force, and Bai Qiqian, having only trained in the sacred land for a single day, displays such formidable prowess, indicating her exceptional talent. However, Luo Wu is a direct disciple of the sacred land. There is absolutely no possibility of defeat. I underestimated you. No wonder I need not suppress my realm. But do not presume that a modicum of talent grants you the ability to overcome me across 4 realms. With that, Luo Wu unleashed his aura, vanishing from his position and charging directly at Bai Qingqian. A fierce combat spirit ignited within her eyes as she shouted, "Come at me." The aura of the Tianyang subtly manifested around her, an ethereal and gentle essence sweeping forth from within. Subsequently, she surged forward to meet the attacking Luo Wu. Boom. The two engaged in a fierce clash, exchanging numerous blows in an instant. Terrifying energy surged outward, with spiritual power splattering in all directions. On the arena, only 2 figures flickered, accompanied by the continuous sound of rupturing air. Luo Wu's expression was stern as he unleashed a series of shadowy palm strikes. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern a hint of astonishment in his gaze. After hundreds of exchanges, he found himself at a disadvantage. Bai Qiqian's spiritual power was peculiar, an extraordinary quality that was hard to fathom. Nevertheless, he had not used his full strength and had never anticipated that this mere 9th level of the Yuanshan realm Bai Qingqian could contend with him for so long and even gain the upper hand. Kill. In the next moment, Luo Wu erupted once more, his aura surging dramatically. His attacks became increasingly ferocious, gradually suppressing Bai Qingqian. Though she found herself on the back foot, there was no trace of panic in her eyes. This was her first battle since fully mastering the Tianyang Xianqing technique, and thus she felt somewhat unaccustomed. Below the arena, the members of the Bai family felt a surge of joy and pride when Bai Qingqian initially gained the upper hand. However, as Luo Wu suddenly unleashed his full power and began to suppress her, they grew concerned for her well-being. Bai Qingqian, your achievements thus far are commendable. Your strength as a 9th level of the Yuanshan realm is indeed beyond my expectations, but that is all it amounts to. Luo Wu spoke with an air of arrogance and indifference. Is that so? A smirk played upon Bai Qingqian's lips as she let out a cold laugh. In the next moment, she gently struck out with her palm, enveloped in the ethereal, gentle aura of the Tianyang. Not good. Luo Wu's pupils constricted as he sensed the terrifying power of this strike. In an instant, he summoned all his inner strength and unleashed a flurry of strikes. Yet, it was to no avail. After but a brief moment, he was sent flying. And now, Bai Qingshan's voice echoed throughout the arena. Luo Wu halted his movement, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and raised his gaze to Bai Qingshan, his eyes dark and foreboding. Just now, I was merely careless. I was caught off guard in a fleeting moment. His voice was chillingly cold, as he had always been the one to triumph over others. Yet today, he found himself cornered by someone who was utterly beneath his notice, a situation that was intolerable for someone as proud and self-important as he. Below the arena, Chenggu maintained an expressionless demeanor, his heart as calm as a still pond. He had complete faith in his disciple. Cheng Xiaotian, however, could not suppress his anxiety and admonished, Luo Wu, what are you doing? Stop holding back. On the arena, upon hearing Cheng Xiaotian's rebuke, Luo Wu's eyes flashed with a barely perceptible anger. What was this worthless fool, whose gaze was solely fixed on women, to question him? Were it not for his master's excessive favoritism towards Cheng Xiaotian, he would not deign to regard him at all. Rest assured, I, Luo Wu, will not be defeated. He replied coolly. He slightly raised his head, his gaze piercing as he looked at Bai Qingshan. One strike to determine the victor. Upon finishing his words, the cultivation within Luo Wu erupted like a volcano, unleashing an overwhelming force. In an instant, an unparalleled aura surged forth from him, enveloping the entire arena with the terrifying presence of the 4th level of the Heartwind realm. Heavenly Martial Ninefold Palm. Luo Wu bellowed, and immediately, his palms danced in the air, unleashing a relentless barrage of fierce palm shadows. Each strike of his palm energy surged forth like a tidal wave, one after another, layering upon each other. Finally, the 9 strikes converged into one, transforming into a colossal hand that obscured the sky, bearing the earth-shattering might as it ruthlessly crashed toward Bai Qingshan. The members of the Bai family changed their expressions upon witnessing this. It was no wonder that Luo Wu could become the direct disciple of the Seven Sons Peak Master. His talent was indeed formidable. Bai Tianxiang, the ancestor of the Bai family, was certain that he would never withstand this palm strike at the 4th level of the Heartwind realm. At that moment, even Qinggu could not help but reveal a smile, believing that the outcome of this contest was already decided. What delighted him even more was the extraordinary talent of Bai Qingshan, which seemed to surpass that of Luo Wu. Thus, it was not out of the question for the Cheng family to give rise to an emperor in the future. Chapter 83. Victory. Sudden change faced with this ferocious strike. A flicker of surprise flashed in Bai Qingshan's beautiful eyes. It must be said that Luo Wu's strength was indeed formidable, capable of executing such a powerful and domineering technique. However, this level of power was far from sufficient for Bai Qingshan, who had completely mastered the Xianyin immortal body and cultivated the ultimate technique. Tianyang, immortal light. Bai Qingshan uttered those 4 words softly. Then she calmly extended her delicate hand, swiftly forming a complex and mysterious seal. In an instant, a dazzling and terrifying immortal light erupted from her hand. This light contained boundless power, as if it could rip apart the very fabric of space. With a thunderous roar, the overwhelming immortal light collided with the massive palm in midair, unleashing a dazzling explosion of brilliance and violent energy waves. In that moment, the entire arena was shaken to its core by this astonishing force, with dust and debris swirling everywhere. What? The pupils of the Cheng brothers, Cheng Gu and Cheng Shan, constricted sharply, as if they were witnessing the unbelievable. Both were engulfed in extreme shock, particularly Cheng Gu. His mouth hung agape. The beautiful dream he had just woven shattered in an instant. On the opposite side of the arena, a dark and cold visage revealed a hint of amusement. Yet, upon seeing Cheng Gu and his companions, a glint of menace flickered in his eyes. He hoped this group would behave themselves, otherwise, he would have no choice but to unleash a slaughter. As for the members of the Bai family huddled in the corner of the arena, their cultivation sealed and unable to wield their spiritual senses, they were initially unaware of the precise happenings on the stage. However, they noticed the unusual expression on Cheng Gu's face. Could it be? At that moment, as the dust on the stage began to settle, the Bai family members focused their gaze. Bai Qingxian stood quietly in place, her expression indifferent and her gaze tranquil. The aura of the Tianyang enveloped her, akin to a celestial maiden descending. Meanwhile, Luo Wu knelt on one knee, his hands pressed against the ground. He raised his gaze towards Bai Qingshan. His eyes filled with astonishment. He opened his mouth, intending to utter something, yet no words came forth. Shortly thereafter, he coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground. Losing consciousness. Victory. Sister has triumphed. Qingshan is formidable. This child, Bai Qingshan, has always been exceptional, and with the addition of her Xianyin celestial body, one cannot help but wonder. The younger generation of the Bai family rejoiced at Bai Qingshan's success. Meanwhile, the elders contemplated more profound implications. Luo Wu. Chenggu cried out urgently, rushing onto the stage to support Luo Wu's back. He then administered a healing elixir, placing his palm on Luo Wu's back to channel spiritual energy for his recovery. Below the stage, Cheng Xiaoyan's expression darkened, his eyes ablaze with fury. Internally, he berated, useless. This Luo Wu is nothing but a waste. A dignified 4th level of the Heart Inquiry realm cannot even best a 9th level of the Yuan Shun realm. How could he possibly be worthy of being my father's direct disciple? At that moment, the jubilant cheers of the Bai family echoed in his ears, with Bai Kongshuan's voice ringing the loudest. This only exacerbated Cheng Xiaoyan's already boiling rage, his eyes growing increasingly crimson. You wretched boy, since I can never have Bai Qingshan, I shall eliminate you instead. Finally, unable to contain himself any longer, Cheng Xiaoyan lunged at Bai Kongshuan. This youth had repeatedly insulted him, and had it not been for Bai Qingshan, he would have slain him long ago. Years of arrogance had cultivated Cheng Xiaoyan's tyrannical nature. Any slight displeasure could lead to violence. Watch out, Kongshuan. The Bai family members were thrown into a state of panic at Cheng Xiaoyan's sudden assault. Cheng Gu's expression shifted drastically as he swiftly moved to intercept Cheng Xiaoyan. How could this child be so reckless? The Daoji Sect members were still present. How could they idly stand by while a member of the Bai family was slain? Was he seeking death? Yet, both Qinggu and Chengshan were abruptly halted by Heida. In that fleeting moment, a celestial light pierced through the void. With a thud, Cheng Xiaotian fell to the ground. The recently awakened Luo Wu was left dumbfounded. Although he held contempt for Cheng Xiaotian, he was nonetheless a disciple of his master. He was acutely aware of the profound affection his master held for this only son, and now, faced with his demise at the hands of another, it seemed that Bai Qingxian would not survive this ordeal. Heavens! Chenggu's anguished cry shattered the silence enveloping the scene. He could hardly believe, nor accept, that the scene before him was indeed real. Chenggu's figure flickered as he rushed to the side of Cheng Xiaotian's lifeless body, attempting to lift him and channel his spiritual energy into him. Yet, all was in vain. The gaping wound on Cheng Xiaotian's forehead was a grim testament to the fact that he was beyond salvation. Chenggu let out a heart-wrenching roar to the heavens, lamenting the loss of his son in such a tragic manner. Bai Qingshan, why did you take his life? The formidable aura of Chenggu, at the 8th level of the celestial realm, surged forth, enveloping the surroundings in an overwhelming wave of terror. His eyes were fixed intently on Bai Qingshan, with an expression as chilling as that of a ferocious beast poised to strike. Bai Qingshan glanced at him and replied coolly, "He wishes to kill my brother, yet he forbids me from avenging him? How audacious!" Chenggu, filled with rage, sought to eliminate Bai Qingshan in retribution for his son. However, he was intercepted by Heida. "Very well. Since you were so eager to meet your demise, I shall oblige." Chenggu glared fiercely at Heida, attributing his son's death to the latter's intervention. "Brother, allow me to assist you," Chengshan stated as he joined Chenggu, standing side by side. "No need. Go and eliminate all members of the Bai family except for Bai Qingshan." "Understood, brother." Chengshan instantly sprang into action, ruthlessly targeting the Bai clan. At that moment, Bai Tianxiong and another elder of the Bai family were sealed and powerless against Chengshan's assault. Meanwhile, Chenggu launched a fierce attack against Heida. Witnessing the elder of the Daoji Sect ensnared, despair gripped the Bai family. Just as Chengshan was about to reach the Bai clan, Heida let out a cold laugh. "Having spared you last time, you show no signs of repentance. Thus, you shall perish." With that, a formidable surge of power erupted from Heida, revealing his cultivation at the 1st level of the Xianyao realm. A terrifying aura enveloped the arena. Subsequently, Heida unleashed 2 punches, the winds howling with a devastating force. One fist struck Chenggu, shattering his attack with overwhelming might and directly targeting him. The other fist barreled toward Chengshan. Chengshan, filled with dread, attempted to evade, but it was too late. Boom! The arena echoed with 2 resounding blasts. Moments later, Chengshan lay on the ground, a gaping hole in his chest, his eyes still reflecting the terror of his impending demise. Meanwhile, Chenggu remained unharmed, standing beside an elderly figure whose presence had inexplicably materialized. Judging by the aura he exuded, he too was a Xianyao saint. Chapter 84, The Arrival of the Avatar Xian. Xianyao saint. This is dire. It must be an ancestor of the Cheng family from the Tianwu sect. The 2 elders of the Bai family and Bai Chun's expressions shifted dramatically. After Heida dispatched Chengshan, he lifted the seals on the Bai family members. Within Bai Tianxiong's perception, the aura of the ancestor from the Tianwu sect was even more terrifying than that of the elder from the Daoji sect. Faced with the oppressive presence of the Tianwu ancestor, even with his 6th level cultivation in the Tongtian realm, Bai Tianxiong felt an immense pressure. In the distance, Chenggu gasped for breath, his expression betraying a hint of fear. He appeared disoriented, occasionally spitting blood.